11.4 International Relations Theory and Eurocentrism. IRT is dominated by the West as much of the mainstream IRT has originated from Western philosophy, political theory, and history. History as a discipline is also deeply Eurocentric that had led to Western dominance. Amitabha Acharya and Barry Busan investigate neorealism and classical realism, the two dominant theories that project onto the rest of world history their basic Europe-derived. 156. Eurocentrism and Story of International Anarchy and Balance of Power Politics as a Universal. Perspectives from the Global. Permanent Structural Condition. IRT is deeply Eurocentric as it originated from a South history that is traced to the West. It ignores vast swathes of history, both Western and non-Western, where empires such as the Han, the Persian, the Incan, and Aztec held sway over their known world. Its main historical story is the modern one in which Western powers both fight amongst themselves and take over the rest of the world. It is seen to be developing categories that are imposed on the non-West. These categories are Western in nature and thus Eurocentric. One such category is the nation-state, which is considered as the norm for all of world history. Acharya and Busan further write how much of the IR theories such as liberalism and its ideas of individualism, market, and more hesitantly democratic practices are all presented as universal truths that apply to, and whose application would be beneficial to all human beings. IRT is seen to be homogenizing its ideas and norms throughout the world. One sees this in Marxist theory that terms itself as being universal and as a model that can be implemented in all parts of the world. IRT as a Eurocentric principle is seen to be remaking the world in its own image of sovereign territorial states, diplomacy, and international law. Acharya and Busan mention how these are carried forward by the English school in international relations and their focus on international society. Under this, they emphasize on a culturally coherent European international society to a global scale that lacks a common culture to underpin it. Also, the English school is seen to be failing to acknowledge the presence of other international societies formed outside Europe. Their main objective is about how Europe remade the world. Even the critical theories in international relations are all of European origin. They have been influenced by Western political and social practice. These theories have universal assumptions, but in many cases seek to understand each situation in its own terms. Even the perspectives from the global South are seen to be much influenced by the critical theories from the West. IRT are particular, parochial, and Eurocentric, pretending to be universal in order to enhance their own claims. The IRT that is studied and understood in the global context is a study of the interaction of Westphalian nation-states, a construct that emerged specifically in the Europe. This understanding is imposed on the non-West or the global South, naturalizing it and making it the global norm. Also, all non-Western countries have adopted the model of the Westphalian state system that automatically makes them actors in the whole global interaction of states. However, this does not mean they are equal actors. IRT are seen to be speaking for the West and in the interest of sustaining its power, prosperity, and influence. They do not speak for the other, whether it is the non-West or the global South. It is seen to be constitutive of the reality that it addresses. Check your progress exercise 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips to your answer. 1. What are the two important foundations of Eurocentrism? 157. Theoretical perspectives. 11.5 Non-Western IRT or voices from the global South. The idea of the global South can be dubbed as a creation of the West. This happens on two levels, the first on a conceptual and psychological plane with the West creating the non-West or the global South as the other that defines the self. Edward Said in Orientalism 1978 writes how the West managed and produced the non-West or the global South. Thus, the non-West or the Orient is termed as a complete European invention through which there is a strong degree of domination imposed by the West through restructuring and having authority over the Orient/non-West. The second way through which the non-West or the global South has been created is through colonialism. The European countries, which constitute the core West, had colonized much of Asia, Latin America, Africa, and Australia, turning them into colonies for extracting resources to fuel the Industrial Revolution back in Europe. In these colonies, the European imperial powers transplanted their mode of governance, which was eventually adopted by these countries after independence. A majority of the non-West or the global South are also seen to be poor and underdeveloped as they remained victims of neocolonialism as practiced by the United States. After the Second World War, the US emerged as a superpower, replacing the European powers. It, however, continued the earlier policies of imperialism and domination that had been carried out by Imperial Europe. Through the Bretton Woods international economic system that established financial institutions such as the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and subsequently the World Trade Organization, the US dominated the world. It is these policies that led to the formation of the global North and the global South. The Global South are generally the economically less developed countries, which consists of a variety of states with diverse levels of economic, cultural, and political influence in the international order. As mentioned earlier, these countries have remained poor due to the enforcement of centuries of colonialism and imperialism. Hence, Europe and the West are directly responsible for their subaltern position, a process that still continues. Their subordinate position is also reflected in them being not studied in the theories of IR. The absence of the perspectives from the Global South in IRT is a grave injustice, as it means turning a blind eye to the voices of the majority of the global population. There is a strong need to broaden the field of IRT and incorporate the voices of the Global South so as to bring about a more just and representative understanding of IR. According to Benabdullah, Zamora, and Adechila, IRT simply emphasizes on concepts that do not reflect the reality in many Global South states. Their perspectives are absent or under-theorized in mainstream scholarship. Still, in the present age, colonial dominations profoundly shape the state of the current global order, which is not attributed in IRT. Under this, issues of race and empire are missing from mainstream theories despite the presence of post-colonial and post-structural studies. It needs to be understood that the non-West or the Global South are able to build their own understandings of IRT based on their histories and social theories. 158. Eurocentrism and Benabdullah and others write how mainstream IRT also interprets history in the perspectives from the global wrong way. Majority of the global events are told from a Western perspective. South. And thus the voices of the colonized and oppressed go missing, which leads to a different basis for theorizing. They give an example of how realist scholarship writing on the Cold War refer to it as a period of relative stability, as no major war was fought between the two superpowers, the US and the USSR. However, if one looks at the same period through a Global South lens, one sees a world full of proxy wars and human suffering where both superpowers intervened in conflicts to support their interests or damage those of the other. It is therefore important to incorporate non-Western actors and non-Western thinking to explore how different actors challenge, support, and shape global and regional orders. There is a need to constantly question the mainstream theories in the context of post-colonial states and theorize the role of emerging economies and the other Global South states in shaping international institutions and global governance. IRT at present should adapt to absorb the Global South perspectives. The universal/global assumption of IRT is also seen to be reflected in policies that shape international politics. An important way through which this is seen to be happening is through assumptions that originate in Western modes of thinking. An example of this is seen in the context of development, a word that has the power to dictate national and international policies and attract vast sums of money. One of the ways through which Western notions of development and economic progress gets imposed in the non-West is through the United Nations Millennium Development Goals and their successors, the Sustainable Development Goals. These global initiatives are based on an understanding of development that sees many countries in the Global South as not having achieved the economic progress of the North. They involve targets that every country in the world agreed to strive towards and to fund. Under this, there is an imposition of Western values and understandings regarding development and progress in the non-West. There have been strong challenges towards this Western understanding of development as an organizing principle in international politics. This is seen to be emerging from the dependency theory, which is a major contribution from Latin American scholars in IRT. It emphasizes that underdevelopment and poverty are the results of political, economic, and cultural influences exerted on the Global South from outside. The relationship between the Global South and Global North is termed as exploitative and unfair. This is due to the ways the Global South has been incorporated into the world economic system through capitalist development, which has exploited human and material resources and disrupted indigenous modes of production. Benabdullah and others write how dependency theory analyses how the underdevelopment of many states in the Global South is a direct result of the policies, interventions, and unfair trading practices of states from the North. The current economic relations between the Global South and Global North will not help the South to develop at all. Instead, the Global South will be poorer than the North. The dependency theorists stress on the need for a complete restructuring of the entire international economic system to deliver economic justice for the world's poor. One sees a continuation of colonization in the Global South, which is termed as neocolonialism. Scholars have stated that in the final years of formal colonialism, the departing colonial powers brought a set of new policies and programs that led to the establishment of domination over Global South economies. 159. Theoretical perspectives. Some of the policies that were imposed on the Global South were the production of cash crops for export, dependence on foreign financial assistance, and the entrenchment of private capital, both domestic and foreign, as the engine of growth and development. North-South trade agreements and the policies of international organizations such as the World Trade Organization (WTO) are seen to be protecting the interests of the Global North despite repeated calls from the Global South for a fairer deal in global trade relations. International institutions, according to bin Abdullah and others, have served to privilege developed states in trade relationships and to disadvantage the former developing colonies. The global north views these policies as an instrument of helping the underdeveloped countries. However, the perspective from the global south is that these policies are a new type of colonial domination, as there is a continuation of unequal and exploitative north-south relationships. Check your progress exercise 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips to your answer. 1. How do international organizations such as the WTO and the IMF favor the global north? 11.6 IRT from the global south. Amitabh Acharya and Barry Busen write about how non-Western contributions in IRT are seen to be not meeting the criteria of hard theory. They have been placed in the softer conceptions, focusing on the ideas and beliefs from classical and contemporary periods. According to them, these can be divided into 4 major types of work. The first is similar to the Western international theory's focus on key figures such as Thucydides, Thomas Hobbes, Machiavelli, Kant, etc., whereby there are Asian classical traditions and the thinking of classical religious, political and military figures such as Sun Tzu, Confucius, and Kautilya, on all of which some secondary political theory type literature exists. They state how some attempts to derive an understanding from these thinkers are present but have been rare. An example of this can be the Confucian thought and ideas of communitarianism that were frequently cited as an example of an Asian perspective, which was termed as an alternative to Western individualized liberal values. It was also presented as the alternative conceptualization of an East Asian international order which could challenge the hegemonic ambition of the global north. Also, Acharya and Busen write about how in India the Vedic ideas about strategy and politics have been raised as the justification of India's acquisition of nuclear weapons. Even Kautilya's work, Arthashastra, can be a good example of understanding the presence of strong IRT from the global south. He has elaborated on the ways 160. Eurocentrism and through which a kingdom can preserve its sovereignty. Termed as the perspectives from the global Rajamandala, it describes the different ways through which a state can interact south with neighboring states with an aim of increasing its power and authority. The Arthashastra is a text that can be termed as India's contribution to strategic thinking. Hence, Kautilya's Arthashastra is an important example of the presence of non-Western IR thinking that falls under the category of classical realism. The second category of work, as according to Acharya and Busen, relates to the thinking and foreign policy approaches of Asian and non-Western leaders such as Nehru, Mao, Aung San of Myanmar, Jose Rizal of the Philippines, and Sukarno of Indonesia. However, it needs to be stressed that their thinking may be sourced to training in the West or training in Western texts at home. Still, they came up with ideas and approaches independent of Western intellectual traditions. An example of this is the idea of non-alignment developed by Nehru and fellow Asian and African leaders in the 1950s, which was partially adopted from concepts of neutralism in the West but was in many respects an independent concept. Nehru also promoted the idea of non-exclusionary regionalism as opposed to military blocs based on the classic European balance of power model. Aung San's ideas offered something that can be regarded as a liberal internationalist vision of international relations, stressing independence and multilateralism rather than isolationism that came to characterize Myanmar's foreign policy under military rule. He rejected regional blocs that practiced discrimination, such as economic blocs and preferences. In the 1960s, Sukarno developed and propagated some ideas about the international order, such as old established forces and new emerging forces, which drew upon his nationalist background as well as his quest for international leadership. There is also Mao Zedong's Three Worlds theory and his ideas about war and strategy. There is a need to give importance to the theoretical significance of these ideas, especially from Asia's nationalist leaders. In this, Acharya and Busen give special importance to the case of Jawaharlal Nehru, as he was recognized both within India and in the world as a thinker in his own right rather than simply as a political strategist. His views shaped the initial foreign policy beliefs and approaches of several Asian nations. In his writings, Nehru is seen to be critical of the Western realist approaches that stressed on power politics. Independent India's first Prime Minister saw Western realist understandings as being a continuation of the old traditions of European power politics. He believed that the current state of affairs, which had the presence of the global South, was not given any importance. For Nehru, some of the realist solutions to the world's problem ignored new forces sweeping the world that included the economic and military decline of the West after the Second World War, as well as the upsurge of nationalism and demands for freedom in the former colonies. He writes how realism was divorced from the reality of the larger world. IRT is seen to be ignoring Nehru's thinking and contributions to global politics, which smacks of an ethnocentric understanding in international relations. His writings on post-war Asian unity, which he saw in the form of restoration of cultural and commercial links across Asia, was inevitable. He organized the Asian Relations Conferences of 1947 and 1949, the latter being organized to create international pressure on the Dutch to grant independence to Indonesia. As elaborated by Acharya and Buzan, Nehru was seen to be taking a realistic view of the contradictions and dangers present among the newly independent nations in the 1950s, as there were still strong threats from Western domination. 161. Theoretical perspectives. The third form of work in non-Western IRT are non-Westerners who have used Western theories in analyzing local contexts. Acharya and Buzan, however, write that considering their work as part of the development of non-Western IRT may be problematic. The problem relates to the fact that most scholars have received their training in the West and have spent a considerable part of their working life in Western institutions. Hence, can they be regarded as truly local scholars and their work truly indigenous contributions to non-Western IRT? The answer to this query led to many debates and has not provided a clear answer. The fourth form of work on IRT related to the non-West and specifically to Asia studies Asian events and experiences and develops concepts that can be used as tools of analysis of more general patterns in international relations, which locates the global South within the larger international system and compares it with the rest of the world. Under this, Acharya and Buzan cite the works of Benedict Anderson's Imagined Communities and James Scott's Everyday Forms of Resistance, which have inspired scholars of comparative politics as well as international relations. Another example given by them is Edmund Leach's Political Systems of Highland Burma, 1954, that is used to analyze fluid notions of ethnic identity in Southeast Asia and beyond. These academic writings are seen to be looking at events and processes from a non-Western perspective. It captures the distinctive patterns and experiences from the global South, giving them much autonomy and the needed agency to these voices. It is however mentioned by Acharya and Buzan that non-Western IRT is rather limited, as in most cases the non-Western scholars are seen to be testing Western IRT on an Asian or regional setting. Thus, they emphasize on the need to explore how local knowledge can be turned into definitive frameworks for analyzing global processes. Yet such forms of academic efforts are seen to be a mode through which the West is seen to be co-opting the non-West. A form of indigenous theory from the global South that has played a prominent role in contributing to IRT are subaltern studies. The works of Homi Bhabha on subaltern studies and Arjun Appadurai on globalization are seen to be rebelling against Orientalism and Western dominance. Postcolonialism is seen as attempting to dismantle relativism and binary distinctions as seen in the form of center and periphery, first world, third world, and north-south. However, as Ijaz Ahmad writes, postcolonialism is seen to be not producing fresh knowledge about the third world. Instead, it restructures existing bodies of knowledge into the post-structuralist paradigm. It then occupies sites of cultural production outside of Euro-American zones by globalizing concerns and orientations originating at the central sites of Euro-American cultural production. Hence, non-Western attempts are seen to be heavily influenced by the West. This is due to the non-Western attempts basically framed within the cultural discourses originating from the West. 11.7 Limitations and Problems with IRT from the Global South. A number of limitations and problems are seen in the creation and analysis of IRT from the Global South. Siba Grovogi writes that one of the main problems with IRT from the Global South is that it does not have a central structure, no central command, and no appointed spokesperson. It has multiple custodians, all of them self-selected, which is also a result of a lack of a coherent historical. 162. Eurocentrism and identity and conjoined agendas. As mentioned earlier, the IRT from the global perspectives from the global South in many cases is seen to be taking ideas and discourses from the West in South, their understanding of reality. Also, much of the countries in the global South are nation-states, having adopted the Western models of governance and state-building. Hence, they are seen to be functioning on the same lines as states in the West. Mainstream IRT emerging from Western societies largely seek rational explanations for states' interactions. On similar lines, interactions between states in the global South are studied from a relational perspective. Abdullah and others have provided the example of China and its interactions with various African states. Presently, China is the largest trading partner of Africa and both countries' economies are mutually interdependent. However, this relationship is one of imbalance where African states are seen to be importing more from China than they export to China. China's development model, the Beijing Consensus, differs from the neoliberal model of development advocated by the IMF and other Western organizations, the Washington Consensus. The Washington Consensus' emphasis on liberalization and minimizing the role of the state in the market has been denounced by many African leaders as neocolonial and exploitative. By contrast, the Beijing Consensus, with its principle of non-interference, has presented an attractive alternative to some African countries. Furthermore, they write that China is seen to be benefiting from its developmental role in African states, enhancing cultural dialogue and cultivating networks through people-to-people exchanges. Through the Confucian Institutes across Africa showcasing Chinese language and culture, the Chinese government is seen to be sponsoring thousands for training in various fields. It is part of constructing a shared identity based on future aspirations and trajectories that will lift citizens out of poverty. However, this model adopted by China in Africa and in some Latin American countries is a topic of much debate. The debates have become stronger with the imposition of the Belt and Road Initiative (BRI), which is seen as China's response to Western globalization. The main argument is how much of these initiatives from the Global South are different from the Global North. Whether these new spaces of thinking in the Global South are completely new, pathbreaking, and can be understood as non-Western IRT is an issue up for debate and discussion. Still, in recent years a lot has been done to highlight the important contributions that actors from the Global South make and have always made to IRT. International relations has come a long way in incorporating aspects, actors, and concepts that represent the world more widely. This has emerged with the dynamics of the international system also changing with the rise of new economic powers such as India, China, Brazil, Turkey, South Africa, and others. Hence, IRT has to take into consideration the perspectives of these new powers in the Global South. Check your progress exercise 4. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips to your answer. 1. What are the obstacles to the production of knowledge from the Global South? 163. Theoretical perspectives. 11.8 Let us sum up. IRT as a discipline is highly Eurocentric due to its emergence from experiences of Western countries. However, it assumes a universal position and imposes itself in the non-Western world. Thus, it is a deeply hegemonic act leading to a process where the values and norms of the West are implemented in the non-West. This happens through colonialism and cultural imperialism where the ideas of the West are rational, scientific, and normal. The non-Western ideas are dubbed as traditional, religious, and unscientific. The various interactions among states are defined in lines of the interaction that had happened in Europe among the European states. Eurocentrism turns the West into the center of modernity and power. The unit gives an example of how this is seen in the context of development and progress. Through international organizations such as the IMF, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, which are seen to be imposing the Western sanctions and policies on the non-West. The model of state building in the West is in the form of the Westphalian nation-state, which has its origins in Europe. There has been an export of the same model throughout the world with ideas of state interactions such as realism, liberalism, or Marxism emerging from knowledge traditions in the West. Even the criticisms against the Western IRT are coming from Western social, political theories. In response to these, the unit looked into the so-called perspectives from the Global South, which has remained scattered and somewhat incoherent. Still, in conclusion, there is a steady rise in voices from the Global South which is highly important as it is needed to bring about notions of equity and justice in IRT. 11.9 References. Acharya, Amitabha and Barry Busan. 2010. Non-Western International Relations Theory, Perspectives on and Beyond Asia. London. Routledge. Abdullah, Lena, Carlos Murillo Zamora and Victor Adechila. 2017. Global South Perspectives on International Relations Theory. 11/19/ Global South Perspectives on International Relations Theory / Burkill, Scott and Andrew Linklater. 2005. Theories of International Relations. New York. Palgrave Macmillan. Grovogu, Seba. 2011. A Revolution Nonetheless, The Global South in International Relations. The Global South. 175-190. Patel Sujata. 2015. Beyond Divisions and Towards Internationalism, Social Sciences in the 21st Century in Carol Johnson, Vera Mackey, and Tessa Morris Suzuki, eds. The Social Sciences in the Asian Century. Australia. Australia National University Press. Said Edward. 1979. Orientalism. London. Routledge. 164. 165. Eurocentrism and Perspectives from the Global South. 11.10 Answers to check your progress exercises. Check your progress exercise 1. Your answer should highlight the following points. IRT as the study of nation-states emerged from the West, and 2. It takes the form of a universal narrative. Check your progress exercise 2. Your answer should highlight the following points. It should look into ideas of evolutionism and progress, and 2. The criticisms emerging from Western political, social theories. Check your progress exercise 3. Your answer should highlight the following points. The work of the dependency theorists is an important step in understanding how international organizations are seen to be exploitative of the non-West. Check your progress exercise 4. Your answer should highlight the following points. Criticisms to Western IRT is seen to be influenced by social and political realities of the West, which gets translated in the formation of knowledge from the global South. Block 4. Contemporary international relations. Studying international. Contemporary international relations. Relations. Block 4 discusses major themes in contemporary IR. These are Cold War and its different phases, anti-colonial movements and decolonization, end of Cold War and the emergence of global order/disorder, and finally, the changing nature of the UN system. Historians continue to debate the genesis of Cold War, including the period when it started. Nevertheless, the end of Second World War saw US and its allies on one hand and Soviet Union on the other hand engaged in a tense competition to carve out spheres of influence in Europe and elsewhere, particularly in Asia. In the name of ideological rivalry, whether socialism delivers justice or whether capitalism delivers prosperity, Cold War was marked by bloc politics, arms race, proxy wars, and satellite regimes. The two sides were so heavily armed that there emerged concepts like balance of terror and mutually assured destruction, MAD. Cold War went through different phases of highs and lows. It was a period of tension and subdued hostility. Many crises occurred from the 1940s to the early 1990s, which had the potential of direct confrontation between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. The major crises that dominated international relations were the Cuban Missile Crisis, Vietnam, Hungary, the Berlin Wall, and Korea crisis. No denying, the Cold War helped shape modern world history. On a positive note, one can say that it provided massive opportunities for political, economic, and social development of the nations. Modern world history would be different if not for the occurrence of the Cold War. The collapse of the USSR and its communist system provided considerable changes in foreign policies of many countries, including the United States. As the 1990s began, the Cold War was finally over and the United States was the sole remaining superpower. But hopes for a safer, more peaceful world would be dashed as regional conflicts and global problems challenged the American foreign policy establishment to chart a new course for the United States. As unipolarity dawned, US in a mood of triumphalism thought of remaking the world after its own image, and that meant interventions of different types with or without UN approval. Decolonization is the defining feature of the second half of the 20th century. Legacies of colonialism continue to shape and impede the prospects of development and freedom in the erstwhile colonies in Africa, Asia, and the Latin American Caribbean region. What is decolonization? In the international relations and global history, distinctions are often drawn between empire, a political and economic structure, imperialism, the practice of creating such structures, as well as ideological and cultural justifications for them, colonization, the actual settlement and peopling of territories, and colonialism, advocating and supporting such settlement and domination of the local people and culture. Decolonization, however, is a concept that encompasses actions and processes that counteract, reverse, or terminate all of these phenomena. Formal independence, the achievement of sovereign nation-statehood by a previously colonized territory, is the most common understanding of what decolonization entails. The most enduring outcome of decolonization is that it, 168, understanding international, brought the concept of empires as constituting international system to an end, relations, and very successfully substituted empires with nation-states. As empires declined, scores of old and new nation-states were ready to assume membership of the international system. The international system that emerged in 1945 was thus normatively very different from all others which had preceded it. It is amazing to see the evolution of the idea of nation and nation-state gain universality through decolonization. Very diverse pluralities of tribal, ethnic, racial, linguistic, and religious types gelled together under the banner of a nation and, through decolonization, sought to have a state of their own which would work to realize and advance the goals of nationhood. Nationhood was the goal of anti-colonial movements. State was the tool to translate the dream of nation into reality. Hence, anti-colonial movements desired a lot to gain control of the colonial state. The events that occurred during 1989 to 92 in Soviet Russia, East and West Germany, East Europe, and Yugoslavia are considered to be the end of the Cold War. Subsequently, it led to the emergence of the New World Order/disorder. The New Order/disorder that emerged has been interpreted variedly by various experts. It is still unfolding and therefore its interpretations also continue to accumulate. For Francis Fukuyama, end of Cold War meant the onset of end of history. Capitalism and liberal democracy have triumphed. Nothing new shall replace them. Walter Russell Mead and others saw the rise of economic regionalism. Their three-block geo-economic model saw the rise of three regional economic poles centered in the US-led North America, Europe as a single union, and a Japanese-led Southeast Asia. There was no answer to the question whether regionalization is building block or stumbling block for globalization. Realists saw in the end of Cold War a return to a revitalized balance of power. The world has returned to being multipolar and, therefore, peace and stability rest on balance of power among the four major powers: US, Europe, Russia, and China. Samuel Huntington saw the clash of civilizations coming. The end of Cold War means reactivation of cultural fault lines among world's leading civilizations, particularly between Islam and the West. Then, of course, there was the thesis of US unipolar moment, which it was hoped would last several decades. There is sort of a predicament to global governance which is most evident in the functioning of the UN system. The UN remains indispensable to maintain international peace and security, though it is found wanting on many occasions when events overtake UN's capability. There have been instances of genocides and brutal foreign interventions with UN watching events unfold helplessly. How to reform the UN is a key question on the global agenda for the last almost 25 years. There is a felt need to enhance its capability and effectiveness besides to enhance its representative character. But how to go about reforming the UN? The issues get embroiled in power politics. 169. Contemporary international relations. 171. Cold War, different phases. Unit 12 Cold War, different phases *. Structure 12.0 Objectives 12.1 Introduction 12.2 The beginning of Cold War 1.2.2.1 The Korean War 12.3 Second phase of the Cold War 1.2.3.1 The Berlin Crisis 1.2.3.2 Cuban Missile Crisis 1.2.3.3 Suez Crisis 12.4 Third phase Détente 1.2.4.1 The Cold War and Arms Race 12.5 Collapse of détente and reemergence of Cold War hostilities 12.6 The end of the Cold War 12.7 Let us sum up 12.8 References 12.9 Answers to check your progress exercises 12.0 Objectives. It is impossible to understand contemporary international politics without first understanding the dynamics of the Cold War and the legacy it left behind. This unit will introduce you to all the crucial events of the Cold War and its different phases. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the defining features of the Cold War, distinguish different phases of the Cold War, identify major events and developments during each phase of the war, and explain the impact of the Cold War on world politics. 12.1 Introduction. From the dying embers of the Second World War rose the Cold War. Even before World War II had reached its conclusion, the foundations of a new hostility were laid. These hostilities took the form of a major ideological rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, which was reflected in a major arms race between the two superpowers. These weapons, however, were never employed against each other directly. This intense rivalry could also be witnessed in the attempts by these two superpowers to meddle in the affairs of other countries to check the other's influence while increasing their own. However, the war can be considered cold only in the limited sense that it never took the form of another ghastly world war, or that the two superpowers never directly faced each other on the battlefield. For all other purposes, the world at large remained embroiled in complications resulting from the intense Soviet-American rivalry and their thirst for global domination. The term Cold War was first used by the British. Dr. Sanchi Rai, independent researcher, currently associated with New York University, Abu Dhabi. Contemporary international. Writer George Orwell in 1945 and has since been used to describe the undeclared relations. State of war that had existed between United and Soviet Union since the end of World War II, Westad, 2010, p. 12.2 The beginning of the Cold War. The exact date of the start of the Cold War cannot be ascertained the way one would pinpoint the commencement date of conventional war. For example, the Second World War started on September 1, 1939. Instead, the origins of the Cold War can be seen in the pattern of interactions between the Western powers and the Soviet Union, which roughly began in 1945. The end of World War II saw major shifts in international politics. From being multipolar, the world became bipolar. This essentially meant that before the World War, there were many powerful countries which were capable of extending their influence beyond their borders. For example, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, France, United States, etc. The Second World War, however, brought with it a decisive wave of decolonization around the globe which heralded the end of formal empires. Britain and France, in particular, were spent forces after the war and could no longer claim a superpower status. Their severely depleted material resources forced them to now primarily look after their affairs first, instead of influencing the course of world events. The power vacuum left by colonialism was filled by the dynamics of the Cold War. In this new phase, neither the USA nor the Soviet Union occupied or created colonies in the way the European powers had done. However, they did try and create their respective zones of influence that would ensure their security by primarily checking the influence of the other. This behavioral pattern was first witnessed in Europe during the war, at the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, where the Western Allies and the Soviet Union divided Europe into their respective spheres of influence. Under this arrangement, most of Eastern Europe came under formal Soviet influence and most of Western Europe was under American influence by extension. Similarly, Germany was divided into East and West Germany, and the German capital of Berlin was also similarly divided. USSR, however, was not completely happy with the division of Berlin, which was deep in the territory under Soviet influence. In 1948, it put a blockade on the ground between Western Germany and Berlin. This was known as the Berlin Blockade and lasted for about a year, during which the Western Allies airlifted supplies to West Berlin to curtail Soviet expansion. This blockade was one of the first major confrontations of the Cold War. To rebuild Europe after the massive destruction wrought by the Second World War, the United States embarked on a massive mission under the Marshall Plan to pump in money and resources in order to rebuild infrastructure in Europe. In 1949, it also signed a pact with prominent Western European nations called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. This was a significant move and would remain a major feature of the Cold War for decades to come. It is vital to understand the importance of this alliance. This treaty formally committed the United States to ensure the security of its Western allies. Henceforth, if any country were to declare war on a NATO signatory, the US was bound to treat it as an act of hostility against itself as well and jump into the war. In essence, NATO ensured that Western Europe remained under the security umbrella of the United States. 172. Cold War, different phases. A similar treaty was signed by the USSR with its allies in 1955, known as the Warsaw Pact. This essentially meant that for decades the world again stood at the brink of another deadly world war, this time under the shadow of nuclear weapons. During 1945 and 1953, which is generally considered the onset of the Cold War, there were instances of conflict and tensions that saw the USSR and USA involved in conflict, although never directly. Two significant instances in this phase were the Berlin Blockade, explained earlier, and the Korean War. Since the end of the Second World War, the United States had officially followed a policy of containment, i.e., containing the spread of communism. It was primarily propagated by U.S. President Truman and generally known by the name of the Truman Doctrine. This doctrine resulted from the perception that Soviet actions towards the end of World War II were aimed at spreading their ideology around the world. The creation of an Eastern European buffer zone between Western Europe and Soviet Russia fueled Western suspicions that the Soviet objective went beyond merely a benign attempt to secure their country from future aggressions. This zone comprised of territories that were either formally a part of the Soviet Union or had governments which had ideological ties with the Soviet Union. The Korean War reflected the clash of these two strategies. 12.2.1 The Korean War. Under the leadership of Mao Zedong, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, had seized control of China in 1949 after a prolonged civil war. At the same time, tensions were growing in neighboring Korea between its Communist Party and non-communist forces. Both these forces wanted control of the entire Korean peninsula. Guided by their strategic interest and the dynamics of the Cold War, both the USA and the USSR supported different sides. Negotiations didn't yield any results, and in 1950, with the approval of the USSR, North Korean forces crossed the 38 parallel and attacked South Korea. USSR initially gave orders to China to send its forces to reinforce the war effort of the regime in North Korea while choosing to not send the Red Army there directly. Mao at that juncture was eager to please Stalin, who was the undoubted head of communist regimes around the world. USSR wasn't very sure of Chinese loyalty and of its commitment to supporting communist revolutions in other countries, hence, Stalin decided to test the Chinese resolve by instructing them to send their forces into North Korea. Mao Zedong obliged, and at this crucial juncture, Chinese troops overturned the advances of UN troops led by the USA. This now meant that a war that everyone thought would be over in under a month stretched to over 3 years, claiming millions of lives. Eventually, with Stalin's death in 1953, the opportunity presented itself for the hostilities to end, and both forces withdrew to either side of the 38 parallel, which became the official border between North and South Korea. Westad 2017. The war demonstrated how a conflict in this new phase of global history would look, with the two superpowers being directly or indirectly involved. This also solidified the military alliances of the two blocs and precipitated an arms race that the world is still trying to control. 173. Contemporary International. 12.3 Second phase of the Cold War. Stalin, the man who led Soviet Russia from the Second World War into the Cold War, died in 1953. He was succeeded by Nikita Khrushchev, and with that began the second phase of the Cold War, marked by many crises, some of them quite grave, like the Berlin Crisis in 1961 and the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. 12.3.1 The Berlin Crisis. As Kennedy became the 35th President of the United States of America in January 1961, he was confronted with a major challenge in the form of the Berlin Crisis of 1961. After the Second World War, Berlin had been divided between the victors of the war into zones of influence. West Berlin, like West Germany, was to remain within the western sphere of influence, and the eastern half of Germany, as well as the city of Berlin, was to remain within the Soviet sphere. This separation was seen as critical to maintaining the delicate balance of power in Europe. However, as time passed, West Germany developed economically at a higher pace compared to its eastern counterpart. This resulted in a situation where many people staying in eastern Berlin preferred to work in the western part of the city as they were getting higher wages. Besides being humiliating for Soviet rule, this also resulted in East Berlin losing skilled labor to West Berlin. Officials in East Berlin knew that the issue would not be solved merely by increasing the wages of workers in East Berlin, since the Soviet market did not offer consumer goods at levels adequate to satisfy that kind of purchasing power. Wanting to do something about this situation yet not wanting to provoke it to the point of war, Khrushchev resorted to building a wall in Germany and putting a concrete line between the zones of influence. Overnight, the lives of people changed, families were split, neighborhoods were split, and at times even the streets were split, with houses with their doors sealed by the wall being on one side and the street on the other. People were not allowed to cross from one side to another. Those who attempted it were either punished or shot. As glaring a human rights violation as it was, it did not fundamentally alter the balance of power in Germany, and hence the Western Allies could not do much about it, short of opening hostilities and declaring a war. Since that would have been too extreme a step, Kennedy essentially left the wall standing, much to the anguish of his other Western allies. The wall was erected on August 13, 1961, and remained an enduring symbol of Cold War politics for nearly 30 years. Consequently, the most lasting image of the end of the Cold War is the breaking of the Berlin Wall in 1989, Wested 2017. 12.3.2 Cuban Missile Crisis. A pressing problem which came very close to triggering a nuclear war was the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. The United States had very bad relations with Cuba, a state just 90 miles from the coast of Florida, and its communist government under Fidel Castro. Khrushchev had pledged support to protect Castro's regime from repeated American harassment. However, his options for doing so were limited, considering how close Cuba is to the U.S. mainland. He resorted to a radical step that he thought might show the Americans the extent he would go to fulfill his resolve and protect an ally. Between July and October 1962, the Soviets built multiple missile sites in Cuba with both defensive and 174. Cold War, different phases. Offensive capabilities. This was extremely dangerous, and any wrong move by any leader could have plunged the world into a world war, which would now have meant a nuclear war. Through sheer tact and diplomacy, over a span of 13 days, the crisis was brought to an agreeable end, with the Soviets withdrawing their missiles from Cuba. The USA agreed to not invade Cuba and also removed its missiles from Turkey, which could have been employed against the USSR. Khrushchev was eager to avoid a nuclear war and accepted these terms, dissipating the immediate tensions. Hershberg 2010. This phase had many active conflicts which can be looked at as setting the tone of the Cold War. The Korean War had shown what it would mean for external powers to get involved in the internal crisis of a state, and it didn't paint a pretty picture. A similar situation would later be seen in Vietnam too. One crisis, however, that was slightly different in its scope at the beginning of the Cold War was the Suez Crisis. 12.3.3 Suez Crisis. Egypt under President Nasser had nationalized the Suez Canal, which was previously primarily owned by Britain and France. It was a crucial and strategic waterway, ensuring short and safe passage for their naval and merchant ships. This overnight nationalization was a big jolt to Britain and France, and they planned a military solution. Under this plan, Israel attacked Egypt in the Sinai Peninsula, and the British and French forces followed. There was one fatal flaw in the plan: Britain didn't inform the Americans, who were furious. 2010. This became a source of considerable tension in the British-American alliance. Under American and Soviet pressure, Britain, Israel, and France had to end hostilities. Britain learned the hard way that Cold War dynamics were here to stay, and it could no longer afford to unilaterally call the shots in the world anymore. This second phase of the war also coincided with a very important change in world politics: the massive wave of decolonization in Asia and Africa. Although the Cold War did not trigger this process, it nevertheless complicated it. We will be discussing this aspect in detail in the next unit. Check your progress. 1. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the 38th parallel in Korea? 175. Contemporary International. 2. What was the defining feature of the Berlin Crisis of 1961? Relations. 3. What was the core basis of rivalry in the Cold War? 12.4 Third phase, détente. As the 1960s ended, a major shift in Cold War patterns could be observed. This is often described by the French word détente, which means releasing stress or tension and is used to denote a thaw in tensions between hostile nations. The détente between USSR and USA also had a French connection. In the 1960s, intending to reduce American influence in Europe, Charles de Gaulle pushed for the greater integration of Europe. The economic strength and stability of West Germany and France laid the foundations of the European Economic Community, EC. The French president began to actively reach out to Eastern European nations to forge a broader European identity. The French president began to actively reach out to Eastern European nations. The French president began to actively reach out to Eastern European nations to forge a broader European identity. Détente, or a period of reduced tension. Détente, or a period of reduced tensions between the US and USSR, was crucial to this effort. During the 1965 elections in West Germany, Willy Brandt, the head of the Social Democratic Party, also called for building bridges with Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union. He put some of these views into action as foreign minister in 1966. In 1969, Brandt became head of the government and continued this effort through a policy that he called Ostpolitik. Brandt knew that a credible détente could not be managed without engaging the Soviet Union, so he openly negotiated with the Soviet leader, Leonid Brezhnev. Willy Brandt could afford to do so without seeming treacherous because the USA under President Nixon was embarking on a similar mission of détente with the Soviets. Nixon was eager to disengage the US from Indochina, and to do so he knew that he had to approach China and the USSR, and not just by negotiating with Vietnamese factions in Hanoi, Hanhamaki, 2010. A key feature of this phase was the increase in tensions between the USSR and the PRC and a corresponding improvement in relations between the USA and PRC. The trajectory of the changes in these relations is very interesting. As shown earlier, the phase immediately after the Korean War had seen an increased 176. Cold War, different phases. Closeness between China and the Soviet Union. Mao Zedong had passed the test of commitment that Stalin had set for him. The period after the Korean War saw increased Soviet support for the post-war rebuilding effort in China, both economic and military, Zhang, 2010. This was not to last long, and by 1969 relations between the two countries had deteriorated to the point of border skirmishes and hostilities. China's internal problems, compounded by Mao's Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, considerably affected its diplomatic relations with other Asian and African nations, to the point where it could have become a serious liability for the USSR. The breakdown of Sino-Soviet relations presented the Americans with an opportunity to improve relations with the PRC, and so it was that President Nixon and Henry Kissinger began to engineer a rapprochement, Radchenko, 2010. Another major change was noticed in a deliberate attempt by the two superpowers to lessen tensions between them. Both sides recognized the dangers of an uncontrolled arms race and the spread of nuclear weapons across the world. There were formal efforts towards this objective, and in 1968 these efforts bore fruit in the form of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, or NPT. 2.4.1 The Cold War and Arms Race. The trajectory of the Cold War is intricately linked with the simultaneous and inevitable onset of an arms race and in particular the spread of nuclear weapons. With the dropping of the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, the nuclear age had begun. To ensure their security, states had to either build a capacity for nuclear weapons or have credible military alliances with states that had this capacity. The insecurity generated by the Cold War rivalry provided the perfect setting for states to spur each other towards a deadly arms race. Each side wanted to create better and deadlier weapons than the other. Weapon stockpiles, especially with the two superpowers, increased massively. This massive increase in nuclear weapons at one level created panic at the possibility of immense destruction that these weapons could have caused. At another level, many policymakers felt that fear of such destruction also leads to the tempering of rash behavior of states. This might have led to cautious behavior from states to avoid nuclear destruction and has created what some analysts call the long peace. Gavin, 2010, p. 395. Nuclear weapons were a tool to provide credible deterrence, as well as help in providing a counterweight to conventional military might. This was especially true in the initial phase of the war, where the US depended on nuclear weapons to counter the Soviet Union's superior conventional military might in Europe. It was a necessity, from the American point of view, to ensure the security of its NATO allies in Europe. Contrary to American expectations, the nuclear monopoly that it enjoyed in Europe soon ended with the Soviet Union conducting its nuclear tests in August 1949. This now paved the way for a nuclear arms race that would threaten the security of the whole world. Westad, 2017. The intensity with which the Cold War was waged was directly reflected in the increase or decrease in the arms buildup. A decrease in tensions was often accompanied by a mutual pledge of non-proliferation of nuclear weapons or a self-imposed restraint on arms production. 177. Contemporary International. 12.5 Calpace of détente and reemergence of Cold War hostilities. As discussed, from the late 1960s till around the mid-1970s, the world was witnessing a relatively calmer period of the Cold War, known as the détente. Optimists believed that this would slowly lead to the building of confidence between the two sides and eventually might even end the Cold War. The skeptics largely believed that the Cold War was here to stay, but had been transformed into a firmly entrenched bipolar system, where the two superpowers would continue to influence their part of the world, albeit in a less confrontational manner. Not everyone was happy with the détente status quo, especially in America, and internal pressure built on the American government to do something decisive about the reported human rights violations in the Eastern Bloc. Many Americans also started feeling that the U.S. had become content with taking second place in the world, and they felt this did not align well with the country's security interests. International events further perpetuated this belief. With the promise of support from Moscow, the North Vietnam government in Hanoi attacked South Vietnam in December 1974, Lojval, 2010. America had already cut aid to South Vietnam by half and was not looking forward to rejoining the war, either. The remaining American forces were hurriedly evacuated from Saigon, and Vietnam was united under the North Vietnam leadership. A communist government was set up, Westad, 2017. The spread of communism in Indochina, and its barbarity, was further highlighted by the situation in Cambodia. Here, a fanatical group of communists under Pol Pot took control of Cambodia after the collapse of the US-backed government there. To rid the country of external influence, Pol Pot went on to purge nearly 2.5 million people in Cambodia, including minorities from China and Vietnam, Westad, 2017. The Carter presidency had to deal with many such crises, in countries ranging from Angola to Iran. However, the final blow to détente came in the form of the Afghanistan situation. The Soviets militarily intervened in Afghanistan to defend the communist regime in Kabul from factions that wanted a more Islamist government. This was viewed by the USA as a direct challenge to its power in Asia, and more specifically their oil interests. Carter government then imposed all sorts of bans on cultural, economic, and trade relations with USSR, and the West even boycotted the Moscow Olympics. The military budget was again increased to the highest levels that peacetime USA had seen. With this, détente was officially buried in the sands of time, and the sense of hostility and mistrust between the two sides increased. Carter also lost the next U.S. presidential election to Ronald Reagan, who now promised to restore America's lost prestige in the world, Fisher, 2010. Whether Reagan had any concrete solutions to the problem or not is a different story. However, his rhetoric of restoring American greatness was received with some panic and paranoia in Moscow, which took it as a sign that America might be signaling the start of another world war. 178. Cold War, different phases. 12.6 The end of the Cold War. A return to the Cold War tensions, however, could not be sustained for a long time as the USSR had its troubles, many of them economic. With a fall in oil prices, their revenue was decreasing. The war in Afghanistan, which they had assumed would quickly be tackled, now dragged on, with the Americans assisting the Mujahideen in their fight with the Soviets. In Europe, the gap in economic progress between the Western and Eastern blocs was increasing rapidly. USSR and Eastern Europe often faced shortages of even the most basic consumer goods, and this, combined with the knowledge that people in Western Europe were living in much better conditions, contributed to widespread discontent. Ironically, it was during the détente period that communication between Eastern and Western blocs in Europe had increased, and consequently, the disparities were all the starker and more noticeable. Another important change was, the generations born and raised after the Second World War had no lingering memories of Hitler's Germany, and did not perceive it as a threat. Having witnessed the horrors unleashed by Hitler's Germany, many had put up with Soviet-backed regimes in the hope of being protected against any future German aggression. With this threat greatly reduced, the rationale of remaining under the Soviet umbrella sans economic security seemed an increasingly daunting prospect. Another related problem came to the fore in Poland. To find a way out of the financial crisis it was in, the government of Poland tried to borrow money. Western banks were initially eager to lend them money, thinking that Poland still had a few strong export sectors that it could rely on to pay back that debt. However, with time they realized that Polish goods were uncompetitive due to low-quality production processes, and their sales suffered. The debt crisis intensified, and the government was forced to increase prices again. A similar trend could also be seen in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. They were also increasingly disillusioned by the system in Eastern Europe when compared to Western Europe, and they increasingly began to refer to themselves as being Central Europeans who were under the occupation of Soviet culture, Westad 2017. East Germany also had a similar tale of economic stagnation and discontent to tell. To face these myriad challenges, the Soviet Union chose the 54-year-old Mikhail Gorbachev, the youngest member of its Politburo, as the general secretary of the party. Gorbachev set about reforming the Soviet Union as he saw best, but there were no easy solutions. He had to find a way of reducing defense spending without compromising on the USSR's superpower status. Hence, improving the economy was crucial, which Gorbachev now understood could not be achieved without some cooperation with the West. He did not have much hope or trust in dealing with the Americans, but he did place some hope in dealing with Western European countries. Meanwhile, Reagan was increasingly getting worried about starting a nuclear war by pushing the paranoid Russians too far. It was in this backdrop that he suggested a joint summit to address the issue of nuclear weapons. Gorbachev did not completely believe him, but went anyway to ease tensions between USSR. 179. Contemporary International. And USA, and by time to set the Soviet economy in place. Besides the issue of relations, nuclear weapons, Gorbachev also indicated to Reagan his willingness to work together to address regional conflicts, and of his plans to open up and reform the Soviet economy. It was a daunting task, with rampant sluggishness in the systems of the Soviet Union, and also its commitments in Afghanistan, which were showing no signs of abating. By 1986, Gorbachev was working on his new initiatives called perestroika, restructuring, and glasnost, openness. He wanted to fundamentally restructure the Soviet economy and hoped to increase efficiency and accountability with these approaches. He started giving more autonomy to factories to set their own goals and even sell surplus directly to consumers. Private ownership of business in some sectors was also allowed. However, it was difficult to introduce radical reforms in a society too set in its ways. As a result, what little reform was introduced did more harm than good, and the Soviet economy weakened further. Brown, 2010. His policy of glasnost, which allowed criticism of the system and the government to improve its functioning, opened the floodgates for an outpouring of frustrations that people had experienced for a long time, without the liberty to express them. Under this influence, the Soviet press started digging into the past excesses of the Soviet regime right from the Stalin era. Gorbachev felt that this outpouring of criticisms of past deeds would help him in consolidating his position for the current reforms that he was proposing. But by 1988 to 89, food shortages were rampant and political unrest was growing. In March 1989, for the first time, the USSR held elections to a new parliament. Gorbachev felt that the Cold War had reached its end and wanted to focus on restructuring the Soviet Union. However, by 1991, even this objective was being called into question, and most constituents gradually decided to break away from the Soviet Union. Pravda, 2010. Check your progress. 2. Note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is détente? Why was it important? 2. Why did détente collapse? Highlight key reasons. 180. Cold War, different phases. 3. What were some of the main reasons for the collapse of USSR? 12.7 Let US sum up. Cold War has been one of the most defining features of the 20th century. It was the result of an intense ideological rivalry between the USA and USSR. The Cold War began right after the Second World War in 1945 and continued till 1991 when the Soviet Union collapsed. The two superpowers aimed to spread their influence while checking the spread of their opponent's influence. The Cold War saw a huge buildup of nuclear and conventional weapons by both the superpowers. There was a real threat of a nuclear war, especially during the Cuban Missile Crisis. In a bid to ensure that governments sympathetic to their ideology was in place in different countries of the world, USA and USSR often got involved in different conflicts. Many of them stretched for years, like the Korean War, Vietnam War, and the war in Afghanistan. In the latter part of the 1960s, there was a period of relative easing of tensions between the two adversaries known as détente. It lasted for a few years, and then the rivalry peaked again. However, by the end of the 1980s, USSR and European countries under the Eastern Bloc were increasingly getting disillusioned with the Soviet agenda owing to large-scale economic issues. Although Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union, did try to introduce much-needed economic reforms, it was too little and too late. Eventually, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War ended with the USA remaining as the sole superpower. The effects of the Cold War still linger in world politics even today. 12.8 References. Brown, Archie. 2010. The Gorbachev Revolution and the End of the Cold War, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 3, pages 244 to 266. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Fisher, Beth A. 2010. Us Foreign Policy Under Reagan and Bush, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 3, pages 267 to 288. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Gavin Francis J. 2010. Nuclear Proliferation and Non-Proliferation During the Cold War, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pages 395 to 416. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Hanhimaki, Juicy M. 2010. Détente in Europe, 1962 to 1975, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pages 198 to 218. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 181. Contemporary International. Hershberg James G. 2010. The Cuban Missile Crisis in Melvin P. Leffler and Relations. Odd Arne Westad ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pages 65 to 87. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Little, Douglas. 2010. The Cold War in the Middle East. The Cold War in the Middle East, Suez Crisis to Camp David Accords, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pages 305 to 326. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Lojval Frederick. 2010. The Indochina Wars and the Cold War, 1945 to 1975. In Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pages 281 to 304. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Pravda Alex. 2010. The Collapse of the Soviet Union, 1990 to 1991, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 3, pages 356 to 377. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Radchenko Sergei. 2010. The Sino-Soviet Split in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 2, pp. 349 to 372. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Westad Odd Arne. 2017. The Cold War, A World History. New York. Basic Books. Westad Odd Arne. 2010. The Cold War and the International History of the 20th Century. In Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 1, pages 1 to 19. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Zhang Shuguang. 2010. The Sino-Soviet Alliance and the Cold War in Asia, 1954 to 1962, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 1, pages 353 to 375. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. 12.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. It is the latitude degree that is taken as the internationally accepted border between North and South Korea. 2. The construction of the Berlin Wall was the defining feature of the Berlin Crisis. It divided East and West Berlin and was an important symbol of the Cold War. 3. The Cold War was the result of intense ideological rivalry between the Soviet Union and the United States of America that resulted in each side influencing world events to safeguard and propagate their own ideology and establish global dominance. 182. Cold War, Different Phases. Check Your Progress 2. 1. The relative easing of active tensions and hostilities between the USA and USSR towards the end of the 1960s is known as détente. It marked the beginning of a period of European integration which eventually evolved into the European Union. It was also the period in which Sino-Soviet relations deteriorated and Sino-American relations were normalized. 2. Détente primarily collapsed because of American public opinion that perceived a decrease in American influence in the world after the Vietnam War and Soviet intervention in Afghanistan. This put pressure on the U.S. government to take a tougher stance against USSR. 3. Widespread economic disenchantment with the Soviet economic model compared to a more robust economic model of the West. In addition to this, reform measures like perestroika and glasnost propagated by Gorbachev failed, and in the absence of another drastic solution, the Soviet Union eventually collapsed. 183. 184. Contemporary international relations. Unit 13 Anti-colonial movements and decolonization *. Structure 13.0 Objectives. 13.1 Introduction. 13.1.1 Understanding anti-colonial movements in global context. 13.2 Decolonization in the backdrop of the Cold War. 13.2.1 USA and decolonization. 13.2.2 USSR and decolonization. 13.3 Effects of decolonization on world politics. 13.3.1 Redrawing borders and the creation of new states. 13.4 Anti-colonial movement and implications for foreign policy. The Indian case. 13.4.1 Colonial past and its relevance. 13.4.2 Indian National Congress and foreign relations before independence. 13.4.3 Reaching out to the world and expressing solidarity. 13.4.4 Attempts at conceptualizing India's foreign policy. 13.4.5 Non-aligned movement and one world. 13.5 Let us sum up. 13.6 References. 13.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 13.0 Objectives. As the Second World War ended, it gave rise to a new world order which was characterized by the process of decolonization. Myriad Asian and African countries that had been living under the rule of imperialist European nations were now free actors in the world. The process and implications of decolonization help one understand global politics better. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the reasons for decolonization, discuss the impact of the Cold War on the process of decolonization, identify important aspects of how newly independent nations navigated the Cold War, and explain how the anti-imperialist movement in India helps it in shaping its foreign policy eventually. 13.1 Introduction. From the 15th century onwards, large parts of Asia, Africa, and South America experienced a systematic violation of dignity and human rights. They were to become colonies for the imperialistic ambitions of European countries. In most places, this process typically started with a European country sending traders and then slowly gaining political control of the territory. The result was that Dr. Sanchi Rai, independent researcher currently associated with New York University, Abu Dhabi. Anti-colonial movements and most non-European countries were governed by European countries either directly, decolonization, or indirectly. Strong colonial empires were built by British, French, Portuguese, Dutch, and Spanish invaders. Japan was the only Asian country to become a colonizer during this phase. Broadly speaking, decolonization can be understood as the process of transferring of sovereignty from the imperial powers to their former colonies after 1945. Overall, the process of decolonization took decades to unfold completely. It was not an easy process and had myriad, often long-lasting consequences for world politics. Where this process led to the formation of the non-aligned movement on the one hand, on the other, it often resulted in long intractable conflicts and enduring rivalries. Many of these rivalries still exist, and world politics cannot be understood without first understanding them. 13.1.1 Understanding anti-colonial movements in a global context. Typically, a European empire was built by not only establishing a political hold over a country but also by maintaining a direct or indirect influence on all the strategic places in the neighborhood of that colony, to forestall any threats to the colony from their European rivals. The British and India make for a classic example. Their primary objective was to secure all land and sea routes to India to maintain a hold on their most precious colony. Every colony had its own unique experience with imperialism. However, most of these narratives were similar in their tragic experience of plunder, loot, exploitation, and misgovernance. In most countries, many local movements to gain independence from European colonizers began to take root. Bradley, 2010. However, this process was never going to be easy, given the vastly superior material might of the colonizing nations. Consequently, it often took decades to achieve independence. Most anti-colonial movements in the world gained momentum post-1919, even if in their respective countries they would have started even before 1919. Certain global events contributed to it. Woodrow Wilson's promotion of self-determination post-First World War and the setting up of the League of Nations provided a platform for many anti-colonial leaders to come to Paris in the hopes of pushing for greater autonomy. The League itself proved to be a failed enterprise for several reasons. However, this momentum of building solidarities between native leaders fighting for independence in various countries didn't abate. This was further helped by solidarities built between leaders who gravitated towards the socialist way or the path of the Bolshevik Revolution. These conferences were often organized by different communist platforms of Europe. Apart from this, there was an effort to build Pan-Asian and Pan-African solidarities based on the shared experience of trauma and oppression. These solidarities played a crucial role for decades to come. These transnational currents of anti-colonial thought deepened in the interwar years, and its unpleasant vagaries like the Great Depression, Bradley 2010, p. 468. With mass leaders M.K. Gandhi, Ho Chi Minh and Nehru to name a few giving direction to mass movements in their respective countries, this trickle of global anti-colonial resistance soon became a flood. 185. Contemporary International. 13.2 Decolonization in the backdrop of the Cold War. Irrespective of when the anti-colonial movement started in a country, it was mostly in the late 1940s and 1950s, 60s that bulk of the Asian, African, and Latin American countries gained independence. The scale of the number of such independent countries can be gauged from the fact that in 1945, the UN had 51 states as their member. By 1965, this number had jumped to 117 as the number of states that gained independence increased, Bradley, 2010, 464. As might be evident, this was the time immediately after the Second World War and at the onset of the Cold War. Hence, the process of decolonization had to also navigate the increasingly tricky waters of Cold War politics. This is not to say that the Cold War started this process, only that it added to the complexities of the decolonization process. The process of decolonization was catalyzed by major events elsewhere. Firstly, erstwhile colonizers like Britain and France were rendered catastrophically weak after fighting two gruesome world wars. The Second World War was particularly damaging in terms of the massive loss of life and overall destruction to property that it caused. The war was not only fought on battlegrounds but also in towns and cities. Waves of armies moved through densely populated urban regions either to defend them or capture them. Heavy bombardment and regular airstrikes meant that most of Europe were reduced to rubble. Everything had to be built afresh, and ensuring the security of their own country took priority. Europe was forced to look inwards. It simply did not have the material strength left to govern her colonies and fiercely stomp out the ever-increasing dissent and turmoil in their colonies. Second, two new superpowers were now calling the shots around the world: USA and USSR. They strove to increase their respective influence in the world, however, in a sharp departure from earlier trends, they often did so indirectly. Hence, they tried to have only those governments in place that would be within their security umbrella or be an alliance partner and do their bidding. However, although this was complicated in its way, it did mark a departure from previous practices of physically ruling or governing the country. Both the USA and USSR maintained strong anti-imperialistic rhetoric and often criticized Britain and France for such tendencies. The process of decolonization served their interests because it meant that more countries were now free of their traditional colonizers, and this would, in turn, offer the superpowers opportunities to increase their influence in these regions, especially regions that were strategically or economically important. Having strategically important military bases throughout the world was a major foreign policy objective for both sides. 13.2.1 USA and Decolonization. As Westad 2017 shows us, the United States of America offers a rather curious case in terms of its role and reaction with respect to decolonization. As a rule, most Americans are opposed to the concept of colonization. After all, they also won their freedom from the British and prided themselves on the importance that they gave to values like liberty, freedom, and democracy. The American opposition to communism as an ideology was also largely based on the fact that 186 anti-colonial movements and they saw communism as the antithesis of many of these values that they cherished. Decolonization. Somewhat hypocritically, USA always feared that people in the Third World might not know what's best for them and get swayed by communism. It is this fear that guided American actions to interfere in a country's internal affairs. As a result, American anti-colonial instincts were often overshadowed by their fear of communism and their desire to win the Cold War. 13.2.2 USSR and Decolonization. Westad 2017 also shows us the fascinating role that USSR played in the decolonization process. The Soviet Union was formed on the principles of fighting capitalism around the world. In this understanding, capitalism and imperialism had an intricate link as one enabled the other, and hence both had to be fought. They saw the revolution as an inevitability and set about enabling this process by organizing training institutes in the USSR for communists from all over the world. In 1921, the Communist University of the Toilers of the East was set up in Moscow. It had branches in Baku, Irkutsk, and even Tashkent. It trained a significant list of leaders, which included names like Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam and Deng Xiaoping of China, amongst others. Besides, given the rather public anti-imperialist stance advocated by the USSR, many students from Asia and Africa chose to study in Soviet universities, irrespective of whether they were communists or not. For the USSR, nurturing such a network made strategic sense and might have later helped in supporting an anti-colonial revolution which would have hit directly at the imperial centers of Europe like London and Paris. Westad 2017. Conferences like the First International Congress Against Imperialism and Colonialism, which was held in Brussels in 1927, went a long way in forging international solidarities between the leaders of various countries fighting colonialism. This conference was attended by participants from different nations of the world, including Jawaharlal Nehru, Sun Yat-sen, and Albert Einstein. Such conferences provided precious networking opportunities for many activists looking for support and ideas to fight imperialism in their respective counties. As the Cold War progressed, it could be seen that many newly independent countries were attracted towards the Soviet style of planned economies, even if they weren't communist countries, e.g. India. As the Cold War unfurled, it could be seen that many countries who had openly pledged support to the non-aligned cause still relied on Soviet help to navigate world politics, especially where the USA was involved. Again, India's closeness to the USSR without being formally aligned with it is well known. Pakistan, India's principal adversary in South Asia, was formally aligned with the USA under CENTO, and by the 1960s India had an additional adversary on its borders in the form of China. Under such adverse circumstances, Indian closeness to the USSR made strategic sense, considering that USSR was America's principal opponent and also had strained relations with China. Check your progress. 1. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What were the reasons for decolonization to occur? 187. Contemporary international relations. 2. What was the American attitude towards decolonization? 3. What was the attitude of USSR towards decolonization? 13.3 Effects of decolonization on world politics. The goal of the newly independent nations, particularly in Asia and Africa, was to not only become politically independent but also to be recognized in the world as an entity in their own right, with equal rights to have their say in world affairs. From the perspective of many Asian and African countries, the control exerted over them by USA and USSR during the Cold War were, in essence, no different from the control exerted over them by their formal colonizers. As far as they were concerned, the two situations didn't look very different. Not wanting to get involved in alliances headed by USA or USSR, most newly independent nations joined the non-aligned movement in a bid to stay neutral. They knew that being part of such military or political alliances would mean that already scarce resources would go in maintaining Cold War objectives and would not be used in much-needed development work. However, not every newly created or newly independent country felt this way. Pakistan, for example, officially aligned with the US by joining the Central Treaty Organization, or CENTO. The first major step towards building solidarity between the newly independent nations of Asia and Africa was the Bandung Conference of 1955. This was then followed up by the non-aligned movement in 1961, which sought to solidify Third World solidarity to stem the tide in a world that was increasingly divided between USA and USSR. NAM aimed to be the third power bloc by not being aligned to either superpower. 188. Anti-colonial movements and 13.3.1 Redrawing borders and the creation of new states. Decolonization. One very important legacy of the process of decolonization is the redrawing of international boundaries between states or the creation of new states, e.g. Pakistan and Israel. Sadly, this political shock often leads to intractable conflicts or enduring rivalries that become a sustained feature of regional or world politics. Bradley 2010. Research has shown that most enduring rivalries often tend to originate over the question of territory. Licklider 2005. Considering the importance of defining territory for a nation in terms of its security or prestige, these conflicts prove very difficult to solve in the long run. There are two issues at work here that often feed off each other. Firstly, many boundaries in Asia and Africa were drawn by the European powers while they were ruling. The rationale for drawing these boundaries had more to do with the balance of power considerations in Europe, and less to do with the actual religious or ethnic realities on the ground. It is these boundaries that remained after European nation left the colony. Secondly, the boundaries were maintained only as long as the European colonizers employed their material might on the ground. However, as soon as they left, large-scale religious or ethnic violence often broke out. In many cases, this led to a redrawing of the political map. This meant that, more often than not, a long-standing boundary dispute was a legacy of decolonization. In many cases, these nascent boundary disputes got embroiled in the complications of the Cold War, which further rendered them intractable. Prominent examples like the Arab-Israeli conflict and the Indo-Pak conflict, especially over Kashmir, are categorized as enduring rivalries and have been an enduring feature of world politics. 13.4 Anti-colonial movement and implications for foreign policy. The Indian case. There are many ways in which the colonial experience of a country continues to influence its decisions even as a post-colonial state. Independence from colonizers is never a clean break. Legacies of the colony remain and can be seen in various fields. To truly understand the politics of a nation, the continued reflection of the colonial experience needs to also be studied. One such arena where this can be studied is the foreign policy of a nation. In the following section, we will see how the anti-colonial movement in India under the Indian National Congress came to hold relevance for Indian foreign policy post-independence. Linkages can also be seen in terms of IGNOU's pre-independence ideas of being neutral and what Nehru later converted into the non-aligned movement. 3.4.1 Colonial Past and its relevance. Himsath and Munsingha, 1971, argue that Indian foreign policy shows a lot of continuity and consistency after independence, even though India had a choice of breaking free completely from its colonial past in this regard. The reason for such a step, Munsingha and Himsath argue, is that India had achieved a quasi-independent status in world affairs after the First World War. Formally, Indian leaders were subservient to the British Crown and could not advocate a distinct foreign policy of their own, but the end of the First World War saw dramatic. 189. Contemporary international changes in world politics. Myriad international platforms like the League of Relations Nations began to materialize, and India was an enthusiastic member and participant in many of them. Indian leaders were constantly in touch with other world leaders. In essence, through all this, India got a head start of almost 30 years before its independence to interact and engage actively with the rest of the world and obtain a very clear idea about the kind of foreign policy it would later want. Articulating similar ideas in an attempt to understand the pre-independence origins of Indian diplomacy, Keenlyside, 1992, p. 42, writes, India emerged from colonial rule with both a reservoir of diplomatic talent and an incipient orientation for its diplomacy, including a range of general foreign policy goals. At this juncture, Munsingha and Himsath, 1971, distinguish foreign relations and foreign policy. Hence, according to their understanding, the Indian National Congress's foreign relations became foreign policy after independence. 3.4.2 Indian National Congress and foreign relations before independence. There are two ways in which the pre-independence foreign policy activities of the Indian National Congress can be categorized. The first would be the manner of interaction between Congress leaders and the international community. The second would be the ideological direction that Congress leaders thought that an independent India should have. Different phases can be discerned in terms of the level of involvement with the outside world and the growing ideological conceptions about foreign policy. According to Bipan Chandra, 1989, three trends can be discerned in the nationalist foreign policy before the First World War. The first was support and solidarity with other nations fighting for their independence. The second was the rise of Asian consciousness and a realization of a common Asian identity. The third trend dealt with the growing understanding of the economic rationale behind the growth of imperialism. Post-1914, the nationalist foreign policy shifted towards opposing political and economic imperialism and cooperation between all nations for world peace. Nehru, 1927, himself writes about how, in the face of a larger goal like world peace, India would not mind giving up elements of its sovereignty to a just international body, provided other countries also did it. 3.4.3 Reaching out to the world and expressing solidarity. In one of its early attempts to reach out to the world, the Congress set up the British Committee. The primary aim of this committee was to carry out propaganda in England to convince the British public of the righteousness of India's cause. This, however, did not produce the desired result, and the committee was wound up in 1920 by the Nagpur Congress. It was realized by the Congress leaders that effective action at home through the platform of the non-cooperation movement was bringing them more publicity in England and other parts of the world, even when they did not actively seek it like before. Hence, the resolve to spend their energy and resources at home was further strengthened. At the same time, Nehru was painfully aware of the fact that Indians were not liked in countries like China, Egypt, Burma, Afghanistan, and many other regions of the Middle East, where the British took them as manpower in the British Army or the police. Nehru thought that Congress should work towards removing these Indian soldiers. 190. Anti-colonial movements and policemen from foreign countries, and establish an environment of amity, decolonization, and friendship as these nations like India suffered from colonial oppression. Consequently, as Bipan Chandra, 1989, points out, the Indian National Congress was extremely concerned about showing solidarity with overseas efforts to fight imperialism. Chandra, 1989, further shows that Congress leaders in India publicly denounced and voiced their dissent of the British policy of waging wars with India's neighboring regions and, in some cases, annexing their territories. This was not a completely new practice. When Burma was annexed towards the end of 1885, Indian nationalists condemned this act as immoral and unjust, in unison. Surendranath Banerjee branded the Second Anglo-Afghan War, 1878-80, as a sheer act of aggression. Lord Curzon's attack on Tibet in 1903 met with similar outrage. However, such criticisms now took the shape of a coherent and clear-sighted policy. 3.4.4 Attempts at conceptualizing India's foreign policy. In November 1921, the Congress adopted the first formal declaration of independence from British foreign policy. Through it, the Congress wanted to convey to other countries that the government of India did not represent Indian opinion and that its policies were aimed at subjugating India rather than protecting its borders. India, as a self-governing country, did not have any designs on its neighbors or any other state. This was drafted by Gandhi, who felt that India, as it matured for Swaraj, was bound to tell the world the kind of relations that India wished to have with them. Prasad, 1962. This book by Prasad, The Origins of Indian Foreign Policy, the Indian National Congress and World Affairs, discusses the Indian National Congress's role in world affairs from 1885 to 1947. The idea that the Congress leaders had about the positive influence that independent India might have on the peace and security of the world is further reiterated by Bal Gangadhar Tilak. In a memorandum to George Clemenceau, Tilak has highlighted that a strong and independent India would be a source of stability for the world. Tilak also envisaged strong ties with Britain in India's foreign and defense policies. Mehta, 2009, 213. Similar ideas were also echoed by Nehru when he claimed that India's resistance was against the British policies and domination of India. However, cooperation with the British people would be welcome. Similar ideas were also echoed by Nehru when he claimed that India's resistance was against the British policies and domination of India. However, cooperation with the British people would be welcomed on the basis of Indian independence. Kapoor, 2011, p. 61. The role that different Congress leaders played through their interactions with the international community and the ideologies that govern such interactions need to be further explored. India's policy towards West Asia, Israel, and Palestine specifically is an interesting case for exploring the influence that prominent leaders had in laying the foundations of bilateral relations. Kumaraswamy, 2010, effectively shows the role that M.K. Gandhi played for a prolonged period, which later greatly influenced India's relations with Israel and West Asia. Gandhi's views on that region often reflected the same inconsistencies that India, at a later stage, showed in its relations with Israel. While being deeply understanding and sympathetic to the situation of the Jews, Gandhi never formally supported the Palestine partition plan for the creation of Israel and on occasion spoke against such a move. The subtleties and compulsions in Gandhi's views on the Middle East are described in detail in the work of Brick, 2008. 191. Contemporary International. As Indian National Congress leaders began to demand independence for India relations, they came to realize that a very large part of preparing for independence was to conceptualize what kind of foreign policy independent India would have. It was further realized that building connections with other world leaders and organizations, especially with nations that were also fighting colonialism, helped in creating a solidarity network that could work together to fight colonialism. These associations went a long way in laying the foundations of India's diplomacy. Besides the personal bonds that were forged between different world leaders, what also emerged as a growing experience of interacting at myriad international platforms and forums. McQuaid, 2020. Thakur, 2017, shows in detail the influence that Indian liberals, often part of British India's diplomatic delegations, had on foreign policy in the nearly 3 decades preceding independence and thereafter as well. This experience gave Indian leaders exposure to different worldviews and relevant global issues of that time. More importantly, it gave them much-needed time to understand the intricacies of world politics and get their chance at forming conceptions about a foreign policy for an independent India. The following section highlights a concrete example of how these thinking and conceptions took the form of concrete policy as well. 3.4.5 Non-aligned movement and One World. In terms of the roots of the non-aligned movement, scholars like Willits, 1978, have noted that there are some arguments made about the ideological origins of the non-aligned movement being in the 1940s and not solely in 1961, though it was known by different names at different times. Even though Willits himself disregards such assertions, his reasons for doing so are not entirely convincing and are open to debate, as in doing so, he tends to confuse non-alignment with neutrality, which other scholars like Murty, 1964, and even Raghavan, 2010, have argued against. However, there might be some substance in the assertion that the ideas of non-alignment existed before independence, because as Bimla Prasad, 1962, p. 28, shows, on September 7, 1946, Nehru declared that India had to keep as far away as possible from the power groups opposed to each other in the world. Hence, it was an attempt to have a friendly relationship with all and hostility towards none. Considering that this was the crude ideology behind the non-aligned movement later, the assertion that the roots of its ideology were present before 1947 can be seen and explored further. Manu Bhagwan, 2012, p. 11, argues that non-alignment was but one element of his Nehru's larger goal, which was one world. In this understanding, non-alignment didn't mean just being neutral, but in a true Gandhian sense, it was to equally engage with two warring factions. As the Second World War was ending, there was an attempt to set up an international organization to promote world peace. Bhagwan, 2012, shows that this was a chance that Nehru took to take Gandhi's message of non-violence to the world in the form of one world. Madam Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit was the most powerful proponent and advocate of this cause during the setting up of the United Nations. As shown by Manu Bhagwan, this concept of one world was influential in framing of global discourses on human rights. It can be seen from the discussion above that many basic tenets of India's international personality stemmed from its colonial experience. The act of being subjugated as a colony and how a nation decides to fight that subjugation helps in defining what that country comes to see itself as in the international arena. 192. Anti-colonial movements and check your progress to decolonization. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. How did newly independent nations navigate the Cold War? 2. Is there a link between decolonization and intractable conflicts? 3. How did anti-colonialism help shape India's foreign policy? 13.5 Let US sum up. Many colonized countries got their independence between the late 1940s till about the late 1960s. This was precipitated by many factors. However, some key factors were weakening of imperial European powers and the setting in of the Cold War. USA and USSR sought to dominate world politics and have a direct say in the politics of other nations. However, they both for their separate reasons had strong anti-imperialist rhetoric and hence did not seek to directly rule a country. Irrespective of this, however, they interfered extensively in the affairs of other nations if it suited their global agenda. These newly independent nations took their place in the world and began actively shaping world affairs. A defining feature of their brand of politics was their advocacy of non-alignment as an alternative to joining either power blocs. The division of the world into two hostile camps was not conducive to ensuring development for the newly independent nations, and hence many nations chose not to formally align with any bloc. Another important feature of the process of 193. Contemporary international decolonization was that it often gave rise to intractable conflicts and enduring relations, rivalries. Often these would arise out of boundary disputes as a result of a complication of decolonization, e.g. creation of a new state. This unit further explored the influence of anti-imperialist movements over the foreign policy of a country by taking the Indian example. Decolonization often does not and cannot result in a clean break from the past for countries. The result is that the experience of being colonized and fighting the colonizer helps shape that country's policy post its independence too. Hence, it's important to also look at how the pre-colonial past of a country relates to the post-colonial present of a nation. 13.6 References. Bhagwan, Manu. 2012. Peacemakers, India and the Quest for One World. New Delhi, HarperCollins. Bradley, Mark Phillip. 2010. Decolonization, the Global South and the Cold War, 1919 to 1962, in Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, eds. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 1, pages 464 to 485. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Brick, Simone Panter. 2008. Gandhi and the Middle East, Jews, Arabs, and Imperial Interests. London. IB Tauris and Co. Ltd. Chandra Baipan. Et al., 1989. India's Struggle for Independence, 1857 to 1947. New Delhi. Penguin Books. Heimsath, C. and S. Munsingha. 1971. A Diplomatic History of Modern India. Bombay, Allied Publishers. Keenlyside, T.A., 1992. Diplomatic Apprenticeship, Pre-Independence Origins of Indian Diplomacy and Its Relevance for the Post-Independence Foreign Policy in Verinder Grover, eds. International Relations and Foreign Policy of India. Introduction to International Relations and India's Foreign Policy, Volume 1. New Delhi. Deep and Deep Publications. Licklider, R. 2005. Comparative Study of Long Wars. In C. A. Crocker, F. O. Hampson, and P. All, eds, Grasping the Nettle, Analyzing Cases of Interactable Conflicts. Washington, D.C. United States Institute of Peace Press. McQuaid, Joseph. 2020. Beyond an Imperial Foreign Policy. India at the League of Nations, 1919 to 1946. The Journal of Imperial and Commonwealth History. 48 263 to 295. Mehta Pratap, 2009. Still under Nehru's shadow? The absence of foreign policy frameworks in India. India Review. 209 to 233. Murty, K. 1964. Indian Foreign Policy. Calcutta. Scientific Book Agency. Nehru, Jawaharlal. 1927, A Foreign Policy for India, AICC File Number 8, 1927, pp 1-27, NMML as reproduced in Selected Works of Jawaharlal Nehru. A project of the Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, Volume 2, 1972. New Delhi, Orient Longman. 194. Anti-Colonial Movements and Prasad Bimla. 1962. The Origins of Indian Foreign Policy, the Indian National Decolonization. Congress and World Affairs, 1885 to 1947. Calcutta, Bookland Private Limited. Thakur, Vineet. 2017, Liberal, Liminal and Lost, India's First Diplomats and the Narrative of Foreign Policy. The Journal of Imperial and Commonwealth History. 45 232 to 258. Waits, Bernard. 1999. Europe and the Third World, From Colonization to Decolonization, circa 1500 to 1998. London. Palgrave Macmillan. Westad ad Arn. 2007. The Global Cold War, Third World Interventions and the Making of Our Times. Cambridge. New York. Cambridge University Press. Westad ad Arn. 2017. The Cold War, A World History. New York. Basic Books. Willits, P. 1978. The Non-Aligned Movement, The Origins of a Third World Alliance. New York. Nichols Publishing. 13.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. There were primarily 3 reasons for decolonization to occur. First was the weakening of imperial European states post-Second World War. The second was the strong anti-colonial movements in many countries against foreign rule. Third, the onset of the Cold War. Both the USA and USSR didn't consider ruling nations in their strategic interests. They instead wanted countries to remain within their respective zones of influence. 2. Most Americans didn't support colonization. However, for them it was very important to ensure that communism didn't spread to the newly independent colonies either. 3. The understanding in USSR was that colonialism stemmed from imperialism, which was intricately linked to capitalism. Hence, they didn't support such an ideology. However, they felt it was important to facilitate a revolution in other places too and provided the means to enable it. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Newly independent states chose to navigate the Cold War by choosing to not join any power bloc and by forming their own. This was known as the non-aligned movement. 2. Yes, often the process of decolonization leaves behind territorial disputes that often become intractable. 3. It was during the struggle for independence that Indian leaders woke up to the need for articulating a foreign policy for free India. There was a lot of emphasis on solidarity between newly independent nations and maintaining India's autonomy and independence in foreign policy choices. 195. 196. Contemporary International Relations. Unit 14 End of Cold War, Emergence of Global Order/Disorder *. Structure 14.0 Objectives 14.1 Introduction 14.2 Factors leading to End of Cold War 14.3 Images of Global Order/Disorder in Post-Cold War World 14.4 End of History. Francis Fukuyama 14.5 The Three-Block Geoeconomics Model 14.6 The Revitalized Balance of Power Model 14.7 The Clash of Civilizations Model 14.8 The Unipolar Moment World 14.8.1 Age of Triumphalism 14.8.2 The Declinist Thesis 14.9 Zones of Peace and of Turmoil 14.10 The Global Village 14.11 Incipient Bipolar System 14.12 Let us sum up 14.13 References 14.14 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises 14.0 Objectives. In this unit you will be reading about the end of the Cold War and the emergence of a new global order/disorder. After going through this unit you should be able to identify the factors that led to the end of the Cold War, describe the varied, yet connected, images and explanations of the post-Cold War global order/disorder that were developed by American scholars and analyze the evolving trends in the international system. 14.1 Introduction. The Berlin Wall began to be dismantled on November 9, 1989, sounding the death knell of erstwhile Cold War. Mikhail Gorbachev, the then General Secretary-General of the Communist Party of Soviet Union, CPSU, and President of USSR, United Soviet Socialist Republic, resigned on December 25, 1991, and transferred the Soviet nuclear codes to Russian President Boris Yeltsin. The communist flag over the Kremlin was replaced by the Russian flag, and USSR officially split into 15 independent republics, marking the collapse of the Soviet Union and its final dismemberment. Dr. Alok Kumar Gupta, Center for Political Studies, Central University of South Bihar, Gay. End of the Cold War. The events that occurred during 1989 to 92 in Soviet Russia, East and West Germany. Emergence of global order/East Europe and Yugoslavia marked the end of the Cold War. The world ushered disorder into a new international system. The new world order that emerged has been interpreted variedly by various experts and is still unfolding itself. One group of scholars believed it has marked the end of history. According to another group of experts, the world order was asserted to be unipolar, where United States of America, USA, was the lone superpower. According to yet another group, the world has entered into an era of peace with the end of hostilities and competition between the two blocs. It raised a pertinent question: what kind of world order has emerged or is emerging? There were apprehensions and misgivings. What was emerging at the global level looked more like a world disorder. Much of the theorization about the end of the Cold War and the nature of emerging world order/disorder soon fell into disrepute. There is lots of fluidity and some uncertainty in what is happening at the global level. Not that there is anarchy or chaos at the international level. Things are still being managed and international organizations are working. But the pace of change and fluidity is enormous. Russia has resurged. Its action in Ukraine and Syria are good examples. This has made many to see the return of Cold War II. Others see in the rise of China the coming of a new bipolarity. US and China, the G2, will do mutual hand-holding to dominate and govern in their respective spheres of influence. Then there is the thesis of multipolarity. The emergence of new powers such as India, China, Brazil, South Africa, Russia, and others indicate the arrival of multipolarity. There is redistribution of economic and political power at the global level. Power is shifting from transatlantic to Indo-Pacific region. Most of the theories that emerged seem to have been shaken over the last 3 decades since the end of the Cold War. Post-Cold War world thus has been a subject of interpretation as to whether it is one of order or disorder. Different images of the world as interpreted by a cross-section of experts since the end of the Cold War have been described and enumerated below. 14.2 Factors leading to the end of Cold War. Following factors led to the end of the Cold War. A. Mikhail Gorbachev assumed the reins of power in reforms in Soviet Union. 1985 and introduced the policies of glasnost and perestroika. Glasnost, or openness, meant political liberalization. It meant a greater willingness on the part of Soviet officials to allow discussion of political and social issues and adoption of some Western ideas and goods into the USSR. Perestroika meant economic restructuring was an initiative that allowed limited market incentives to Soviet citizens. He introduced these reforms with the hope that they would be enough to spark the sluggish Soviet economy. Freedom is often addictive, and people in different parts of Eastern Europe started craving for more of it, creating a dominoes effect all over. The Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania declared independence. Similar talks started happening in Ukraine, the Caucasus, and the Central Asian states. Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia itself declared independence in December 1991, leading to the dissolution of Soviet Union. Gorbachev became president without a country. 197. B. Contemporary International. L. Fall of communism in Eastern Europe, the unraveling of the Soviet BLO. C. Relation. S. Began in Poland in June 1989. Despite previous Soviet military interventions in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Poland itself, Polish voters elected a non-communist opposition government to their legislature. The world watched anxiously, expecting Soviet tanks to roll into Poland to prevent the new government from taking power. Gorbachev refused to act and communists were ousted, thereby creating again a dominoes effect in Eastern Europe. Subsequently, communist regimes were ousted in Hungary and Czechoslovakia. On the Christmas Day of 1989, the brutal Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife were summarily executed on live television. Yugoslavia threw off the yoke of communism only to dissolve quickly and ushering into a violent civil war. Fall of Berlin Wall, the East and West Germans tore down the Berlin Wall with pickaxes. Many took axes and picks to the wall upon the collapse of communism in Germany in 1989. However, the official destruction of the Berlin Wall did not begin until June 1990. Economic collapse of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union could not sustain the arms race further. Its military-industrial complex was highly developed and consumer industry was highly underdeveloped. Hence, people had to stand in queue running into several kilometers even for a loaf of bread. This created dissensions and discontentment among citizens. 14.3 Images of global order/disorder in post-Cold War world. Since 1945, majority of the world population were born and brought up into the Cold War culture that featured McCarthyistic witch hunting in the US, American destabilization and interventions in the name of fighting. International communism, Soviet interventions in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, proxy wars, an arms race, space race, Cuban Missile Crisis, Vietnam War, détente, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and the Star Wars proposal. Once the enemy is gone, the world slipped into an era which according to many turned out to be unsafe. Some Americans advocated that facing one superpower was simpler than challenging dozens of rogue states and renegade groups sponsoring global terrorism. Subsequently, several models, images, or paradigms of the international system or world order/disorder that emerged after the end of the Cold War have been provided by different experts of world political system and international relations. Nevertheless, it has caused widespread confusion over how to characterize contemporary global order, international politics, and how to project trends and scenarios for the future. 14.4 End of History. Francis Fukuyama. Francis Fukuyama, in his 1989 essay, The End of History, which was expanded into a book, The End of History and the Last Man in 1992, argued that the advent of Western liberal democracy may signal the endpoint of humanity's socio-cultural evolution and the final form of human government. He wrote, "What we may be witnessing is not just the end of the Cold War or the passing of a particular period of post-war history, but the end of history as such. That is the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution and the universalization of Western." 19.8 End of the Cold War. Liberal democracy as the final form of human government. What Fukuyama emergence of global order said was the triumph of liberal democracy and market economy is final end. Disorder. Ultimate, this is the end to all debates on alternatives to capitalist democracy. The end of the Cold War is also the end of communism. Thus, Marxists' prophecy that communism will displace capitalism has been disproved as the end of the Cold War led to the demise of communism. However, this thesis of Fukuyama was favored as well as criticized equally by a cross-section of scholars. Jacques Derrida criticized Fukuyama whereas democratic peace theorists favored him. However, the evolution of the post-Cold War world reveals that both democracies and dictatorships have declined in the world, whereas communism continues in certain parts of the world. The end of history thesis reflects the great urge to ensure the death of Marx. Derrida rejected the glorification of capitalism and liberal democracy. No degree of progress allows one to ignore that never before, in absolute figures, have so many men, women, and children been subjugated, starved, or exterminated on the earth as under capitalist democracy. Apologists of the end of history disinterred Immanuel Kant to celebrate his thesis that democracies don't fight against each other, and therefore the creation of a zone of democracies is necessary to establish a zone of peace and security. 14.5 The three-block geoeconomics model. This model has been visualized by Walter Russell Mead, Jeffrey Garton, Edward Luttwak, Lester Thurow, etc. The advocates of this model argued that in the new international system geoeconomics has replaced geopolitics as the crucial determinant of the rise or decline of nations, and that military power was thus becoming increasingly less relevant, hence wasteful, in the context of global competition. They further advocated that the world is evolving into three competitive economic blocs, a Japan-led Pacific Rim region including Korea, Southeast Asia, and presumably China, 2. A US-led Western Hemisphere bloc centered on the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and potentially encompassing Latin America, and 3. A German-centered European bloc, assumed to include Russia and other ex-Soviet states and perhaps also North Africa. It thus makes it obvious that the less developed regions of Africa and South Asia and the Middle East stand relegated to the status of neocolonial resource zones to be courted by the three major blocs. Thurow predicted that in the race ahead, one of the three great economic powers is apt to pull ahead of the other two. Whichever pulls ahead is apt to stay ahead. That country or region of the globe will own the 21st century in the sense that the United Kingdom owned the 19th century and the United States owned the 20th century. Thurow, 1992. It is yet to be witnessed as China is not in the queue. Joseph Nye has made three basic criticisms of the three-block thesis. First, he says it runs counter to the thrust of global technological trends and that while regional trade will certainly grow, many firms would not want to be limited to one-third of the global market and would resist restrictive regionalism. Nye, 1992. Secondly, restrictive regional blocs run against nationalistic concerns of 199. Contemporary international. Some of the lesser states that need a global system to protect themselves against relations. Domination by their large neighbors. Thirdly, the three-block vision is too dismissive of security concerns, for instance, the need of Germany and Japan for a continuing U.S. security umbrella in case Russia or China emerge as a threat. This theory seems to be a dominant theory of regionalism even today, and as a common-sense categorization of world order could be that militarily the world may be a unipolar world with the USA as the sole superpower. However, from the viewpoint of economic strength and activity, there are multiple regional centers of economic power, and hence world order is multipolar. 14.6 The revitalized balance of power model. Within the realist school of international relations, some traditionalists envisioned that future could not differ more sharply from that of the geoeconomists. According to them, security and brute power relationships always function as the most fundamental determinants of international systems. The end of the Cold War makes a return to multipolarity and balance of power almost inevitable. This model argued that four powers were likely to define the emerging pattern of the 21st century: the United States, China, Russia, and Europe. As predicted, the most likely scenario was to be a loose alliance among Europe, America, and Russia for the containment of China, while Japan, intimidated by China's growing power and needing America's protection, would stay modestly at sub-great power level. A second likely scenario predicted was an alignment between rising China and the Islamic world, which would in turn push Russia and Europe closer together. Another, and the third scenario that was envisaged, was of a rising China at loggerheads with the containment alliance comprising of the United States, Japan, and India, with Korea tilting towards the latter combination and Russia playing a neutral role and selling arms and energy to China. Yet another scenario was that of a China-Japan-Korea alliance aimed at driving U.S. influence out of Asia, with Russia and Europe remaining on the sidelines. Harkavy, 1997. The third prediction is currently visible to a great extent in the contemporary world, with the bromance between Russia and China gaining lots of traction. Kissinger's analysis of a new, emerging balance of power is somewhat similar. He advocated that a cohesive, if not fully integrated Europe, and is perhaps more inclined to foresee a gradual decline of America's relative power. The U.S. would remain primus inter pares as the greatest and most powerful nation, but a nation with peers. He further emphasized that the absence of both an overriding ideological or strategic threat frees nations to pursue foreign policies based increasingly on their immediate national interest. Kissinger, 1994. Joseph Nye criticized this multipolar model as a false analogy with the 19th century order that rested upon a balance of five roughly equal powers, i.e., Britain, France, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Nye, 1992. Russia's economic weakness, China's status as a developing country, Japan's limited military power, and Europe's lack of political unity suffices, in his view, to refute Kissinger's historical analogy. Richard Rosecrans also questioned the validity of the traditional balance of power thinking in the post-Cold War age. He agrees that the balance of power, 200, end of the Cold War, held sway during most of the 19th and the first half part of the 20th. Emergence of global order century, but it was an inefficient mechanism at best, providing no automatic disorder, equilibration of power relationships, and gave rise to the world wars of the century. Rosecrans, 1992. Unlike most other forecasters, Rosecrans saw danger emanating from Japan rather than China. According to him, the most potent future antagonism the world could witness is a radical division between the United States and Japan. The westernization of contemporary Japan is as yet incomplete. Beneath the external policy of a Japanese trading state boil nationalist resentments directed at a half-century of American tutelage and Western neglect. If current trends continue, it may not be too long before ideological rationalizations of Confucian strength and vitality are propounded by Japan as antidotes to supposed Western decadence and lethargy. Rosecrans was hoping that a concert of like-minded states would be dashed if one or more of its major members turned revisionist in pursuit of territorial aspirations or to erase a historical sense of humiliation or lost status. Thus, Russia, humiliated by its loss of the Cold War, near collapse of its economy, and territorial dismemberment, could well play the role of a disruptive expansionist. China nurtures revisionist territorial aims with respect to some or all of the South China Sea islands, portions of Siberia, and perhaps of Kazakhstan, all of which were once in the Chinese orbit. China's long humiliation at the hands of Western barbarian has also made it especially sensitive to perceived unequal treatment and desirous of a place in the sun. Lilly, 1996. The most recent formation of quadrilateral security dialogue consisting of US, Japan, Australia, and India is an endeavor to balance China's assertion in the South China Sea and its growing dominance in Indo-Pacific Ocean. Changing narrative from Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific too is an endeavor in this direction. Thus, this image of the global order also has some value and relevance. 14.7 Clash of Civilizations Model. Another image of the future world order is the Clash of Civilizations thesis model as proposed by Samuel P. Huntington. Huntington wrote in 1993, "It is my hypothesis that the fundamental source of conflict in this new world will not be primarily ideological or primarily economic. The great divisions among humankind and the dominating source of conflict will be cultural. Nation-states will remain the most powerful actors in world affairs, but the principal conflicts of global politics will occur between nations and groups of different civilizations. The clash of civilizations will dominate global politics. The fault lines between civilizations will be the battle lines of the future." It meant that the coming age was going to be unique in the sense that henceforth the great conflicts may occur between, and not within, civilizations. Huntington defines civilizations as the highest cultural grouping and the broadest level of cultural identity people have short of that which distinguishes humans from other species, and identified 7 or 8 major civilizations of the contemporary world: Western, Confucian, Sinic, Japanese, Islamic, Hindu, Slavic Orthodox, Latin American, and possibly the African. 201. Contemporary International. Stating that fault lines between civilizations are replacing the political and relations. Ideological boundaries of the Cold War as the flashpoints for crisis and bloodshed. Huntington focuses particularly on cultural lines of demarcation between Western Christianity and Orthodox Christianity in Europe, and between the latter and Islam. Other fault lines that contain potential for large-scale future conflict include that between Arab Islamic civilization and the animist or Christian Africa to the south, and that between the Muslim and Hindu civilizations in South Asia. One might also interpret the potential conflict between the United States and either Japan or China as a clash between Western and Confucian civilizations. With the conflict in Bosnia, the Persian Gulf, and the Caucasus in mind, Huntington predicted that the next world war, if there is one, will be a war between civilizations. He was keener on the potency of cultural clash between the West and Islam. All civilization to him appears to be a giant monolith, unalloyed and uninfluenced by anything else except their adversarial cultural cores and doctrinaire obsessions. Huntington's theory gained increased prominence when America's World Trade Center was attacked by al-Qaeda terrorists on September 11, 2001, often referred to as 9/11. Most realist scholars began to look at the world order or the international political system from the prism of clash of civilizations. However, going by the Huntington's categorization of civilizations, the recent developments within the civilization called Islam disproves the theory of clash of civilizations and presents a scenario for theorization in context with clash within civilizations. Within the Islamic world, not only the sub-Islamic civilizations called Shia and Sunni were found standing like gladiators against each other, but there was also a clash within the organizations of Sunnis for one-upmanship, as well as a power struggle for assuming the leadership of the Islamic world. The advent of Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and its resumption of terroristic activities in Iraq and Syria, and the subsequent declaration of caliphate whereby Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had declared himself as the caliph and pronounced for the allegiance of the Islamic people all over the world, not only set the tone for clear-cut clash within civilizations but also demonstrated in its deeds and actions. Interestingly, the rise of ISIS and al-Qaeda marked another fault line in the so-called Islamic world. Established regimes, mostly monarchic and autocratic, found themselves being challenged by powerful non-state actors carrying the banners of very divergent agendas. The pronouncement of caliphate was soon subtly contested by erstwhile al-Qaeda when its leader Ayman al-Zawahiri announced for the creation of South Asian wing of al-Qaeda and pledged renewed loyalty to Afghan Taliban leader Mullah Omar. The most important development to be noted here was that both ISIS and al-Qaeda are Sunni terrorist outfits, and the former is a breakaway group of the latter. Even within Iraq and Syria, the turf was not wide open for ISIS, as another group owing allegiance to al-Qaeda and supported by it, Jabhat al-Nusra, was active and fighting in Syria against the forces of Syrian state. Hence, clash of civilizations seems to have given way to clash within civilizations and consequent imperatives for new theorization. It led to the almost complete destruction of Syria and devastation of Iraq, where Russian and American forces were involved to demonstrate their military prowess. The continued wars in the Arab world, where multiple stakeholders, local, regional, and international, are engaged with myriad agendas and grievances, shatter the American thesis of the so-called unified Muslim world. In reality, there is nothing to call Muslim 202 world. End of the Cold War. Check your progress exercise 1. Emergence of global order / Note, I use the space given below for your answer. Disorder. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the central argument of clash of civilizations? 14.8 The unipolar moment world. Charles Krauthammer argued that the end of the Cold War had left the United States in the position of the sole superpower. Thus, the post-Cold War international system is unipolar. He described the period immediately after the end of the Cold War as the unipolar moment in IR, and Krauthammer knew that like all moments, it would pass soon. But how soon? Krauthammer's thesis, echoed by many other experts of international relations, that was summed up as the most striking feature of the post-Cold War world is its unipolarity. No doubt multipolarity will come in time. In perhaps another generation or so there will be great powers co-equal with the United States, and the world will, in structure, resemble the pre-World War I era. But we are not there yet, nor will we be for decades. Now is the unipolar moment. Thus, unipolar moment was supposed to last for decades, which it did not. Those who argued for the US being in the position of sole superpower and thus made the world unipolar in the aftermath of the Cold War had first to contend with the declinist theories that posited and exhausted America. Second, the geo-economic assumption that Those who argued for the US being in the position of sole superpower and thus made the world unipolar in the aftermath of the Cold War had first to contend with the declinist theories that posited and exhausted America. Second, the geo-economic assumption that military power was passé. And finally, the chaos theorists who saw America as incapable of dealing with the real problems that would define the next age of history, including the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, local famines and genocides, pollution, and resource depletion. It was also argued that America's ability to maintain hegemony will depend greatly on the extent to which it can maintain leadership of the now widely heralded military technical revolution or revolution in military affairs, MTR/RMA, made manifest in the Gulf War of 1991. Observers differ as to American prospects. Some point out that leadership in new technology is never more than temporary because of rapid diffusion. Others insist that the quantum leap made by the United States in the systems of systems approach, integrating space technology, smart weapons, computers, and communications, was beyond the reach of any competitor in the then world. In sum, the unipolar moment may last, but only so long as Russia, Europe, Japan, and China are unable or unwilling to replicate the sinews of high-technology warfare pioneered by the United States. 203. Contemporary International. 14.8.1 Age of Triumphalism. Relations. The end of the Cold War marked the dawn of the American triumphalism. The U.S. took the credit for the demise of the ideology of socialism and the disintegration of Soviet Union, its Cold War adversary. No one was ready to accept the truth that the Soviet Union collapsed under its weight. A system that had brought misery to its people had been dead for long. Triumphalism had another sinister dimension. Everything about American culture, politics, and economics came to be portrayed as virtuous, and that the U.S. has a right to set the world right after its own image. Proponents of triumphalism explained the implications of these two notions in their distinctive ways. As noted earlier, Francis Fukuyama wrote that the triumph of Western liberalism is the endpoint of time. Nothing new or improved would come hereafter. For Charles Krauthammer, this was the unipolar moment, which would last for decades. There is no military adversary in sight to challenge the U.S. for generations. Triumphalist ideas continued to flow in the 1990s. William Kristol and Robert Kagan, the two neoconservatives, wrote that the post-Cold War is fulfilling history's purpose and perpetuating American primacy. Like two sides of the same coin, American assertiveness would hasten history's arrival at its predetermined destination, where American values would prevail everywhere. America has the responsibility to lead the world. It must follow the strategy of benevolent global hegemony, backed by its military power and moral values. Thomas Friedman equated globalization with Americanization and suggested that the spread of free market be backed by America's hard power. The terrorist events of 9/11 turned triumphalism into the official credo. Imbued with his divine mission, President George W. Bush declared the Global War on Terrorism, GWOT. He declared free market democracy as a single sustainable model for national success. And secondly, that no one should ever entertain the ambition of ever surpassing, or even equaling, the military power of the United States. And thirdly, no international law could ever stop the U.S. from unleashing its military might against a perceived challenger. Before his term was out in 2008, President Bush discovered that free market stood discredited. Foremost in the U.S. itself with the collapse of the Lehman Brothers and the onset of the global financial crisis. Instead of the free market, the U.S. economy had turned into the heavily state-owned and state-backed economy through stimulus packages. Unipolarity was a chimera. The age of triumphalism had collapsed. Multipolarity had gained ground. U.S. remains engaged in its GWOT in Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria with no end in sight, yet prepares for interventions in an ever-growing list of countries: Libya, Venezuela, Iran, and North Korea. It has defeated ISIS, Al-Qaeda on battlefields, but not at the intellectual level. American triumphalism continues to produce reactions and rejections. It was American triumphalism and humiliation of Russians which is responsible for the resurgence of Russian nationalism and the rise of Vladimir Putin. 4.8.2 The Declinist Thesis. Robert Pape of the University of Chicago argued in The National Interest that the United States is in unprecedented decline and without deliberate actions, the fall of American power will be more precipitous with the progress of time. 204. End of the Cold War. Further pointed out that economic power provides the wherewithal to meet global emergence of global order / commitments and advance national interests. America's overall share of gross disorder. World product is falling while other shares are rising. America's current position of primacy is deteriorating rapidly, in part because other states are rising, but also because the Bush administration, 2000 to 2008, managed to mismanage foreign policy and fiscal policy simultaneously. See Walt, 2009. At its most basic level, the declinist thesis argues that the United States of America is in a period of, some say, terminal decline from its position of hegemony over the rest of the world. On most fronts, technological, economic, military, the U.S. has neither the will nor the capability to project effective power, and shall soon be overtaken by others. It does not have the will and means to reverse this trend either. The U.S. will soon have to adjust to the reality that it is no longer the preeminent power. The declinist thesis is not new in the U.S. It had its origin in the early years of Cold War in the backdrop of arms and space race when many Americans began saying that it is not too far when Soviet Union would overtake the U.S. in military and technological terms. The thesis surfaced a second time in the 1970s in the wake of U.S. defeat in Vietnam War, détente which many read as a sign of America's military weakness and economic rise of Germany and Japan. Both times, U.S. overcame the declinist syndrome. John F. Kennedy in the 1960s energized American idealism of global engagement, and in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan went on the offensive by launching the Second Cold War. The thesis resurfaced the third time in the context of emerging economies and declining U.S. share in global GDP. Hence, U.S. President Donald Trump trade and start the war against adversaries and allies alike. Tariff. 14.9 Zones of peace and zones of turmoil. Another way of understanding the post-Cold War international system or world order has been suggested in terms of zones of peace versus zones of turmoil dichotomy popularized by Max Singer and the Aaron Wildavsky in The Real World Order. According to them, the key to understanding the real world is to separate the world into two parts, one part of which, the zone of peace, wealth, and democracy, includes Western Europe, the US, Canada, Japan, and the antipodes, comprising some 15% of the world's population, and the other of which, the zone of turmoil, war, and development, includes the lands of the former Soviet Empire, and most of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The main thesis of their book is that the political relations among the countries in the zones of peace and democracy will not be influenced by relative military power. Nor will those nations be divided into competing for military blocs seeking to balance each other's power. There probably will be plenty of national and other conflicts, but the decisive special characteristic of this conflict is that no one will believe that it can lead to war. However, some writers insist on to broader construction of these issues under the banner of what has come to be known as endyism. This is reviewed in Samuel Huntington, in which endyism is seen to incorporate notions about the end of warfare among civilized and wealthy states, the war proneness and democracy thesis, and the end of history thesis, which celebrates the unabashed victory of economic and political liberalism. Huntington, 1989. Singer and Wildavsky expect permanent peace in the first global zone because a central pillar of the next world order is that modern democracies do not even seriously imagine the possibility of being at war with one another. 25. Contemporary international zones of turmoil, by definition, are by comparison poor, overpopulated, disaster relations, prone and virtually ungovernable. Robert D. Kaplan in his The Coming Anarchy sets out to show how scarcity, crime, overpopulation, tribalism, and disease are rapidly destroying the social fabric of our planet. Kaplan, 1994. This theory again holds enough water as the world indeed seems to be divided into zones of peace and chaos which may not be specific to the form of government. Yet it is there. 14.10 The Global Village. There are yet another group of scholars whose viewpoint has been that the coming age will be the one in which unity, the global village, will be finally realized. Their argument is based on the ongoing advances in telecommunications and data processing as the strongest forces in world affairs. The term means simplifying the whole world into one village through the revolution in telecommunication and computers. The term was coined by Canadian media theorist Marshall McLuhan and popularized in his book The Gutenberg Galaxy, The Making of Typographic Man, 1962, and Understanding Media, 1964. He argued that the instantaneous movement of information from one point of the world to others has led to the contraction of the world. They note that the popular American television programs and rock music video cassettes/DVDs can be found in the remotest villages of Africa and Latin America, and that the whole world is adopting the technologies, values, lifestyles, and aspirations of the West. They heralded the internet, stressed global interdependence, not only in matters of trade, investment, and raw materials, but concerning such global issues as environmental pollution, water shortages, weather and population movement, solutions to which can only be found through global cooperation and by evolving global regimes of norms and mechanisms. Here again, this trend is growing at a faster pace with globalization, despite fragmentation in different parts of the world. There is increased movement of goods, services, capital, and people across the world, which carries local cultures with them to different parts of the world. It has also led to growing cultural connectivity among nation-states and non-state actors of the world. Yet, the ushering of the world into the digital era and globalization sounded true for the thesis of the global village theorists. However, Trump's policy of American First has led to theorization about end of globalization. 14.11 Incipient bipolar system. Despite the current talk of the unipolar and multipolar world, the eventual possibility of a return to bipolarity cannot be ruled out. Some experts think that a new form of US-Russian conflict may take place in future after regaining power by Russia. Moreover, a bipolar bloc system may well evolve from the current or anticipated multipolar one as a China-Russia bloc faces American-led Western bloc against the combination, or an All-Asia bloc confronts a US-Europe-Russia one, thus belying hopes of global villagers. However, it has been observed that in Syria both US and Russia were once again at loggerheads. They confronted each other on Iran as well as on NATO's eastward expansion. 206. End of the Cold War. There could be another analysis of bipolarity in terms of the Chinese challenge. Emergence of global order / to US hegemony, a new Cold War, and a new containment strategy, or US and disorder. China could form the G2 with a pledge not to interfere in their respective zones of influence. This theory has been popularized of late by Richard Bernstein and Ross H. Monroe, 1997. A bipolar world system might evolve from the current or anticipated multipolar one as a China-Russia bloc faces off against US-Europe combination. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Explain the concept of global village. 2. Comment on zones of peace and zones of turmoil categorization of the world political system. 14.12 Let us sum up. In this unit, we have seen that much of the theorization about the end of the Cold War and the nature of emerging world order / disorder has fallen into disrepute. There is lots of fluidity and some uncertainty in what is happening at the global level. Not that there is anarchy or chaos at the international level. Things are still being managed and international organizations are working. But, as we saw, the pace of change and fluidity is enormous. Americans were pleasantly shocked at the fall of communism all over Eastern Europe. They were quick to claim credit for winning the Cold War. The age of triumphalism dawned and would rule the roost in American academia for nearly 2 decades. Several others have claimed that no one won the Cold War. The US spent trillions of dollars arming itself themselves for a confrontation with the Soviet Union that fortunately never came. Moreover, thousands of American lives were lost waging proxy wars in Korea and Vietnam. Hundreds of thousands perished in the proxy wars the two sides waged through their allies and puppet regimes in 207. Contemporary international. Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Post-Cold War era was marked by both order, relations, and disorder. There were global orders in the sense that the world passed through unipolarity, multipolarity to sometimes bipolarity, and disorder in the sense that both Russia and America were trying to demonstrate their military prowess against each other in Syria, Iran, and in different other parts of the world on different occasions. Yet, nothing could be said with certainty as to who won and who lost. There are limitations to American power in the world, and so is the case with Russia, China, and other major powers. Hence, the kerfuffle that was created by the demise of the Cold War had disturbed the entropy of the globe to such an extent that it is yet to settle in some order. 14.13 References. Roberts, Adam. 2008. International Relations After the Cold War. International Affairs. Royal Institute of International Affairs 1944. Volume 84, Number 2. Gupta, Alok Kumar. 2015. Rise of Islamic State. Clash Within Civilization. The Indian Journal of Political Science. Volume 76, Number 3. Krauthammer, Charles. 1990/1991. The Unipolar Moment, Foreign Affairs. Volume 70, Number 1. America and the World. Krauthammer, Charles. 2002-2003. The Unipolar Moment Revisited. The National Interest. Number 70. Kegley, Jr., Charles W., and Gregory A. Raymond. 1992. Must We Fear a Post-Cold War Multipolar System? The Journal of Conflict Resolution, Volume 36, Number 3. Monterey P. Nuno. Winter 2011-12. Unrest Assured. Why Unipolarity is Not Peaceful. International Security. Volume 36, Number 3. Harkavy, Robert E. 1997. Images of the Coming International System. Orbis. Walforth, C. William. Summer 1999. The Stability of a Unipolar World. International Security. Volume 24, Number 1. 14.14 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. The central argument of the clash of civilization is that the primary sources of conflict in the future are not ideological. 1. The central argument of the clash of civilization is that the primary sources of conflict in the future are not ideological or economic factors, but cultural divisions. In other words, conflicts in the future may occur between, and not within, civilizations. Check Your Progress 2. 1. Initially advanced by media theorists to refer to the interconnected world, the concept of the global village has acquired wider connotations with growing interdependence. The concept is used to address common or global problems, environment, health, migration, etc. through global cooperation and by evolving appropriate global intuitions and mechanisms. 208. End of the Cold War. 2. This thesis is a combination of democratic peace theory and the familiar emergence of global order / division of the world into developed and the developing regions. The zone disorder of peace roughly coincides with the developed countries of the North that are mostly democratic and economically well off, while the zone of turmoil include countries of the South and former Soviet Empire where democratic institutions struggle to cope with challenges of economic development and internal conflicts. 209. 210. Contemporary International Relations. Unit 15 Changing Nature of the Unsystem ***. Structure 15.0 Objectives 15.1 Introduction. 15.2 What constitutes the UN system? 15.2.1 Objectives, Principles, Structure and Role of the UN. 15.2.2 UN Specialized Agencies and their Role. 15.2.3 UN Programs. 15.2.4 NGOs in UN System. 15.3 Changing Nature of the UN System, UN's Role, Achievements and Challenges. 15.4 Democratization of the UN System. 15.5 The Future of the UN System. 15.6 Let us sum up. 15.7 References. 15.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 15.0 Objectives. The United Nations has been the centerpiece of global governance in the post-war years. This unit will examine the UN system, including its goals, organs and agencies, and achievements and limitations. The unit also discusses the changing nature and dynamics of the UN and the debate on reforming the UN. After going through this unit, you should be able to state the objectives/purposes of the UN, describe the principles and the principal organs of the UN, explain the role of the UN system, functions of its specialized agencies, various programs and funding, and the functioning of the non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Debate on the democratization of the UN system and explain the prospects of the UN system. 15.1 Introduction. The United Nations UN was established on October 24, 1945. Since World War II, it has been the centerpiece of global governance. It is the only truly universal and global intergovernmental organization created to date with global scope and nearly universal membership, and its agenda encompasses the broadest range of governance issues. It was founded with 51 nations. Its membership has now expanded to 193 member states. The UN continues to be the only global international organization and actor that has an agenda encompassing the broadest range of governance issues. As the world's only truly global organization, the Professor Abdul Rahim P. Vijapur, Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University, U.P. Changing Nature of the UN. UN has become the foremost forum to address issues that transcend national system boundaries and cannot be resolved by any one country acting alone. It is a complex system that serves as the central site for multilateral diplomacy, with the UN's General Assembly as center stage. 3 weeks of the general debate at the opening of each annual session of General Assembly in September draws foreign ministers and heads of states from small and large states alike to take advantage of the opportunity to address the nations of the world and to engage in intensive diplomacy. Connor Cruz O'Brien, one-time special representative of the UN's Secretary-General, described the UN as stage set for a continuous dramatization of world history 1968. This metaphorical view is perhaps better explained by Clive Archer. The UN is often seen as solely an arena in which member states can advance their viewpoints and suggestions in a public and open forum. The member states, observers, and NGOs use UN fora as an arena to voice their opinions and to set forth their agenda. 1983. 15.2 What constitutes the UN system? The UN system consists of the UN family of organizations. It includes the Secretariat, the UN funds and programs, the 15 specialized agencies, and other related organizations. The funds, programs, and offices are subsidiary bodies of the General Assembly. The specialized agencies are linked to the United Nations through individual agreements and report to the Economic and Social Council and/or the Assembly. Related organizations such as the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, and IM, International Organization for Migration, and the World Trade Organization, WTO, have their legislative bodies and budgets. These programs, funds, and specialized agencies, together with the UN itself, constitute the UN system. The members of the UN system address all areas of cultural, economic, scientific, and social endeavors. 15.2.1 Objectives, Principles, Structure, and Role of the UN. The UN Charter explains that it has 4 purposes: I, to maintain international peace and security; 2, to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples; 3, to cooperate in solving international economic, social, cultural, and humanitarian problems and in promoting respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms; and 4, to be a center for harmonizing the actions of nations in attaining these common ends. In other words, the UN is mandated to safeguard peace and security, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, to uphold respect for international law, and to promote social progress and better standards of life. UN's original vision was built on 4 pillars. The first 3, peace, development, and human rights, have become increasingly intertwined and support a consistent and integrated framework of national and international priorities. The UN's 4th founding pillar, sovereign independence, although largely achieved during the UN's first 2 decades through. 211. Contemporary international decolonization is now under scrutiny because of a concern for reasonable limits. Relations on state sovereignty. The United Nations acts to pursue its objectives in accordance with the following principles. It is based on the sovereign equality of all its members. All members are to fulfill in good faith their charter obligations. They are to settle their international disputes by peaceful means and without endangering international peace and security and justice. They are to refrain from the threat or use of force against any other state. Neither they nor any member of the UN interferes in domestic matters of any state. To enable the UN to achieve its stated purposes and objectives, the organization has been equipped with a structure of 6 main organs. 1. The General Assembly, perhaps the closest approximation of a world parliament, is the main deliberative and legislative body. It is designed to utilize the time-honored technique of resolving problems by free and frank discussions. It is to function as the world's permanent forum and a meeting place. It is created on the assumption that war of words is better than war fought with bombs and weapons. All UN members are represented in it, and each has 1 vote based on sovereign equality. Decisions on ordinary matters are taken by a simple majority. Important questions require 2/3 of the vote. The Assembly has the right to discuss and make recommendations on all matters within the scope of the UN Charter. Its decisions are not binding on member states, but they carry the weight of world public opinion. Thus, it does not legislate like a national parliament. But in the meeting rooms and corridors of the UN, representatives of almost all countries of the world, large and small, rich and poor, from diverse political and social systems, have a voice and vote in shaping the policies of the international community. 2. The Security Council is the organ to which the Charter gives primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security. It can be convened at any time, even at midnight when peace is threatened. Member states are obligated to carry out its decisions. It has 15 members. 5 of these, China, France, the Russian Federation, the UK, and the US, are permanent members known as P5. The other 10 are elected by the Assembly for 2-year terms. A decision cannot be taken if there is no or negative vote by a permanent member, known as veto, on substantive questions. In common parlance, the veto is known in the UN Charter as great power unanimity rule. When a threat to peace is brought before the Council, it usually first asks the parties to reach an agreement by peaceful means. The Council may undertake mediation or set forth principles for a settlement. It may request the Secretary General to investigate and report on a situation. If fighting breaks out, the Council tries to secure a ceasefire. It may send peacekeeping units, observers, or troops to troubled areas with the consent of the parties. 212. Changing nature of the UN. Involved to reduce tension and keep opposing forces apart. Unlike the system General Assembly resolutions, its decisions are binding and it has the power to enforce its decisions by imposing economic sanctions and by ordering military action under the principle of collective security. Absence or prevention of war does not automatically ensure a peaceful international system. To diminish the underlying causes of future conflicts that might lead to such threats to the peace or breach of peace, the founding fathers of the UN also provided mechanisms for economic and social progress and development and to promote higher standards of living. This job has been assigned Toto, the third organ. 3. The Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, is the third main organ of the UN. The ECOSOC has 54 members. It usually holds a 2-month-long session each year. It coordinates the economic and social work of the UN and other specialized agencies and institutions. It recommends and directs activities aimed at, among others, promoting economic growth of developing countries, administering development and humanitarian assistance projects, promoting the observance of human rights, ending discrimination against minorities, spreading the benefits of science and technology, and fostering world cooperation in areas such as better housing, family planning, and crime prevention. 4. The Trusteeship Council was created to supervise the administration of 11 trust territories and to ensure that governments responsible for their administration take adequate steps to prepare them for self-government and independence. It is gratifying to note that all these territories have attained independence by the end of 1994 and now this body has little work. 5. The International Court of Justice consists of 15 judges who are elected concurrently by the General Assembly and the Security Council. It resolves legal issues and interprets international treaties. 6. The Secretariat is the sixth main organ of the UN. It consists of a Secretary General and other staff and personnel who run the UN administration and carry out day-to-day work of the UN. Staff members are drawn from 193 members of the Union. As international civil servants, they work for the UN and pledge not to take or seek instructions from any government or outside authority. Calling upon some 41,000 staff members worldwide, the Secretariat services the other principal organs of the UN and administers the programs and policies established by them. At its head is the Secretary General, who is appointed by the General Assembly on the recommendation of the Security Council. Till now the office of the Secretary General has been occupied by 9 incumbents: Trygve Lie, Norway; Dag Hammarskjöld, Sweden; U. Thant, Myanmar; Kurt Waldheim, Austria; Javier Perez de Cuellar, Peru; Boutros Ghali, Egypt; Kofi Annan, Ghana; Ban Ki-moon, Republic of Korea; and Antonio Guterres, Portugal. 15.2.2 UN Specialized Agencies and their role. In addition to its programs, the UN General Assembly maintains formal ties with about 20 autonomous international agencies not under its control. 213. Contemporary International. The Agency in International Security Affairs is the International Atomic Energy Relations Agency, IAEA, headquartered in Vienna, Austria. It was established under the UN but is formally autonomous. Although the IAEA has an economic role in helping develop civilian nuclear power plants, it mainly works to prevent nuclear proliferation. The IAEA was responsible for inspections in Iraq in 2002 to 2003, which found no evidence of a secret nuclear weapons program. It is involved in monitoring Iran's nuclear program to the extent Iran allows. The IAEA and its Director General Mohammad El-Baradei won the 2005 Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts to prevent nuclear energy from being used for military purposes and to ensure that nuclear energy for peaceful purposes is used in the safest possible way. In the area of healthcare, the Geneva-based World Health Organization, WHO, provides technical assistance to improve conditions and conduct major immunization campaigns in poor countries. In the 1960s and 1970s, WHO led one of the great public health victories of all time, the worldwide eradication of smallpox. Today, WHO is a leading player in the worldwide fight to control AIDS, COVID-19, and other viruses. In agriculture, the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, is the lead agency. In labor standards, it is the International Labour Organization, ILO. UNESCO, the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, facilitates international communication and scientific collaboration. The UN Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, promotes industrialization in the Global South. The specialized agencies dealing with technical aspects of international coordination such as aviation and postal exchange have most successful records. For instance, the International Telecommunications Union, ITU, allocates radio frequencies. The Universal Postal Union (UPU) sets standards for international mail, while the International Civil Aviation Organization sets binding standards for international air traffic. The International Maritime Organization (IMO) facilitates international cooperation on shipping at sea. The World Intellectual Property Organization (WIPO) seeks world compliance with copyrights and patents and promotes development and technology transfer within a legal framework that protects such intellectual property. Finally, the World Meteorological Organization (WMO) oversees a world weather watch and promotes the exchange of weather information. The major coordinating agencies of the world economy are also UN-affiliated agencies. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund (IMF) give loans, grants, and technical assistance for economic development, and the IMF manages international balance of payments accounting. The World Trade Organization (WTO) sets rules for international trade. Overall, the density of connections across national borders, both in the UN system and through other international organizations, is increasing year by year. In a less tangible way, people are also becoming connected across international borders through the meshing of ideas, including norms and rules. And gradually the rules are becoming international laws. 214. Changing nature of the UN. 15.2.3 UN programs. System. Through the Economic and Social Council, the General Assembly oversees more than a dozen major programs to advance economic development and social stability in poor states of the Global South. Through its programs, the UN helps manage global North-South relations. It organizes a flow of resources and skills from the richer parts of the world to support development in the poorer parts. The programs are funded partly by General Assembly allocations and partly by contributions that the programs raise directly from member states, businesses, or private charitable contributors. The degree of General Assembly funding and of operational autonomy from the Assembly varies from one program to another. Each UN program has a staff, a headquarters, and various operations in the field where it works with host governments in member states. Several of these programs are of growing importance. The UN Environment Program (UNEP) became more prominent in the 1990s as the economic development of the Global South and the growing economies of the industrialized world took a toll on the world environment. The UNEP grapples with global environmental strategies. It provides technical assistance to member states, monitors environmental conditions globally, develops standards, and recommends alternative energy sources. UNICEF is the UN Children's Fund, which gives technical and financial assistance to poor countries for programs benefiting children. Unfortunately, the needs of children in many countries are still urgent, and UNICEF is kept busy. Financed by voluntary contributions, UNICEF has for decades organized U.S. children in an annual Halloween fund drive on behalf of their counterparts in poorer countries. The Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, is also busy. UNHCR coordinates efforts to protect, assist, and eventually repatriate the many refugees who flee across international borders each year to escape war and political violence. The longer-standing problem of Palestinian refugees is handled by a different program, the UN Relief Works Agency, UNRWA. The UN Development Program, UNDP, funded by voluntary contributions, coordinates all UN efforts related to development in poor countries. With about 5,000 projects operating simultaneously around the world, UNDP is the world's largest international agency for technical development assistance. The UN also runs several development-related agencies for training and for promoting women's role in development. Many poor countries depend on export revenues to finance economic development, making them vulnerable to fluctuations in commodity prices and other international trade problems. The UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, negotiates international trade agreements to stabilize commodity prices and promote development. Because countries of the Global South do not have much power in the international economy, however, UNCTAD has little leverage to promote their interests in trade. The World Trade Organization has thus become the main organization dealing with trade issues. 215. Contemporary International Human Rights Council replacing a Human Rights Commission notorious for relations, including human rights abusers as member states. The new council has expanded powers and more selective membership. Other UN programs manage problems such as disaster relief, food aid, housing, and population issues. Throughout the poorer countries, the UN maintains an active presence in economic and social affairs. 5.2.4 NGOs in the UN system. NGOs' role in global governance has been provided under Article 71 of the Charter. The role of NGOs has been increasing over the years in matters of management and governance at the global level. They represent the conscience of the people in whose name the UN Charter was drafted. They are increasingly exerting their voices on global issues along with other civil society groups. They have been described by Thomas Weiss as a third UN, to complement Innes Claude's distinction between the first UN consisting of the arenas where member states debate issues and make recommendations and decisions, and the second UN, consisting of the UN and specialized agency secretariats. The roles of the third UN include advocacy, research, policy analysis, and the promotion of ideas and nowadays even delivery of services at the grassroots level. Its members frequently provide new ideas, advocate new policies, and mobilize public support for UN activities. 2009. It may be noted that more than 5,000 NGOs are accredited to the UN. Check your progress exercise 1 note. I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Briefly describe the structure of the UN. 2. What is the role of specialized agencies in the UN system? 3. What is meant by the third UN? 216. Changing nature of the UN. 15.3 Changing nature of the UN system. UN's role, achievements and challenges. During the last 70 years, the UN is trying to emerge as a global democratic organization, rather than government, to address the socio-economic problems of the peoples of the United Nations. The term democracy does not appear in the UN Charter either as a condition of membership or as a goal of the UN. Yet, the ideal of democratic governance underpins much of the UN's contemporary work. When the UN was founded, in addition to being an alliance against aggression, it was founded on the belief that stable, peaceful conditions within states would underpin peaceful and stable relations between them. Moreover, the Charter was written in the name of "We the Peoples of the United Nations," rather than in the name of high contracting parties. The UN Charter did have the seeds of democracy in its text, as like any democratic state it wanted the well-being of entire mankind. Article 55 of the UN Charter spells out details of its resolve to work for socio-economic development of human beings. The UN's democratic engagement can be explained by documenting its work in many ways. The following points may be noted. 1. Although most people associate the United Nations with the issues of peace and security, the vast majority of the organization's resources are devoted to advancing the Charter's pledge to promote higher standards of living, full employment, and conditions of economic and social progress and development. Article 55 of the UN Charter. For we the people of the United Nations. United Nations development efforts have profoundly affected the lives and well-being of millions of people throughout the world. Guiding the UN endeavors is the conviction that lasting international peace and security are possible only if the economic and social well-being of people everywhere is assured. 2. Many of the economic and social transformations that have taken place globally since 1945 have been significantly affected in their direction and shape by the work of the United Nations. As the global center for consensus building, the UN has set priorities and goals for international cooperation to assist countries in their development efforts and to foster a supportive global economic environment. The UN has provided a platform for formulating and promoting key new developmental objectives on the international agenda through a series of global conferences. It has articulated the need for incorporating issues such as the advancement of women, human rights, sustainable development, environmental protection, and good governance into the development paradigm. Over the years, the worldview of development has changed. Today, countries agree that sustainable development, a development that promotes prosperity and economic opportunity, greater social well-being while remaining environmentally sustainable, and protection of the environment, offers the best path forward for improving the lives of people everywhere. Today, the UN provides food and assistance to 80 million people in 80 countries, supplies vaccine to millions of the world's children and helps save 3 million lives a year, and assists and protects 67.7 million people fleeing war, famine, and persecution. 217. Contemporary International. It fights extreme poverty, helping improve the lives of more than 1 billion. Relations. People. It supports maternal health, helping over 1 million women a month overcome pregnancy risks. 3. At their Millennium Summit in 2000, member states adopted the Millennium Declaration, which contained a set of wide-ranging goals for the future course of the UN. The declaration was translated into a roadmap that included 8 time-bound and measurable goals to be reached by 2015, known as the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. The MDGs aim to eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, achieve universal primary education, promote gender equality and the empowerment of women, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, combat HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, ensure environmental sustainability, and develop a global partnership for development. 4. In September 2015, world leaders adopted the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The 2030 Agenda officially came into force on January 1, 2016, marking a new course for the UN towards ending poverty, protecting the planet and ensuring prosperity for all by 2030. 3 other accords adopted in 2015 play critical roles in the global development agenda. The Addis Ababa Action Agenda on Financing for Development, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the Sendai Framework on Disaster Risk Reduction. 5. One of the greatest achievements of the UN is its role in the field of decolonization. It gave inspiration to millions of Africans and Asian people who were under colonial rule to claim the right of self-determination and independence. When the UN was founded in 1945, 80 of the present UN members were colonies. The UN helped many of them, having 750 million people, to achieve independence. With this development, the international relations have been democratized. 6. As a democratic state is usually successful in resolving domestic conflicts, the UN does the same job at the international level. The UN has an impressive record of resolving many international conflicts. UN peacekeepers have, since 1945, undertaken over 60 field missions and negotiated 172 peaceful settlements that ended regional conflicts. Right now, peacekeepers are in 20 hotspots around the world trying to save lives and avert wars. Today, the UN keeps peace with 104,000 peacekeepers in 14 operations around the world. 7. One of the most significant achievements of the UN is the creation of a comprehensive body of human rights law, a universal and internationally protected code to which all nations can subscribe and all people aspire. It has defined a broad range of internationally accepted rights, including civil, political, economic, cultural, and social rights. It has International Bill of Human Rights, consisting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, and the 2 international covenants on civil and political, economic, social, and cultural rights, 1966. Besides the International Bill of Rights, it has adopted nearly 80 human rights treaties or declarations. It has also established mechanisms to promote and protect these rights and to assist states in carrying out their responsibilities. 218. Changing nature of the UN. 8. It is gratifying to note that more international law has been created through. 8. It is gratifying to note that more international law has been created through. System. The UN in the last 7 decades than in the entire previous history of mankind. It has made major contributions towards expanding the rule of law among nations through the codification of international law. 9. A new doctrine of our 2P, the responsibility to protect, was endorsed by all UN members at the 2005 World Summit in order to address its 4 key concerns: to prevent genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. The principle of our 2P is based upon the underlying premise that sovereignty entails a responsibility to protect all populations from mass atrocity crimes and human rights violations. This doctrine was originally proposed in 2001 by the Independent International Commission on Intervention and State Sovereignty. Our 2P was developed to replace the much-abused concept of humanitarian intervention. 10. UN's great intellectual contribution, in fact achievement, has been to develop new ideas, analysis, and policymaking in the economic and social arenas. UN's thinking and ideas in these areas have had a major positive impact on the politics and governance of many countries. These ideas have helped UN members to frame issues at global and national forums. Let us describe here some of these ideas/concepts. Since its founding, the UN has given birth to new concepts like human rights, human development, human security, sustainable development, gender equality, and so on. Let us elaborate here just one concept, i.e. sustainable development. It must be noted that UN developed a more integrated approach and defined sustainable development as development which meets the needs of the present, without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development requires us to conserve more and waste less. In industrialized nations, many people live beyond nature's means. For example, one person in a very rich country uses as much energy as 80 people in a very poor country. Overconsumption leads to waste, which pollutes our environment and uses our resources. 11. The regular biennial budget of the UN for 2016 to 2017 was $5.4 billion, which pays for UN activities, staff, and basic infrastructure. For peacekeeping, the budget for the year July 1, 2016 to June 30, 2017 was $7.87 billion. In comparison, every year the world spends nearly $2 trillion on military expenditure. Peace is far cheaper than war and a good value for money. The Essential UN 2018. 12. UNHCR is one of the world's foremost humanitarian organizations during some of the most serious displacement crises in decades. Today's conflicts have led to a huge rise in UNHCR's activities as the number of people displaced rose from 38 million in 2005 to over 65 million in 2017. 13. The UN's multifarious activities include many things. It works with 195 nations to keep the global temperature rise below 2 degrees C/3.6 F. It tackles the global water crisis affecting over 2 billion people worldwide. It coordinates the US $24.7 billion appeals for the humanitarian needs of 145 million people. It uses diplomacy to prevent conflicts and assists some 50 countries a year with their elections. 219. Contemporary international. 14. UN success can be gauged from the fact that 12 Nobel Peace Prize have relations been awarded to it, its specialized agencies, programs, and staff. This included an award in 1988 to the UN peacekeeping forces, and in 2001 to the UN and its Secretary General Kofi Annan. 15. The Security Council established 2 international criminal tribunals to prosecute those responsible for war crimes against humanity in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda during the 1990s. Following the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center in New York on September 11, 2001, the Council established its Counterterrorism Committee to help states increase their capacity to combat terrorism. All the great expectations from the UN have not been realized. Many failures and challenges are haunting the organization. All of them cannot be recapitulated here, but some of them can be recalled here, especially its failure to maintain international peace. Member states accuse the Security Council of being arrogant, secretive, and undemocratic, but the veto powers resist change. Meanwhile, violations of the UN Charter obligations by powerful countries continue to erode the effectiveness of the United Nations. Excessive use/misuse of veto is cited as the reason for the ineffective UN. Look at the titles of 3 books on the UN. Ramesh Thakur titled his edited book, Past Imperfect, Future Uncertain. Roberts and Kingsbury titled their edited book, United Nations, Divided World, and Kate Seaman titled her book, UN-Tied Nations, The United Nations Peacekeeping and Global Governance, 2014. These titles speak volumes about UN failures and challenges. To make the UN system more relevant and robust, there is need to democratize and reform it. In 2004, former Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dor Gold, in his book Tower of Babel, How the United Nations Has Fueled Chaos, 2005, criticized what he called the organization's moral relativism in the face of and occasional support of genocide and terrorism that occurred between the moral clarity of its founding period and the present day. The inability of the UN to prevent conflicts in the 21st century, e.g. the most prominent and dramatic example of the war in Darfur in 2003, is the best case in point. In Darfur War, in which Arab Janjaweed militias, supported by the Sudanese government, committed repeated acts of ethnic cleansing and genocide against the indigenous population. Thus far, an estimated 400,000 civilians have been killed in what is the largest case of mass murder in the history of the region. Yet the UN has continuously failed to act against this gross violation of human rights. Since the Sudanese government refused to receive UN peacekeeping force, the UN has been forced to outsource some of its peacekeeping to such regional organizations as the African Union. Due to Darfur conflict, at least 2 million refugees fled. Talk of genocide and comparisons to Rwanda in 1993-94 were rampant, Hanhamaski, 2007. Nonetheless, the failures of the UN should be seen as the failures of its members. The UN is only a mirror of world politics, which the sovereign states enact. UN is like a tool in the hands of its members. They may use it for their benefit or refuse to take advantage of this unique and only global tool available for member states. Instead of blaming the UN, i.e. the second and the third UN, for its failures, we should blame the first UN, composed of its members. One should always recall former Secretary General Dag. 220. Changing nature of the UN. Hammarskjöld's remark when he said, speaking to the Foreign Policy System Association in New York, the United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell. Check your progress exercise 2. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the contribution of the UN in protecting and promoting human rights? 2. What are the objectives of Sustainable Development Goals of 2030? 15.4 Democratization of the UN system. The UN has been engaged in democratizing its system. At the outset, let us discuss what we mean by democratization. Former Secretary General Boutros Boutros-Ghali defines democratization as a process which leads to a more open, more participatory, less authoritarian society. Democracy is a system of government which embodies, in a variety of institutions and mechanisms, the ideal of political power based on the will of the people, 1996. According to Boutros-Ghali, there is a growing interest and demand among member states in the democratization of the UN. At the special commemorative meeting of the General Assembly held from 22 to 24 October 1995 on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the UN, nearly every speaker. At the special commemorative meeting of the General Assembly held from 22 to 24 October 1995 on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the UN, nearly every speaker, including 128 heads of state or government, addressed this important issue. Member states accused the Security Council of being arrogant, secretive, and undemocratic, but the veto powers resist change. Meanwhile, violations of the UN Charter by powerful countries continue to erode the effectiveness of the United Nations. Therefore, a call for democratizing the UN began with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Since the meeting of the heads of government of the Security Council on January 31, 1992, a global debate on the restructuring of the UN system has begun. Many proposals have been made in this regard. The main objective of such reform proposals is to make the UN, especially its Security Council, more democratic, efficient, and adaptable to the changing international milieu. Since the UN responsibilities 221. Contemporary international and concerns are worldwide and are now expanding to virtually every relations. Conceivable area of human activity, it is imperative to redesign the UN structure so that it can meet the challenges of the 21st century. One of the suggestions included that the Security Council (SC) should be expanded from 15 to 23 or 24, out of which 5 should be additional permanent members: 2 industrialized countries, Japan and Germany, and 3 large developing countries, Brazil, India, and Nigeria. Names of South Africa, Egypt are also discussed for permanent membership of the Council. More than 25 years have passed since the debate of expanding Security Council began. No consensus has emerged among veto-possessed P5 policemen of the world to come to any conclusion, as they enjoy special status currently. They are not agreeing for Security Council expansion to include emerging nations to be part of the executive body of the UN. Resolving the issue has proved impossible till now. There is no agreement on what process or formula should be used to determine who would get new permanent seats. There are 3 likely African candidates for permanent membership: Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. Countries such as Pakistan know that a rival such as India is more likely to be a candidate, tends to oppose adding any permanent seats. Thus, Italy opposes a seat for Germany and Argentina challenges Brazil's candidacy. The US endorsed India for a permanent seat in 2010. China has opposed seats for both India and Japan. The Chinese position explains how the interests of all P5 states prevent Security Council reform. China champions Latin American and African participation as indicative of its support for developing countries, but opposes more participation from Asia. Not surprisingly, China opposes any reforms linked to democratization. In short, China prefers to keep the size of the Council small, to maintain its veto for historic reasons, and to be the sole representative of a major continent. It may be recalled that in advance of the World Summit in 2005, Kofi Annan and several member states pressed hard to get a resolution passed. For countries, the G4, that have quietly campaigned for permanent seats in the SC, Japan, Germany, India, and Brazil went public on the issue in an effort to line up votes. This group of 4 suggested a 24-member SC, including 6 permanent seats, 4 of which would be reserved for them. The African Union supported a different plan, adding 11 seats, 2 of which would be reserved for Africa. Still another group of middle powers, including Italy and Pakistan, proposed a 25-member SC with 10 rotating seats. The US has not taken a position on the veto for any new members. There is an alternative view which argues that the objective of SC reform should be to make it more representative rather than more democratic. Commonly, the claim that the SC should be more representative means affording greater representation to certain categories of historically unrepresented states. There is merit in this view. Contemporary geopolitical realities will reflect if the composition of SC is expanded. The world population and the GDP of the emerging states should be represented in the Council's permanent and semi-permanent members. The SC should not only reflect greater diversity but also should give place to underrepresented regions such as the Americas, Asia, and Africa. It must be recalled that only 6 countries from Asia and Africa were founding members of the UN, but they now make up more than half of the UN membership. Therefore, the claim of these Afro-Asian states is very strong to be ignored. 222. Changing nature of the UN. In short, there is no agreement precisely because the issue of representation in system. The Security Council is so important. As Edward C. Luck pointed out, it involves profound and persistent divisions about which and how many countries should sit around the table, whether permanent status should be extended, what the balance among regions and groups should be, whether the veto should be retained, modified, or eliminated, how decisions should be made, and whether its working methods should be further refined. The very fact that none of this has been resolved testifies to the divergent perspectives and interests among member states, and to the value capitals place on the work of the Council, 2005. Despite the frustration and disappointment in some quarters when the 2005 discussion came to naught, the issue persists. It would be a grave error for those who think that Security Council reform will go, Nirupus, son of India, said. They believe it would be like the Cheshire Cat, where you have the smile without the cat, but they will find that the cat has 9 lives. The New York Times, November 2005. The lesson is that formal reforms such as this are difficult to achieve and likely to take a long time. However, some administrative reforms were carried out by trimming the Secretariat during the tenures of Kofi Annan and Ban Ki-moon. 15.5 The future of the UN system. The future of the UN system depends on its ability to adapt itself to address the complexities of the changing world and the issues confronting the peoples of the world. It goes without saying that this adaptability is possible only when UN members work in tandem to revitalize the UN system. Let us mention here the report of the high-level panel of 16 eminent persons appointed by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and distributed on December 2, 2004. This report has identified 7 important weaknesses of the United Nations, including loss of vitality by the General Assembly. The Security Council will need to be proactive in the future. A major institutional gap in addressing countries under stress and countries emerging from conflict. The Security Council has not made the most of the potential advantages of working with regional and sub-regional organizations. There must be new institutional arrangements to address the economic and social threats to international security. There is a need for a more professional and better organized secretariat. During recent years, a lot has been done to address these weaknesses and to revitalize the United Nations, as well as to fight injustice and inequalities, international terror and crime, and to protect the environment on our globe. It must be noted that the United Nations Millennium Declaration and the 2005 World Summit Outcome General Assembly Resolution 60/1, as well as recommendations in the report of the high-level panel, were developed during long months of talks and consultations reflecting the views of world leaders, scholars, and interested people. 223. Contemporary International. Unless the UN undergoes a thorough reform, it may not be able to meet the great relations demands it faces in the service of mankind. This unit presents ideas and suggestions intending to increase the efficiency of the United Nations in solving current international problems, including the reform of the Security Council and restoration of its role in world affairs. The reform should strengthen decision-making, implement multilateral arrangements, improve the United Nations' ability to undertake collective action, and resist unilateral tendencies to use force without Security Council authorization. In our view, 2 amendments to the UN Charter in honoring Article 3 seem to be most relevant: the enlargement of the Security Council and a considerable restriction of the right to veto. Moreover, the composition of the Security Council should reflect both the political changes since World War II and the contribution of the states to the activity of the United Nations. It would be vital and logical to increase the number of permanent seats on the Council by 1 state each from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, as well as by Japan and Germany. Check your progress exercise 3. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is the focus of the current debate on restructuring the UN system? 15.6 Let us sum up. The UN represents the only and truly a global intergovernmental organization to serve the people of the world by maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations on the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples, and by promoting universally their human rights. It has been providing a global forum to member nations for harmonizing their actions for attaining their common ends. Over the years, due to the Cold War and United Nations, its role in maintaining international peace and security is far from gratification. However, its role in encouraging decolonization, promoting socio-economic development, and addressing problems of poor people in Global South has been remarkable. These achievements are the result of coordinated efforts of the first UN, which it undertakes in collaboration with the second and third UN. The full potentials of the UN can be achieved if the organization is reformed and democratized. Demands for expansion of the Security Council to reflect geopolitical realities of the contemporary world are advocated by newly emerging states from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Unless the UN adapts itself to the changing realities of the world, it cannot come of age and ensure a bright future for itself. 224. Changing nature of the UN. 15.7 References. System. Ibahola, Ade and Adarimi Opayami. 2015. Can the United Nations Security Council be democratized? International Journal of History and Culture. Volume 201, pages 15-25. Baer, Peter R., and Gordenker, Leon. 2005. The United Nations, Reality and Ideal. For edition. London. Palgrave Macmillan. Bailey, Sidney D., 1989. The United Nations, A Short Political Guide. 2 edition. London, Macmillan. Hanhamaki, Jusiem, 2008. The United Nations, A Very Short Introduction. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Carnes, Margaret, Mingst, Karen A., and Kendall W. Stiles. 2016. International Organizations, The Politics and Process of Global Governance. 3 edition. Delhi. Viva Books. Mingst, Karen A., and Carnes, Margaret. 2012. The United Nations in the 21st Century. 4 edition. Boulder. Call Westview Press. Moore, Jonathan and Pubens, Jerry. 2006. The New United Nations International Organization in the 21st Century. New Delhi. Pearson Education. Muravchik, Joshua. 2005. The Future of the United Nations, Understanding the Past to Chart a Way Forward. Washington, D.C. The AEI Press. Helmut Volger edition. 2010. A Concise Encyclopedia of the United Nations. 2nd Revised Edition. Leiden. Martinus Nijhoff Publishers. Seaman, Kate. 2014. UN Tied Nations, The United Nations Peacekeeping and Global Governance. London. Routledge. Thakur, Ramesh. Edition. 1998. Past Imperfect, Future Uncertain, The United Nations at 50. London. Macmillan. Thakur, Ramesh. 2003. Reforming the United Nations, Changing with and for the Times. International Peacekeeping. Volume 10. Number 4. The United Nations at 70, 2015. Special issue. UN Chronicle available. United Nations. 2018. The Essential UN. New York. United Nations Department of Public Information available for read only at Vijaypur, P. Abdurrahim. 2010. Human Rights in International Relations. New Delhi. Manak Publications. Weiss, G. Thomas, Tatiana Karayanis, and Richard Jolly. 2009. The Third United Nations Global Governance. Volume 15, Number 1. 225. Contemporary International. 15.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. The UN has 6 main organs: the General Assembly, the Security Council, ECOSOC, the Trusteeship Council, the International Court of Justice, the Secretariat. There are also a host of specialized agencies and programs. 2. United Nations specialized agencies are autonomous organizations working with the UN and each other. They may or may not have been created by the UN, but they are incorporated into the UN system. 3. It refers to large number of civil society organizations providing new ideas, advocate new policies, and mobilize public support for UN activities. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. It has helped in the creation of a comprehensive body of human rights law, the UDHR, 2. International covenants on civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights, and several declarations and resolutions to protect and promote human rights. 2. SDGs focus on ending poverty, protecting the planet, and ensuring prosperity for all. Check Your Progress Exercise 3. 1. Current debate on restructuring of the UN system is focused on making the Security Council more democratic, efficient, and adaptable to the changing international milieu. 226. 227. Changing Nature of the UN System. Suggested readings. Block 1. Baylis, John. 2015. Et al. eds. The Globalization of World Politics. New Delhi. OUP. Kartsnays, Walter. 2012. Et al. eds. Handbook of International Relations. New Delhi. Sage. Chatterjee, Anik. 2018. International Relations Today. New Delhi. Pearson. George, Jim, and Anthony D. Burke. 2007. An Introduction to International Relations. London. Cambridge University Press. Hawking, Brian, and Michael Smith. 2014. World Politics, An Introduction to International Relations. London. Routledge. Rhea Smith, Christian, and Denkensneidel. 2008. eds. The Oxford Handbook of International Relations. London. OUP. Rosenau, James N. 2006. The Study of World Politics, 2 vols. London. Routledge. Sorensen, George, and Robert H. Jackson. 2016. Introduction to International Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Wilkinson, Paul. 2007. International Relations. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Block 2. Baldwin, H.W., 1962. World War I, An Outline History. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Howard Michael. 2007. First World War, Avery Short Introduction. London. Routledge. Dev Arjun and Indira Arjun Dev. 2009. History of the World. Hyderabad. Orient Black Swan. Ali Ambraf and G. A. Simon. 1977. EDS, October Revolution and India's Independence. Delhi. Sterling Publishers. Carr, E. H. 1985. The Bolshevik Revolution 1917 to 1921. New York. W. W. Norton and Company. Karsten Fell, 1967. The Rise of Fascism. London. Methuen. Griffin, Roger D. 2009. Edition. Fascism. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Kershaw, Ian, 1993. The Nazi Dictatorship. 3 Eden. London. Edward Arnold. Lacker, W. 1979. Edition. Fascism, A Reader's Guide. Harmonsworth. Penguin. Nestor William R. 2010. Globalization, War, and Peace in the 21st Century. Palgrave. Macmillan. Block 3. Acharya, Amitabha and Barry Busen. 2010. Non-Western International Relations Theory, Perspectives on and Beyond Asia. London. Routledge. Suggested Readings Anivas Alexander. 2010. Marxism and World Politics. London. Routledge. Batu. ed. 2012. International Politics Concepts, Theories and Issues. New Delhi. Sage Publications. Beasley, Chris. 1999. What is Feminism? An Introduction to Feminist Theory. London. Sage Publications. Blair Lastaire and Stephen Curtis. 2009. International Politics, An Introductory Guide. Edinburgh. Edinburgh University Press. Brown, Chris and Kirsten Ainley. 2009. Understanding International Relations. Hampshire and New York. Palgrave Macmillan. Burkill, Scott and Andrew Linklater. 2005. Theories of International Relations. New York. Palgrave Macmillan. Carr, E. H. 1946. The 20 Years Crisis, 1919 to 1939, An Introduction to the Study of International Relations. 2nd edition. New York. St. Martin's Press. Cox, Robert W. with Timothy Sinclair. 1996. Approaches to World Order. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Gilpin, R. G. 1981. War and Change in World Politics. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Hart, Michael and Antonio Negri. 2000. Empire. Cambridge. Harvard University Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2011. Global Politics. Basingstoke. Palgrave Macmillan. Mearsheimer, J. J. 2001. The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. New York. Norton. Menon, Nivedita. 2012. Seeing Like a Feminist. New Delhi. Saban. Morgenthau, Hans. 1960. Politics Among Nations, The Struggle for Power and Peace. 3rd ed. New York. Knopf. Thucydides. 1954. History of the Peloponnesian War. Trans. Rex Warner. London. Penguin Books. Waltz, K. N. 1979. Theory of International Politics. Reading, Massachusetts. Addison Wesley. Block 4. Melvin P. Leffler and Odd Arne Westad, ed. 2010. The Cambridge History of the Cold War, Volume 3, pages 244 to 266. Cambridge. Cambridge University Press. Westad, Odd Arne. 2017. The Cold War, A World History. New York. Basic Books. Bhagwan, Manu. 2012. Peacemakers, India and the Quest for One World. New Delhi, HarperCollins. Waits, Bernard. 1999. Europe and the Third World, From Colonization to Decolonization, circa 1500 to 1998. London. Palgrave Macmillan. Westad, Odd Arne. 2007. The Global Cold War, Third World Interventions and the Making of Our Times. Cambridge. New York. Cambridge University Press. 228. 229. Suggested Readings. Willits, P. 1978. The Non-Aligned Movement, The Origins of a Third World Alliance. New York. Nichols Publishing. Hanhamaki, Jusiem, 2008. The United Nations, A Very Short Introduction. New Delhi. Oxford University Press. Carnes, Margaret, Mingst, Karen A. and Kendall W. Stiles. 2016. International Organizations, The Politics and Process of Global Governance. 3 edition. Delhi. Viva Books. Mingst, Karen A. and Carnes, Margaret. 2012. The United Nations in the 21st Century. 4 edition. Thakur, Ramesh. Edition. 1998. Past Imperfect, Future Uncertain, The United Nations at 50. London. Macmillan. Vijapur, P. Abdurrahim. 2010. Human Rights in International Relations. New Delhi. Manak Publications. BPSC 109. Political Processes and Institutions in Comparative Perspective. School of Social Science. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, IGNOU Maidan Garhi, New Delhi. Professor Abdul Nafi, RETD, Center for American, Latin American and Canadian Studies, School of Course Contents. Block I Approaches TO Studying Comparative Politics 9, Unit 1 Political Culture 11, Unit 2 Political Modernization 26, Unit 3 Political Development 40. Block I Representation and Political Participation 51, Unit 4 Functioning of the Political Parties 53, Unit 5 Party Systems 68, Unit 6 Pressure Groups 82, Unit 7 Electoral Systems and Electoral Processes 97. Block I State in Comparative Perspective 113, Unit 8 Evolution of State in Western Europe 115, Unit 9 Post-Colonial State 127, Unit 10 Pluralism, Nation and State 141. Block 4 Democratization 155, Unit 11 Process of Democratization in Post-Colonial Countries 157, Unit 12 Democratization in Post-Authoritarian and Post-Communist Countries 169. Block V Federalism and Decentralization 183, Unit 13 Decentralization, Brazil, India and Britain 185, Unit 14 Federalism, Canada, Australia and India 198. Suggested readings 212. Political Processes and Institutions in Comparative Perspective. The idea of democracy has played an important role in taking forward the world civilization. It has helped in transforming the world from power structures of monarchy, empire and conquest to rule by the people, self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Following the third wave of democratization in the 1980s and the collapse of the Soviet Union, many political scientists believed that liberal democracy has emerged as the only model of governance. However, globalization that gathered momentum in the 1990s has thrown up contradictory trends. In both the developed and the developing countries, a variety of protest movements, including pro-democracy movements, took root. Democracy, indeed, seemed to have gained deeper and wider footing. But then a host of ultranationalist movements seeking to impose their own brand of authoritarianism have also taken root. Moreover, there was also a creeping authoritarianism in many established democracies. A recent journal article in Democratization, March 2019, noted that the world is now well into a sustained surge of more autocratic politics. How do we account for such changes? What were the conditions that spurred the third wave of democratization? Why do economic development, urbanization, education, and migration promote political stability and a common sense of identity in some cases, while in other instances such force engender sectarianism, religious bigotry, and even civil war? In what ways has globalization impacted political institutions and processes? In short, how can we make sense of the world we live in? This course explores some of these questions, particularly as they relate to the challenges of democratization, participation, and decentralization. We begin this course by looking at the new methods and approaches that have emerged in the study of comparative politics as it shed its formal and legal approach and went on to explore more informal political activities such as political socialization, decision-making, pressure/interest group activity, etc. This also led to the adoption of new frameworks and tools from other social science disciplines, especially sociology, economics, psychology, and anthropology. The theoretical approaches, the political system, and its offshoot, structural functional approach provided the framework to study informal politics. With the emergence of traditional societies as independent states, comparative politics began to focus on the politics of new, the emerging, the underdeveloped, or developing nations. It is in this context that the theory and approach of the new comparative politics called political modernization, political culture, and political development emerged. Given the centrality of the state as an institution in modern political affairs, Block 3 of this course introduces you to the evolution of this institution in the Western European and post-colonial context. Given that almost all modern states are multi-ethnic, regulating ethnic conflict has become a challenge to ensure the integrity of the state. In this block, we will look into the mechanisms evolved by modern states to deal with the challenges of pluralism. In Block 2, we examine public participation and representation. No state can be democratic without providing for the basic rights. The right of assembly and freedom of speech are essential for individuals to create or join groups to influence public policies or acquire power to shape those policies. Here the role of two institutions, political parties and pressure groups that link society and the government are examined along with the processes involved in the representation, that is, the electoral systems or rules. As you will notice, electoral rules vary widely and how the votes are cast, counted, and translated into legislative seats have a huge difference in the distribution of political power. Finally, the specific forms that democratic states, both large and small, take to cope with the challenge of governance are examined in Block 5 with examples drawn from both developed Britain, Canada, and Australia and developing Brazil and India. All units of this course have a uniform structure. Each unit begins with objectives to help you find what you are expected to learn from the unit. Please go through these objectives carefully. Keep reflecting and checking them after going through a few sections of the unit. Each unit is divided into sections and subsections for ease of comprehension. In between these sections, some check your progress exercises have been provided. We advise you to attempt these as and when you reach them. This will help you assess your study and test your comprehension of the subject studied. Compare your answers with the answer or guidelines given at the end of the unit. Some keywords, unfamiliar terms, and ideas have been provided as box items or at the end of each unit. While the units in this course are carefully designed and written by specialists, it must however be added that the units are by no means comprehensive. For deeper understanding of the themes dealt with in this volume, you are advised and encouraged to read as much of the books, chapters, and articles listed in the suggested readings given at the end of this coursebook. Block I. Approaches to studying comparative politics. Approaches to studying comparative politics. In the years after decolonization set in, the understanding of relationships between nations and specific political and social phenomena was informed by various approaches, viz., institutional, political sociology, and political economy. These approaches were geared primarily towards examining how social values were transmitted and also the structures through which resources were distributed. All these would eventually form the bases or standards along which different countries and cultures are classified on a hierarchical scale of development and seen as moving along a trajectory of development and change. Several theories were advanced as frameworks within which this change would be understood. Among these was the modernization theory, which emerged in the historical context of the end of Japanese and European empires and the beginning of the Cold War. In this block, we explore three approaches to studying comparative politics that are derived from the modernization theory, namely the political culture, political modernization, and political development. 11. Political culture. Unit 1 Political culture *. Structure. 1.0 Objectives 1.1 Introduction 1.2 Political culture approach 1.2.1 Defining political culture 1.2.2 Components and shifts of political culture 1.3 Classification of political culture 1.3.1 Amend and Verbas classification 1.3.2 Feiners classification 1.4 Political culture in comparative perspective 1.5 Critical appraisal of political culture approach 1.6 Let us sum up 1.7 References 1.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. 1.0 Objectives. Political culture approach has been very popular for conducting comparative studies and making empirical analyses of transitional societies. Scholars of comparative politics have developed this approach using concepts from sociology and anthropology. After going through the unit, you should be able to explain the basic assumptions of political culture approach in comparative politics, explain the meaning and concept of political culture, identify different types of political culture with their distinct features, and estimate the value of political culture approach in understanding the dynamics of comparative politics. Dr. Borun Day, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science. Dr. Borun Day, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Dibrugarh University, Dibrugarh, Assam. Approaches to 1.1 Introduction. Studying comparative politics. Political culture remains one of the very important approaches to understand politics in general and comparative politics in particular. This approach has been very popular for conducting comparative studies and making empirical analyses of transitional societies. Scholars have liked to investigate political behavior and processes of the political systems in the context of their political cultures. In other words, how people view their country's politics can be explored through political culture. Political culture is a distinctive and spotted form of political philosophy that consists of a set of beliefs, values, norms, and assumptions concerning the ways on how governmental, political, and economic life is being carried out or ought to be carried out. Political culture thus creates a framework for political change and is unique to nations, states, and other groups. Thus, in essence, this approach examines a sociological aspect of the subject of political development. It is potentially a powerful, unifying approach to comparative politics. In general, political culture is referred to as a set of shared views and normative judgments held by a population regarding its political system. Therefore, it is often seen as the foundation of all political activity, or at least as a factor determining the nature, characteristics, and level of political activity. It, for that reason, essentially includes historical experience, memory, social communities, and individuals in politics, their orientation, skills, influencing the political behavior, and this experience primarily contains a summary, transformed form of impressions and preferences in foreign and domestic policy. It is for this reason that this political culture approach does not refer to the attitudes to specific actors, such as the current president or the prime minister. Rather, it denotes how people view the political system as a whole, including the belief in its legitimacy. In the sections to follow, an attempt has been made to give you a conceptual understanding of political culture. 1.2 Political Culture Approach. A long-standing argument in the literature on comparative politics is that political culture has an important effect on the emergence of political democracy. In part, the focus on political culture is rather a natural extension of the behavioral revolution in political science and a product of economic modernization. With modernization came changes in values regarding the role of the individual in the political system. Political culture is a simple concept, but it can easily be misunderstood. The fact that we may characterize a given nation's culture in some way should not lead us to underestimate the importance of diverse subcultures within it. Similarly, the fact that political culture may be an explanatory factor should not lead us to overlook the possibility that objective conditions within a country may be responsible for behavior often attributed to culture. We study political culture because it helps us understand political life. For example, why do different ethnic groups cooperate reasonably well in 12. Political culture. Switzerland but not in Bosnia or Lebanon. Why are Russians more inclined than Canadians to support an all-powerful political leader? Why has political corruption been a serious and long-standing problem in Mexico but not in Chile? Political culture may provide at least partial answers. It is extremely difficult to define the term political culture. It is elusive and comprehensive at the same time. In the extant literature in political science, political culture has been defined in many ways, but essentially it involves the basic values, ideas, beliefs, attitudes, and orientations about politics. This involves issues of right and wrong, good and bad, what is acceptable in politics and what is not. To understand the dynamics of political culture, it will be useful to begin with a meaning of the term culture. The term culture has many different meanings and it affects everything people do in their society. Culture is a derivation of the German word Kultur. Kultur indicates the distinctive higher values of enlightenment of a society. Culture thereby was defined as the sway of man over nature. Kroeber, Alfred and Kluckhohn, 1952. The term culture was first used by Edward B. Taylor, the pioneer English anthropologist, in his book Primitive Culture, 1871. Taylor used the term culture to refer to a universal human capacity. It is the complex whole that includes knowledge, belief, art, ethics, morals, law, traditions, traits, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. Culture is a powerful human tool for survival, but it is a fragile phenomenon. It is constantly changing and easily lost because it exists only in one's mind. Culture, thus, represents the shared psychological orientation of the people of society towards societal objects. People of a society acquire and form, more or less, a distinct pattern of orientations towards societal objects. This is, in fact, the culture of the people of the society, or the societal culture, and political culture is a distinct part of this societal culture. The political culture approach can be seen as a natural evolution in the growth of behavioral approach in political analysis in the 1960s. More specifically, the concept was developed to address the need to bridge a growing gap in the behavioral approach between the level of microanalysis and macroanalysis. It is a set of attitudes and practices held by people that shape their political behavior, includes moral judgment, political myths, beliefs, and ideas about what makes up for a good society. A. R. Ball, 1971. It is a reflection of government, but it also incorporates elements of history and tradition that may predict the current regime. Political culture matters because it shapes a population's political perceptions and actions. It is associated with the concept of political ideology, national ethos and spirit, national political psychology, the fundamental values of people, etc. For example, the United States and Great Britain have been both democracies, but each has a distinctive political culture. American government derives its power from a written constitution and is dominated by two political parties. In contrast, Britain has a long history of monarchy and has never had a written constitution. 13. Approaches to. There is a close relationship between political culture and the political system. Studying political culture is the basis of the survival of all old and modern political comparative politics systems. A political community, even without having state, can exist as a polity or political system. Whatever be the form of a political system, developing or developed, it does possess some form or pattern of political culture. Stateless political systems like the United Nations Organization, many international and regional organizations more or less operate on the basis of some form of political culture. 1.2.1 Defining political culture. There are several definitions of political culture by different scholars dealing with different perspectives. The International Encyclopedia of the Social Science defines political culture as the set of attitudes, beliefs and sentiments that give order and meaning to a political process and what provides the underlying assumptions and rules that govern behavior in the political system. Gabriel A. Almond and Sidney Verba in 1963 stated that political culture refers specifically to the political orientations and attitudes towards the political system and its various parts, and attitudes towards the role of the self in the system. Sidney Verba defined political culture as the system of beliefs about the pattern of political interaction and political institutions, and those beliefs are fundamental, usually unstated, and unchallengeable assumptions or postulates about politics. He also established a denotative criterion of political culture for subsequent political culture studies by distinguishing it from other specific political psychological constructs such as partisan affiliation and attitudes or beliefs about domestic and international policy issues. Moreover, Almond and Verba 1963 have identified 5 important dimensions of political culture, namely A sense of national identity, B. Attitudes towards oneself as a participant in political life, C. Attitudes towards one's fellow citizens, D. Attitudes and expectations regarding governmental output and performance, and E. Attitudes towards knowledge about the political process of decision-making. Patrick O'Neill defines political culture as the norms for political activity in a society. It is a determining factor in which ideologies will dominate a country's political regime. It is unique to a given country or group of people. Andrew Haywood states that political culture is the people's psychological orientation. It implies a pattern of orientation to political objects such as parties, governments, and constitutions expressed in beliefs, symbols, and values. On the other hand, Robert A. Dahl gives an opinion that political culture as a factor explains different patterns of political opposition whose salient elements are 14. Political culture. Orientation of problem-solving, orientation to collective actions, orientation to the political system, and orientation to other people. Dahl, 1971. Almond and Powell, 1966, regarded the concept of political culture as a specifying variable in the explanation of political behavior. It is a particular pattern of political orientation, attitudes towards the political system and its various parts, and attitudes toward the role of the self in the system. They elaborate it in 3 directions. Substantive content. This can be interpreted as system culture, process culture, and policy culture. Varieties of orientation, cognitive, affective, and evaluative, systematic relations among these components. According to Lucian Pye, 1965, political culture involves attributes including attitudes, feelings, sentiments, beliefs, and values which concern the nature of politics that give form and substance to political processes. From the above, it can be derived that political culture is a shorthand expression to denote the emotional and attitudinal environment within which the political system operates. In this process, a set of political beliefs, values, and attitudes influences people's political behaviors, and their political behaviors then become a pattern and their political culture. In other words, it is the overall distribution of citizens' orientation to political objects. It gives the impression of the very political processes of a given political system. Thus, this approach of political culture can be used to distinguish one political system from the other. It is, therefore, an important approach in understanding the varied dimensions of comparative politics. 1.2.2 Components and shifts of political culture. Political culture is an analytical approach to comparative politics that is elusive in nature. It has already been mentioned that political culture's intellectual antecedent can be traced back to antiquity. Its immediate antecedents can be found in the works of Montesquieu (1689–1755), Johann Gottfried Herder (1744–1803), and Alexis de Tocqueville (1805–59). Its genesis in modern comparative politics can be traced to Aumond's seminal article, Comparative Political System, in the Journal of Politics, 1956. It was, however, with the publication of The Civic Culture by Gabriel Almond and Sidney Verba, 1963, that political culture research emerged as a subfield of political science. This cross-national study connected individual attitudes with the overall political system. Based on interviews conducted with about 1,000 individuals in each of the 5 countries, the study offered a theory of political stability and democracy that implicitly celebrated Anglo-American representative government. Although there was skepticism over the accuracy of characterizing a culture based upon 15. Approaches to individual interviews, the study gave a momentum to political culture approach. Studying in comparative politics. Comparative politics. During the 1950s and 1960s, the rise of the concept was part of the more general ascension of culture to explanatory prominence in the social sciences and history. Initially, political scientists were excited by the possibility of measuring variations among the political cultures of different nations, but they eventually turned to the study of such entities as elite political culture, ethnic political culture, etc. In 1966, Elazar proposed that each American state includes one of the three kinds of political culture: individualist, traditionalist, or moralist, whereby state political culture studies examine variations among states in government activities, administrative goals, innovative capability, popular participation in the election, and party competition. Formisano, 2001. The 1970s saw that political culture literature contained the normative bias that cultural symbols are shaped deeply by all or most actors in a society, thus promoting stability and a conservative ideology. The perception that the political culture studies tended to privilege the status quo grew stronger amid the rise of Marxist and rational choice perspectives. Whereas with a strong argument for the causal efficacy of political culture, Eckstein and Engelhard defended the Amund and Verba line and argued that different societies embody durable cultural attitudes that have significant economic and political consequences. In a subsequent book, Eckstein added that cultural change in a postmodernist society was much more important than it had been during early industrialization, a culturalist theory of political change, 1988. In this way, there are different opinions regarding the very effectiveness of this approach of political culture. On the other hand, alongside political culture as a whole, there is the elite political culture that consists of the beliefs, attitudes, and ideas about politics held by those who are closest to the centers of political power. The values of the elites are more coherent and consequential than are those of the population at large. Although most of the studies of political culture focus on its dynamics within the state, the importance of global political culture is worth mentioning here. Global political culture looks at the ambit of the whole world from a macro perspective to understand the all-encompassing aspects of political culture. For example, Samuel P. Huntington in his classic work, The Clash of Civilization, takes the analysis of political culture into the international realm. But global political culture may primarily be a Western product. From the above, it may be understood that the political culture approach has been viewed differently by different scholars. The political culture of a system is a result of several factors. These factors/components over the period of time shape or reshape the political culture. Listed below are some very important components. Political beliefs and values, political process. 17. Political culture. Decision-making encompassing the whole system and different agencies including the party system, pressure groups, etc. Symbols, political action orientations. Cognitive orientations implying knowledge, accurate or otherwise, of the political system. Affective orientations implying feelings of attachment, involvement, rejection, and the like about political objects, and evaluative orientations implying judgments and opinions about the political objects, which usually involve applying value standards to political objects and events. Tradition and modernity, culturalism, societal structure, geography, ethnic realities or differences, role of state, ideologies, histories of state, socio-economic structure, form of governance, role of the elites. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Define political culture. 2. What is elite political culture? Approaches to 1.3 Classification of political culture. Studying comparative politics. There are different typologies of political culture offered by different scholars based on their research studies. The understanding of some of these types will help us to distinguish the political culture of different systems. Let us examine the classification of political culture taken up two prominent political studies, one by Amund and Verba and the other by Samuel E. Feiner. 1.3.1 Amund and Verba's classification. As we already noted, the civic culture by Amund and Verba 1963 is based on their surveys conducted during 1959 to 60 in the USA, Britain, West Germany, Italy, and Mexico. This study, which pioneered the study of political culture as a subfield, has identified three pure types of political culture. These are as follows. 1. Parochial political culture. This refers to a political culture where citizens are only distantly aware of the existence of central government, as with remote tribes whose existence is seemingly unaffected by national decisions made by the central government. Further, there is no political orientation towards political objects. People have neither knowledge nor interest in politics. They have no orientations towards all components of politics. This type of political culture is compatible with a traditional political structure. This type of orientation is found in a passive society where there is hardly any specialization of roles and therefore people are indifferent towards governmental authority. Thus, in this type of political culture, people have low awareness, expectations, and participation. 2. Subject political culture. In this political culture, citizens see themselves not as participants in the political process but as subjects of the government, as with people living under a dictatorship. In other words, citizens under this political culture have a passive orientation towards a political system and conceive themselves as having a minimum influence on the political process. In this type of political culture, citizens are aware of the central government and are heavily subjected to its decisions with little scope for dissent. The individual is aware of politics, its actors, and institutions. Citizens have orientations toward the output aspects of the system. People know about decision-making mechanisms. There is a political awareness but no confidence to air political views, thus there is an absence of participatory norms. This type of political culture is compatible with a centralized authoritarian structure. In this model, the people have a higher level of awareness and expectations but low participation. 3. Participant political culture. In this political culture, citizens believe that they can contribute to the system and that they are affected by it. They therefore respond positively to all political objects and have an active orientation to political activities. Here citizens can influence the government in various ways and they are affected by it. The individual is oriented toward the system towards all four components of politics, i.e., input, output, political system, and self-role. This encourages more and more participation, and participation is the highest value. There is an ability to criticize the authority and hold a positive orientation. 18. Political culture. Towards the political system. In this model, people have a high level of awareness, expectations, and participation. Amund and Verba argue that there is never a single political culture. The three categories of political orientations which they have identified are not always present in a pure form. Rather, they are intermixed in many situations of political culture. Thus, they reclassified political culture into three subtypes. These are discussed below. 1. Parochial and subject. This type of political culture represents a shift from parochial orientation to subject orientation. Here, the parochial loyalties gradually get weathered and the inhabitants develop a greater awareness of the central authority. 2. Subject and participant. This type of political culture represents a shift from subject political orientation to participant political orientation. In such a political culture, people generally on the one hand develop an activist tendency and participate in the process. But on the other hand, there are those individuals too who possess passive orientations and remain at the receiving end of the decision-making process. 3. Parochial and participant. This type of political culture represents the parochial orientation in the individuals, whereas the norms introduced require a participant political orientation. In such type of political culture, there emerges a problem of harmony between the political culture and political norm. However, Amund and Verba suggest that a participatory political culture fits a liberal democratic regime. The participant political culture is the type of political culture that is congruent with a democratic political structure, and the same has been called by them as civic culture. 1.3.2 Finer's classification. Attempting to understand the phenomena of military intervention in the politics of developing countries, Samuel E. Finer, The Man on the Horseback, 1962, came to relate civil-military relations with political culture. In his analysis, there are 4 levels of political culture. 1. Mature political culture. In this type of political culture, there is widespread public approval of the procedure for transfer of power. A belief that the persons in power have the right to govern and issue orders. The people are attached to the political institutions and there is a well-mobilized public opinion. 2. Developed political culture. In this type of political culture, the civil institutions are highly developed and the public is well organized into powerful groups, but from time to time there arises a dispute on the questions of who and what should constitute the sovereign authority and how power should be transferred. 3. Low political culture. At this level of political culture, the political system is weak and narrowly organized. There is a lack of consensus on the nature of the political system, and the procedures and the public attachment to the political system is fragile. 19. Approaches to. For minimal political culture, at this low level of political culture, articulate. Studying. Public opinion does not exist in the political system and the government can. Comparative politics. Easily ignore public opinion. Political cultures are decided by force or the threat of force. A person or institution capable of asserting itself can enforce its will, and the extent of one's authority is directly related to the degree of force at one's disposal. Finer argued that developing countries with weak legitimacy are prone to experience coup d'état or extreme forms of military intervention. 1.4 Political culture in comparative perspective. Based on Gabriel A. Amund's classification of political culture and his analysis of its applied factors in different political systems, the following aspects have been highlighted. According to Amund, the fourfold classification of the political system is based on some terms, and these are: first, a political system is a system of action. The unit of the political system is the role. The distinguishing property of the political system is the legitimate monopoly of physical coercion over a given territory and population. The fourth concept is the orientation to political action. The political culture is not the same thing as the general culture, although it is related to it. Now, here an attempt has been made to throw light on the classifications of Amund regarding political systems and the related culture. 1. Anglo-American political system. Associated with the advanced countries of the West, even termed as matured political culture, it incorporates the political consensus and higher degree of organization. It is the operating system that acts as the benchmark which is being borrowed by other nationalities. The political culture of this system has the following characteristics: a multivalued, rational calculating, bargaining, and experimental political culture. It is a homogeneous culture in the sense that there is a sharing of political ends, the values of freedom, mass welfare, and security, and means. A secularized political system involves individuation of and a measure of autonomy among the various roles. Each one of the roles sets itself up autonomously in the political business, so to speak. The political system is saturated with the atmosphere of the market. The secularized political process has some of the characteristics of a laboratory. That is, policies offered by candidates are viewed as hypotheses, and the consequences of legislation are rapidly communicated within the system and constitute a crude form of testing hypotheses. 20. Political culture. The basic principles of the system: liberty, equality, democracy, civic duty, individual responsibility, trade unionism, etc. Bargaining politics between rulers and rule, the elected and electors, leaders and its followers. Plural society. The society is heterogeneous and therefore different parties and interest groups operate to influence the decision-making process in response to their respective interests. Checks and balances. There is a diffusion of power and influence where legal institutions are checked by the channels of mass communication and mass education so that the prospect of authoritarian rule is mitigated, even eliminated. Separation of power and stability of differentiated roles. Political ideologies: multiculturalism, libertarianism, welfare state, utilitarianism, individualism, egalitarianism, etc. Political folklore: use of symbol civil supremacy. 2. Continental European political system. These are the Western countries of Europe like Italy, France, and Norway, etc. It's even considered a developed political culture because in these societies public is highly organized. Fragmented political culture. The political culture is fragmented where different sections of society establish different patterns of cultural development, while some are more developed than others. Thereby, political culture incorporates distinctive subcultures. No political bargaining. The process of political bargaining is virtually non-existent. That creates a situation in which politics becomes like a game. The result is that various subcultures are at war. It is a race of superiority and power. Expected criteria: stability of institutions guaranteeing democracy, the rule of law, human rights, protection of minority, etc. Form of governance: it imbibes both monarchism, republicanism, presidential, semi-presidential, parliamentary republic, etc. For instance, countries like Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, etc. have constitutional monarchies. Formation of international organization. For example, the European Union. Legitimacy of institutions, civilian government. 3. Developing countries political system. This category includes countries that emerged from the days of long colonial domination. Master and subjects. The political culture of the masters is superimposed over the political culture of the subjects. The result is the erosion of the 21. Approaches to political culture of the subjects and the superimposition of the political. Studying culture of the rulers that is deemed to be superior in all respects. Comparative politics. New source of legitimacy by the rule over time. Single structure, multivariate political culture. Commonality of history. Primacy to the subject through providing voting rights and people's participation in governance. Agro-industrial fused society. 4. Totalitarian political system. The countries included here are the Soviet Union and China. These systems are characterized by the following features. Legitimacy of center. The quality of the acceptance of the legitimacy is artificially created. The characteristic orientation to authority tends to be some combination of conformity or apathy produced by the central control or the means of communication and of the agencies of violence. Concentration of power. Hierarchy of bureaucracy, police and army coercion as the hallmark of the exercise of authority. Single pattern of cultural development. Unitary system. Lesser people participation. From the above, it is clear that the different political systems have different sets of political culture depending upon the basic factors and constituents as has been discussed earlier. 1.5 Critical appraisal of political culture approach. Political culture approach, for some scholars, may never be the final word in comparative political analysis, but carefully handled, for them, it can be a useful springboard. Like any other approach, political culture as an approach to the study of comparative politics has both its advantages and disadvantages. Here an attempt has been made to highlight some of the strengths and lacunas of the approach of political culture, as pointed by different scholars. One of the important criticisms against the political culture approach is that it cannot be described as a very precise variable for presenting a morphological study of the modern political system. The approach cannot be taken as a correct barometer of individual behavior because of the very distinguishing and varied nature of the same. Lucian Pye criticizes this approach by stating that in no society there is a fundamental distinction between the culture of the rulers and that of the masses. Therefore, any attempt to distinguish them may not bring any productive result. 22. Political culture. Others argue that the approach is ambiguous. The political culture is itself a subsystem of the culture in general. In fact, the political culture approach is a byproduct of modernization and development theories. It is not certain whether they regard it independent variable or dependent variable, a cause or an effect. As such, the whole perspective happens to become conservative, static, and anachronistic. On the other hand, some others question the very assumption of the approach that a system of government continues because it is in tune with a country's political culture. Many descriptions of a political culture are often little more than an exercise in stereotyping which invariably ignores diversity within the country concerned. In some cases, descriptions of political culture tend to be static as well as simplistic, lacking sensitivity to how a culture continually evolves in response to political experiences. The approach is not progressive but reactionary in character. Despite these limitations, the political culture approach is not without its merits. The approach of political culture has certainly heightened the ability of political scientists to examine the psychological environment of the political system broadly and scientifically. It has codified and synthesized into a style, a well-developed concept, all that was studied in an abstract and crude fashion through such traditional concepts as national morale, national character, national psychology, and the like. Political culture approach has made it easier for political scientists to systematically and comprehensively analyze the social, psychological, and sociological environment of the political system. Thereby has contributed to conducting both micro and macro studies of political systems, as well as to explain the gap between micro-macro politics. Further, through the political culture approach, political scientists can systematically explain the differences in the behavior of different political systems, particularly the differences in the behavior of similar political institutions working in different societies. Political culture approach has also fortified political scientists to conduct studies in the process through which the political culture of society passes from one generation to the next generation, i.e., the process of political socialization. This can be used for analyzing the path of political development of a political system. The political culture approach has also been used by several political scientists to investigate the nature and dynamics of possible political changes, violent changes, revolutions, and coups in numerous political systems. Check your progress too. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. In Amund's analysis, what are the features of political culture in totalitarian states? 23. Approaches to 2. Point out some of the principal drawbacks of political culture as an approach. Studying of comparative politics. Comparative politics. 1.6 Let us sum up. In the above, the different dynamics of political culture as an important approach to the study of comparative politics has been discussed, from where it may be derived that political culture has made political science a more complete branch of social science through its insistence on a combined micro-macro approach. It has focused our attention on the study of the political community or society as a dynamic collective entity as distinct from the individual and on the total political system. Moreover, it encourages political scientists to take up the study of social and cultural factors which are responsible for giving the political culture of a country its broad shape. As an approach, its pros and cons have also been discussed, where it was found that there are arguments both in favor and against its utility in understanding the dynamics of comparative politics. Whatever may the arguments, but it may safely be summed up that, through the application of this approach, the political processes of the different systems can best be known and compared. 1.7 References: Amund, Gabrielle A., and Sidney Verb. 1972. The Civic Culture. New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Amund, Gabriel and Powell, Bingham G. 1966. Comparative Politics. A Developmental Approach. Boston, Little Brown and Company. Ball, A.R. 1971. Modern Politics and Government. London, Macmillan Eckstein. 1988. A Culturalist Theory of Political Change. 82. 1203 to 1230. Formisano, P. Ronald. 2001. The Concept of Political Culture, The Journal of Interdisciplinary History. Volume 31. Number 3, Winter, 2001. pp. 393 to 426. Haywood, Andrew. 2019. Politics. London, Red Global Press. International Encyclopedia of the Social Science. 1968. Definition of Political Culture. New York, Macmillan. Marcus E. Etheridge Howard Handelman. 2010. Politics in a Changing World. A Comparative Introduction to Political Science. Boston, Massachusetts. Wadsworth Sangage Learning. O'Neill, Patrick. 2017. Essentials of Comparative Politics. New York, W. W. Norton and Company. 24. Political Culture. 1.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise -1. 1. There are many ways political culture has been defined. Amond and Verba refer to it as the political orientations and attitudes towards the political system and its various parts and attitudes towards the role of the self in the system. 2. Elite culture consists of the beliefs, attitudes, and ideas about politics held by those who are closest to the centers of political power. It is generally more coherent and influential. Check Your Progress Exercise -2. 1. Political culture in totalitarian states is marked by some combination of conformity or apathy produced by the central control or the means of communication and of the agencies of violence. Coercion is the hallmark of the exercise of authority and there is low people's participation. 2. Your answer should list the following. It's not a precise variable for study of modern political systems, difficulties in distinguishing elite and mass culture, ambiguity arising from it being a subsystem of culture, and can become an exercise in classifying with no explanation of change. 25. 26. Approaches to Studying Comparative Politics. Unit 2 Political Modernization *. Structure. 2.0 Objectives 2.1 Introduction 2.2 Modernization Theory, Evolutionary and Functional 2.2.1 Parsons Pattern Variables 2.3. Political Modernization Approach 2.3.1 Differentiation 2.3.2 Secularization 2.3.3 Cultural Modernization 2.3.4 From Tradition to Modernity 2.4 Critique of Political Modernization Approach 2.4.1 Dependency Theory 2.4.2 Critical Variable Approach 2.4.3 Dichotomous Approach 2.5 Political Order in the Third World Countries 2.5.1 The Process of Democratization 2.6 Let us sum up 2.7 References 2. 8 Answers to Check Your Progress. 2.0 Objectives. This unit introduces you to political modernization as an approach to studying comparative politics. It will examine some of core features, assumptions, and limitations of the political modernization approach. After going through this unit, you should be able to trace the evolution and origin of political modernization approach, examine the various perspectives of political modernization. Dr. Chakali Brahmhaya, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science and Human Rights, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Central University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. Analyze the contemporary issues and challenges of political modernization. Modernization and explain the significance of the political modernization. 2.1 Introduction. It is not very easy to give a precise meaning of term political modernization. However, the term is generally used to refer to changes in political attitudes and the transformation of political institutions. It is the process of transmutation of a traditional political system into a modern system. In the West, changes in political culture and political institutions occurred over a long period, resulting in the development and performance standards through the rational utilization of resources. Modern society, as it emerged in the West, is characterized by science and technology, social interdependence, urbanization, literacy, social mobility, etc. in politics. Modernization refers to the transition from the traditional political system to the modern democratic system. Political modernization emerged as a major approach in comparative politics in the American academia in the late 1950s and gained wide acceptance in the 1960s. It is concerned with changes in the characteristics of the political system and social life in diverse spheres. It refers to the changes in political structure and cultural characteristics transformed by modern ideas like liberalism, secularism, transparency, and industrialization. It is also concerned with a change in the outlook, political culture, and rural and urban social life. This process, it was said, involved, among other things, the ending of the dominance of religion or church and the establishment of a secular and central political authority. The political modernization approach, however, lost its steam by the end of the 1960s as a result of challenges emerging from within the United States and from scholars in the non-Western world. Nevertheless, with the onset of the third wave of democratization since the 1980s and the growing economic interdependence of nations since the 1990s, there has been a revival of interest in political modernization. Some of the feature of the modernization process, such as differentiation, secularization, rationalization, economic development, and its linkages with sustainable democracy, are gaining significance in comparative analysis. The unit examines the core features and assumptions modernization approach. It also examines some of the limitations of this approach and its contemporary significance. 2.2 Modernization Theory, Evolutionary and Functional. In the 1950s, modernization theory began to affect the research agenda of several disciplines of social sciences, including political science. It was a time when there was an intellectual ferment in political science in the American academia. Insights based on advances in understanding of individual and group behavior, drawing on psychology, sociology, and economics, were incorporated into the theoretical domain of politics. It also occurred because of the historical 27 circumstances of the post-World War years. The United States of America, USA, approaches to studying had emerged as a superpower after the Second World War, while Britain, France, comparative, and Germany had grown weak. America emerged as a leader of the democratic politics world, especially after implementing the Marshall Plan to reconstruct and rebuild the war-ravaged Western Europe. It sought to establish a liberal democratic world order at a time when socialism was gaining wider acceptance. The Soviet Union, which had emerged as a communist power, had begun to extend its influence in the East European countries and China and Korea in Asia. America wanted to contain the spread of communism. The disintegration of the European colonial empires in Asia and Africa had given birth to many new nation-states in the post-war period. The newly emerged independent nation-states were faced with two alternative development models, the socialist and the capitalist models, to promote their economy and consolidate their independence. In such historical circumstances, it was natural that American political elite encouraged their social scientists to study the new, the emerging, the underdeveloped or developing nations to promote their economic development and political stability so as to avoid losing them to the Soviet Communist bloc. Chiarat, 1981, page 2. With the support and patronage from the American government and private foundations, political scientists, economists, sociologists, psychologists, anthropologists, and demographers ventured into studies on non-Western societies, especially those that were emerging out of decolonization. Much of the research on development of the non-Western societies was influenced by two theories of modernization, the evolutionary and functionalist theories. The evolutionary theory explained modernization in terms of a transition from traditional to modern society. This theory was an outcome of the Industrial Revolution and the French Revolution, which destroyed the old social order and laid the foundation for a new social order. The Industrial Revolution, based on the advances in science and technology, resulted in rising productivity. The new order was a new factory production system with intensive division of labor and the takeover of the world markets. The basic path of modernity is known as increasing differentiation and scale. Societies most successful at developing an intensive division of labor were able to become highly productive. The process of division of labor accelerated with the advancement of science and technology and changed the nature of the political system as well. On the other hand, the French Revolution created a new political order based on liberty, equality, fraternity, and parliamentary democracy. The classical evolutionary theory assumed that human society invariably moves from a primitive to an advanced stage. Thus, the fate of human evolution is predetermined. The evolution from a simple, primitive society to a complex, modern society is a constant process that will take centuries to complete. It imposed a value judgment on the evolutionary process. The movement toward the final phase is good because it represents progress, humanity, and civilization. Underlying the evolution theory is the assumption that the rate of social change is slow, gradual, and piecemeal, that is, it is evolutionary, not revolutionary. Another part of the theoretical heritage of the modernization school is the functionalist theory of Talcott Parsons, whose concepts include system, functional imperative, homeostatic equilibrium, and pattern variables. Parsons, 28, was initially a biologist, and his early training greatly influenced his formulation. Political modernization of the functionalist theory. For Parsons, human society is like a biological organism and can be studied like an organism. To understanding Parsons's work, the organism illustration is very crucial. The different parts of a biological organism correspond to the different institutions that make up a society. Just as the parts that make up a biological organism, such as the eye and the hand, are interrelated and interdependent in their interaction with one another, the institutions in a society such as the economy and the government are closely related to one another. Parsons used the concept of system to denote the harmonious coordination among institutions. As each part of a biological organism performs a specific function for the whole, the same way each institution performs specific functions for the stability and growth of the society. Parsons formulated the concept of functional imperatives, arguing that there are 4 crucial functions that every society must perform. Otherwise, the society will die. These 4 are called AGIL functions, for adaptation, goal attainment, integration, latency. 1. Adaptation. To the environment performed by the economy. 2. Goal attainment. Performed by the government. 3. Integration. Linking the institutions together performed by the legal institutions and religion. 4. Latency. Pattern maintenance of values from generation to generation performed by the family and education. Alvin Y. So, 1990. 20. 2.2.1 Parsons Pattern Variables. Parsons has formulated the concept of pattern variables to distinguish traditional societies from modern societies. Pattern variables are the key social relations in the cultural system, the most important system in his theoretical framework. For Parsons, there are 5 sets of pattern variables. The first set is affective versus affective neutral relationship. In traditional societies, social relationships tend to have a preference for personal, emotional, and face-to-face interaction. In modern societies, social relationships have an affective neutral, which means impersonal, detached, and indirect. The second set of pattern variables is the pluralistic versus universalistic relationship. In traditional societies, people are inclined to join together with members of the same social circle. In modern societies, people are bound to interact with unknown people in their day-to-day life, and they tend to interact using established standards due to the vast population. The third set of pattern variables is collective orientation versus self-orientation. In traditional societies, loyalty is often owed to the family and community. In modern societies, self-orientation stresses encouragement to be individual, develop personal talent, and build a career. The fourth set of pattern variables is ascription versus achievement. In traditional societies, a person was evaluated by their ascribed status, the social status of a person assigned by birth or assumed involuntarily later in life. For instance, the recruitment process depends on whether the employer is a good friend or the applicant's relative. In modern societies, a person is appraised by his or her achieved status, like educational qualifications. During job recruiting, the 29. Employer cares more about the applicant's qualifications and past job experience. Approaches to studying. The fifth and final set of pattern variables is functionally diffused versus comparative, functionally specific relationships. In traditional societies, roles tend to be politics, functionally diffused. For example, the employer's role is not just to hire employees, but also involves the team members training through apprenticeship and being the guardian of employees take care of livelihood and welfare. In modern societies, roles are functionally specific. The employer has limited responsibility to the team member, and their relationship hardly ever extends beyond the professional field. Alvin So, 1990. Check your progress. 1. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. Explain the evolutionary theory of political modernization. 2.3 Political modernization approach. The modernization approach in comparative politics can be traced to the evolutionary explanations of the social change in 19th century Europe. The French philosophers and founders of modern sociology Auguste Comte and Émile Durkheim, the British philosopher Herbert Spencer, Max Weber, and Karl Marx gave different explanations of the transformation from pre-industrial to industrial society. The modernization theory has long been divided into 2 major streams. The first is the Marxist description, which argues that economy, politics, and culture are intimately associated since economic development determines a society's political and cultural characteristics. The second, Weberian version, maintain that culture shapes the economy and political life. Despite a continuing debate between the 2 streams, they have the same opinion on a central point, that the socio-economic change follows consistent and relatively expected patterns. Thus, they imply that crucial social, political, and economic characteristics are not randomly related. They tend to be closely connected. 2 elements that were common in their explanations of social change were the belief in continuity and progress. Change was not only continuous but also progressive. For these thinkers, change implied advancement and improvement from agriculture to industry, from feudalism to capitalism, from traditional to modern. This kind of change involved 2 sets of processes, increased complexity and greater specialization of human organization and activity. These processes were described in terms of greater differentiation in society. The industrial capitalist societies of the West supposedly have achieved greater differentiation than other societies. A transforming society, in other words, was the one that acquires most of the characteristics common to most developed countries. 30. 2.3.1 Differentiation. Political modernization. French philosopher and sociologist Émile Durkheim has propounded social differentiation and strongly advocated the idea of division of labor in society. Social activities have been divided among various institutions. Division of labor was extended due to communications, urbanization, and population. Differentiation has been defined in terms of more significant heterogeneity and institutional specialization in society. The family played many roles in traditional societies. In contrast to that, modern societies have specialized institutions for education, socialization, etc. The role of the family has been restricted, and new institutions have played numerous roles in modern societies. The specialization of political roles has been reflected in the modern polity as per the analysis of neo-evolutionists. S. N. Eisenstadt, 1966, has argued that structural differentiation has affected stratification. The modernization process has led to fragmentation. Military leaders, intellectuals, bureaucrats, political elites, and entrepreneurs have played a pivotal role in the process of political modernization. 2.3.2 Secularization. Societies have become more rationalized due to secularization. Secularization enables the individual to differentiate between sacred and not sacred. This enables rational scrutiny. Max Weber, a German sociologist, was the pioneer in developing modernization theory based on social action. Social action has been distinguished between actions determined by reason and actions determined by habit or emotion. Weber, 1965. Weber's bureaucracy system was based on rational government. The rational legal authority has combined the idea of means and ends based on rules and regulations. Greater rationality has been supported by technological and scientific knowledge. Political modernization has been associated with institutions, which will contribute to the development of human knowledge. Rustow has defined modernization as a rapidly widening control over nature, 1967. Barrington Moore has equated modernization with the process of rationalization of social behavior and social organizations. Modernization has resulted from increasing control over nature. 2.3.3 Cultural modernization. Rationalization and secularization have resulted in changes in the dynamics of cultural modernization. It has been recognized and described by Talcott Parsons as pattern variables. It has been associated with values, and people make judgments about their society. Social changes help to understand the dynamics of territorial communities, social organizations, the family, and occupations. Further, Parsons has argued that modern societies represent universalism. Modern society also makes judgments at universal criteria irrespective of social relationships. Further, as we saw, Parsons has contrasted ascribed status with achieved status. Ascribed status means implied the inherent qualities of the individuals. The achieved status means acquired qualities of the individual like educational qualifications. Individuals attain status in modern society due to their educational. 31. Qualifications. In traditional societies, individuals will acquire status by approaches to studying. Inheritance. A person occupies the office in the ascriptive society based on the comparative, hereditary principle, whereas bureaucrats are appointed based on merit and politics. Educational qualifications. Parsons has analyzed cultural patterns of affectivity with neutrality. Affectivity leads to emotional feelings and sentiments among the people. Neutrality leads to personal relationships. Finally, he has contrasted diffuseness with specificity. Diffuseness implies a complex web of interconnections. Smith, 2003. Specificity enables the social system to diffuse relations between employer and employee, landlord or tenant. Individuals play multiple roles in modern societies. Specificity indicates the division of social relations and relative independence. Diffuse relations enable the individual to play multiple tasks in society. These variables indicate the transition and progress of modern society. Finally, these developments have played a vital role in the development of the political modernization approach. 2.3.4 From tradition to modernity. In the 18th and 19th centuries, political modernization was associated with the emergence of the national state and industrialization. In the latter half of the 20th century, political modernization came to refer to the transformation of traditional or feudal and semi-feudal political systems to modern democratic systems. Political modernization describes the political system in terms of changes in social, economic, and cultural aspects. Early political modernization scholars have argued that economic development leads to cultural and social change, which in turn leads to changes in the political behavior of citizens. Thus, there is a correlation between political and economic factors. As countries progress and modernize economically, the transition takes place from agriculture to industrialization. Industrialization leads to urbanization, which in turn results in better access to media, information, and education. It leads to the emergence of the middle class that takes an active part in the political decision-making process. Carl Deutsch, 1961. The American political sociologist, building on Parsons's work, developed the concept of social mobilization. He regarded social mobilization as a vital component of political modernization. Social mobilization implies changes in society and the transition from traditional to modern as countries progress towards industrialization, urbanization, creating conducive atmosphere for citizens to participate in politics. Education, social networks, urbanization were considered to be crucial aspects of social mobilization as they created political awareness among the citizens. Citizens' awareness, in turn, has raised demands for the introduction of various welfare schemes for the holistic development of the citizens. Seymour Martin Lipset, 1959, has argued that modernization will lead to the emergence of democracy and its consolidation in the developing world. As countries develop economically, they witness the rise of the middle class, which actively participates in civil society and politics. Further, he has argued that education contributes to the empowerment of the citizens. It has been evident that educated citizens have actively participated in politics and decision-making. Governments will be implementing various welfare schemes and providing SOPs 32 to the educated middle class. This process will be leading to the emergence of political modernization, more robust democracies in the contemporary global world. It was, however, the framework evolved by Gabriel A. Amond, the head of the Committee on Comparative Politics, that heralded a number of studies on political modernization. In The Politics of Developing Areas, 1960, Amond presented his functionalist framework that relied on modernity-tradition dichotomy and input-output functions of Easton's political system. In Amond's framework, all political systems had these things in common. 1. They all had political structures. Comparisons could be made according to the degree and form of structural specialization. Amond rejected the state/non-state distinction. Political functions take place in all societies, though they might be discharged by very different structures. 2. They have the same political functions. Comparisons could be made based on what structures perform these functions and how regularly they do so. A main task of political theory is to identify these functions. Amond, like David Easton, divided the functional elements of political systems into inputs and outputs. The political inputs were A. Political socialization and recruitment, B. Interest articulation, C. Interest aggregation, and D. Political communication. The outputs were A. Rulemaking, B. Rule application, and C. Rule adjudication. 3. All political structures are multifunctional. The degree of specificity could be compared. The degree of political modernity or political development was essentially to be determined by this degree of specificity. As we can see, Amond's preference for tradition-modern dichotomy and linear path to development were built into the framework. In fact, he made this clear when wrote that the political scientist who wishes to study political modernization in the non-Western areas will have to master the model of the modern, which in turn can only be derived from the most careful empirical and formal analysis of the functions of modern Western polities, 1960. He drew his categories from the experience of the advanced countries. For example, it was evident that the categories of rulemaking, rule adjudication, and rule application mapped almost identically onto the Western legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government. In the 1960s, Amond's functionalist framework and studies on political modernization received a big boost in comparative politics. The Committee on Comparative Politics, CCP, which he headed, received generous support from the U.S. government and private endowments. Several members of the CCP, such as Lucian Pye, Myron Weiner, Joseph La Palambara, Robert Ward, Sidney Verba, Leonard Binder, and James Coleman, came out with a number of studies dealing with political modernization themes. With several universities also getting into similar studies, political modernization emerged as the broad approach to study developing countries in comparative perspective in the 1960s. 33. 2.4 Critique of Political Modernization. Approaches to studying. Approach. Comparative politics. The political modernization approach in comparative politics has been challenged in the latter half of the 1960s. It has been argued that underlying the categorization of states as traditional and modern is the implicit prescription that the developing countries have to adopt the It has been argued that underlying the categorization of states as traditional and modern is the implicit prescription that the developing countries have to adopt the characteristics of the political systems of Western Europe and the United States. Apart from this charge of ethnocentrism, modernization theory has also been challenged for its excessive emphasis on the correlation between political and economic development. Further, dependency theory that emerged in the mid-1960s has studied and explained the political systems in the Latin American countries, has criticized modernization theory for neglecting external factors that affect economic and political development. 2.4.1 Dependency theory. Dependency theory has criticized the political modernization approach and argued that economic development might undermine social mobilization and democratic political systems instead of promoting them. Dependency theory has pointed out that the country's development can be explained based on its historical role in the economic development of the global world. Scholars who studied Latin America pointed out that in the economic relations between the highly industrialized developed countries and predominantly primary good-producing Latin American countries, the terms of trade have always been in favor of the economically developing countries in the world. They have therefore argued that integration into the world economy is not suitable for developing countries. In other words, stable economic growth will not be possible unless they overcome their dependence on developed countries. In his The Development of Underdevelopment, 1970, Andre Gunder Frank studied Latin American countries and showed that these countries have been trapped in the cycle of economic underdevelopment and that their integration with the world economy has immensely benefited the developed, industrialized countries rather than Brazil and Chile. When financial investment is affected in the global world, these countries have also suffered. However, in the early 1980s, the dependence theory has been discredited due to various reasons, prominent among them being that despite its forecast of underdevelopment trap, Argentina, Brazil and few other developing countries emerged economically strong in the 1970s and 1980s. 2.4.2 Critical variable approach. Critique of modernization also came from scholars working within the American universities and reached its apogee in the essay written by Dean Tipps in 1973. In this essay, Tipps was critical of the two broad approaches that modernization studies had pursued, the critical variable approach and the dichotomous approach. The critical variable approach equated modernization with some other 34 singular factor such as industrialization, rationalization, or differentiation. Some political modernization. Advocates of this approach had equated modernization with industrialization. Marion Levy, for instance, and others had used modernization to indicate the social and political consequences of industrialization. Since this substitution of terminology spawned needless confusion, Tipps suggested that it would make more sense to drop the word modernization and instead use the more specific term. 2.4.3 Dichotomous approach. Tipps and other social scientists also became critical of the other more common variety of modernization theory, the dichotomous approach. Dichotomizing theories of modernization, as we noted earlier, posited an evolutionary relationship between the ideal types of tradition and modernity. This approach was criticized at three levels: I, ideological; 2, empirical; and 3, methodological. 1. The ideological critique. Dichotomous tradition was highly criticized since it was a product of an ethnocentric worldview. Social evolutionists have developed a dichotomous approach during the late 19th century. Critics have condemned the explicit racism of the theory. Thus, political scientists have criticized the ideology and the terminology of the dichotomous approach towards orientations. Scholars have argued that modern means being Western without the onus of dependence on the West. Modernization theorists have analyzed non-Western societies according to the prevailing socio-economic, political, and cultural conditions of the developing countries. Bendix, 1967, Rudolph and Rudolph, 1967, Tipps, 1973. The dichotomous approach has been shaped on the lines of tradition-modernity contrast and enabled the political modernization scholars to have an analytical outlook on modern political systems. The ideological critique of modernization theory has addressed the cognitions, motivations, and purposes. Analyses of the ideological basis of modernization theory will facilitate the prediction of its empirical shortcomings. Thus, the ideological critique has to be supplemented by other critical perspectives. 2. The empirical critique. Theories of political modernization has been criticized for analyzing the transformation of societies as a result of processes of change. Bendix, 1967, Collins, 1968, Nisbet, 1969, Tipps, 1973. Political cognitions and modernization have extensively focused on indigenous aspects of culture and social structure. Modernization theorists have ignored the significance of practical aspects and external sources or influences on the political system. As Huntington has pointed out, modernity and tradition are essentially asymmetrical concepts. The modern ideal is set forth and then everything which is not modern is labeled traditional. Huntington, 1971. 3. The meta-theoretical critique. The final critique is methodological or meta-theoretical, and it has focused on conceptualizing the political modernization approach. Modernization is a multifaceted process involving changes in all areas of human thought and activity. Huntington, 1968, page 32. Durkheim has condemned the developmental theory of Auguste Comte. Social. 35. Scientists have criticized the theoretical and methodological underpinnings of approaches to studying political modernization. Tips, 1973. Comparative Politics 2.5 Political Order in the Third World Countries. Samuel P. Huntington, in his seminal work Political Order in Changing Societies, 1968, has posed challenges to the political modernization approach. Huntington has argued that political development and economic modernization are not the same but have distinct processes. Further, instead of leading to stable democracies, rapid social changes and economic development will lead to the decay of the political institutions. This happens because social and economic changes will result in higher aspirations that the political institutions are unable to meet. This will lead to the decay of the political system. Huntington, 1968, Sakhe, 2011. Huntington has therefore argued that a stable authoritarian system is better than an unstable democratic political system. Some scholars have argued that by delinking modernization theory from democratization, Huntington has undermined the significance of the political modernization approach in democratic political systems. 2.5.1 The process of democratization. Modernization acts as a catalyst in the process of the democratization of societies. As discussed above, societies have become more rationalized and secularized in the process of modernization. Industrialization incorporated the division of labor, which led to massive production, leading to economic development. Economic prosperity creates room for democratization as economic freedom creates pressure on the political system for political freedom and rights. The Industrial Revolution gave stimulus to capitalism, which created a business class. The business class wants more control on taxation and property rights and is hard-pressed for a representative, limited, and accountable government. Thus rationalization, secularization, and industrialization resulted in democratization. Substantive democracy focuses on creating an environment for the involvement of all sections of the society in the democratic processes. Research on political modernization and political development has delineated the correlation between the policy realm and academic theories. In their The Civic Culture, 1963, Amund and Verba have detailed the prerequisites for democratic systems. In his The Stages of Economic Growth, Rostow suggested a policy framework to prevent the spread of communism to South Vietnam and Indonesia. Rostow argued that policies for economic development are the prerequisite for the successful functioning of democratic political systems. In his The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century, 1991, Huntington has pronounced that democracies will flourish in stable political systems. However, survey research has shown that economic growth may not be the single factor responsible for establishing democratic political systems. Sakhe, 2011. 36. In The Logic of Political Survival, Bruce Bueno de Mesquita, 2003, has analyzed political modernization, the types of political regimes and their implications for foreign policy. Free and fair elections, freedom of the press, human rights, and civil liberties have immensely contributed to establishing democratic political systems. Mesquita, therefore, recommended that incentives be given to the political leaders to establish stable democratic systems. 2003. Aaron Asemoglu and James Robinson, 2006, in their Economic Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, have suggested that the success of democracy depends on the nature of political elites. Sakhe, 2011. All these prescriptions suggest that the relationship between economic development and democracy postulated during the early days of political modernization continue to resonate in contemporary comparative politics. Check your progress too. Note I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. Explain challenge posed by dependency theory to political modernization. 2. Explain the process of democratization in third world societies. 2.6 Let us sum up. Political modernization is the process of transforming the traditional political system into a modern democratic one. It means the discarding of feudal and traditional structures and cultures. It also means becoming free from religion and church domination by establishing secular political authority. Such changes in political culture and political institutions have played a vital role in democracy, industrialization, and economic growth in the contemporary global world. The political modernization approach has explained the political outcomes and processes in the political systems. The political modernization approach had lost its credibility in the 1970s as military and authoritarian regimes swept through most of the developing countries. It was the dependency theory that came to the fore. However, there has been a revival of political modernization. There is now a wider acceptance of the idea that political and economic changes have a vital role in determining the 37. Social structures and social values. The secularization process has consequences. Approaches to studying. For the political system, political recruitment, and political behavior of the comparative individual. Economic growth and forms of democracy are therefore being politics redefined. Democracy and economic growth have to be analyzed based on the freedoms in society and the political system. Political modernization will be leading to democratization, which will enrich the citizens. 2.7 references. Amond G. and Verba, S. 1963. The Civic Culture, Political Attitudes and Democracy in Five Nations. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Alvin Y. So. 1990. Social Change and Development, Modernization, Dependency, and World System Theories. New Delhi, Sage Publications India Private Ltd. Deutsch K. 1961. Social Mobilization and Political Development. American Political Science Review, 55-3. Eisenstadt S. N. 1966, Modernization, Protest and Change. Englewood Cliffs, New Jersey, Prentice Hall. Frank A. G. 1970. The Development of Underdevelopment. In R. I. Rhodes, ed. Imperialism and Underdevelopment. A Reader, pages 417. New York, Monthly Review Press. Huntington S. 1968. Political Order in Changing Societies. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Ingelhart R. 1990. Culture Shift in Advanced Industrial Society, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Lipset S. M. 1960. Ed. Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics. New York, Anchor Books. Robinson J. 2006. Economic Development and Democracy. Annual Review of Political Science 9, 503, 527. Smith B.C. 2003. Understanding Third World Politics, Theories of Political Change and Development. New York, Palgrave. Sakhe Sarah Wilson. 2011. Political Development and Modernization. In 21st Century Political Science, a Reference Handbook. London, Sage. Tips D. 1973. Modernization Theory and the Comparative Study of Societies, A Critical Perspective, Comparative Studies in Society and History, Volume 15. 2.8 Answers to check your progress. Check your progress 1. 1. Evolutionary theory has shaped the political modernization paradigm that dominated studies on non-Western countries in the 1950s. It explained political modernization in terms of a transition from traditional to modern society. This 38. Theory was an outcome of the Industrial Revolution and the French Revolution. These two revolutions destroyed the old social order and laid the foundation for a political modernization. New 1. Check your progress 2. 1. Dependency theory argued that economic development might undermine social mobilization and the emergence of democratic political system. Dependency theory has pointed out that the country's development will be explained based on its historical role in the economic development of the global world. According to dependency, development and underdevelopment are two sides of the same coin, and that the development of one led to the underdevelopment of the other. 2. Various scholars have explained the process of democratization in their seminal works. Huntington's The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century, 1991, has delineated that democracies will flourish in stable political systems. Policies of economic development are the prerequisite for the successful functioning of a democratic political system. Economic development will be leading to democratization. 39. Unit 3 Political Development *. Structure. 3.0 Objectives. 3.1 Introduction. 3.2 Modernization Theory and Political Development. 3.2.1 The Economic Approach. 3.2.2 The Sociological Approach. 3.2.3 The Political Approach. 3.3 The Dependency Theory. 3.4 Statism. 3.5 Democratization. 3.6 Let us sum up. 3.7 References. 3.8 Answers to check your progress. 3.0 Objectives. This unit introduces you to the origin and the evolution of the political development as an approach to studying comparative politics. It also explores the influence that modernization, dependency, and statism had on shaping research on political development. After going through this unit, you should be able to trace the evolution of political development studies in comparative politics, describe the modernization, dependency, and status theories that shaped studies on political development, and assess the significance of the political development approaches. 3.1 Introduction. Political development gained recognition as a subfield of comparative politics in the 1960s. It has its roots in modernization theory that had begun to influence Dr. Chakali Brahmhaya, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science and Human Rights, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, Madhya Pradesh. Several disciplines of social sciences in the post-war years. Prior to the 1960s. Political development. Comparative politics had tended to focus on the forms of government that prevailed in the advanced industrial world, that is, Europe, United States, and the former Soviet Union. However, since the end of the Second World War, a number of states in Asia and Africa emerged as sovereign independent states as a result of the breakup of Europe's empires. The Cold War conflict between the United States and the Soviet Union that began at the same time provided alternative paths to development for these new nations in Asia and Africa. It is in this context that comparative politics as it evolved in the United States began to focus on what became known as the new, the emerging, the underdeveloped, or developing nations. With modernization theory emerging as a new paradigm in social sciences, studies on comparative politics became preoccupied with the linkages between economic development, social change, and democratization. In the early 1960s, the term political modernization was used as synonym for political development. Political development was seen as a transition towards democratic politics as reflected in the growth of interest group activity, development of bureaucracies and political parties, and development of capacities of democratic institutions. In the 1970s, the dependency theory which developed in Latin America alongside the modernization theory replaced the latter as a dominant explanatory theory in comparative politics. As we shall see, the dependency theory drew attention to the external constraints, in particular, the constraints placed by the global capitalism on political development. However, as several Asian countries and Argentina in Latin America registering rapid economic growth, the dependency theory lost its credibility as an explanatory theory. In the 1980s, statism emerged as a new perspective to explain political development. But this was also the period when a fresh wave of democratization swept through all continents, weakening and often ending military, authoritarian, and communist regimes. In this unit, we examine the influence that modernization, dependency, and statism had on shaping research on political development in comparative politics. 3.2 Modernization theory and political development. In comparative politics, explicit efforts to theorize political development began in the latter half of the 1950s. These efforts were shaped by the modernization theory about which you have read in the last unit. To recapitulate, modernization was informed by two theories: evolutionary and functional theories. The core assumptions of the evolutionary theory were that social change is unidirectional, progressive, and gradual. The core assumptions of the evolutionary theory were that social change is unidirectional, progressive, and gradual, irreversibly moving societies from a primitive stage to an advanced stage and making societies more like one another as they proceeded along the path of evolution. The other set of assumptions came from the functionalist theory that stressed the interdependence of social institutions, the importance of pattern variables at the cultural level, and the built-in process of change through homeostatic equilibrium. As we saw in the last unit, ideas about development and change in economics and sociology were being shaped by the modernization theory in the post-World War years. 41. Approaches to 3.2.1 The economic approach. Studying comparative politics. In the discipline of economics, development emerged as a major preoccupation following Karl Polanyi's work, The Grand Transformation during World War II. In the 1950s, Bruce Morris and Everett von Hagen, and in the 1960s, W. Rostow and Robert Heilbronner worked on economic development in the emerging nations. In these studies, the rich and developed countries of the West, the United States and European nations, became the reference points. It was assumed that the less developed countries would follow the same trajectory of development and eventually catch up with the advanced countries. W. Rostow's The Stages of Economic Growth is illustrative of this thinking on development. In this book, Rostow argued that there were 5 stages of development through which all societies passed. Traditional societies are characterized by the dominance of agricultural production and limited productivity. The preconditions for takeoff are the second stage that resulted from scientific innovations which led to surpluses that can be used for investment. The takeoff stage is a phase of self-sustained growth when manufacturing, initiated by entrepreneurial elite, becomes the driving force of development. The drive to maturity leads to the replacement of original growth sectors by new ones, such as heavy industry during the Industrial Revolution in Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. The final stage is the age of high mass consumption, leads to an emphasis on consumption rather than production. Rostow argued that the most politically difficult period in a nation's development was the preconditions stage. During this stage, the social dislocation of traditional society and attendant psychological insecurities would be accelerating, but few of the concrete material benefits of modernization would yet be manifesting themselves. Rostow's stages of development and his emphasis on economic factors as the driving force of development shared similarities with the classical Marxists who talked about the transition from feudalism to capitalism and then to socialism. However, while Marx emphasized that the transition was through a dialectical process that necessarily involved a clear break with the past, often characterized by the violent destruction of the earlier stages, Rostow, who described his work as a non-communist manifesto, saw a smooth and unilinear path of development for all countries. Like Rostow, other economists who were formulating economic development plans in the 1960s believed that development problems are internal and can be solved through external stimulation and through the development of science and technology and entrepreneurship. They also assumed that political and social development would follow economic growth and industrialization. 3.2.2 The Sociological Approach. As we saw in the last unit, Talcott Parsons advanced a set of categories which he called pattern variables for comparing modern and traditional societies. Although Parsons presented these pattern variables as ideal types with real societies being a mixture of ascription and merit, of particularism and universalism. 42. And diffusion and specificity, misplaced polarities found a place in most. Political development. Sociological studies. For instance, Daniel Lerner, who studied the effects of increased means of communications on modernization and development in the Middle East, assumed that the transition from traditional to modern was linear, that is, all countries will move from traditional systems to modern systems. In other words, modernization resulting from the introduction of new communication media will inevitably result in egalitarianism, democracy, etc. Similarly, Karl Deutsch, who focused on social mobilization, concluded that society is required to meet certain social requirements before it could become developed or democratic. These social requirements were high literacy, economic development, mobilization of peasants and workers, modern communications, etc. Thus, by the early 1960s, many sociologists were convinced that economic growth would result in social mobilization, leading to democracy. As economists, sociologists were silent about political factors in development. 3.2.3 The Political Approach. In the early stages of its evolution, political development shared the assumptions of modernization that were already embraced by economics and sociology. For instance, almost all studies in the 1960s regarded a politically developed state as the one which was democratic, with a setup that was very similar to the excising in the United States and the United Kingdom. They regarded political development as a process of transition towards democracy. As we saw in the Unit 2, Seymour P. Lipset in his classic work on the emergence of political democracy, Political Man, 1959, had argued that there was a direct relationship between economic modernization, industrialization, and the development of political democracy. Economic modernization, he posited, created the social requisites for the emergence of political democracy, a large, vibrant, and literate middle class and wealth. Others were more nuanced in explaining the relationship between economic development and political democracy. Karl Deutsch, 1961, for instance, in his Social Mobilization and Political Development, argued that industrialization and economic modernization do not necessarily lead to the development of political democracy as Lipset had argued in 1959. Instead, they lead to the erosion of old social, economic, and psychological commitments and new patterns of socialization and behavior in this process, and people may gradually give up their local rural identities and identify with the nation. Social mobilization generates pressure on the existing political systems, resulting in violence, social disorder, or political stability depending on how the political system deals with those pressures. Amond and Coleman advanced a similar argument in their influential work The Politics of the Developing Areas, 1960, in which they argued that economic modernization creates crises that systems must resolve. In this volume, Amond also presented a functionalist framework to study politics that found much favor with the Committee on Comparative Politics, CCP. Several members of the CCP like Lucian Pye, Myron Weiner, Joseph La Palambara, Robert Ward, Sidney Verba, Leonard Binder, and James Coleman undertook a number of studies dealing with political development themes. Some like F.A. Organski, The Stages of Political 43. Development, 1965, and Barrington Moore, The Social Origin of Democracy and Approaches to Dictatorship, 1966, adopted a historical approach to analyze political studying comparative politics development. Most others used the structural, functional framework to explain political development. Prominent among these studies are Amond and Verba, The Civiculture, Political Attitudes and Democracy in Five Nations, 1963, Lucian Pye, Aspects of Political Development, 1966, and David Apter, The Politics of Modernization, 1965. What is common to all these studies is that they share the assumptions of the modernization theory that change is linear, progressive, and gradual, irreversibly moving societies towards an advanced stage and making societies more like one another. The political development approaches break with modernization came in the latter half of the 1960s, principally in the works of Samuel P. Huntington. In his writings, especially Political Order in Changing Societies, 1968, Huntington rejected the notion that modernization was a progressive, convergent, or inevitable force. According to him, economic development did unleash profound social changes, but these changes were not necessarily benign or progressive. He argued that societies amid economic development and social change lead people to have increased expectations for a better life. When political institutions are unable to meet such expectations, there is bound to be disappointment and frustration at the national level, leading to disorder or even revolution. Huntington, therefore, defined political development as the institutionalization of political organizations and procedures. He identified political development with the strength or capacity of government institutions, whatever strengthens governmental institutions, 1965, page 393. For Huntington, political order was necessary for economic development to take place. He thus prioritized political development or order over economic development and social change. Samuel Beer took a similar, non-democratic approach to development. He argued that political development is equivalent to the expansion of the bureaucratic state. His book Patterns of Government, The Major Political Systems, or Europe, 1973, posited that economic development leads to social complexity and the need for specialization and division of labor, which he calls as patterns of interests. These patterns of interest create demands for more specialization and bureaucratization, what he calls patterns of power. The creation of new patterns of power leads them to generate their own interests, making new demands. The creation of new patterns of power leads them to generate their own interests, making new demands for access and representation, creating a new pattern of power ad infinitum. Political development, therefore, results in differentiation and expansion of the realm of the state activities. From the above discussion, we can see that by the end of the 1960s, students of comparative politics were confronted with various definitions of political development. Lucian Pye once counted over 10 distinct ways the term political development has been used. For political sociologists, political development meant greater differentiation and specialization of functions. For political scientists, political development meant the growth of political institutions such as interest groups, political parties, bureaucracies, and similar institutions. Other political scientists used the term to refer to progress towards a democratic setup. Still, others, like Huntington, equated the term with stability and order. As Weirda and Skelly point out, most scholars probably incorporated all of the meanings. Specialization and differentiation, institutionalization, democracy. 44. Stability, without being very exact about it, page 59. The lack of consensus on political development. What political development actually meant made it impossible to posit a theory of change. Eckstein, 1982, Kamak, 1997. Political modernization and development had found rapid acceptance in comparative politics in the 1960s. However, by the end of that decade, there was a breakdown of consensus undergirding the political development. As Weirda and Skelly pointed out, there were broader changes in the larger society. The optimism that was characteristic of 1960s America began to wane. The civil rights movement and war in Vietnam had begun to erode the societal and foreign policy consensus. Both the subdiscipline of political development and the scholars who had contributed to the field came into question. In these circumstances, the dependency or world systems theory emerged as an alternative to the modernization paradigm, as a lens through which to interpret political, social, and economic change in third world countries. Check your progress. 1. Note I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answers with the model answers given at the end of the unit. 1. What is the social precondition necessary for political development according to Carl Deutsch? 3.3. The dependency theory. The main argument of the dependency theory was that development could be explained only by considering a country's historical role in the global political and economic system. Latin American dependency theory consisted of two positions, reformist and Marxist. The reformist position is reflected in the work of authors such as Cardoso, Fileto, and Furtado, while the Marxist-inspired dependency theorists include André Gunder Frank, Dos Santos, and Marini. Weirda and Skelly point that because of these two schools and the predominance of the Marxist position, it was not clear if a dependency was a new and serious approach in comparative politics or simply a political position. K. Page 135. Dependency theorists argue that the Latin American states are underdeveloped not because of their domestic factors but because of the structure of the world economy. They perceive the world economy as consisting of two types of states, core and periphery, metropolitan and satellite, developed and underdeveloped, and dominant and dependent. The core consists of advanced industrialized states of Europe and America, while the periphery is made of the developing states of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. According to Frank, development and underdevelopment are two sides of the same coin, two poles of the same process. Metropolitan capitalist development on a world scale create the development of 45. Approaches to underdevelopment in the third world. In the analyses of dependency theory. Studying comparative politics. Economic development was experienced in Latin America only when the metropolitan linkages were weakened, such as during the interwar period when the metropolitan countries were preoccupied with war and Great Depression. According to dependency theory, the establishment, maintenance, and deepening of dependent economic relations between core and periphery had a strong distorting effect on the course of social and political development in the dependent countries. Samir Amin, 1976, the dependency theorist of the Marxian school, has argued the relations between core and periphery created enclaves of modernity, generally in cities near the coast where import-export are pursued. The bourgeoisie that emerges in these enclaves is not quite like the industrial bourgeoisie that had played a progressive role in Europe in dismantling feudalism and paving the way for the emergence of political democracy. It is a comprador bourgeoisie that derives its wealth from trade rather than industrial production. As they benefit from this system, they have little incentive to change the system. Far from playing a progressive role, they enter into alliance with the feudal landlords with whom they have common economic interest to maintain the status quo. Political democracy has, therefore, dim prospects. In the 1970s, Immanuel Wallerstein and several dependency theorists developed a social scientific interpretation of the history of the capitalist world system. This world system approach gradually occupied the place of dependency theory. Wallerstein's historical sociological interpretation of the rise and expansion of the capitalist world economy since the long 16th century, 1450 to 1600, revolves around the notion of the single division of labor. In other words, the unit of analysis in the world system is the world itself and not the nation-state as in the dependency theory. In terms of its research focus, the world system focuses on the periphery as well as on the core, the semi-periphery and the periphery, unlike the dependency theorists who focused on the periphery. Both the dependency and world system theories have been criticized for their emphasis on the material and economic dimensions of their explanatory model and the seemingly deterministic nature of the explanations of development processes. The rise of Japan from the periphery to the core in the past and the rapid economic growth experienced by Argentina in the latter half of the 1970s could not be adequately explained by the dependency theory. Its explanation of the connection between political and economic development lost its credibility. While it has lost its explanatory value, the importance dependency theory accorded to the state in overcoming the cycle of underdevelopment has led to the rise of statism in the 1980s. 3.4 Statism. In the early 1980s, scholars who influenced the dependency began to offer alternative explanations for dependent development. They questioned the applicability of dependency outside Latin America as evidence of countries from the periphery such as the Asian tigers, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore became available. Scholars like Evans, Dependent Development, The Alliance of Multinational, State, and Local Capital in Brazil, 1979. 46. Rieschmeier and Skocpol, Bringing the State Back in, 1985, therefore, began to focus on state-led industrialization, which seemed to help in breaking the bonds. Political development of economic dependency. The statist approach to politics relied on the Weberian conception of the state, which differed from the Marxist or liberal conceptions of the state. In the Marxist conception, the state was merely a tool in the hands of the ruling classes. In the liberal conception state, the states were an arena in which different interests compete. On the other hand, Weber thought of the state as a human community which claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Weber, 1946, page 76. In this conception, states are like any other human community, having interests of their own. Among these interests, the most important is the need to survive. States pursue modernization and development goals not because of benign concerns or accommodate changes happening in the economic environment, either internally as modernization theory suggested or externally as the dependency theory suggested. States pursue economic growth and development primarily to increase their capacity to face external threats, military threats, and even economic threats. The statist explanation of development thus accords primary to politics. Economic transformation is possible as a result of the voluntaristic action of the state. In other words, political development is an independent variable that acts upon the environment and not a dependent variable conceived by modernization and dependency theories. Check your progress too. Note I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answers with the one given at the end of the unit. 1. What are the output functions of political systems according to Gabriel Amond? 2. Explain the factors responsible for the underdevelopment in Latin American countries according to the dependency theory. 3.5 Democratization. In a great historical irony, just as political modernization and political development were being set aside, another wave of democratization began gathering force, sweeping across continents, toppling authoritarian regimes and setting up democracies in their place. This has given rise to a whole new approach and body of literature in comparative politics. See Block 4 of this course. 47. Approaches to. These democratic transitions also seem to follow impressive periods of economic. Studying comparative politics. development or correlate with a shift to a free market economy. This has led to revival of interest in political modernization and development, although more nuanced. One of the key participants in the debate, Adam Przeworski, in his Democracy and Development, Political Institutions and Well-Being in the World, 1950 to 1990, 2000, has assessed Seymour Lipset's thesis about the impact of economic development on political regimes and finds that Lipset's arguments regarding the association between a high level of economic development and stability is supported. In his other works, Przeworski has argued that the developmentalism of the 1960s has erred in its failure to differentiate between the establishment of democracy, democratization, and its sustainability, consolidation. His finding is that economic development played an important role in fostering the latter but not the former. Another participant in the debate on modernization and development is Ronald Inglehart, Modernization, Cultural Change, and Democracy, The Human Development Sequence, 2005. Using a vast amount of data gathered from the World Values Survey, Inglehart has argued that mass cultural and attitudinal changes are the crucial intervening variables between economic development and political outcomes. Others have argued that the most important intervening variable is the changing balance of class forces in society. In the post-Cold War years, the predominance of liberal democracy has led to dynamic changes in the nature and scope of political development. The state has provided opportunities for the citizens to participate in the decision-making process actively. Human rights have attained much significance in the discourse of political development. Political development plays a vital role in the implementation of constitutional rights, affirmative action policies in the political systems of third-world countries. Kingsbury, 2007. The current focus of comparative politics is now on autonomy, freedom, equality, and justice in democratic political systems. 3.6 Let us sum up. In this unit, we have traced the changes in political development as an approach to explain polycal changes in the developing world. As we saw, the Committee of Comparative Politics in the United States played an important role in encouraging political science to come out with a theory of political development and change and contribute to the foreign policy goals of the U.S. government. A political science studies could not build theories of development and change. This was in large measure due to the lack of clear definition of what constituted political development. As military coups and authoritarian politics swept across the developing world in 1960s, political development based on modernization theory lost much of its appeal and the dependency theory came to the fore. Dependency theory argued that underdevelopment is the product of dependent relations between the world periphery and the capitalist core. The unit of analysis for the dependency theory was the world capitalist system. The underdeveloped countries had no chance of breaking out of the underdevelopment trap without first breaking the global 48 system. As evidence of rapid economic growth came from some Asian countries and political development. Argentina in the 1970s, the dependency lost its explanatory value. Statism, which gave primary to state-led development, emerged in the 1980s. Since the late 1970s, there has been a fresh wave of democratization, often described as the third wave of democratization. This wave has affected the developing countries in the post-colonial world and communist and authoritarian regimes. This democratic transition has led to the revival of the political development approach. Today, there is a broad consensus that the economic environment in which political development occurs, whether it originates from internal sources, social, cultural, or political, or external sources, is a crucial explanatory factor for the emergence of various political forms, including political democracy. 3.7 References. Adeniran, T. 1975. The Search for a Theory of Political Development, Transition, 48, 25-28. Amanda Gabriel, G., Bingham Russell J. Dalton, Carstorm. 2011. Comparative Politics Today, A Worldview. New Delhi, Pearson Education. Broad, John. 1969. The Process of Modernization, an Annotated Bibliography of the Sociocultural Aspects of Development. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press. Hagopian, Francis. 2000. Political Development Revisited. Comparative Political Studies, 33, 6, 7, 880-911. Kingsbury, Damien, 2007. Political Development. London, Routledge. Nettle J. P. 1969. Strategies in the Study of Political Development in Colin Lee's edition, Politics and Change in Developing Countries. London, Cambridge University Press. Pi, W. Lucian, 1968. Typologies and Political Development. Politico, 33, 4, 725-733. Smith, B.C., 2003. Understanding Third World Politics, Theories of Political Change. New York, Palgrave. So, Alvin. 1988. Social Change and Development, Modernization, Dependency, and World System Theories. New Delhi, Sage Publications. Thomas George. 2011. What is political development? A constitutional perspective. The Review of Politics 73 to 275 to 294. We are at J. Howard and Skelly Esther. 2007. Comparative Politics, Approaches and Issues. New York, Rowman and Little Filed Publishers. 49. Approaches to 3.8 Answers to check your progress. Studying Comparative Politics. Check your progress 1. 1. The essential social requirements before political development were high literacy, economic development, mobilization of peasants and workers, modern communications, etc. Check your progress 2. 1. Output functions are rulemaking, rule execution, and rule adjudication. 2. Dependency theorists have argued that the Latin American states are underdeveloped not because of their domestic factors but because of the structure of the world economy. According to A.G. Frank, development and underdevelopment are two sides of the same coin. Two poles of the same process. Metropolitan capitalist development on a world scale create the development of underdevelopment in the third world. 50. 51. Political development. Block 2 Representation and political participation. N. Approaches to studying comparative politics. Representation and political participation. As individuals, few of us have much influence in politics. In order to have an impact on policies, we join others with like-minded interests or programs. We use our democratic rights of assembly and freedom of speech to create or join groups to influence public policies or acquire power to shape those policies. In this block, we turn to another equally significant aspect of comparative politics, institutions and processes that link society and the governments. The first 3 units of this block examine the role of 2 major actors, political parties and pressure groups, and the last unit focuses on how electoral systems affect the actors involved in the political process. Political parties are the most organized, the most powerful, and seemingly inevitable organizations. Though they do not find a formal mention in most constitutions, they have become vital to a democracy. How did political parties come to occupy such an important position in modern political systems? How are they different from other political groups in society? What are party systems and what accounts for their variations? These are some of the questions taken up in Unit 4 and 5 of this block. Another important institution that bridges society and the government is the pressure group. Unlike political parties, pressure groups seek to influence the powers which shape public policy rather than capture power. What are these organizations or groups? What methods do they adopt to influence public policy? What is their role in democratic politics? Do they have a role in non-democratic politics as well? These are the questions taken up in Unit 6. A hallmark of modern democracy is the holding of free and fair elections. This means that the right to vote, suffrage, or franchise is open to all citizens and that votes are counted fairly. This having been said, there are clearly variations. The complicated question of electoral rules which decide how votes are cast, counted, and translated into seats in a legislature are discussed in Unit 7 of this block. As you will notice, these systems vary widely and make a huge difference in the distribution of political power. 52. Unit 4 Functioning of the political parties *. Structure. 4.0 Objectives 4.1 Introduction 4.2 Political parties. Meaning and origin 4.3 Functions of political parties 4.3.1 Organization and modernization of traditional societies 4.3.2 Political socialization 4.3.3 Political recruitment 4.3.4 The formation and running of government 4.3.5 Making and shaping government policies 4.3.6 Coordination 4.3.7 Representation 4.3.8 Control over government 4.3.9 Making public opinion 4.4 Political parties under different political systems 4.5 4.0 Objectives 4.1 Introduction 4.2 Political parties. Meaning and origin 4.3 Functions of political parties 4.3.1 Organization and modernization of traditional societies 4.3.2 Political socialization 4.3.3 Political recruitment 4.3.4 The formation and running of government 4.3.5 Making and shaping government policies 4.3.6 Coordination 4.3.7 Representation 4.3.8 Control over government 4.3.9 Making public opinion 4.4 Political parties under different political systems 4.5 Challenges to political parties 4.6 Let's sum up 4.7 References 4.8 Answers to check your progress exercises. 4.0 Objectives. Political parties have become indispensable for the existence and functioning of modern political society. In this unit, we examine the origins, characteristics, role, and functions of political parties in different contemporary political systems. After going through this unit, you should be able to Describe the characteristics of a political party. Explain the origin of political parties. Describe the functions performed by a political party. Explain the functioning of political parties under different types of political systems. Identify the challenges faced by political parties in contemporary times. Dr. Vikas Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Kashi Naresh Government Postgraduate College, Bhadohi, Uttar Pradesh. Representation. 4.1 Introduction. And political participation. Modern democracies have representative governments, i.e., a government where citizens elect people to represent them and make laws on their behalf. Elected representatives are held accountable by the people for their activity within government. It is in this process of representing the opinions of citizens and acting as the agencies of people's political participation that political parties perform the role of intermediaries, facilitating the relationship between citizens and institutions of the states. Underscoring the importance of the political parties, John Stuart Mill, 1806-1873, noted that a party of order or stability and a party of progress or reform are both necessary elements of a healthy state of political life. Thomas Jefferson, 1743-1826, a founding father of the United States of America, similarly acknowledged the importance of political parties when he wrote, "If I could not go to heaven but with a party, I would not go there at all." In performing the mediating function between the citizens and institutions of the state, political parties also find a place in non-democratic systems. Authoritarian and totalitarian governments such as Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Communist Soviet Union and China are identified with single political parties. On the whole, political parties have become the sine qua non in any modern political system. 4.2 Political parties, meaning and origin. Political parties have been understood and defined differently. Edmund Burke, 1729-1797, an Irish statesman, defined a political party as a body of men united for promoting by their joint endeavors the national interest, upon some particular principle in which they are all agreed. In the 20th century, scholars have advanced a variety of definitions of a political party. German political scientist Sigmund Neumann, 1904-1962, referred to political parties as the articulate organization of society's active political agents, those who are concerned with the control of governmental power and who compete for popular support with another group or groups holding divergent views. It is the great intermediary which links social forces and ideologies to official governmental institutions and relates them to political action within the larger political community. 1969, page 71. The Italian scholar and staunch advocate of political parties, Giovanni Sartori, 1924-2017, defined a political party as any political group identified by an official label that presents at elections and is capable of placing through elections candidates for public office. 1976, page 62. Similarly, American political scientist Robert J. Huckshorn, 1928, regarded a political party as an autonomous group of citizens having the purpose of making nominations and contesting elections in the hope of gaining control over governmental power through the capture of public offices and the organization of the government. Citing Katz 2020, page 214. While these definitions demonstrate difference in the interpretation, we can identify 5 distinct elements of a political party from them. First, the presence of a group of people is a necessary condition for a political party. 54. Membership of a party varies from a few hundred to millions according to the functioning of the political parties, appeal of the party, and the size of the country. Secondly, principles, norms, and ideas are core element of a political party. Political parties are propounded on and represent a particular ideology, identity, region, and issue which provide a normative and ideational foundation to political parties. It is the adherence to principles which distinguishes a party from another. While earliest political parties such as the Liberal Party, Labour Party, Conservative Party, Socialist Party, and Communist Party were based on ideology, political parties in the developing world and newer parties of Europe and America are based on distinct identities and issues such as ethnicity, race, and region and environment. Thirdly, political parties generally have a permanent organization with authorized members holding official positions in the organization. The office holders may be selected by top leadership or elected by party members. But there is continuity in the organization, i.e., the lifespan of an organization goes beyond the life of the current or one generation of leadership. Fourth, political parties come into being with specific goals. The main goal of a political party is to capture political power through the electoral process. To achieve their goals, they strive to gain and retain a degree of popular support. Finally, political parties seek to form government and control political power by constitutional and legitimate means, i.e., by contesting elections and not through extra-constitutional means like a coup. Contrary to this liberal viewpoint of party as an agency of organized public opinion that takes part in electoral struggle for power, a Marxist views it in terms of class antagonism. Citing the example of the Communist Party, the leader of the Russian Revolution, Vladimir Lenin, 1870 to 1924, characterized party as a small compact core consisting of reliable, experienced and hardened workers, whose basic aim is the revolutionary overthrow of bourgeoisie class and establishment of dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin regarded the Communist Party as the vanguard of a class, and its duty is to lead the masses and not merely to reflect the average political level of the masses. Political parties came into being at a particular historical juncture of the development of a state. American political scientists Joseph La Palambara and Myron Weiner argue that a political party emerges when the political system reaches a degree of complexity. They argue that the political party materializes when the tasks of recruiting political leadership and making public policy can no longer be handled by a small coterie of men unconcerned with public sentiments. 1969, p.04. Political parties also come into being when the ruling class begins thinking that people should participate in the system. The change in the thinking of the ruling elite may come as a result of the rising democratic consciousness, the increasing desire to select leaders or to control people uprising against them. Along with the when question, it is also crucial to understand how parties are established. French political scientist and politician Maurice Duverger 19172014 has given an authoritative explanation of the historical origin of political parties in his book Political Parties, Their Organization and Activities in the Modern State, 1954. He offers a twofold explanation of the origin of political. 55. Representation. Parties. The intraparliamentary origin, or what he calls the electoral end. And political. Parliamentary origin of parties refers to those parties which have an origin. Participation within the parliament and assembly. Here a group of parliamentarians come together to maximize the prospect of winning the election and form an electoral committee at the election time. These practices get institutionalized, eventually leading to the foundations of a political party. The extra-parliamentary origin refers to those parties which have their origin outside the parliaments and assemblies. They come into being when economic, religious, and gender restrictions from voting rights are removed. Social groups such as philosophical societies, workers' union, and newspapers associations played a significant role in establishing such political parties. The British Labour Party, for example, was created in 1899 by the Trade Union Congress as its electoral and parliamentary organization. Similarly, agriculture and peasant organizations played a significant role in establishing parties in Austria, Canada, Switzerland, Central European, and Scandinavian states. European socialist parties and nationalist parties like Indian National Congress were also born out of social movements and struggles. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is a political party? 2. How do parties of intraparliamentary and extraparliamentary origin differ? 4.3 Functions of political parties. Political parties perform a wide range of functions which have been organized and discussed by different scholars. The American political scientist Charles E. Merriam, 1894 to 1953, has identified the 5 distinct functions of the party as follows: selection of official personnel, formulation of public policies, conductors or critics of government, political education including nationalization of opinion and intermediation between individual and government. Scarrow, 1967, page 770. In the same way, British scholar Alan R. Ball has clubbed the functions of political parties into 4 groups: representative functions, electoral functions, governing function, and formulation of policy, 1987, 3-5, while Italian political scientists Stefano Bartolini and Peter Mayer have grouped the functions of parties into 2 broad categories: representative and institutional functions. 56. 4.3.1 Organization and modernization of traditional societies. Functioning of the political parties. Organizing diverse and fractured societies and their modernization is a crucial function of political parties. Modernization is a process in which a society marches from the traditional to the modern stage of development. In this process, a traditional society tries to inculcate the defining economic, social, and political attributes of modern society. The modernization function of political parties begins with organizing a fractured society into an organized polity. To this end, they bridge the differences among people and social groups. In other words, this function starts when a party starts nation building in a fragmented or loosely organized society. Once the polity is organized, the political parties play a linchpin role in selecting the model of modernization and political development. The path or model of economic, social, and political development a newly established state will adopt is decided by political parties. The Indian National Congress, Inc., is a familiar example. Since its establishment in 1885, the Inc. played a pivotal role in organizing deeply divided Indian society to fight against the British colonizers. In the post-independence period, the Inc. determined India's modernization path. However, it is not only a case with the post-colonial states. In Europe and America, parties have shaped and determined their modernization in the 17th and 18th centuries. Expanding on the political party's role in organizing a fractured polity, nation-building and its modernization, American scholar Robert Dick's opinion that institutionalization of parties and party systems is crucial in the maintenance of the tenuous new democracies seems to hold true. Dick's 1992, page 490. 4.3.2 Political socialization. Political parties are regarded as agents of political socialization. Political socialization is a process in which people are familiarized with the political culture, political norms and values of their country, and these virtues are transferred from one generation to another generation. Political parties function as a channel that communicates political culture from one generation to another. They educate people in various ways. First, at the time of election, political parties and their representative meet voters to inform them about their programs and policies to convince them to vote in their favor. Secondly, ruling parties make people aware of the government's programs and policies on any given issue. In recent years, social media has emerged as a crucial tool of political socialization. Thirdly, through agitation, dharnas, or protests, the opposition parties point out the shortcomings of the government's programs and policies and present alternatives to the government's policies. This enables people to become aware of the government and its policies. Fourth, the political socialization function is also performed by leading and participating in debates on television and radio and advertisements in electronic and print media. Fifth, by issuing the election manifestos before the elections, political parties let people know what they intend to do if they win the election. Through these practices, people become aware of their political system, its institutions and processes. 57. 4.3.3 Political recruitment. Representation and political participation. Political recruitment is the function of political parties in which they select people from society for a political role in the party and government. The process of political recruitment begins with political socialization and providing formal membership of the party. The recruited members are trained in the party's ideology and later selected for contesting elections. These members hold official positions in government when the party wins general elections. Formal recruitment begins with the filing of nomination for contesting the election by the party member. This function, selection of leaders, is not limited to the democratic political systems. Underlining the comprehensiveness of the political recruitment functions of the political parties, Joseph La Palambara and Myron Weiner note that whether the country is relatively democratic India or relatively undemocratic Ghana, a long-established democracy like Britain or a thriving totalitarian state like the Soviet Union, the party is likely to be intimately involved in political recruitment. The selection of the political leadership, 1969, page 3. By political socialization and recruitment functions, political parties make the polity more inclusive and representative. 4.3.4 The formation and running of government. The formation of government is the ultimate goal of a political party. This function differentiates political parties from other social groups like interest groups or civil society organizations. To capture political power, political parties enter the election process and contest elections. In this process, they field candidates and campaign in their favor. They strive to form a government by achieving wide public support. If they fail to gain a majority on their own, they try to form a government by forming coalitions with like-minded parties. Such coalition-forming function can be seen widely in India, Australia, and Brazil. Given their social diversity, electoral system, and multi-party system, obtaining the desired majority by any party has become difficult. Once political parties gain a required majority in elections, they strive to form a government. They appoint elected members in the ministries and departments. In this way, the elected members of political parties run government and directly participate in the government's policies and programs making process. 4.3.5 Making and shaping government's policies. At first glance, it seems that policy making is the government's function. However, a close look reveals that people occupying political positions in the government come from the ruling party. In this sense, the government can be called party government. At the broader level, the government's programs and policies on critical issues are made according to the broader consensus reached in the party, reflecting their ideology and policy consensus. Alan R. Ball has rightly described the formulation of policy as an essential function of political parties. Policy making and policy shaping are two distinct functions. In policy making, political parties are directly involved in the process, though they perform this. 58. Function behind the scenes. In policy shaping, parties influence the policy functioning of the political parties making process. The ruling party exclusively performs the policy-making function while both the ruling and opposition parties perform the policy-shaping function. In general, the ideology of the ruling party plays an important role in policy formation, with most left and center parties preferring proactive intervention in economy and social welfare and the right and far-right parties preferring liberalization and privatization. 4.3.6 Coordination. Political parties perform coordination or mediating function between government and society. Through the coordination function, political parties provide stability to the political system and establish and maintain coherence in the society and government. The coordination function takes place at least at 3 levels: coordination between government and society, coordination within government, and coordination within society. According to American scholar K. Lawson, the coordination between society and government takes 4 forms: electoral linkage, participatory linkage, clientelist linkage, and directive linkage. Pettit 2014, page 14. Details of these 4 linkages can be seen in the functions of political parties in the democratic political systems in section 4.5. The coordination within government occurs at 2 levels: among the 3 organs of the legislature, executive, and the judiciary, and among national, regional, and local levels of the government. Coordination between ministries and organs of government is realized through bodies like party meetings, parliament and its committees, and policy committees. While coordination between different levels of government takes place in intergovernmental bodies like India's National Development Council and Australia's Premiers Conference, and party meetings organized at various levels in the party. There are many civil society organizations like interest groups and non-governmental organizations that coordinate society. Along with other civil society organizations, parties function as a mechanism of coordination within society. Modern political parties have different occupational wings such as trade unions, farmers, women, and the youth wing, which are indulged in this process. These specialized occupational wings offer coordination among voters of that particular occupation with the party. 4.3.7 Representation. In modern states, people do not have time, training, and ability to represent themselves in diverse aspects of political and social life. Therefore, political parties function as agents of the masses and represent them. They speak at various places and forums like media, parliaments, assemblies, and electoral campaigns on behalf of their supporters and party members. The representation function of political parties is close to the interest integration function described by Almond and Powell, the American political scientists who came up with a variety of cultural and functional ways to measure the development of societies. Through common programs, political parties bring many interest groups together. The success of the government formation function largely depends on the interest integration function of the political parties, because if they 59. Representation. Fail in getting votes from diverse interest groups in their fold, they will fall short. And political. Of the required majority. Participation. The representative function of political parties is extensive and diverse because the representation takes many forms: ideological representation, regional representation, representation of identities, and representation of interests. A good number of political parties represent the common ideology of their core voters and supporters. Such parties include liberal and conservative parties of the United Kingdom, Communist Party of China, Democratic Party in the United States of America, and fascist parties of Italy and Germany. Some parties focus on regional representation. Such parties' core vote is based in a particular region. They prefer to identify themselves with the region's culture, language, and religion and speak for that region. India's Telangana Rashtra Samiti, which championed the cause of separate statehood for Telangana, or the National Conference striving for the autonomy for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, are examples of parties that represent the demands of their region. Some parties represent particular identities. The Bahujan Samaj Party in Uttar Pradesh and the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra are examples of parties which represent the interests of Dalits and Marathis, respectively. Although these parties succeed in garnering support from voters of other identities, a large chunk of votes comes from their core identity-based voters. A few political parties also represent particular interest. The interest can be in the form of issues such climate change, nuclear disarmament, etc. The Green Party of Europe and the Nuclear Disarmament Party, 1984 to 2009, in Australia fall in this category. 4.3.8 Control over government. The role of political parties goes beyond the ruling party. They also work as the opposition. This role is exclusively found in democratic political systems. As an opposition party, the political party try to put control on the tyranny of the government. They criticize the government for its programs and policies which they think are not in the best interests of the people and the state. They organize protests, marches, and door-to-door campaigning to spread awareness of the wrong policies and priorities of the governments. In turn, governments take the opposition party's role seriously, allowing their ministers and other party members to respond to the opposition party's allegations. However, the most recurring role of the political parties as the opposition has evolved in the United Kingdom. Here the opposition party is known as Her Majesty's Opposition. Functioning as an opposition party, the concerned political party forms a shadow cabinet. The shadow cabinet of the opposition remains ready to take charge if the ruling loses the majority in the legislature. In other democracies, the opposition parties try to remove the ruling party and assume that role. To this end, they bring a no-confidence motion in the parliament. Once the ruling party fails to prove the majority, the opposition takes the opportunity to form the government. 60. 4.3.9 Making public opinion. Functioning of the political parties. Public opinion making is primarily a democratic function of political parties. Political parties are directly associated with citizens through political socialization, electoral and public opinion making functions. Political parties function as agents of public opinion making. They try to mobilize and convince citizens to stand with their position on any given issue. For instance, take the issue of the 123 Agreement, also known as the India-US Civil Nuclear Agreement, which was covered extensively in Indian media. Not only the political parties but also Indian society was deeply divided. The main opposition party, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Marxist parties were opposing the deal as well as shaping public opinion in their favor. It is believed that the Indo-US Civil Nuclear Agreement was one of few issues on which Indian people were aware of and shaping foreign policy issues since independence. Although parties perform the public opinion-making function, they most extensively engage in this function during elections as public opinion is more likely to turn into votes at this time. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. The functions of political parties are not limited to electoral politics. Do you agree? 4.4 Political parties under different political systems. The role and functions of political parties vary with the type of political system. Their functions in non-democratic political systems differ from their functions in democratic political systems. The functions of political parties differ even among the non-democratic political systems like fascist and communist political systems. The difference in functions and roles is primarily rendered by the difference in political culture, the degree of socio-political development, the number of political parties, and intra-party culture. The role of political parties in a democracy is very comprehensive. American political scientist E. Schatznato has observed that the political parties created democracy and modern democracy is unthinkable save in terms of the parties. Katz 2020, page 216. First, the electoral function is the most important function of parties in a democracy. A competitive party system is found in the democratic political systems where various political parties vie for votes in. 61. Representation. Elections to control political power. Political parties compete with each other to and political. Increase their membership and mass support base. Second, parties socialize the participation citizens recruit and train them for holding political positions in the government. Political parties in democratic political systems mainly use persuasive means to mobilize support. After elections, bargaining among elected members takes place in the democratic political system to occupy political positions in the government. Given the democratic compulsions, often the top leadership is compelled to make their ministries more representatives in terms of region, occupation, gender, and identities. Third, the role of political parties does not end with the formation of the government. Even after selecting elected members for political positions in government, parties function as watchdogs and keep an eye on them and the government. They even reshuffle ministers from one ministry to another if found necessary. Fourthly, political parties create a strong linkage between governments and voters. According to K. Lawson, four linkages are most important: electoral linkage, participatory linkage, clientelistic linkage, and directive linkage. Pettit 2014, page 14. The electoral linkage keeps the elected representative responsive to the voters and supporters of the party. By elevating the citizens' role from mere voters, the participatory linkage allows them to play an active role in governments. The clientelistic linkage provides a bargaining opportunity to voters, and the party provides some services or facilities in exchange for votes. Through the directive linkage, those in power, former party members but now in government, try to control citizens' behavior through coercion, education, or both. Fifthly, the proper functioning of a democracy cannot be imagined without opposition parties today. Controlling the government as an opposition party is exclusively found in the democratic political systems. Given the difference in political parties and political culture, the role and functions of parties in developing political systems varies from those of the advanced or well-established democracies described above. In general, parties in developing systems strive for modernization and political stability. However, political parties in some developing states have deferred playing in the election by the rules. Such parties have willingly or unwillingly challenged the stability of the system. Nevertheless, through the well-thought recruitment functions, parties in most of the states have succeeded in providing stability to the political system by making the Council of Ministers more representative and diverse in terms of region, identity, gender, and race. Political parties play a slightly distinct role in the non-democratic political systems such as authoritarian, communist, and fascist systems. There are three types of authoritarian political systems: monarchy, military, and civilian. In authoritarian political systems, political parties are the instrument of governing the polity. They legitimize the ruling class and shield their regime. Political parties perform 5 interrelated functions in authoritarian political systems. Haig, Harrop and McCormick 2019, page 282. First, the political parties help in solving intra-regime conflicts. In the absence of political parties, the dictator's regime may be destabilized. Secondly, political parties help balance threats to the regimes coming from other potential challengers like the military. Thirdly, political parties assist the dictator in managing elections. The dictator's party help. 62. Him in bribing voters, capturing polling booths, and manipulating elections. Functioning of the political parties. Fourthly, functioning as an instrument of propaganda, political parties take the message of the ruling class and extend their influence to the remote areas of the political system. Finally, political parties in the authoritarian regimes perform socialization function. But they do not seek merely to educate people but educate in such a way that people support the regime, its ideology, and prevent the chances of revolt against the regime. In communist political systems, inter-party competition is absent because either other parties are not recognized or lack enough support to compete with the dominant Communist Party. The communist political parties are usually organized on the principle of democratic centralism. Therefore, a strict hierarchy is maintained in the party. The political parties in the communist political system play a vital role in modernizing, socializing, recruitment, and opinion-making. The communist system's political party try to build the newly established communist states in line with communist ideology and philosophy. They shape the government's policies and programs but not as opposition but from within. To enhance and maintain the legitimacy of the communist regime, they socialize and re-socialize citizens. They use persuasive as well as coercive means to attain their goals. Fascist regimes assign great importance to the leader and party. As these systems are totalitarian, they try to control all aspects of citizens' life. Therefore, the fascist parties focus on the socialization function. Through socialization, the ruling elites try to legitimize the leaders and their ideology to deter and debar any chance of opposition. To this end, the ruling party does not hesitate to coercing its citizens to follow the party and its leaders' dictate. Fascist political parties seek to modernize the state in line with fascist ideology. They try to shape public opinion favoring the fascist state and strongly discourage criticism and counter-opinion. The political party also functions as a coordination mechanism between people and government. As in the communist systems, political parties in the fascist systems socialize citizens and discipline in line with the party's ideology if necessary. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. How does the role of political parties differ in democratic and non-democratic political systems? 63. Representation. 4.5 Challenges to political parties. And political participation. Political parties have been facing several internal and external challenges for a long time. Internally, the party's organization and succession have been issues of concern. Parties, especially in developing countries, lack internal democracy. Organizational elections do not take at regular interval. Few leaders make decisions at the top level while others follow. A charismatic leader occupies the top position for an extended period, either without elections or merely with token organizational elections. In some cases, dynastic succession at top leadership takes place. Members of a family or clan occupy the top leadership position of the party. In this context, Spanish sociologist and political scientist Juan J. Linz, 1926–2013, has aptly noted that the level of people's involvement and ideological and emotional attachment political parties commanded a century or even 2 or 3 decades has eclipsed. Few external developments in the 21st century have further complicated the matter, leading to a decline in the people's trust in the political parties. Declining people's trust in political parties is a noticeable challenge. With rising awareness, people's expectations from political parties have increased. In the age of mass communication and social media, people are overtly expressing their anguish and dissatisfaction with parties. Several factors have contributed to the growth of this dissatisfaction. First, the opposition for the sake of resistance is one of them. Often political parties embarrass the same policies and programs when in power which they use to oppose while in opposition. In India, one can take the Bharatiya Janata Party's opposition to foreign direct investment in retail. It opposed the FDI in retail while in opposition but carried forward the policy when it came into power since 2014. Secondly, the media also fuels this growing dissatisfaction. There is a tendency to paint leaders as power seekers and creatures who work for self-perpetuation in power. Lastly, the inability of political parties to adapt to the changing social and cultural aspects of the states and cope with citizens' changing demands is widening the trust deficit. These factors have cumulatively contributed to reducing the public trust in political parties. The rise of election management firms is posing a significant challenge to political parties. Several political parties have begun to delegate the crucial election management function to professional election management firms. Until recently, this was predominantly practiced in the developed democracies of Europe and America. This is no longer the case now. Political parties in the developing world, in their quest for political power through elections, have started hiring election management firms. These firms take the required information from political parties and make election strategy for them. Taking private data from social media giants like Facebook and WhatsApp, these firms treat people like groups and not citizens. The entry of election management firms is promoting unethical data transfer. The rising role of the firms may make political parties less responsive and accountable towards citizens because parties may regard firms as more crucial in winning elections than providing services to the citizens. The expansion of the role of these firms may create a gap between 64. Political parties and citizens. The increasing influence of social media is another factor that is further subsiding. Functioning of the political parties. People's trust in political parties. With the expansion of internet services, the role of social media has expanded manifold in the last 1 or 2 decades. Social media has made the relationship between political parties and citizens a two-way process. The functioning of the political parties is significantly affected by this technological revolution. Instead of directly interacting with citizens, political parties use social media to reach people and mobilize people in their favor. Information is sent via social media. Consequently, the direct contact between citizens and political parties is gradually declining, especially when there are no elections. Political parties' engagement with citizens is declining because the party's role as a link between society and government is being performed by the information technology cells of political parties. In recent years, the IT cells have made social media a favored instrument of political parties to spread information to further their parent party's image among citizens and targeted groups. To this end, political parties do not hesitate in spreading baseless fake news against their opponent parties. To gain an advantage over oppositions, political parties' IT cells have become a source of misinformation and distorted information against their opposition to malign the image. Fact-checking websites are exposing this propaganda and misinformation spreading strategy of political parties. Consequently, a section of citizens is getting disillusioned from political parties. Citizens have started expressing their anguish openly on social media. It will lead to a further decline in people's trust in parties, which will hamper the party's socialization and recruitment functions. Check your progress exercise 4. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the challenges to the functioning of political parties in contemporary times? 4.6 Let us sum up. Political parties are difficult to define but relatively easier to understand. The 5 elements or characteristics are identical to political parties: group, permanent organization, principles, goals, and means. Although political parties play important roles and functions in all political systems, yet their functions differ from one political system to another. In democratic political systems, they focus on electoral and coordination functions, while in authoritarian systems, they strive to legitimate the regime and function as a savior of the regime. Many non-democratic regimes could have succumbed in the absence of political parties. If 65. Representation. We trust Lenin, even the revolution in the bourgeois society could have been apolitical. Difficult if not impossible without the Communist Party's linchpin role in participation, bringing proletariat consciousness among the working class. Nevertheless, despite their linchpin roles, political parties are facing some severe challenges both internally and externally. Internally, even while functioning in democratic political systems, parties are coping with a democratic deficit. The lack of regular organizational elections and hereditary succession at the top position like the president and general secretary are top internal challenges. Externally, the rise of election management firms, expanding role of social media and the widening trust deficit between parties and the citizen voters compelled the parties to improvise their functioning. The improvisations like the use of social media may potentially address some crucial challenges. However, the establishment of IT cells in this way or another is further extending the trust deficit between voters and them. 4.7 References. Apter, David. 1969. The Political Party as a Modernizing Instrument. In Jean Blondel, edition Comparative Government, a Reader. London, Palgrave, pp. 86-95. Ball, Alan R., 1987. British Political Parties, The Emergence of a Modern Party System. London, Macmillan. 1993. Modern Government and Politics. Chatham House. Duverger Maurice. 1967. Political Parties, Their Origin and Activity in Modern State. Cambridge, University Printing House. Haig, Rod, Martin Harrop and John McCormick. 2019. Comparative Government and Politics, An Introduction. London, Red Globe Press. Katz S. Richard. 2020. Political Parties. In Daniele Caramani edition Comparative Politics. New York, Oxford University Press. La Palambara, Joseph and Myron Weiner. 1969. The Origin and Development of Political Parties. In Joseph La Palambara and Myron Weiner, eds, Political Parties and Political Development. Princeton University Press. Newman S., 1969. Toward a Comparative Study of Political Parties. In Jean Blondel edition Comparative Government, a Reader. London, Palgrave. Pettit, Robin T. 2014. Contemporary Party Politics. New York, Palgrave. Weiner, Myron and Joseph La Palambara. 1969. The Impact of Parties on Political Development. In Joseph La Palambara and Myron Weiner, eds, Political Parties and Political Development. Princeton University Press. 66. Functioning of the 4.8 answers to check your progress. Political parties. Exercises. Check your progress exercise 1-1. Highlight 5 elements of political parties. 2. While writing the difference between two types of political parties, focus on when they came into being, their organizational aspect and social base. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. If you agree, then I highlight political parties' functions like nation building and modernization, political socialization, and controlling the government as opposition. 2. Also focus on coordination, public opinion making, and representation functions. If you disagree, then I highlight political recruitment, 2. Formation of the government, and 3. Making and shaping of government's policies functions. Check your progress exercise 3. 1. I focus on the number of political parties and competition for a vote in electoral politics. 2. Which functions they focus on and which not. 3. Whether they use persuasive, coercive instruments or a mix of both to achieve their goals. Check your progress exercise 4. 1. I discuss the internal challenges like lack of internal democracy and hereditary succession on the top post. 2. Show in detail how widening trust deficit, increasing role of election management firms, and expanding social media are posing challenges to political parties. 67. Unit 5 Party Systems *. Structure 5.0 Objectives 5.1 Introduction 5.2 Classification of Party Systems 5.2.1.2 Party System 5.2.2 2.5 Party System 5.2.3 Multi-Party System 5.2.4 One Party System 5.2.5 Dominant Party System 5.2.6 Institutionalized versus Deinstitutionalized Party System 5.3 Factors affecting parties in a system 5.4 Let us sum up 5.5 references 5.6 Answers to check your progress exercises. 5.0 Objectives. The interactions among political parties and their relations with the political system define the party system in a country. This unit provides an analysis of party systems and illustrates various settings under which they operate. After going through this unit, you should be able to define party system, explain the major types of classifying party systems, describe the features of different party systems, identify the factors affecting the party system. 5.1 Introduction. In the previous unit of this block, we have defined a political party and examined the varied functions they perform in a political system. As we saw, political * Dr. Tulika Gaur, guest faculty, Non-Collegiate Women's Education Board, University of Delhi, Delhi. Parties, except for those in the single-party system, constantly seek to gain party systems, political power at the national, regional, or local levels in every state. In this process, they respond to each other's initiatives in a competitive power struggle. This competitive interplay between parties conceived as a set of interactive structures is known as a party system. The interaction between parties in a party system is impacted by various factors such as the number of parties interacting with each other, size of parties, level of competitiveness, etc. Students of comparative politics are interested in party systems mainly because the number and kind of parties contesting elections affects not only the choices which voters confront, but also government formation and the ease which political executives can formulate and implement public policies. Students of political science have been classifying party systems for almost as long as they have been studying parties. Classification of party systems, however, has been difficult both because of the variety of political parties and the dynamism of the political system. For a long time, the general trend of classifying party systems was based on the number approach, which limited the classification of party systems to one-party systems, two-party systems, and multi-party systems based on the number of parties operating in the system until Sartori, 1976, added degree of polarization as other criteria based on which party systems were either extreme or moderate. This unit will introduce you to some of the typologies of party systems. It will also describe the features of important party systems and examine the interaction between the party system and the wider political system. 5.2 Classification of party systems. Various attempts have been made by several political scientists to classify party systems based on different criteria. The most enduring ones have been those proposed by two French political scientists, Maurice Duverger and Jean Blondel. Duverger, 1954, pioneered the classification of party systems based on the number of parties existing in a system. He identifies single-party system and pluralist party systems. In the first category, he included the single-party system and the dominant party system, and in the pluralist party systems, he included two-party system and multi-party systems. Also, based on the nature of parties of which a party system may comprise, Duverger classifies party systems as disciplined/rigid and undisciplined/flexible. Considering the composition of an absolute majority in a system, he classifies party systems as party systems with an absolute majority consisting of a single party. Party systems where the absolute majority does not belong to any one party but rests with a coalition of different parties. Party systems where the absolute majority is formed with the help of minor/smaller who get to play a significant role in either government or opposition. Party systems where the absolute majority is formed with the help of minor/smaller parties but with no distinct role for them in either government or opposition. 69. Representation. A decade later, Jean Blondel, 1968, carried forward the work of Duverger by and political, introducing additional categories. Blondel used the share of the vote won by participation parties from 1945 through 1946 to construct a fourfold typology. He distinguished two-party systems, two-and-a-half-party systems, multi-party systems with a predominant party, and multi-party systems without a predominant party. His typology of party system distinguished one-party dominant systems, two-party systems, moderate pluralism, and extreme multipartyism. Blondel's typology was based on the analysis of the clusters in the average share of the vote won by the largest two parties and then considering the ratio of the first party's share to that of the second and third parties. His analysis showed that in the two-party systems prevailing in the United States, New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, and Austria, the two-party share was 90% and above and closely balanced between the two parties. In the next cluster, the share of the two-party ranged from 75 to 80% of the vote cast, but there was a wider average difference, 10.5%, between the first and second parties, the Federal Republic of Germany, Canada, and Ireland. Taking account of imbalance in the share of the vote, Blondel categorized these as two-and-a-half rather than three-party systems. Giovanni Sartori, 1976, introduced a new element into the classification of the party system. Not satisfied with the systems based purely on the numbers approach, Sartori analyzed how far away parties in systems stood from each other in terms of ideas, the intensity of the conflict between them, and their role in government. In his typology, Sartori took only those parties that mattered, that is, large or small parties were to be counted only if they affected party competition. Using this approach, Sartori came up with the following four types of party systems. 1. Predominant party system, in which one party dominates the government in spite the existence of large number of parties. A predominant party could emerge due to factors such as popularity among the masses, its historical lineage, charismatic leadership, strong organizational structures, etc. 2. Two-party system, in which political power is shared between two relatively powerful political parties. 3. Limited pluralism, in which neither of the two dominant parties have a clear-cut majority and seek support of other like-minded parties. The coalition government could be seen as feeble government, but it may not necessarily be short-lived government. Sartori had included the German Federal Republic, Sweden, Belgium, Ireland, and Denmark as examples of limited or moderate pluralism. 4. Extreme pluralism is a system where the supporting parties occupy extreme positions and are largely polarized. The presence of anti-system parties, bilateral oppositions, and centripetal competitions are some of the features of this type of party system. With deep cleavages and low consensus, the extreme or polarized pluralism does not offer a legitimate party system in world politics. As you can see, Sartori's typology is also based on numbers properly counted, whose principal distinction was not number per se, but rather the degree of polarization and party competition. This enabled comparative political scientists. 70. To explain why certain kinds of multi-party systems led to cabinet instability and party systems. System collapse while others did not. The party system is a dynamic element of a political system. Since the 1980s, parties and party systems have undergone significant change in Europe and those that transited to democratic systems, about which you will be studying in Block 4 of this course. As Peter Merrick 2002 pointed out, there are fewer and fewer current instances of pure two-party competition and none of polarized pluralism. Instead, party systems in most liberal democracies fit into the increasingly crowded category moderate pluralism. The most recent approach to classify party systems has been in terms of institutionalization. Sayarov, 2013, explains institutionalization as the level of organization in parties, the extent of their associations with the society, consistency in ideologies of parties, inter-party competition, and the extent to which political parties and elections have high legitimacy in a country. For the sake of ease in understanding the various kinds of party systems prevailing, we will classify the party systems as under 1. Two-party system / biparty system 2. 2.5-party system 3. Multi-party system 4. One-party system / single-party system 5. Institutionalized versus deinstitutionalized party system. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is a party system? 2. What is the Sartori's contribution to analysis of party systems? 5.2.1 Two-party system. Also called the biparty system, this system is characterized by the dominance of two major political parties which stand equal chances of grabbing the political power and forming the government. Several other smaller parties may exist in the system, but the center stage is shared by two parties. The two dominant parties are usually backed by a majority of electorates, which implies that the rest of the parties in the system remain in minority. Power keeps shifting from one of the 71. Representation. Dominant parties to the other, leaving the rest with an almost negligible role in. And political. The formation of the government. Participation. Two-party systems work on the foundation of mutual acceptance and coexistence between both parties which openly accept each other and their position with full respect. In this context, Sayarov, 2013, identifies two variations in this system. First, as competitive party system, which exhibits clear alternation in power as the two parties stand equal chances of winning. A good example of such a system is the party system in the USA, where both the houses of Congress in general and the Senate in particular witness a high level of competition between the two parties. Malta and most of the erstwhile British colonies, mainly the Caribbean countries, also have a similar party system. The second variation is an imperfect or imbalanced two-party system where, despite the presence of two major parties, one party has a better chance of winning than the other. For instance, Botswana and some state legislatures of the USA are systems where one party has more chances of winning than the other. Hence, functions more as a dominant party system to some extent. Sayarov, 2013. The two-party system can comprise of parties exhibiting two opposite ideologies or sharing similar ideology but having distinct electoral support. The presence of Labour and Conservative parties in the UK, until the emergence of the Social and Liberal Democratic Party in the late 1980s, is a classic example of a two-party system based on competing ideologies. On the other hand, in the USA, the Democratic and the Republican parties initially had different ideologies / political orientations, but with time they both have become flexible and accommodative of varying interests. Both the parties differ in their approaches to achieve the accepted democratic norms in the country and give the citizens a clear choice as per their preferences. A bi-party system results in a party government, which implies that the government is formed by a single party and will account for a stable and accountable government. This system gives a clear, straightforward choice to the public while giving strength to the government as well as opposition to fulfill their mandates. A strong government faces a strong opposition, which ensures a sense of accountability in the government and continuous zeal in the opposition to enhance their chances of grabbing power. However, a bi-party system may result in adverse politics where parties are aware and assured of their position in the political system and hence may try to get into power by all means, thus corrupting the system. Both the parties may tend to be driven by interests of a small, wealthy elite prevailing in the country. For instance, in the USA, two-party system may provide ample opportunities for debate, but issues favoring the elite class always get speedy consent than those about the common man. 5.2.2 Two-and-a-half-party system. In this system, there are two major parties and one or more than one smaller yet significant party/parties. A two-and-a-half-party system is where the two main parties get at least 80% of the seats but not more than 95%, and where the system does not meet the criteria of one-party predominance. There is 72. No fixed pattern of outcome in a two-and-a-half-party system, as the outcome will. Party systems depend on the third party's support, without which the formation of government is impossible. This system may rarely exhibit a single-party majority, and the formation of the government will largely depend on the political equation created between the parties in the system. Some regard the two-and-a-half-party system as a transitional phase between the bi-party system and multi-party system. Sayarov, 2003. Cites the emergence of the Liberal Democratic Party in the 1970s in the UK and the rise of the New Democratic Party in Canada in the early 1980s to argue that most of the two-party systems have now become two-and-a-half-party systems in the true sense. The emphasis in the two-and-a-half-party system remains on half, the third element/party, which might play the role of kingmaker in a political system. there surely remains an asymmetry between the parties. The first party remains substantially larger than the second, and the third party is much smaller than both first and the second party. Syroff 2003 places this third party in a position where it works as a hinge or a wing. As a hinge, this third party directs the formation of government in one direction or the other because it shares commonalities with the other two parties in the system. This way they play an important role in the government as well. On the other hand, as wing, the third parties act as a mere support system of either of the major parties and may or may not get to play a part in the government. The Free Democratic Party, FDP, in Germany, for instance, works as a hinge party. It does not hold huge electoral support, only 13.2% of seats, nor does it get to hold the chancellor post, yet it remains the most significant factor in determining the outcomes of the elections in Germany. Depending on its coalition with the Christian Democrats, CDU, and Social Democrats, SDP, the FDP has been in government for about 41 of the 53 years since 1949, with its periods in opposition being only about one term at a time. On the other hand, since the 1980s in Portugal, the Nationalist Popular Party and the Communist Party are wing parties of two main parties, the Social Democratic Party, PSD, and the People's Party, CDS, respectively. The presence of half parties creates a more consensual political system rather than a majoritarian one. The dependence of main parties on the hinge or wings increases the extent of accountability and restraints on the major parties which otherwise may act as absolute powers in a single-party majority situation. The dependence of main parties on the hinge or wings increases the extent of accountability and restraints on the major parties which otherwise may act as absolute powers in a single-party majority situation. Hence, a two-and-a-half-party system accounts for a more democratic procedure in the formation of government than the single-party or the biparty system. 5.2.3 Multi-party system. A multi-party system has three or more political parties. It can be categorized as a stable and unstable multi-party system. The Netherlands, Switzerland are some of the examples of the former, while France and Italy exemplify the latter. The party system in Switzerland has 9 political parties, though only 4 parties enjoy majority electoral support. The government in Switzerland is normally formed as a coalition of these 4 parties, with the rest of the smaller parties playing a significant role in forming coalitions in different parts of the Swiss Federation. France and Italy have been the most remarkable examples of the unstable multi. 73. Representation. Party system. France witnessed the formation of at least 26 governments during and political 1944 to 1958. Similarly, Italy had 38 governments between 1948 and 1975. In both participation these countries, smaller parties, French Communist Party in France and Italian Communist Party in Italy, played an important role in distancing the larger parties from the governance and hence had to rely on coalitions which, due to rising internal differences, proved to be highly unstable. Haywood 2013. Another way of categorizing a multi-party system is moderately/limited and highly fragmented multi-party system. The former may comprise 3 to 6 relevant parties. In this deconcentration, the top 2 parties are limited to less than 80% of the seats. Coalition government remains to be the only way forward. The highly fragmented party system may have more than 6 relevant parties. An outcome of this system with frictions among medium and small parties is a weak coalition government of 3 or more parties. Brazil, Israel, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Lithuania, the Netherlands, India, and Indonesia had highly fragmented multi-party systems. Syroff 2013. Multi-party systems are also categorized as moderate and polarized multi-party systems. Moderate multi-party systems exhibit ideological similarity, that is, the difference between various parties' ideologies is very moderate. Sartori 1976. Here, there is a higher tendency among the parties to come to a compromise in case of differences or disputes, resulting in a much more stable and strong government. A polarized multi-party system, on the other hand, comprises parties with wide and strong ideological differences. This makes the parties refrain from reaching a middle ground. In such systems, there may even be political parties holding anti-system stance, making resolution of disputes or differences difficult. The communist parties in France, Italy, and Spain, for instance, have created more disputes and resulting in unstable governments in these countries. Haywood 2013. A multi-party system is the most efficient system in sustaining democracies. The presence of multiple parties enables a system of internal checks and balances for the governments, ensuring greater accountability in return. It creates an atmosphere of discussions and debates and makes policy-making a more inclusive phenomenon. Since there is a greater possibility of coalition governments and lesser feasibility of a single party achieving a majority in a multi-party system, it ensures that the government policies and decisions address the diversity of interests and concerns pertaining to all the groups/segments/sections of that country. A multi-party system not only ensures accountability of the government but also creates a wider platform for public opinion. Despite its democratic credentials, the multi-party system has some shortcomings. The first and the most important one remains to be the instability induced in the governance due to coalitions. Multiple parties have different interests, and achieving cooperation and consensus among them might be a difficult task. Further, during the process of achieving consensus, various malpractices and compromises may take place which may corrupt the entire political system of a country. The multi-party system also delays and sometimes derails the processes of policy negotiation and implementation. As mentioned above, the difficult task of having the consent of all plagues the smooth functioning of the government most of the 74 time. A lack of clear ideological orientation also is one of the shortcomings of a party systems. Multi-party system, as the parties are more focused on forming a government through unholy coalitions or compromises. A multi-party system thus can become more a system of achieving greater numbers than a system of representing a diversity of interests. 5.2.4 One-party system. The one-party system, also called a single-party system, implies the system in which only one party exists and is legally allowed to exist, which controls the government. However, according to Duverger, there can be different forms of the one-party system. Under what he called a dominant party system or one-party dominant system, some minor parties may sometimes be allowed, but they exist on the condition of accepting the leadership of the dominant party. This system is normally found in totalitarian countries where minor parties are either crushed by the ruling party or constitutionally debarred. The former Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China are classic examples of a one-party system. In China's party system, the Communist Party of China (CPC) is the only party authorized to govern the state despite 8 other smaller parties existing in the system. The smaller parties neither have the legal sanction to contest in the election nor have the freedom to criticize the decisions and policies of the CPC. A one-party system is also found in some democratic states, especially those that have gone through colonial rule in the past. These states have started their nation-building under the guidance of their national leaders who had guided them throughout their freedom movement. Political parties in these newly emergent states usually center on a charismatic leader, and the ideology of national development is derived from the leader's ideology itself. For example, Ghana under the leadership of Kwame Nkrumah, Tanzania under the leadership of Julius Nyerere, and Zimbabwe under the leadership of Robert Mugabe have had single-party systems. Being solely dependent on the leadership, the political parties in this kind of arrangement lack the level of organization and discipline found in the communist one-party states. As a result, almost all of them have disintegrated or lost their dominant status. One-party systems generally provide for strong and stable governments, which are a necessity for efficient policy-making and implementation, but they have several shortcomings. The possibility of a single-party system developing into an authoritarian state remains quite high. Such states tend to silence the opposing voices by forceful means. Hence, such systems may not stand true to the function of the party system, which remains to act as a link between a government and citizens. Also, the procedure of transfer of power and leadership may be amended by the single party in power as per its convenience, resulting in monopolization of leadership and power, which defeats the role of the party system as an agency of decentralization/diffusion of power in the society. In contemporary times, we find these systems in China, Cuba, Eritrea, Laos, North Korea, Syria, Turkmenistan, and Vietnam. 75. 5.2.5 Dominant party system. Representation and political participation. This system is often confused with single-party systems, but there remain clear differences between the two. A dominant party may consist of multiple parties/political groups competing for power, but is generally dominated by a single major party within the system. Whereas, in single-party system, there is absence of multiple parties and the entire political system is under the control of that single party itself. While the former accommodates varying interests and opinion of various other political parties, the latter works generally in an authoritarian political setup where any kind of opposition is not tolerated. In this system, single-party hegemony prevails for a long period of time because it not only predominates in parliament and controls the government but also maintains its dominance over a period of time. Even when it fails to occupy a majority, it still retains the potential to form a minority or lead a coalition. Hence, this ability of domination despite missing the majority mark distinguishes this system from the imperfect two-party system where attaining majority is the only way to govern and minority-ruled governments are not possible. The presence of one-party dominant system is generally observed in dictatorships where opposition parties are prevented from acting and participating in the political system. For instance, Chad and Cameroon are some cases where dictatorships have discouraged the participation of other parties. Nevertheless, democracies also exhibit this system, as can be observed in Botswana Democratic Party in Botswana since 1996 and the Congress Party in India from 1947 to 1977. Another Another classic example of this party system is Japan, where its single largest party, i.e., the Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, had dominated the party system for 54 years until 2009. During this period, it has served a noticeably short period as opposition, 1993 to 1994, and almost entire duration has held political power under its control. Other examples include Sweden, where Social Democrats have managed to remain at the forefront from 1932 to 1976, Italy dominated by Christian Democrats, 1946 to 1983. Israel by Mapai/Labour Party, 1948 to 1977, Namibia by Southwest Africa People's Organization since 1991, and South Africa remains dominated by African National Congress since 1994. Dominant party system on one hand provides a stable, strong, and predictable government. On the other hand, it undermines the democratic credentials of the system, as the prolonged system of governance often results in rise in corrupt practices within the party and centralization of power to the extreme levels. As noted by Haywood 2013, p. 239, the dominant party system tends to erode the important constitutional distinction between the state and the party in power. When governments cease to come and go, an insidious process of politicization takes place through which state officials and institutions adjust to the ideological and political priorities of the dominant party. Another shortcoming of this system is the absence of a strong and effective opposition. While the dominant party remains in power, it ensures its authority is unchallenged and hence makes every effort to discourage any kind of opposition or protest. A dominant party system can, therefore, be detrimental to democracy. 76. 5.2.6 Institutionalized versus deinstitutionalized party system. Party systems. Different categories of party systems mentioned above may not be the permanent arrangements in any democracy. It has been observed in various countries that the extent of consistency of party systems and the potential of main parties to maintain their status is not static and varies with time. This phenomenon was first conceptualized as party system institutionalization by Mainwaring and Scully in 1995 in the context of Latin America. Accordingly, the party system was classified as institutionalized or deinstitutionalized party system based on the stability and predictability maintained by the system. Institutionalized party systems smoothen the process of governance because they are less volatile and consist of durable parties which stand deeply rooted in society. Not only do they promote greater economic growth, but they also tend to yield better public policies. An institutionalized party system stands more accountable as it is better in articulating and aggregating the public demands. It exhibits greater party discipline, making it easier for the legislature to function and is more likely to resolve the deadlocks and reduces immobility than in an inchoate system. Sayarov, 2013. Deinstitutionalized party is often referred to as party system collapse or party collapse, identified as inchoate party systems, Mainwaring and Scully 1950. This system is often observed in third-wave democracies, see Block 4. The recent developments make deinstitutionalized systems more evident than the institutionalized systems. For example, Papua New Guinea is categorized as an inchoate party system because until recently, no prime minister has been able to complete a full parliamentary term. Another example is Peru, where leaders and politicians have adopted party-less strategies by acting as free agents with almost none or fewer attachments to party labels, making Peru a case of democracy without parties. Mainwaring, 2016. 5.3 Factors affecting parties in a system. Party systems evolve according to the transformation and changes that take place in I. The electoral system, 2. Social and cultural diversity, 3. The constitutional structure, and 4. The degree of international autonomy. Sartori. 1976, 291. A country's party system is largely shaped according to the electoral system opted by it. The electoral system defines the criteria for representations, and there remain several ways and methods that are opted by democracies according to their social and political structures. For instance, an electoral system based on a single-member majority tends to yield a less fragmented party system because it provides for a clear majority to the single party whose candidate has got maximum votes. On the other, proportional representative systems are more conducive for a highly fragmented party system. For instance, during the 1990s, an assessment of 73 democratic countries revealed that the countries having proportional representation systems mostly had a multi-party system, while those with non-PR system were more inclined towards a dominant party system or two-party system. Krupovicius Algis. Isoda et al., 2013. The electoral system also defines the competitive spirit of party systems. For instance, if a country witnesses frequent changes in electoral support, then whatever party system it 77. Representation may have, it will be highly competitive, since changes in electoral support and political impact the party's performance, hence there will be more efforts put forward by participation the political leaders, and after the elections also there will be uncertainty as the political bargain will rise. There will be greater emphasis on mobilization of masses and in turn will result in a highly informative and aware political population. Another factor affecting the condition of the party system is the social and cultural diversity of that given country. For instance, there are fewer chances for a one-party system to emerge in a diverse society, as such a system would not be able to address the social and cultural cleavages. A multi-party system or a two-and-a-half-party system is more likely to emerge in societies with wide gaps and differences in its social and cultural sectors. On the other hand, there is a greater scope for a single-party system or dominant party system to emerge in a less diverse society. In addition to this, the constitutional structure of a country can shape its political system and accordingly the party system. A highly fragmented social structure may not yield a multi-party system if the constitution restricts the political and civil rights of individuals. Further, the ideological orientation and inclination proposed in the constitution can also shape the party system. Thus, if the constitutional provisions aim to establish a communist society, it will empower the left-wing party to establish a single-party system or a dominant party system. Party system change may take a variety of forms, from marginal change to the alternation of its essential features. A change of party system might be manifested in 4 ways: 1. Incidental swings, 2. Limited change, 3. General change, and 4. Alternation of the system. Incidental swings are usually temporary distortions in the patterned way a party system operates, and they might be related to the establishment of some new small parties. Limited change is prolonged or even permanent, but this change is restricted either to one area or confined to the emergence of a party that replaces another one. General change is more serious and relates to several aspects, that is, the fact that changes are multifaceted and prolonged and that they concern salient features of the system. The alternation of the system signifies a dramatic change in most of its aspects, i.e., the party composition, its strength, alliances, and leadership. Party systems also change their format due to long-term social and economic developments. The processes of de-alignment or realignment of party affiliations result from structural demographic changes accompanied by culture shifts. Krupovicius, Algis, Isoda et al., 2013. In the 21st century, party and party systems across the world have been facing significant challenges from the forces of globalization and democratization. These include growing marketization, the rise of issue-based politics, and the spread of information and communication technologies. Many argue that these developments are weakening the bonds between the voters and political parties and increasing fragmentation. Others argue that political parties and party systems are transforming and adjust to the new developments. They point to the rise of cartel parties that often collaborate with each other for state resources as well as for career stability and continuity of their leaders, and the increasing 78. Reliance of parties on professionals to run centralized and technically skilled party systems. Operations and campaigns as evidence of transformation and adjustment of parties and party systems to the new realities. Check your progress too. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Distinguish between a dominant party system and a one-party system. 2. Identify the main characteristics of a multi-party system. 5.4 Let us sum up. Parties and party systems have become the constituent elements of modern representative democracies. Today, they are the most visible institutions of representative democracy. They are the linkage-making institutions between political leadership and voters, political elite and civil society, the rulers and the ruled in all representative democracies. In most political systems, there are multiple political parties, even though a few continue to be run by a party. In their competitive power struggle, parties interact and respond to each other. The term party system refers to the structural and institutional arrangement for interaction between political parties. As we saw, there have been many ways in which party systems have been classified. However, the typologies evolved by Maurice Duverger, Jean Blondel, and Giovanni Sartori have been enduring ones. In this unit, we have examined the two-party system, two-and-a-half-party system, multi-party system, one-party system, and the dominant party system, bringing out their important features and variants. We have also examined the institutionalized versus deinstitutionalized party system. There remain several factors that affect the number and size of parties in the party system. The constitutional structure of a country, the degree of sociocultural diversity, and type of electoral representative system are some of the aspects of the political system which shape the party system. As we saw, party system is a dynamic concept and tends to change as and when these factors undergo a gradual or a sudden transformation. 79. Representation. 5.5 References. And political participation. Blondel, Jean. 1969. An Introduction to Comparative Government. London. Weidenfeld and Nicholson. Clark, William Roberts. Golder et al., 2013. Principles of Comparative Politics. USA, CQ Press. Duverger, Maurice. 1954. Political Parties. London, Methuen and Co. Ltd. Haywood, A. 2013. Politics. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Kitchelt, Herbert. 2011. Party Systems in Robert E. Gooden, ed. The Oxford Handbook of Political Science. London, Oxford University Press. La Palomabera, Joseph and Wiener, Myron. 1966. Political Parties and Political Development. Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Krupovicius, Algis. Isoda, Vytautas, Vaisnoras, Tomas. 2013. Introduction to Comparative Politics. Kaunas, European Social Fund, ESF, and the Government of the Republic of Lithuania. Mayer, Peter. 2002. Comparing Party Systems, in Lawrence Leduc, Richard G. Nemi, Pippa ed. Comparing Democracies, Two New Challenges in the Study of Elections and Voting. Norris edition. London, Sage. Mainwaring, S. 2016. Party System Institutionalization, Party Collapse and Party Building. Government and Opposition. 51, 4, 691 to 716. Novak, M. 2015. Competitive Party Systems. Where do Duverger and Sartori diverge? Revue Française de Science Politique, 3, 3, 451 to 471. Sartori, G. 1976. Parties and Party Systems. A Framework for Analysis. UK, Cambridge University Press. Syroff, A. 2013. Comparing Political Regimes. A Thematic Introduction to Comparative Politics, 3rd edition, Canada, University of Toronto Press. 5.6 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. Party system is the competitive interplay between parties conceived as a set of interactive structures. 2. Sartori introduced new elements in the classification of party systems. He included the degree of polarization as necessary component of identifying party systems. This helped in explaining why some multi-party systems were stable or unstable. Check Your Progress 2. 1. A dominant party system consists of multiple parties/political groups competing for power, but is dominated by a single major party. Whereas in 80. Single party system, multiple parties are absent and the entire political system is party systems under the control of that single party. While the former accommodates varying interests and opinions of various other political parties, the latter works generally in an authoritarian political setup where any kind of opposition is not tolerated. 2. A multi-party system can be characterized as follows. A. Competition between more than two parties. B. Increased possibilities of a coalition government. C. Less possibility of single-party government. D. Significant role played by even smaller parties. E. No fixed equation for sharing of electoral votes. F. Creates an efficient system of checks and balance over the government. G. Adequate representation for diverse voices and opinions. H. Debates, discussions, and compromise remains to be the guiding principles of government making as well as policy making. I. Provides voter with ample choices to choose their government. J. Suits best a diverse society with varying groups and opinions, etc. 81. Unit 6 Pressure Groups *. Structure. 6.0 Objectives 6.1 Introduction 6.2 Defining Pressure Groups 6.3 Origin of Pressure Groups 6.4 Pressure Groups and Other Social Groups 6.4.1 Pressure Groups and Interest Groups 6.4.2 Pressure Groups and Political Parties 6.4.3 Pressure Groups and Civil Society Organizations 6.5 Characteristics of Pressure Groups 6.6 Classification of Pressure Groups 6.6.1 Institutional Pressure Groups 6.6.2 Associational Pressure Groups 6.6.3 Non-associational Pressure Groups 6.6.4 Anomic Pressure Groups 6.7 Methods and Techniques of Pressure Groups 6.7.1 Lobbying 6.7.2 Shaping Public Opinion 6.7.3 Publicity and Propaganda 6.7.4 Strikes and Agitations 6.8 Pressure Groups in Modern Political System 6.9 Let us sum up 6.10 References 6.11 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises 6.0 Objectives As we saw in the last unit, political parties provide the critical link between citizens and the government in a democracy. Pressure groups, the subject of this unit, also perform a similar role and contribute to the policy process. After going through this unit, you will be able to explain the meaning and characteristics of pressure groups, distinguish pressure groups from political parties, interest groups, civil society, classify pressure groups. Adopted from BPSC 133 Comparative Government and Politics. Describe the methods, strategies, and techniques used by pressure groups and pressure groups. Explain the role of pressure groups in democratic politics. 6.1 Introduction. We normally associate modernization with the widespread belief that the conditions of life can be altered through human action. But modernization is also associated with economic and social changes like industrialization, urbanization, modern education, spread of public communications, etc. These changes lead to an increasing diversity of life conditions. But modernization is also associated with economic and social changes like industrialization, urbanization, modern education, spread of public communications, etc. These changes lead to an increasing diversity of life conditions, which results in the formation of large numbers of special interest groups. Most democracies provide scope for such special interest groups to express their needs. These groups, commonly identified as interest groups or pressure groups, seek to protect or advance their collective interests and also to obtain public policy outcomes favorable to them by pressurizing the government and other state apparatus. Such groups have come to play an important role in the political system by organizing individuals into groups and then linking them with the political system. In this sense, pressure groups act as mediating institutions between the government and the governed in a democratic polity. 6.2 Defining pressure groups. The task of defining pressure group in a single universally acceptable definition is a difficult one. Consider the following definitions of pressure groups. Organized groups possessing both formal structure and real common interests insofar as they influence the decisions of public bodies. W.J.M. Mackenzie. Organizations trying to influence the policy of public bodies in their own chosen direction, though never themselves prepared to undertake the direct government of the country. Samuel Feiner. An association of individuals joined together by a common interest, belief, activity, or purpose that seeks to achieve its objectives, further its interests, and enhance its status in relation to other groups, by gaining the approval and cooperation of authority in the form of favorable policies, legislation, and conditions. Peter Shipley. Organizations which seeks to influence government policy without at the same time being willing to accept the responsibility of public office. N.C. Hunt. Despite differences in their emphasis, these definitions make it clear that pressure groups are voluntary social groups characterized by persuasive activism to achieve a desirable change or to prevent an undesirable change. Their activism, often termed as pressure politics, involves various methods to influence the government and other state apparatus like legislatures, executives, or individuals in responsible positions of decision-making and implementation of public policies. 83. Representation and. In the recent times, pressure groups also emerged in the form of social, political movements on issues like protection of environment, corruption, human rights, participation, education, health, livelihood, etc. For example, groups like Nirmada Bachao, Andolan, NBA, or India Against Corruption (IAC) have propagated public awareness on issues of environment protection and corruption respectively while pressurizing the government for a better policy outcome. Pressure groups vary in terms of size and influence as well as the area of operation. Some are relatively small, formed on the basis of highly specific interests, and operate at local or domestic level, while others are extremely large and powerful, with some of them even operating beyond national boundaries. For example, groups like Confederation of Free Trade Union, Council of European Federation of Industry, Amnesty International, Anti-Apartheid Movement, Oxfam, and Friends of Earth are some of the groups that operate across national boundaries. Moreover, there are also collective groups like the World Social Forum (WSF), formed by different civil societies, advocacy groups, and social movements from different countries but operate at the global level. Thus, whatever be their size, strength, and area of operation, pressure groups have come to play an enormously important role in society and politics and are considered to be a vital component of modern political system. The World Social Forum (WSF) is a collective solidarity forum of various civil society groups, non-governmental organizations, groups of farmers, intellectuals, women, youths, etc. from around the world whose aim is to condemn the harmful effects of globalization and working towards the establishment of a better world. The group organized its annual forum for the first time in 2001 in Porto Alegre, Brazil. Since then, the forum organizes its anti-globalization campaigns in various parts of the world. The forum then emerged as a challenger or alternative to the World Economic Forum, which has been organized in Davos, Switzerland, denouncing its neoliberal economic policies. The WSF is known for its opposition to globalization driven by neoliberalism and defended by global financial institutions like the WTO, IMF, and other multinational corporations. 6.3 Origin of Pressure Groups. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, in his book, Politics, famously said, "Man is by nature a social animal." This idea of Aristotle implies that man cannot live alone and that men enter into relationship with others to live a social and political life. This behavior of men incentivizes them to form social groups in almost every sphere of life. Therefore, as many scholars also suggested, ever since the inception of organized human society, there had been groups in society whose character and activities were similar to what we identify today as pressure groups. In this regard, groups and group politics can be considered as old as the human society itself. People belonging to different sections of the society. B. 84. Religion, caste, ethnicity, profession, trade unions, farmers came together and pressure groups voluntarily organized themselves in order to advance their interests. Pressure groups gained prominence in the modern times, particularly after the American and French revolutions in the late 18th century. The spread of democratic rights, ideas, and values led to an astonishing increase in the number of pressure groups. Prominent among the new pressure groups are those of minorities and women. They have come together to demand social and political rights to ensure that they are not subjugated. For instance, the Abolition Society in Britain was founded in 1787 to oppose the slave trade. Similarly, the Society for Women's Rights was founded in France in 1866 with the purpose of exerting a worldwide women's suffrage movement. Thus, by the end of the 19th century, many such groups asserting the interests of business groups, trade unions, etc., had become operationalized in most of the industrial societies. Despite the pressure groups coming to prominence in democratic politics, the discipline of political science had hardly given any attention to their role and influence in political processes. Arthur F. Bentley, an American social scientist who is regarded as the founder of the group theory, wrote in 1908 that it was only through the analysis of group activities that one could achieve a true knowledge of government. It was, however, only in the mid-20th century that the study of group politics began to attract political scientists. Some of the pioneers of group-centered approach in the study of politics are David B. Truman, Earl Latham, W. J. M. Mackenzie, S. E. Feiner, and Joseph La Palambara. 6.4 Pressure groups and other social groups. It is easily conceivable that there can be many kinds of groups in a political system which may be organized and cohesive, such as interest groups, political parties, civil society organizations, CSOs, and so on. Although these groups exist to serve their common interests, they differ from what we identified as pressure groups. Therefore, we should be able to differentiate pressure groups from other entities. 6.4.1 Pressure groups and interest groups. Among the many social groups, interest groups are possibly the closest to pressure groups. In fact, many scholars do not make a distinction between pressure groups and interest groups, and they often treat the two as synonymous. Alan R. Ball, 1994, 103, for example, puts pressure groups under the same category as interest groups, attitude groups, etc. He defined these groups as social aggregates with some level of chosen and shared aims which attempt to influence the political decision-making process. Likewise, Robert H. Salisbury also argued pressure group is only more pejorative but perhaps more familiar a term for interest groups. For these scholars, pressure groups, in a sense, are similar to interest groups in that they strive to achieve the interests of their members. 85. Representation and. There are other groups of scholars who seek to differentiate pressure groups from political interest groups. They believe that pressure groups always attempt to influence the participation government's decision-making process, whereas interest groups do not necessarily have the intention to do so. Interest groups merely insist on promoting their interests to achieve their specific goals, but they do not exert pressure on the government. Therefore, the word pressure can be taken as the basic point of distinction between the two. For these scholars, pressure groups are far more powerful than interest groups or any group of similar kind because they have the intent or capability to pressurize the government to get policy decisions favorable to them. In this regard, Hugh A. Bone says every group is an interest group or a group with an interest, but not every group attempts to influence public policy. This implies that interest groups transform themselves into pressure groups when they begin to influence the decision-making process. In a sense, one can say that all pressure groups are interest groups, but not all interest groups necessarily transform into pressure groups. There are other scholars who avoid the use of the term pressure group. They argue that the term carries a negative connotation as it insinuates the threat of use of force to achieve their objectives. These scholars prefer to use labels such as sectional, organized, the lobby, or interests groups to refer to the whole range of groups that strive for a specific interest in society. Whether they are called interest groups, attitude groups, or pressure groups, they exist to serve Whether they are called interest groups, attitude groups, or pressure groups, they exist to serve their respective groups' interests, and all of them in one way or the other exert some pressure on the government. What's 2007-6. Despite the ambiguous line of demarcation between pressure groups and these groups, one can still make the distinction that pressure groups generally refers those groups that actively seek to influence public policy. 6.4.2 Pressure groups and political parties. Both pressure groups and political parties are important agencies which aim to achieve the interests of different sections of society. In some respects, the roles of pressure groups are parallel to those of political parties as agents of political mobilization and representation by linking the government and the governed. But there are theoretical and practical distinctions between the two. While political parties aim to get into power and form the government, pressure groups generally seek to influence and pressurize the government in accordance with the particular interests and aspirations of the people they represent. Unlike political parties whose central objective is to capture power and run the government, pressure groups never aim to gain formal control of the government. Instead, pressure groups devote themselves to influence the government to realize their demands and objectives. In other words, pressure groups seek to influence government, parties seek to become government. Another distinction between pressure groups and political parties is that while the former focus on only one policy area, the latter have broad programs covering all, or almost all, policy areas. For instance, trade unions or human rights groups are concerned with limited goals of protecting or promoting welfare of the workers or human rights. They rarely concern themselves with economic or external policies, except when those policies impinge on their interests. Political. 86. Parties, on the other hand, are concerned with diverse policies related to national pressure groups. Development. However, the distinction between political parties and pressure groups can sometimes be extremely complicated by the fact that some pressure groups are found to have close relationship with one political party or another. In fact, there are pressure groups which render support to certain political parties whenever they think their political purpose can be served by supporting them and vice versa. On the other hand, there are also pressure groups which have transformed into political parties. For example, the Labour parties in Britain and Australia had their origins in the working people's movements. Likewise, in India, Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, the Mizo National Front, MNF in Mizoram, and the AAM Admi Party, AAP, in Delhi were pressure groups before they become political parties. However, in general, most pressure groups seek to keep some distance rather than to develop close links with political parties. 6.4.3 Pressure groups and civil society organizations. Pressure groups are also often equated with civil society organizations, CSOs. Civil society organizations are organizations and associations set up by the citizens of a country to pursue certain interests. While some of the civil society organizations act as interest groups to promote their respective interests, others pressurize the government to bring about certain public policies in their group's interests. In India, civil society groups like Lok Sabha, Janagraha, and Foundation of Democratic Reforms (FDR) are persuading political parties to create avenues for legitimate funding to political parties with transparency and disclosure. They also significantly contributed in the improvement of voter registration in India. The group FDR in particular also works for transparency, right to information, speedy delivery of justice by the judiciary, etc. However, what differentiates pressure groups from CSOs is that pressure groups are more power-centric than CSOs, which are interest-oriented. Moreover, the domains of pressure groups are relatively restricted compared to CSOs, whose arenas of functioning are usually vast and diverse. Check your progress. 1. Note: I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Define pressure groups. How are pressure groups different from interest groups? 87. Representation and 2. Explain the difference between pressure groups and political parties. Political participation. 6.5 Characteristics of pressure groups. Pressure groups came into existence to serve the interest of the community or group they represent. Therefore, their objectives and demands are different depending upon the collective interest of the particular group. However, despite their differences, pressure groups exhibit certain characteristics in common. A fundamental characteristic of pressure groups is that they neither contest elections nor attempt to directly involve in the governmental affairs. Instead, they aim to pressurize government agencies, bureaucrats, and politicians to get public policies in their favor. While doing this political bargaining, pressure groups always try to maintain a neutral political position by concentrating on their specific demands. Therefore, pressure groups are sometimes considered as apolitical groups. However, they may enter into the arena of electoral politics by financing or supporting the party or candidate who they think will work in their interests. In this regard, pressure groups also try to maintain good relationship with political parties, politicians, or high-ranking executives of the government in order to win their cooperation or support in groups' interests. Pressure groups, however, have no permanent political affiliation and generally try to keep their group interest above political interests. They therefore wish to win the cooperation of whichever party controls the government of the day. Since pressure groups emerged from specific sections of the society, their arena of functioning is generally restricted. However, their demands may be many: social, political, or economic, and they may vary from time to time while the group remains intact. This flexibility of demands and objectives is an important characteristic of pressure groups. Another characteristic of pressure group is their emphasis on the need for a collective approach rather than an individualistic approach. They believe that group activities are more effective than activities of individuals. 6.6 Classification of pressure groups. Pressure groups have been classified by several scholars into different categories on the basis of their structure and organization. Among them, the fourfold classification given by Amund and Coleman is more suitable and widely applicable. They are 88. 6.6.1 Institutional pressure groups. Pressure groups. Institutional pressure groups are those groups which are formed in various institutions, including government institutions like schools, colleges, universities, judiciary, bureaucracies, hospitals, police, etc. Since these pressure groups exist within formal organizations formed by professionally employed personnel like doctors, lawyers, teachers, they are highly organized in accordance with proper rules and regulations. Therefore, they are also known as professional pressure groups. In India, groups like Civil Services Association, Police Families Welfare Association, Defense Personnel Association, Indian Medical Association, All India Bar Association, etc. all come under this category. They are formed in order to serve their interests without directly getting involved in the government. Since they are close to the government, they can easily influence the government. Apart from articulating their own interest, they may also articulate and represent the interest of other groups. For example, a pressure group in the Ministry of Agriculture can easily and effectively convince other ministries or bureaucrats on behalf of the interests of farmers. 6.6.2 Associational pressure groups. These groups are highly organized and specialized groups formed to pursue limited goals. Associational pressure group includes organization of businessmen and industrialists like Associated Chambers of Commerce ASSOCHAM, Confederation of Indian Industries CII, Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry FICCI, etc. These groups, by virtue of their vast array of resources, technical and managerial knowledge, and their close links with elite groups in the government, are among the most influential pressure groups. Some of these groups are so powerful that even political parties are dependent on them for funds and other resources, and in turn, government sometimes serves them by giving concessions in the reduction of tax, tariff, trade, etc. In some cases, the government even seeks suggestions and advice of these groups on major policy issues of economic and commercial aspects. This category also includes workers' and peasants' unions such as All India Trade Union Congress, ATUC, Bharatiya Kisan San, Bharatiya Mazdoor San, and students' organizations like Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, ABP, National Students' Union of India, NSUI, Students' Federation of India, SFI, etc. Therefore, this category is sometimes divided into different types such as business groups, trading groups, agrarian groups, worker groups, and student groups, and so on. 6.6.3 Non-associational pressure groups. This category refers to those groups which are informal in nature, brought together by religion, culture and traditions, kinship, ethnicity, tribal affiliation, or family ties, etc. There is no formal and structural procedure in their activities and demands. They do not have permanent demands or interests. Their demands and interests keep changing according to requirements of a specific situation. Non-associational pressure groups are mostly based on language, ethnicity, religion, or any other socio-cultural aspects in the society. They are more concerned with 89. Representation and community service, focusing on protection and promotion of the interest of the political whole community. Therefore, they are also known as socio-cultural pressure. Participation groups. In India, religious-based groups such as Vishwa Hindu Parishad, Shromani Gurudwara Prabhandhak Samiti, or caste-based groups like Lorik Sena, Bhumi Sena, Vaishya Samaj, Balmiki Samaj, etc. are some examples of socio-religious and cultural pressure groups. These groups are formed with the aim of protecting and promoting the culture, tradition, and beliefs of particular religious, ethnic, or cultural communities. 6.6.4 Anomic pressure groups. Anomic pressure groups are those which appear for a short span of time for specific objectives and purpose. In Amund's words, they are more or less spontaneous groups, penetrated into the political system from the society. These groups are generally formed in response to unpredictable moments like famine, drought, scarcity of resources, or any similar kind of urgency. Since these groups are spontaneous in nature, depending upon the spur of the moment, they are not guided by any rule or procedural structure. As a result, their behavior and actions are also quite unpredictable, which often turns violent. For example, famine relief groups like Mizo National Famine Front in Mizoram or the Assam Gana Parishad formed during the Assam movement can be termed as anomic pressure groups. Once the purpose is served, most of them cease to exist while others may transform into political parties like in the case of Shiv Sena in Maharashtra or the Mizo National Front, MNF, in Mizoram. Check your progress too. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What are the 4 types of pressure groups classified by Amond and Coleman? 6.7 Methods and tactics of pressure groups. We know that pressure groups constantly endeavor to shape public policy. For this, they use different methods and tactics. And tactics adopted by pressure groups are not similar because their choice of tactics is determined by various factors such as the nature of the political system, attitude of the government, the capability and strength of the particular pressure group. It also depends on the availability and convenience of methods which the groups have at their disposal. They tend to use any possible methods that will provide maximum benefit in the 90 group's interests. Following are some common tactics employed by pressure groups. Groups. 6.7.1 Lobbying. Lobbying refers to an effort made by pressure groups to influence government decisions. Lobbying is one of the most common and significant persuasive tactics used by pressure groups. The term lobby is derived from the lobby or the hall of Britain's House of Commons. Therefore, lobbying refers to any attempt or efforts made by individual members or groups, usually in the lobbies or halls of Parliament buildings, to garner support for their cause by influencing politicians, legislatures, or anyone who is in the government or in the authority of policymaking. The act of lobbying can be conducted in multiple ways, such as direct personal contacts, sending delegations or representatives, writing of letters, telephone calls, email conversations, or any other form of communication activity that can be used for persuasion. Although the act of lobbying remains highly personal, basically associated with private activities of individual members of the group, it may also occur on a large scale in which several individual members try to convince and persuade those who have the power to decide policy decisions, such as member of the legislature, ministers or government officials, etc. Pressure groups may also lobby through advertisement in popular media such as newspaper, radio, television, etc. in order to convince those in the position of power. The process of lobbying may also include actions involving favors, inducements and offerings to lure the officials in order to get the work done. 6.7.2 Shaping public opinion. To highlight and convey their issues and concerns to the government, pressure groups widely use the tactic of public opinion campaigns. A public opinion campaign is basically geared to attract media attention and also to sensitize the public at large in order to gain wider influence. For this, pressure groups use several platforms such as use of mass media, issuing press release, distributing pamphlets, organizing public meetings, etc. In doing such publicity exercise, pressure groups are able to shape public opinion in their favor on the one hand and to present a criticism of the government policy on the other. The purpose of influencing public opinion is to alert the government, thereby making their voice heard. 6.7.3 Publicity and propaganda. Publicity and propaganda are another common technique used by pressure groups. Pressure groups usually do this by propagating their interests through mass media such as newspapers, radio, television, internet, and so on. Through this, pressure groups can highlight their demands and opinions as well as inform and educate the government and the public at large on matters that are crucial for their collective interests. By doing this, pressure groups are able to attract and influence those in authority to accede to their demands. 91. 6.7.4 Strikes and agitations. Representation and political participation. Usually, pressure groups use peaceful means to achieve their goals, but they may also resort to agitations to get maximum benefits of their demands. Such tactics include strikes, protests, demonstrations, civil disobedience. Strike is a form of agitation which attempts for a temporary stoppage of work to force government or those in authority to concede to their demands. It is one of the most effective and common form of agitation adopted by pressure groups. Strikers often refuse to carry out their legitimate duties and may try to persuade others not to perform their duties. Though most forms of strikes are constitutional and peaceful, they sometimes go out of control and result in violence. Bond and gareo are other forms of direct action methods. A bond is a combination of a strike and a shutdown or blockade. Participants refrain from economic activity and usually set up roadblocks or shut office, shops, public transport, etc. to enforce the bond. Gareo, on the other hand, involves the confinement of government officials by members of pressure groups for forcing them to concede to their demands. It is similar to picketing, in which people congregate outside a place of work or location where an event is taking place to draw public attention to a cause. In India, most pressure groups rely more on direct action methods and less on techniques like lobbying. Pressure groups in India and the West. India and Western countries are democracies. But within Western countries there are differences between presidential and parliamentary forms of government. India, though a parliamentary democracy, differs from such countries of the West in terms of developmental levels. Therefore, there are some differences in the role of pressure groups. Firstly, the American pressure groups are regarded as the fourth organ of the government, but the Indian pressure groups are not yet able to play such a significant role in politics. Secondly, in India and Great Britain, the cabinet and civil service are the main targets of pressure groups for lobbying purposes rather than the parliament. However, the targets of American pressure groups are the Congress and its committees rather than the president for lobbying purposes. Thirdly, in India, pressure groups based on caste, religion, region, etc. are more powerful than the modern groups like business organizations. Finally, a significant feature of American pressure groups is that they take interest in foreign policy issues, while in India pressure groups are concerned more with domestic policy issues and problems and less with foreign policy matters. Despite these differences, democratic politics presupposes the crucial role of pressure groups for serving the interests of different sections of society. 9. 2. Pressure groups. Check your progress. 3. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. Why do pressure groups attempt to pressurize the government? Elaborate some pressure tactics used by pressure groups. 2. What is lobbying? 6.8 Pressure groups in modern political system. Group activity is a feature of every democracy and, indeed, of many authoritarian states as well. Although pressure groups have existed for long and will continue to do so into the foreseeable future, it is difficult to assess their role in a democracy. This is because of the multiplicity and diversity of pressure groups. There are simply too many of them, and they vary in terms of their aims, composition, and method. Some engage in continuous political activity while others do so intermittently or vanish after accomplishing their objective. Given this, the generalized comments we make here do not apply to all pressure groups in all circumstances. For those who take a positive view of pressure group activity, these groups enhance our democracy and have an important role in the political processes. Pressure groups enable individuals to associate with one another and voice their interests and grievances, which are essential rights in any democracy. Their activities give representation and voice to the minorities or the disadvantaged sections of the society who are not adequately represented in the government. For instance, women, ethnic minorities, gays, transgenders that are inadequately represented by political parties find opportunity to express any resentment about their treatments, and to suggest ideas that would help overcome obstacles that prevent them from fulfilling their potential. Pressure group activity also encourages wider participation in decision-making process. Ordinary individuals participate in political life only during election time. Elections, which are held once in 4 or 5 years, may not allow voters to express a preference on individual issue. Pressure groups give an opportunity to 93. Representation and individuals be politically active and to make a contribution to the working of political democracy between elections. Participation. Pressure groups act as a link between the people and the government, a useful intermediary between the electors and those whom they elect, allowing a variety of views to be expressed. They counter the monopoly of the political process by political parties. As one political scientist put it, the views which pressure groups convey are legitimate interests. Modern democracy would not exist without pressure groups. As a channel of representation, they are as legitimate as the ballot box. They can mediate between the government and the governed. Bagot, 1995. Pressure groups often provide specialist information to the government and often help in the implementation of policy. Some of the well-organized pressure groups often participate in official consultative committees, advisory groups, and commissions. Most governments rely on these groups for advice, information specialist expertise, and help in implementing policies. Pressure groups thus contribute in the formation, shaping, and implementation of public policies. Finally, activities of pressure groups make the public at large better informed about public policies. These activities keep political system and government more responsive to the aspiration and demands of the people. However, there are critics who argue that pressure groups can endanger and weaken the democratic process. They argue that relatively small unelected groups of individuals, instead of elected representatives, are able to influence policies and laws. Marxist and elitist theorists, for instance, argue that politics is always dominated by a small number of people. According to Marxist scholars, pressure groups reflect the prevailing power structure of the system in which few leaders from the capitalist class always control and dominate these pressure groups. This class-based nature of pressure groups ensures the system in favor of the powerful and wealthy class while leaving less for the weaker majority. On the other hand, elitist theorists explain pressure groups in terms of what Robert Michaels called the iron law of oligarchy, which claim that minorities, often called oligarchs, always rule these organizations. According to them, majority of the masses, particularly from weaker section of the society, are largely unorganized, therefore they are unlikely to emerge as leaders of pressure groups. because they neither have the resources nor the power to fight in the political battle against the powerful. Critics of group activity also contend that the methods and tactics used by pressure groups are often corrupt and intimidating. For example, large-scale demonstrations or protest may cause inconvenience to many. Sometimes direct actions methods go out of control, thereby resulting into violent clashes between the protesters and state machineries. However, the right to make a protest, particularly when those in power take actions that are detrimental to a section of society, is a fundamental one in any democracy. It appears that excessive group power creates the possibility of organized interests foisting their particular views upon elected representatives who are expected to keep the general interest of the people. On the other hand, too little group power poses the threat of elected government behaving in high-handed 94 manner and ignoring the legitimate needs and preferences of the people. Given pressure groups. That pressure groups have become indispensable components of modern political life, it is important to draw a line between excessive and reasonable influence of group activity. In general, governments which allow pressure groups to operate freely are far more accountable and responsive to the public than those without pressure groups. 6.9 Let us sum up. Pressure groups are organizations, associations, and groups representing the collective interests of their members. They play an important role in democratic politics of a country by articulating the demands and interests of different groups in society. By forming pressure groups, people seek to protect and promote their shared interests and beliefs while exerting pressures on the government. In fact, many of the pressure groups are able to influence the government and change the community's socio-economic and political structures. Since they do not attempt to exercise governing power, they are different from political parties in many ways. Though similar in their orientation and nature, pressure groups are also different from other groups in the society like interest groups or civil society organizations. They are well-structured, organized, and formalized in their objectives, working, and methods. Though few pressure groups exist for a short time to achieve immediate or specific purpose, majority of pressure groups are long-lived and exert concerted pressures on the government, thereby influencing both the policy formulation and policy implementation process in their group's interests. 6.10 References. Alan R. Ball and John Millard. 1965. Pressure Politics in Industrial Societies, London, Alfred and Knopf. Baggett, Rob. 1995. Pressure Groups Today. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Feiner, S. E. 1958. Interest Groups on Four Continents. Pittsburgh, University of Pittsburgh Press. Foreman Fenn and N.D.J. Baldwin. 1999. Mastering British Politics. London, Macmillan Press. Key v. O. 1969. Politics, Parties and Pressure Groups. New York, Thomas and Crowell Company. What's Duncan? 2007. Pressure Groups. London and Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press. 95. Representation and 6.11 Answers to check your progress. Political exercises. Participation. Check your progress 1. 1. Group of individuals or associations that seek to exert pressure or influence in the decision-making process of the government in order to gain policy outcome in accordance with their interests. Although pressure groups are similar to interest groups, the former aim to influence the government's decision-making process, the latter do not have the claims against the government or cannot influence the government. 2. Pressure groups aim to influence the decision-making process without directly involved in forming the government. Political parties, on the other hand, are groups that seek to contest elections to form the government. Check your progress 2. 1. Amond and Coleman's classification of pressure groups consists of 4 types. They are I. Institutional pressure groups, 2. Associational pressure groups, 3. Non-associational pressure groups, and 4. Anomic pressure groups. Check your progress 3. 1. Pressure groups constantly attempt to pressurize the government to gain policy outcomes on their behalf. For this they adopt various techniques which include lobbying, propaganda, appeals and petitions, holding of demonstrations, dharnas, strikes, bond, boycott, and so on. However, their choice of strategies and techniques are determined by factors such as nature of political system, effectiveness of the group, availability of techniques, etc. 2. Lobbying refers to any attempt or efforts made by individual members or groups to garner support for their cause by influencing the government or those who are in the authority of policymaking. It may include actions involving favors, inducements, and offerings to lure the officials or leaders to get the work done. 96. Unit 7 Electoral Systems and Electoral Processes *. Structure. 7.0 Objectives. 7.1 Introduction. 7.2 Classification of electoral systems. 7.3 Majoritarian systems. 7.3.1 Single-member plurality system. 7.3.2 Second ballot. System 7.3.3 Alternative Vote and Supplementary Vote. System 7.3.4 Condorcet Method. 7.4 Proportional Representation. Systems 7.4.1 Single Transferable Vote. System 7.4.2 Party List. System 7.5 Mixed Methods. 7.5.1 Mixed Member Proportional. System 7.5.2 Semi-Proportional Method. 7.5.3 Cumulative Vote. System 7.5.4 Slate. System 7.6 Comparative Assessment of Majoritarian and PR. Systems 7.7 Let us sum up. 7.8 References. 7.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 7.0 Objectives. An electoral system does not only set rules for election but also plays crucial role in shaping the party system and political culture of the country. This unit focuses. Dr. Tulika Gaur, Guest Faculty, Non-Collegiate Women's Education Board, University of Delhi, Delhi. Representation. On electoral systems and processes. After going through this unit, you should be and political. Able to. Participation. Define electoral system. Identify the various dimensions of an electoral system. Assess combinations of electoral methods used by different countries in their national or local elections. Examine the advantages and disadvantages of different kinds of electoral systems and analyze the links between parties and electoral process. 7.1 Introduction. The electoral system refers to a set of rules through which people get to choose their representatives or political leaders. It shapes the outcome of the election by providing for an election mechanism and election process through which representation of several political parties is determined in the legislature. Electoral systems not only work at the national level but are also used extensively in determining the composition of local bodies. It is the deciding factor for the various combinations of political parties/groups/individuals that exist at the legislative and executive level in a country. Formation of coalitions. Various strategies opted by political parties to get into the legislature and their election manifestos all depend on what kind of electoral system exists in their political system. An electoral system is not a static concept, rather it is a dynamic system which has been evolving continuously as needed by the countries to suit their political system. An electoral system well-defined facilitates the democratic culture to perform in its true spirit. A well-known comparative political science scholar, Bernard Grofman, has identified 6 basic components of an electoral system. These are 1. Defining the eligibility for contesting the election, individuals or party or combination of both. 2. Specifying rules within the party for identifying the party's candidates or setting the criteria for ranking the candidates in a party list. 3. Specification of ballot type. 4. Specification of constituencies, districts. 5. Determination of election timing. And 6. Rules for ballot aggregation. Apart from this, the term electoral system is also used to refer to rules and regulations for the voters, campaigning, advertising, deciding on phases of elections, and so on. Krupovicius, Isoda, Vaisnoras, 2013. As mentioned by Ray, 1971, electoral systems have 3 dimensions: the ballot structure, the district structure, and the electoral formula. 1. Ballot structure defines the nature of ballot system and the different ways in which it is casted and counted. For instance, whether votes are casted for either individuals or a group of individuals, party list, or a combination of both, how many votes are supposed to be casted for candidates and or lists in case more than 1 votes are to be casted. Then whether it is based on preference or rank of candidates/list in any order, and finally, whether there is single round or multiple rounds of voting. 98. 2. District structure comprises of the area, number, and hierarchy of electoral systems and electoral districts. Here, electoral districts are those areas in which elections are processes conducted. There can be one single-seated or multiple-seated district structures, that is, the entire country can be considered as a national electoral district, or it may be divided into several small electoral constituencies. In case of latter, there may exist a certain kind of hierarchy such as upper and lower tiers. There may be one or many seats in any electoral district. 3. The electoral formula refers to the process through which votes get transformed into seats. The most popular formulas are the plurality, majority, and proportional representation (PR) systems. These formulas may vary as per the district structure. 7.2 Classification of electoral systems. Generally, the electoral system is classified into 3 main categories based on the rules decided for conversion of votes into seats in the legislature. First category is the majoritarian system. Second is the proportional representative system, and the third is the mixed system. Majoritarian method refers to a system where larger parties get to represent higher number of seats, while the proportional representation (PR) systems depicts a system where seats are decided in proportion to the votes acquired in the election. Mixed systems are the combination of the majoritarian and PR systems. It is more likely that in majoritarian system, parties getting 30% of votes may emerge as the ruling parties, resulting in mostly two-party systems or single-party governments, such as in 2010 elections in the UK, when the Conservative Party appeared as the largest party, acquiring 47% of seats despite holding only. It is more likely that in majoritarian system, parties getting 30% of votes may emerge as the ruling parties, resulting in mostly two-party systems or single-party governments, such as in 2010 elections in the UK, when the Conservative Party appeared as the largest party, acquiring 47% of seats despite holding only 36% of votes, while the Liberal Democratic Party acquired 9% of seats with 29% of votes. The Conservatives have held power for a prolonged period, even though they have never earned more than 40 to 45% of total electoral votes. Majoritarian system may result in huge disparities as the seats are not allocated in proportion of votes acquired. Also, there are higher chances for a party with minimum 2/5 of votes to acquire the political power, which might impact the efficacy of the government and the political system. On the other hand, in PR system, parties get representation on seats according to the percentage of votes acquired by them in elections. For instance, a party getting 40% of votes get to represent on 40% of total legislative seats, thus reducing the possibilities of single-party rule. PR systems usually result in multi-party systems or in coalition governments, assuring a better representative system and more effective political system. The governments thus formed are popular governments and are better at managing the popular mandate than those in the majoritarian system, where government is mostly formed by those who have secured lesser than 50% of total votes. Mixed systems aim to combine the benefits of PR and single-member plurality systems in various ways possible. There are several arrangements in the majoritarian system, proportional representative system, and mixed systems. 99. Representation, which are designed by countries to suit their political culture. Some of them are, and political, discussed in the following section. Participation. 7.3 Majoritarian systems. 7.3.1 Single-member plurality systems. In the single-member plurality, SMP, system, the person/party holding maximum number of votes is the winner. This system, which is also called the first-past-the-post system, is popular in the UK, USA, Canada, India, and some other countries which have had their political systems derived from the British colonial past. In this system, the entire area gets divided into single-member constituencies, which are generally of equal size. The electoral votes are cast for a single candidate for each constituency, i.e., each voter gets to vote for a single candidate to govern for their constituency. In this system, there is a higher probability of winning such election despite obtaining only minority votes. For example, if 5 candidates contesting an election get 32, 25, 14, 18, 11 votes out of total 100 votes polled, the winner is the one who has secured the largest number of votes, 32 votes. This means that although the majority of votes, 100 to 32 equals 68 votes, were not favoring this candidate, yet this candidate is declared winner because the maximum number of votes casted in favor of any candidate belongs to him. This accounts for a major drawback of the first-past-the-post system, as it results in wastage of many votes. It also means that in this system, there is higher possibility of smaller political parties getting poor coverage and attention. Some scholars hold that this also undermines the very essence of a healthy democracy, as it dilutes the impact of smaller groups and political parties in the political system. Since the elected candidate usually enjoys only minority support, the legitimacy of such governments also can be questioned. Another risk associated with this system is that it may result in an unaccountable government because the winner is decided on the basis of simple majority, which may not be in essence the choice of majority of population. Despite these limitations, there remain various advantages associated with this system. The government formed in such systems claim clear mandate from the electorates, even though it based on simple majority. This helps in avoiding any kind of radical group or extremism from gaining strength in the political system. Furthermore, the provision of several single-member constituencies ensures that every part of country gets adequate representations in the national legislature. It also tends to provide the voters with ample choices of candidates, and varying criteria of choosing the representatives are allowed to exist simultaneously, which in turn strengthens the democratic element. 7.3.2 Second ballot system. This method has managed to address the major shortcoming of the earlier discussed SMP system to a large extent. To ensure that the winning candidate gets decided not only on the basis of simple majority but also on absolute majority, second ballot system is used. It has been an accepted electoral system. 100. In France, Chile, Austria, and Russia. As followed in the SMP system, the entire electoral systems and electoral country is divided into several single-member constituencies, and people's vote is processes based on single choice out of many candidates contesting the election. However, there are 2 rounds of voting. After the first round of voting, the second round of voting is held between the leading two candidates who have emerged as winners in the first round. This gives people the freedom to choose any candidate in the first round, but then limits the choice to the top two contenders so that a candidate with absolute majority emerges as winner. Because of this format, this system is also described as mixed majority plurality system. This system is also followed in the USA when the two main political parties conduct internal election to decide on their leadership and presidential candidates. Rounds of voting continue to take place until any of their candidates reach an absolute majority. Although this system may seem to address the major drawback of the SMP system, yet it fails to provide ample opportunities to the smaller parties and individual candidates. In this system, there is higher tendency of larger parties' candidates to secure the top two positions and relegating the significant positions of the third parties which may not be far behind from the top two contenders. This system may also encourage the candidates to opt for popularity over party principles, resulting in unstable and corrupt contenders reaching the top two positions. Lastly, holding election twice in any country will cost extra load on the country's treasury, as well strain the electorate's patience. Despite these shortcomings, the second ballot system also ensures that the elected candidate secures consent of most of the population and is more widely accepted. It gives the electorates also ample choices in the first round and preferential choice in the second round, leading to maximum satisfaction of the electorates to the outcomes of such rigorous event. Moreover, the legitimacy of the candidate thus elected remains unquestioned, which consequently leads to a strong and stable governance system unlike that of the SMP system. 7.3.3 Alternative vote and supplementary vote system. This is another method that is used to address the criticism of SMP system regarding the lack of absolute majority of the winning candidate. However, it is generally used in internal election in different countries and not as a mandatory method to decide the national leadership of any country. For instance, the election in House of Representatives in Australia is decided by using the alternative vote (AV) method, while the election of mayor in London, United Kingdom, is decided by the supplementary vote (SV) method, which can be described as a variant of the AV method. The SV and AV methods are based on the same principles and differ in details. In both the systems, there are single-member constituencies, with the electorate getting chance to cast multiple votes in accordance with their preference. Electorates rank their candidates according to their choices and preferences. The first preference is considered as the main vote, while the other ranks are considered as alternative or supplementary vote. In AV system, this ranking is given to each of the candidate contesting the election, but in the SV system, there 101 representation is only one supplementary vote available for the electorates. This means that if 7 and political candidates are contesting the election, then according to the AV system, the participation electorates will rank the candidates as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But in the SV system, the candidate will choose their topmost favorite and rank them 1 and may give 2 to their second most favorite candidate. Thus, there are many alternative votes and only one supplementary vote. The votes are counted according to the first preferences, and the candidates acquiring least votes get eliminated and their votes are distributed among others in order of second preference. This process is repeated till an absolute majority is reached by one of the candidates. There is a slight difference between the AV and the SV system in counting. While in the AV system the elimination and redistribution of votes is done multiple times, but in the SV system in single round top two candidates are decided and the subsequent round decides the winner. The AV/SV system is detailed and complex process, but it tends to result in single party or two-party system where larger parties overshadow the smaller parties and individual candidates. Another major criticism that is faced by this system is that the preferential counting may result in the same outcome as that of SMP system, wherein the winner may have lesser first preference votes, yet they get chosen to govern on behalf of the entire population. Nevertheless, this system ensures that fewer votes are wasted, and a candidate's popularity and acceptance is decided on the basis of preferential votes casted by the voters. It is also known as limited vote plan or approval voting. It has been adopted by several private associations in the past, and also in parliamentary elections in 1990 in various Eastern European countries, Belarus, Ukraine. The major thrust for adopting such approach has been to ensure that the winning candidate wins absolute majority of votes or minimum 50% of votes. 7.3.4 Condorcet method. Derived from the name of the founder Marquis de Condorcet, a mathematician from France, this method is slightly more complex than those mentioned above. To some extent, it stands on the same principle of AV system because the voters need to put their candidates on order of their preferences but in pairwise comparison. For example, if there are 3 candidates X, Y, Z contesting the election, then the voters must vote pairwise in XY, YZ, and XZ. The voters decide on to which candidate they prefer in a particular pair. The one who gets most votes is declared as the winner. This method may seem to be more accurate and fairer in terms of deciding the representation, but due to its complex nature, it has not been practiced widely. Given the fact that it stands on the basis of pairs that are made out of contesting candidates, it is obvious that for a country where a large number of candidates contest for elections, it will not be possible for voters to make all the pairs and judge accordingly. Check your progress 1. Note: I. Use the space below for your answers 102. 2. Check your answers with the ones given at the end of the unit. Electoral systems and electoral 1. Define the first past the post system. Processes. 2. List the major shortcomings of the SMP system. 3. How is AV system different from SV system? 7.4. Proportional representation systems. The term proportional representation is generally used as an umbrella term for several methods and mechanisms that aim to establish proportionality in the election outcomes. The underlying principle for all the methods remains to be the fact that they try to match the share of seats won with the share of votes won. The legislative seats are shared in direct proportion to the votes acquired by the party/candidates in the election. Some of the well-known and practiced examples include the mixed member proportional, MMP, or additional member system, AMS, single transferable vote, STV system, party list system, cumulative vote system, and slate system. 7.4.1 Single transferable vote system. This system was first proposed by Thomas Hare and is therefore also known as Hare system. It is widely used in the Republic of Ireland and the UK, Northern Ireland Assembly, as these states are made up of multi-member constituencies and the representatives elected from each constituency vary from minimum 3 to maximum 8. However, this does not imply that the voters get to cast multiple votes. The voters are entitled to only one vote, but it is a preferential voting system as practiced in AV system. Thus, the voter's single vote gets transferred according to their second and third preferences and so on till a candidate is able to secure the defined quota, which again is defined in terms of total votes acquired and total number of seats. In these multi-member constituencies, the winning criterion for a candidate is achieving the defined quota, which is calculated according to the Droop formula as mentioned below. 103. Representation. For example, if the total number of votes is 100 and total number of and political representatives allotted are 4, then all the 4 candidates need to achieve participation 1 plus 100/1 plus 4 equals 21 votes each in order to win the election. In case none of the candidates get the required Droop quota, then the candidate getting least number of votes get eliminated and his votes get transferred according to their second preferences. This process is repeated until all the required 4 candidates get 21 votes each. In other case, if the candidate surpasses the Droop quota, then all the excess votes acquired by that very candidate also get transferred in accordance with the next preference. The voters cast single vote, but it gets transferred multiple times as per the preferences mentioned. Hence, this system is known as single transferable vote, STV system. This system is used in Rajya Sabha elections in India, where each state assembly works as one multi-member constituency, and the MLAs get one transferable vote each. Australian Senate, Parliament of Malta and Ireland have also adopted this system. This system has managed to reduce the wastage of votes, and unlike the SMP system, this system provides for higher possibilities of proportional representation. All the candidates are judged and elected on equal criteria and remain at par with each other in representing the constituency, which in turn ensures better and more balanced governance system. It also provides the voters ample choices to rank their candidates and get varied combination of representatives, and reduces the possibility of single-party dominance in the political system. Although this system overcomes many limitations of the majoritarian methods, it has its own shortcomings. Multi-member constituencies may result in abrupt combinations of representatives which may hamper smooth and speedy decision-making capabilities, leading to an inefficient governance system. Moreover, all candidates hold same value and position, even though some of them might be more widely accepted and popular than the others. Hence, public liking/popularity/acceptance also gets compromised to a certain extent, as all the winners hold equal importance. 7.4.2 Party list system. As the name suggests, this system is based on voting done for party rather than the candidates. The party list system is followed in both single-member constituencies as well as multi-member constituencies. Some of the examples include states of European Union, Belgium, Luxembourg. Also, the European Parliament gets elected following this method. Apart from these, it is also followed in those countries where the entire country is considered as a single constituency, such as Israel and Switzerland. Votes are casted in favor of parties and not candidates. However, the list system is such that the voter is well aware of all the candidates contesting the election, as the parties list their candidates in order of the preferences, with first rank being given to the highest position. Hence, Each of the party in the country prepares a list which declares the candidate's position if they get elected to power. Voters cast their votes in favor of their preferred party after knowing the list of the 104 candidates. Parties share the seats in direct proportion with the votes acquired. Electoral systems and electoral. For instance, if a party achieves 40% of votes, then it gets to represent 40. Processes. Percent of seats which gets filled by the list of candidates prepared by the party beforehand. In Switzerland, this system has been slightly modified where the voters get a blank vote and they can either vote for a party list or they can create their own hybrid list which consists of candidates from different party lists. Party list system can be further classified in two forms, open list systems and closed list systems. The former is an arrangement where voters cast their vote for both the party and the candidate within the party. So, they have their say in determining who in the party list should be chosen for the said position. For example, in Finland, the voters cast 2 votes, one for the party and other for the candidate within that party. Closed list system, on the other hand, does not give any choice to the voter in context of the candidate. The list is prepared by the party and presented to the electorate. In Israel, which has adopted this system, voters accept the list of candidates nominated by the party and cast their vote in favor of the party. Belgium follows the midway between the closed list and the open list system, wherein the voter gets to choose either the list provided by the party or any individual candidate, and where lower-placed candidate can get higher position in case she succeeds in acquiring the specified minimum number of preferential votes. Advocates of party list system hail it as the purest form of proportional representation as it assures fair chance to both small and big parties. Party list system has also fared well in terms of inclusion of smaller, neglected, and marginalized sections of society such as women and minorities. The voter gets an idea before voting as to which party has more inclusive list and covers all sections of the society and which kind of government they will get if choosing any party. This results in a more inclusive society which rests on higher possibilities of negotiations, bargain, and consensus. However, the party list system runs the risk of having an unstable, fragmented, and weak government. As the voters vote for party, their link with the candidates may not be as strong as it tends to be in systems which allow voting for their candidate directly. Also, there remains a chance where a certain candidate may have influential position in the party but lack mass appeal, leading to a possible disaffection after the leader is elected. Moreover, candidates may also get into unfair practices to get into the list, and public service might get masked by greed for power, leading towards a corrupt system of governance. 7.5 Mixed electoral systems. This category includes systems that combine elements of each of the first 2 types to produce a pattern somewhat in between, that is, with some elements of majoritarian and some of proportionality but not falling completely under either of them. 105. 7.5.1 Mixed member proportional or additional member system. Representation and political participation. By combining the SMP system and the party list system, we get the mixed member proportional MMP or additional member AM system. This implies that some seats get filled by SMP method while rest of the seats are filled using the party list system. A good example of this arrangement in play is in Germany, where 50% of the seats are filled by SMP system, particularly in the single-member constituencies. A few other states in Europe, like Italy, Scotland, and Wales, have adopted MMP system where more than 50% of seats are allotted as per the SMP system and rest are filled using party list system. In this system, the voters are entitled to 2 votes, each one for the candidate and other for the party. The basis for this hybrid system is to maintain the difference between the constituency representative and ministerial positions. While the former gets chosen by the people directly through the SMP system, the latter is elected in a more proportional manner, with the party getting its due importance. Further, the voters also get the choice of electing their constituency representative from a different party and the government from a different one, which leads to an efficient checks and balance system in place. 7.5.2 Semi-proportional method. This is another variation in the combination of majoritarian method and the proportional representation method. A certain variation in this system is followed in New Zealand and India, where some arrangements is made to ensure the involvement of ethnic minorities and backward classes in the political system of the respective country. The Maori districts in New Zealand are exclusively confined to people who are descendants of Maori community, while in India there are certain areas from which only scheduled castes and scheduled tribes can contest the election, but the same criteria do not apply for voters. Voters from all category and castes can vote, but contesting candidates must be from SC or ST category. In a sense, this is more of an arrangement to reserve some seats for a special class rather than true form of proportional representation. 7.5.3 Cumulative vote system. Another variation of semi-proportional method can be seen in cumulative vote system, in which voters are entitled for multiple votes in multi-member constituencies. The number of members to be elected to represent a constituency equals the number of votes casted by every voter. Thus, if there are 5 members to be elected from a single constituency, then each voter gets to cast 5 votes. Here the voter is free to cast all the votes to a single candidate or 1 vote to each of those contesting candidates or divide the votes among the candidates as per his/her discretion. The top 5 candidates are considered as winner. Hence, counting-wise this follows the SMP system as the cumulative votes matter in final results. 106. 7.5.4 Slate System. Electoral Systems and Electoral Processes. This system is exclusively used in USA during the election of President's Electoral College. It is closely related to party list system, with the only difference being the list prepared by party is called as slate. The voters get the slates from both the Democratic and the Republican Party and vote for their preferred slate, i.e., they vote for an entire list of candidates and not any one candidate in particular. The slate, which acquires 51% of votes, wins the entire state, i.e., the party to which the slate belongs gets to represent the entire state. This aspect is somewhat like the first-past-the-post system. However, the major difference remains the criteria of earning 51% of total votes to win the election. Also, in the first-past-the-post system, the constituencies are represented by single candidate, while in the slate system, the constituencies are represented by more than 1 member, and the party winning 51% votes gets to appoint its members listed as representatives. Hence, the constituencies are represented by multiple members belonging to one party. Check your progress too. Note: I use the space given below for your answers. 2. Check your answers with the one given at the end of Unit 1. What are the major drawbacks in the PR system? 2. Describe the single transferable vote system. 3. What is party list system? 7.6 Comparative assessment of electoral processes. The significance of electoral processes cannot be denied in the wake of emerging democratic societies all around the world. An electoral system does not only set rules for election in a country but also plays a crucial role in shaping the party system and impacting the political system of the country. Hence it becomes 107. Representation. Imperative for political parties, in return, to influence and alter the electoral and political system as per their advantage. Participation. Electoral systems and processes vary across time and space, and party politics act as a catalyst for such changes and variations. Both the majoritarian and the PR systems have been tried, altered, and replaced by countries across the world in different times. Many countries have tried to alter the elections by simple shifting from one kind of electoral system to another, or by opting for a combination of 2 different electoral systems. A classic example in hand is France, which has changed its electoral systems more frequently than others. The parliamentary elections were held according to second ballot system till 1985. When it was replaced by party list system under the influence of the Socialist Party, which controlled the National Assembly in the 1980s and 1990s. A major factor driving such change was derived from the hitherto President Mitterrand's strong desire to strengthen socialist representation in the National Assembly. Another example of changes in electoral system can be noted in case of United Kingdom, which has seen changes in the electoral systems of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland from single-member plurality, SMP, to proportional methods, with the SMP system retained in general elections. This is said to be the result of an active interest of Labour Party in opposition towards electoral reforms, particularly for devolved bodies. New Zealand has also shifted its electoral system from SMP to PR system since 1993. Italy has also experimented by replacing its erstwhile party list system with the MMP/AM system and returning to the party list system in 2003, Haywood, 2013, page 207. An electoral process can be assessed in context of following 2 aspects. Firstly, the extent to which the electoral process is able to deliver fair and justified representation, and secondly, the impact it creates on the efficiency of the government. Speaking of the majoritarian methods, the criteria of delivering fair and justified representation remains unrealized, as it is driven by popular preference, which may or may not represent the society in its truest form. Speaking of the majoritarian methods, the criteria of delivering fair and justified representation remains unrealized, as it is driven by popular preference, which may or may not represent the society in its truest form. The general criticism associated with the majoritarian methods is that it does not stand true to the electoral strength, as achieving simple majority is the only criteria to win an election. There is a tendency for the relatively smaller parties to be sidelined in such arrangement. This is very well exemplified in the 2014 general elections in India, where the Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, has swept the elections and formed a majoritarian government despite getting merely 31% of votes in its favor. In this context, the PR system seems to be much more efficient in delivering fair and justified representation of the masses. Here, we need to keep in mind that an essential function of an electoral system is not only to facilitate the process of government formation but also in delivering a strong and stable governance system. The PR systems seem to be failing on this, as it generally results in coalition governments which may be not as stable and strong as single-party government seems to be. It has been noticed that the coalition governments formed in PR systems face equal criticism and challenges post-election despite claiming a clear electoral strength in the elections. The sphere of influence 108 shrinks, and the ability to act and deliver on public promises is equally hampered. Electoral systems and electoral in PR systems due to the formation of coalition governments. Processes. Advocates of PR systems identify the good governance in terms of having maximum civil support and obedience. They justify the PR systems as one delivering maximum possible efficient governance system, as it is the only system which takes absolute majority as a criterion for forming a government. So even if there is a coalition government in place, it assures that all its members and ministers enjoy popular support in its purest form possible. Consensus, debate, and discussion are essence of a highly efficient government, as these not only protect but also ensure coexistence of diverse public opinion and interests, making majority of its citizens content with the government. 7.7 Let us sum up. Electoral processes are of great significance when it comes to the formation and maintenance of democratic societies. Not only they shape the election outcomes, but also influence the structure of party systems, impact political culture and government formation in any country. In turn, the electoral processes also get affected by the social and political structure of a country. Different setups call for varying electoral systems, either solely or in combination. The study of varying range of electoral systems can be classified in two major categories: majoritarian systems and proportional representation systems. The most opted majoritarian method is single-member plurality, also called as the first-past-the-post system. It is followed in countries which have single-member constituencies, and the candidate securing maximum number of votes is declared as winner. There are no restrictions on minimum number of votes which is required for winning the election. Simple majority of votes is the only criteria. This method is often criticized on the grounds of wasting a large number of votes by considering only simple majority. Some other methods include second ballot system, alternative vote, AV/supplementary vote, SV system, and Condorcet method offer an alternative. The second category of electoral systems is known as proportional representation, PR systems, which includes a varying range of methods such as single transferable vote, SDV system, party list system, mixed member proportional, MMP or additional member AM system, semi-proportional method, cumulative vote system, and slate system. These methods are more representative as they follow proportionality rule, which implies that the seats are allotted in accordance with the votes acquired. The majoritarian methods usually result in single-party governments and two-party systems, which at times do mask up the efforts of the third parties or smaller groups and parties. The PR systems usually operate in a multi-party system and tend to yield coalition governments. Both the systems have their advantages and disadvantages. While the former yields strong and stable governments with lesser possibilities of mid-term change in governments, the latter is more concerned with the essence of democracy to be measured in terms of consensus, discussion, and negotiations, which can happen in case of coalition governments only. In 109. Representation. Context of disadvantages: the majoritarian methods run the risk of facing public and political disapproval of the governments, as it is based on simple majority, which may go participation against the public at large. On the other hand, the PR systems are too complicated and time-taking and may not be feasible for large and poor countries because multiple rounds of voting seem to be an expensive affair. 7.8 References. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Politics. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Krupovicius, Isoda, Vaisnoras. 2013. Introduction to Comparative Politics, Didactical Guideline. Kaunas, Vytautas Magnus University. Ray D. W. 1971. The Political Consequences of Electoral Laws. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Syroff, Alan. 2013. Comparing Political Regimes, A Thematic Introduction to Comparative Politics. Canada, University of Toronto Press. Clark, William Roberts, Golder, Matt, Golder, Sona Nadnicek. 2013. Principles of Comparative Politics. USA, Sage Publications. 7.9 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress 1. 1. The first-past-the-post system refers to an arrangement where the contesting candidates do not need to pass a minimum threshold of votes to be elected. Instead, they need a simple majority, that is, one more vote than their closest rival. In this system, the government is formed by the party whose candidates have managed to win maximum constituencies irrespective of their share of the popular vote. 2. A major shortcoming of the SMP systems is their tendency to give a majority of seats to one party, which is also known as a manufactured majority. By limiting the representation to bigger parties, this system can marginalize smaller parties in the political system. 3. In both the systems, there are single-member constituencies, but the electorates get to cast multiple votes in accordance with their preference. In AV system, this ranking is given to each of the candidate contesting the election, but in the SV system, there is only one supplementary vote available for the electorates. Check your progress too. 1. The multiple voting involved in PR system creates extra expenditure from the country. Further, the process may be more time-consuming. It usually results in coalition governments which are considered weak and less efficient in comparison to the single-party governments yielded by majoritarian methods. 110. 2. Single transferable vote system is an arrangement where the voters cast electoral systems and electoral preferential votes for individual candidates by giving them ranks as per their processes. Discretion. 3. A party list system refers to an arrangement wherein the political parties prepare a list of candidates in accordance with the number of seats to be contested. Voters are given a choice to choose the party as well as decide on the ranking/preferences of candidates within the party list. Alternately, the list of candidates is decided by the party and the voters vote for the party list. 111. 112. Representation and political participation. 113. Electoral systems and electoral processes. Block 3. State in comparative perspective. E. State in comparative perspective. Representation and political participation. Irrespective of the society we live in, be it liberal, capitalist, or socialist, the state is the dominant political institution standing above all other institutions, which has an influence in politics, economy, culture, and almost all aspects of the contemporary society. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we begin and end our lives within the confines and jurisdiction of the state. It is so ubiquitous that perhaps no other institution impacts our lives in a way the state does. Aristotle, who lived in the ancient Greek city-state of Athens, asserted that a man who can live without a state is either a beast or a god. The centrality of the state in all spheres of public life also makes it elusive. This explains the intense debates surrounding the way the state has been conceptualized in political theory and comparative politics. In this block, we examine the states from the perspectives two dominant schools of thought, the liberal and the Marxist. We begin by examining the origin of modern states in Western Europe. Keeping the theme of democratization that informs this course, the first unit of this block examines how the modern state evolved from being absolutist under monarchical forms to that of liberal representative democracy. The unit clearly brings out that this has been a long drawn and uneven process. The experience of the countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America with modern state systems has been quite different. Having emerged as sovereign independent states only a few decades back, the post-colonial state in these countries was confronted with enormous challenges of overcoming the distortions arising from colonial rule. Having emerged as sovereign independent states only a few decades back, the post-colonial state in these countries was confronted with enormous challenges of overcoming the distortions arising from colonial rule and meeting the growing aspirations of their people. The second unit in this block focuses on the specificities of the post-colonial state, bringing out their historically rooted distinct social and political features. The unit also examines the debate on the nature of the post-colonial state, its social formations and capacity for relative autonomy from classes. In the recent decades, the state is confronted with new challenges. Externally, these challenges are arising from the rise of a number of non-state actors on the international stage. Internally, there has been a growing assertion of identity by several groups belying the widespread assumption that the processes of modernization and secularization will erode the salience of ethnic identity. With some of ethnic assertions taking the form of self-determination or autonomy movements, they pose a challenge to the integrity of the state. While the external challenges to state sovereignty are addressed in the course on global politics, here we focus on the domestic challenges arising from heterogeneity, particularly focusing on the importance of pluralism in national building. 114. Unit 8 Evolution of State in Western Europe *. Structure. 8.0 Objectives. 8.1 Introduction. 8.2 Features of the state. 8.3 Fragmentary political system in medieval Europe. 8.4 Early foundations of modern nation-states. 8.5 Rise of the modern state and sovereignty. 8.5.1 State sovereignty. 8.5.2 Popular sovereignty. 8.6 The formalization of modern nation-states and the rise of democracy. 8.7 Let us sum up. 8.8 References. 8.9 Answers to check your progress exercise. 8.0 Objectives. This unit introduces you to the evolution of the modern nation-state system in Western Europe. After going through this unit, you should be able to identify the features of the modern state, contextualize the formation of the state in Europe, describe the foundations of the modern state, describe the importance of sovereignty. Explain the evolution of the state from an absolutist state to a liberal democracy. 8.1 Introduction. Different types of socio-political communities have emerged in different times and places throughout history. These range from tribal groups, agricultural communities, nomadic groups, empires, kingdoms, vassal cities, and others. Some. Dr. Ghazala Ferretti, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Southfield College, Darjeeling, West Bengal. Stayed in. Of these organizations have been centralized and powerful while others have been contemporary, loosely organized or decentralized. The modern nation-state as a political perspective community is one of the most recent forms of human institutions. After a long, drawn-out and uneven process of formation, the state system was finally entrenched in Europe by the 17th century. The states themselves evolved from being absolutist under monarchical forms to that of liberal representative democracy. From Europe, this state system spread to the rest of the world mainly through the process of colonialism. The decolonization process in Africa and Asia in the 20th century further increased the number of modern states in the world. This is reflected in the dramatic rise of the membership of the United Nations, from the initial 51 member states in 1945 to 193 in the year 2020. We begin this unit by identifying the core features of the modern state and then proceed to delineate the evolution of the modern state in Western Europe. 8.2 Features of the state. The state or apparatus of government appears to be everywhere, regulating the conditions of our lives from birth registration to death certification. Held 1989:28. In between birth and death, we are bound with the processes of the state on multiple occasions. For a lot of people, education is given through government schools and colleges, health services provided at government hospitals when ill and if required, and essential food supplies are met through public distribution system. Once one is a citizen of any country, he is bound by the rules and regulations of that state. This is true for both our conduct in public sphere, as well as our conduct in some aspects of our personal sphere. To travel to another state, one has to be granted a passport and visa. Our fundamental and human rights are guaranteed by the Constitution of the state and ought to be implemented by its institutions. These examples go on to show the pervasiveness and omnipresence of the state in our lives. Das, 2008, page 171. A state has to possess 4 features. First, a permanent population. Second, a defined territory. Third, government. And fourth, capacity to enter into relations with the other states, sovereignty. These features were set out in the Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States signed in 1933. Although this convention was specifically signed among countries belonging to North and South America, the convention is considered to be part of customary international law. This means that the norms and principles set out in this convention apply not only to signatories but to all other similar subjects of international law. 8.3 Fragmentary political system in medieval Europe. The beginnings of the modern state system lie in the geographical territory that we know as Europe. According to David Held, 1989, page 31, the story of the formation of the modern state is in part the story of the formation of the Europe and vice versa. From Europe, this system spread to the rest of the world through colonialism. According to Hay and Lister, 2006, page 5, it is to Western Europe, 116, that we must turn if we are to establish the origins of the modern state. Evolution of state in Western Europe. Similarly, Thomas Ertmann, 2005:367, also writes that, though the first examples of state building in the widest sense may have occurred more than 4,000 years ago in the ancient Near East and China, it was post-Roman state building in Western Europe, lasting from about the 5th century until the end of the Napoleonic period, that brought forth the modern state with a modern bureaucratic infrastructure at its heart. What needs to be underlined is that Europe itself was created through a combination of multiple factors. 1,000 years ago, Europe as such did not exist. A decade before the millennium, 990 AD, the roughly 30 million people who lived at the western end of the Eurasian landmass had no compelling reason to think of themselves as a single set of people, connected by history and fate. Tilly, 1990:38. There was neither any common identity nor any unified authority. Sovereignty as such was fragmented and divided. The various emperors, kings, princes, dukes, caliphs, sultans, and other potentates of AD 990 prevailed as conquerors, tribute takers, and rentiers, not as heads of state that durably and densely regulated life within their realms. Tilly, 1990, page 39. Hence, there were multiple principalities and city-states. There was a constant struggle for power among them as there were overlapping jurisdictions. There was frequent use of violence by the private armies. There was no centralized national state anywhere in Europe. Tilly, 1990. Although most of the Italian peninsula was claimed by the Byzantine Emperor and the Holy Roman Emperor, every city inside the Italian peninsula was in reality ruled by their own local political agents. Hence, in AD 1200, the Italian peninsula alone hosted 200 or 300 distinct city-states. Tilly, 1990. In between the 8th and 14th centuries, the landmass of Europe was dominated by divided/fragmentary authority, and this era is referred to as feudalism. Held, 1989, page 32. The economy at this time was based on agriculture. Since there was no centralized political power, there used to be a constant battle to take or own whatever surplus that would be generated through agriculture. Held, 1989. This era also saw the emergence of many urban centers which gave rise to greater manufacturing and trade. Examples of such urban centers were Florence, Venice, and Siena. Even though hundreds of such smaller urban cities developed throughout Europe, the political power still remained fragmented and more focused on the local power centers spread throughout the rural countryside. Held, 1989. Some amount of unity began to be provided by the papacy, the office and jurisdiction of the Bishop of Rome, the Pope, and the Holy Roman Empire with its overarching call for unity on the basis of religion. The Holy Roman Empire existed in some form from the 8th until the early 19th century. At its height, the Holy Roman Empire represented an attempt under the patronage of the Catholic Church to unite and centralize the fragmented power centers of Western Christendom into a politically unified Christian empire. Held, 1989, page 33. The areas under this domain would be now located from Germany to Spain and from northern France to Italy. Such an order has been termed by Hedley Bull, 1977, and Paul Kennedy, 1988, as the International Christian Society. Held, 1989, page 33. However, throughout the Middle Ages, there was a constant struggle for power between the Catholic 117 state in church and the local level feudal powers centers in the rural hinterland and contemporary numerous city-states. Held, 1989. Perspective. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the 4 features of the modern state? 2. Why is medieval Europe known as a fragmentary? 8.4 Early foundations of modern nation-states. The challenge to this international Christian society that was trying to provide an overarching unity to the fragmentary nature of political authority in Europe came in the form of Reformation in the beginning of the 16th century. Also known as the Protestant Reformation, this movement challenged the religious power of the Pope and the Catholic Church. One of its main leaders was Martin Luther, who with the publication of a list titled 95 Theses in the year 1517 exposed what he regarded as the abusive practices of the Church. These discriminatory practices included the selling or commercializing indulgences to people, promising them to rid them of their sins and guilt. Due to the challenge posed by Reformation, the religious power and political hold of the papacy was greatly reduced. This directly led to the development of space for new forms of political power to rise. With this, ground was created for the development of a new form of political identity, national identity. Held, 1989, page 34. This can be called the first stage in the rise of the modern nation-state. 2 different forms of political regimes started developing from the 15th to the 18th century in Europe. These were the absolute monarchies in France, Prussia, Austria, Spain, and Russia, among other places, and the constitutional monarchies and republics found in England and Holland. Held, 1989:34. Absolutism basically meant the development of an all-powerful bigger state created by engulfing or absorbing the smaller and weaker territories into its larger structural ambit. This ensured that there was a bigger unified territory with a common system of law and order. This was to be led by a single unitary 118 sovereign head, which came to be known as the absolutist monarch. Held, 1989. Evolution of state in Western Europe. Political authority hence became completely centralized in the monarch based on the theory of the divine right of the king. This means that the absolutist powers of the monarch/king were justified on the ground that he derived his power directly from God and therefore could not be questioned. The increased power of the monarch led to the development of a new centralized administrative system involving a permanent bureaucracy and an army. Hence, absolutism of the monarch led to a process of uniformity in terms of administration, law and order, economy, and society/culture across the territory. Therefore, within these territories, such variations were decreasing, but at the same time, these variations/differences were increasing among the territories controlled by different monarchs. David Held, 1989, page 36, writes that 6 ensuing developments were of great significance in the history of the state system. 1. The growing coincidence of territorial boundaries with a uniform system of rule. 2. The creation of new mechanism of law-making and enforcement. 3. The centralization of administrative power. 4. The alteration and extension of fiscal management. 5. The formalization of relations among states through the development of diplomacy and diplomatic institutions. And 6. The introduction of a standing army. Hence, the formation of absolute monarchies became the basis for the further development of the state system in Western Europe. The countless wars that were fought to consolidate the power of the monarch in his territory ultimately led to the redrawing of the map of Europe several times. However, this ensured that the territorial consolidation became a prime motive, thereby establishing the principle of sovereignty among the various monarchs. Hence, absolutism and the interstate system it initiated were the proximate sources of the modern state, held 1989, page 36. 8.5 Rise of the modern state and sovereignty. Before the formation of the modern state in Europe, common people owed their political allegiance either to the local ruler, the church, the monarch, or to other religious/political head. Depending on the shift of power among these parties due to constant strife, the political allegiance of the people also shifted accordingly. This intricate relationship between common people and the religious/political ruler had to break for the notion of the modern state to arise. This is because the foundation of the modern state is based on the concept of an impersonal political authority/order. Impersonal meaning not related/connected to any particular person. In terms of authority, an impersonal order is deemed to be fairer than a personalized order where favoritism or nepotism is likely to be more rampant. Similarly, it was only when human beings were no longer thought of as merely dutiful subjects of God, an emperor, or a monarch that the notion could begin to 119. State in. Take hold that they, as individuals, persons, or a people, were capable of contemporary being active citizens of a new political order, citizens of their state, held 1989. Perspective, page 37. The modern state is deeply linked to the concept of sovereignty. Sovereignty basically means supreme legitimate power/authority over a polity. The concept of sovereignty mainly developed in the 16th century as a major theme of political thought, held 1989:38. The major philosophers associated with this concept are Jean Bodin, Thomas Hobbes, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, John Locke, and others. 8.5.1. State sovereignty. Jean Bodin is said to have provided the first statement of the modern theory of sovereignty, that there must be within every political community or state a determinate sovereign body whose powers are recognized by the community as the rightful or legitimate basis of authority, held 1989, page 39. Bodin published his treatise titled Six Books of the Republic in 1576 within the backdrop of the religious and civil wars in France. He argued for the establishment of a supreme power/central authority in the form of an absolute monarch for bringing about order and stability. More importantly, Bodin outlined that the sovereign has undivided power to impose laws over its subjects regardless of their consent. For Bodin, law was nothing else than the command of the sovereign in the exercise of his sovereign power, held 1989, page 40. Hence his theory of sovereignty clearly gave absolute powers to the sovereign over and above the consent of the subjects. However, he also emphasized that this power of the sovereign had to be exercised keeping in account certain rules based on divine law and fundamental customary laws of the political community. Sovereignty may be unlimited, but the sovereign is bound in morals and religion to respect the laws of God, nature, and custom, held 1989:40. Essentially, he was of the view that while the sovereign is the rightful head of the state, he is so by virtue of his office, not his person. Bodin outlined that sovereignty is a constitutive characteristic of the state and his clear preference was for a monarchical form of government. Thomas Hobbes further strengthened the notion of state sovereignty in his book titled Leviathan, 1651. He did so by using the mechanism of the social contract theory, which posits that people have consented either explicitly or implicitly to giving up some of their powers to a ruler in return for provision of security and stability. Hobbes argued his case by providing a hypothetical situation of the state of nature, which is a state of people before the existence of a state/government. According to Hobbes, such a condition resulted in a war of everyone against everyone, and hence life of every person became solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. In order to avoid such a state of war, Hobbes posited that individuals ought willingly to surrender their rights of self-government to a powerful single authority thereafter authorized to act on their behalf because, if all individuals do this simultaneously, the condition would be created for effective political rule and for security and peace in the long term, held 1989, page 41. This powerful single authority would be the state which would possess absolute and undivided sovereignty. Most importantly, Hobbes, 120, outlined that the sovereign was not a party to this contract among individuals and, hence an agent in its own right. It was an artificial man defined by evolution of state in Western Europe. Permanence and sovereignty, giving life and motion to society and body politics, held 1989, page 40. Only such a framework would be able to guarantee the life and security of the citizens inside the state. Hobbes has provided one of the most comprehensive justifications for the absolute power conferred on the state. 8.5.2. Popular sovereignty. The arguments advanced by Bodin and Hobbes for absolute sovereignty has given rise to a number of questions. the most fundamental of which was where sovereignty should reside, with the state, the ruler, the monarch, or the people? There were also questions related to the legitimate scope of state action, that is, what ought to be the form and scope of sovereign power. This brought to the forefront the discourse on popular sovereignty. Popular sovereignty posits that consent of the people is one of fundamental basis by which the authority of the state can be justified. The main pioneers of this concept were John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. John Locke, an English philosopher who lived from 1632 to 1704, published 2 treatises of government in 1689, where he put forward his version of the social contract theory. According to Locke, sovereignty in reality lies with the people. It is the people who transfer this power to the state so that it can protect its life, liberty, and property. David Held, 1989:43, writes, "It is important to emphasize that, in Locke's account, political authority is bestowed by individuals on government for the purpose of pursuing the ends of the governed. And should these ends fail to be represented adequately, the final judges are the people, the citizens, who can dispense both their deputies and, if need be, with the existing form of government itself." 1989, page 43. Corollary, Locke supported the Glorious Revolution of 1688 that ended with the English crown accepting constitutional limits on his authority. Locke's theory rested on his theory of natural rights, where he asserted that human beings are born with the natural rights of life, liberty, and property. Natural rights are those rights that apply to everyone irrespective of which place they belong to, and no institution/state/government can take away these rights. Hence, the government rules and its legitimacy is sustained by the consent of individuals. Held, 1989, page 43. Locke's theory propounded that supreme power/sovereignty originates with the people and it is transferred by the people to the state for the objective of protecting their natural rights. This became the foundation for the concept of popular sovereignty. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 1778, took this concept further by advancing that a coherent account of political power requires an explicit and formal acknowledgement that sovereignty originates in the people and ought to stay there. Held, 1989, page 44. He postulated that this could only take place through the model of the general will, where individual citizens themselves will enact laws towards the fulfillment of common good after a process of deliberation and discussion. All citizens should meet together to decide what is best for the community and enact the appropriate laws. The ruled should be the rulers. 121. Held, 1989, page 45. Stayed in. Check your progress exercise 2. Contemporary perspective. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What role did the rise of absolute monarchies play in the development of modern states? 2. What is sovereignty? How did it set the modern nation-state apart from other political entities? 8.6. The formalization of modern nation-states and the rise of democracy. It took a long time for national states, relatively centralized, differentiated, and autonomous organizations successfully claiming priority in the use of force with large, contiguous, and clearly bounded territories, to dominate the European map. Tilly, 1990, page 43. In 990 AD, the European landmass was politically fragmented with divided and overlapping authority. However, by 1490 the future remained open, despite the frequent use of the word kingdom. Empires of one sort or another claimed most of the European landscape, and federations remained viable in some parts of the continent. Sometime after 1490, Europeans foreclosed those alternative opportunities and set off decisively toward the creation of a system consisting almost entirely of relatively autonomous national states. Tilly, 1990, page 44. There was increasing centralization of power in Europe under the rule of the absolutist rulers. Such moves in the practical life of politics were backed in the ideational domain by the theories of sovereignty, especially state sovereignty at this point of time. In due course, with the rise of the notion of popular sovereignty, there was a push for accountability from the rulers and democratic governance. Importantly, the concept of sovereignty underlined the foundation of the modern nation-state, which was an impersonal structure of governance. The Peace of Westphalia is a collection of settlement treaties signed in 1648 in the cities of Osnabrück and Münster located in present-day Germany. It brought to an end the 80 Years' War 1568 to 1648 between Spain and the Dutch and the German phase of the 30 Years. 122. War 1618 to 1648, Encyclopaedia Britannica. The Peace of Westphalia. Evolution of state in Western Europe. Has been characterized as a watershed moment in the history of international relations, as it propounded that these treaties finally heralded the interstate system that the world is contemporarily divided into. Hence, the conception of the international order based on this interstate system is often referred to as the Westphalian system. Held, 1989. It entrenched the principle of sovereignty in interstate affairs for the first time. The model of Westphalia established that the world consists of, and if divided by, sovereign states which recognize no superior authority, held 1989:78. Sovereignty meant that the state had the sole power of jurisdiction in its own territory, which came to be known as internal sovereignty. It also meant that in relations to other states there existed formal equality, which became the foundation on which to establish independent diplomatic relations among states. The latter came to be known as external sovereignty. David Held, 1989, has outlined the most prominent innovations of the modern state. Territoriality. While all states have made claims to territories, it is only with the modern state system that exact borders have been fixed. Control of the means of violence, the claim to hold a monopoly on force and the means of coercion sustained by a standing army and the police, became possible only with the pacification of people, the breaking down of rival centers of power and authority in the nation-state. This element of the modern state was not attained until the 19th century and remained a fragile achievement in many countries. Impersonal structure of power, the idea of an impersonal and sovereign political order, that is, a legally circumscribed structure of power with supreme jurisdiction over a territory, could not prevail while political rights, obligations and duties were conceived as closely tied to religion and the claims of traditional privileged groups. Legitimacy. It was only when claims to divine right or state right were challenged and eroded that it became possible for human beings as individuals and as peoples to win a place as active citizens in the political order. The loyalty of citizens became something that had to be won by modern states. Invariably, this involved a claim by the state to be legitimate because it reflected and/or represented the views and interests of its citizens. Held, 1989, pages 48-49. It is argued that the development of modern state and its evolution into a representative liberal democracy in Western Europe was a result of many factors and processes. David Held, 1989, page 52, has outlined three macro patterns: 1. War and militarism; 2. The emergence of capitalism; and 3. The struggle for citizenship. Held posits that the nation-states went on to become the dominant form of political existence on an international level because of these three temporally long, drawn-out, and complex processes. First, with regard to the role. 123. State in. Of War and Militarism, Gianfranco Paggi, 2001, page 99, has asserted that the contemporary modern state was initially intended for purposes of war-making in order to prospective establish and maintain its might. This war-making in return played a role in further strengthening the structures and processes of the modern state itself. Charles Tilly, 1985, page 181, has written that the agents of the state carry on four different activities of: first, war-making, eliminating or neutralizing their own rivals outside the territories in which they have clear and continuous priority as wielders of force; second, state-making, eliminating or neutralizing their rivals inside those territories; third, protection, eliminating or neutralizing the enemies of their clients; and fourth, extraction, acquiring the means to carry out the first three activities: war-making, state-making, and protection. Tilly, 1985:181. Hence, many state-makers were locked into an open-ended and ruthless competition in which, as Tilly put it, most contenders lost. 1975, page 15. The successful cases of state-making such as Britain, France, and Spain were the survivors. Held, 1989. Secondly, with regard to relationship between capitalism and the formation of the modern state, David Held, 1989, has posited that modern states were economically successful because of the rapid growth of their markets from the late 16th century, and particularly after the mid-18th century. The sustained process of capital accumulation led to the economic basis of the centralized state to expand. This in turn reduced the war-making capacities of other smaller states with fragmented political structures, or ones that relied on more traditional forms of coercive power. Held, 1989. Held, 1989, page 60. Also underlined that after the decline of the Muslim world, which had dominated worldwide trade relations around AD 1000, it was Europe that burst forth outward towards the world. The growth of interconnections between states and societies, that is, of globalization, became progressively shaped by the expansion of Europe. Globalization initially meant European globalization. Held, 1989, page 60. The states of Europe were helped in the endeavor by their military and strong naval forces. These developments furthered the process of colonizing the rest of the world. The Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, British, and French scrambled for colonies in Asia and Africa. The increases in the resources of Europe by draining the wealth of the colonies further strengthened its own system. In particular, European expansion became a major source of development of state activity and efficiency. Held, 1989, page 61. Third, concerning the struggle for citizenship and the rise of liberal democracy. Held, 1989:69. highlights 3 reasons as to why citizenship crystallized in many Western polities in the form of civil and political rights, ultimately leading to the rise of the liberal democratic modern nation-state. These are, first, the reciprocity of power, where national governments came to be dependent on the cooperation of the population, especially in times of emergency like wars. Second, the weakening of the traditional forms of legitimacy based particularly on religion and property rights. This led to alternative notions of legitimacy of the political authority, which was based on a reciprocal relationship between the governors and the governed. Third, the liberal representative democracy did not threaten the growing autonomy of the civil and economic society. These 3 reasons collaborated to the ultimate development of the liberal democratic state. 124. However, the path was long drawn and many battles had to be won by different. Evolution of state in Western Europe. Groups of people. Women have had to struggle in a major way for their basic rights in almost all parts of the world, be it in the East or the West. Women were granted voting rights in France in 1944 and in Britain in 1928. From the pursuit of no taxation without representation in the 17th century England to the diverse struggles to achieve a genuinely universal franchise in the 19th and 20th centuries, advocates of greater accountability in government have sought to establish satisfactory means of choosing, authorizing, and controlling political decisions. Held, 1989, page 70. Check your progress exercise 3. Note, I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Identify the 3 macro patterns outlined by David Held that led to the development of liberal representative democratic state. 8.7 Let us sum up. The rise and evolution of the modern nation-state needs to be understood as a long drawn-out and uneven process situated in Western Europe. It needs to be understood against the backdrop of the breakup of the medieval world, which was a place of divided and overlapping authority and religious conflicts. Certain developments led to a change in this context. These developments included the Reformation, the rise of international capital, trade and European expansion through colonialism, the rise of absolutist monarchies, and the theoretical discourse of sovereignty. These became the foundational backdrop that led to the development of modern nation-states. These states have themselves evolved from monarchical forms to that of liberal representative democracies. 8.8 References. Das, Svaha, 2008. The State, in Rajiv Bhargava and Ashokacharya eds Political Theory. New Delhi, Pearson Longman. Encyclopedia Britannica, Ertman Thomas. 2005. State Formation and State Building in Europe, in Thomas Janowski, Robert Alford, Alexander Hicks and Mildred A. Schwartz, eds. The Handbook of Political Sociology. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. 125. State in. Hay, Colin and Michael Lister. 2006. Introduction Theories of the State in. Contemporary. Colin Hay, Michael Lister and David Marsh, eds. The State Theories and Issues. Perspective London. Palgrave Macmillan. Held, David. 1989. Political Theory and the Modern State. London Polity Press. Paggi, Gianfranco. 2001. Formation and Form Theories of State Formation, in Kate Nash and Alan Scott. eds. The Blackwell Companion to Political Sociology. London, Blackwell Publishing Ltd. Tilley, Charles. 1985. War Making and State Making as Organized Crime, in Evans, Ruskameyer and Skocpol. eds. Bringing the State Back in. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Tilley, Charles. 1990. Europe Cities and States in Coercion, Capital and European States, 8990-1990. Massachusetts, Basil Blackwell. 8.9 Answers to check your progress. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States, and 2. Permanent population. Define territory, government, sovereignty. 2. Your answer should highlight following points. Divided authority, overlapping jurisdiction, religious conflict, instability, and constant war. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight their role in bringing uniformity in law and order, administration, economy, society, and culture within the territory. 2. It is supreme legitimate power. Modern sovereign states are characterized by impersonal structure of authority internally, formal equality among states, and acceptance of the principle of non-interference in others' internal matters. Check your progress exercise 3. 1. Your answer should elaborate the following points. I. War and militarism. 2. The emergence of capitalism, and 3. The struggle for citizenship. 126. Unit 9 Post-colonial state asterisk. Structure. 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 The 9.0 Objectives 9.1 Introduction 9.2 The state in political theory, liberal and Marxist perspective 9.3 Historical specificities of post-colonial societies 9.4 Post-colonial state, liberal and neo-Marxist theory 9.5 The modernization perspective, developing states 9.6 The dependency perspective, underdeveloped states 9.7 The state and class in post-colonial societies, relative autonomy thesis 9.8 The post-colonial state in India 9.9 Post-colonial states in the era of globalization 9.10 Let us sum up 9.11 References 9.12 Answers to check your progress exercises. 9.0 Objectives. This unit analyses the nature and development of a post-colonial state from the liberal and Marxist perspectives. After reading this unit, you should be able to discuss the nature and characteristic features of the post-colonial state, analyze the dependency theorists' arguments on state and development, discuss the autonomy of the post-colonial state and the changing nature of the post-colonial and the impact of the globalization on the post-colonial state. 9.1 Introduction. Johann Caspar Blümschli, 1808 to 1881, a Swiss jurist and political theorist, described political science as a discipline or science concerned with the state. Asterisk Prof. Ashutosh Kumar, Professor and Chairperson, Department of Political Science, Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. Writing almost a century later, Norman P. Barry, 1944 to 2008. The British. State in Contemporary. State in Contemporary. Political theorist reflected on how the history of political theory has been. Perspective. Mainly concerned with the state. The concept of state was intrinsic to modern society. As the British sociologist Ralph Miliband, 1924 to 1994, has observed, there is nothing which is nearly as important as the state. Similarly, the American political scientist Martin Carnoy, 1984, drew attention to the growing importance of the state. In his words, in every society, from advanced industrial to a third world primary good exporter, and in every aspect of society, not just politics, but in economics, production, finance, distribution, in ideology, schooling, media and law enforcement, police, military, the state appears to hold the key to economic development, to social security, to individual liberty, and through increasing weapons sophistication to life and death itself. To understand politics in today's world economic system, then, is to understand a society's fundamental dynamic. It is for this reason that the study of state occupies a prominent place in political science. Within the discipline of political science, however, the state has been subject to intense debate about its nature across different schools of thought. The centrality of the state in all spheres of public life also makes it elusive. This explains the intense debates surrounding the way the state has been conceptualized in political theory. We begin this unit by examining the main assumptions of the liberal and Marxist perspectives of the state and then proceed to specificities of the post-colonial state, bringing out their historically rooted distinct social and political features. In this process, we engage with the debate on the nature of the post-colonial state, its social formations and capacity for relative autonomy from classes. 9.2 The state in political theory, liberal and Marxist perspective. Sifting through the academic literature, we observe three fundamental differences in the way state and class have been conceptualized in both liberal and Marxist traditions. First, liberal theorists highlight the fundamental harmony in society, whereas Marxist analysts emphasize the inherent conflict that cannot be reconciled within the given frame of state and society. In Marxist theory, the state is viewed as repressive, with its apparatuses representing ideological and coercive domination of propertied classes over the working classes, whether feudal or capitalist. Second, class in liberal political theory is conceptualized as a descriptive category based on occupation, income, and status. Marxist political theory, however, views class as a conceptual tool to analyze how individuals are placed unequally in the process of economic production. Third, despite the insistence that the state is neutral and beneficial for all in society, liberal political theorists are deeply aware of the formidable power of the modern state. They believe that state power needs to be controlled through constitutional mechanisms and political activities of the citizens. Civil society is critical for restraining the uncontrolled power of the state. On the other hand, 128. Marxist theorists argue that the state in a capitalist society is by nature repressive. Post-colonial state, as it represents the interests of the dominant propertied classes. They hold that dignity and autonomy of the individual cannot be achieved under the existing structure of capitalist society and state. Therefore, they call for the overthrow of the existing state and establishment of a socialist state whose basis of power and authority would rest with the working classes. Marxist theory grounds the state in class conflict. As a result, the state which emerges as an abstract entity in liberal theory is given substance and a concrete shape in Marxist theory. Marxists insist that the study of society and social classes is a prerequisite to the study of the state. Classes have two dimensions, objective and subjective. They are defined by the possession of the means of production or and lack of such possession. Marxist theory is not blind to the existence of the other classes but focuses on two classes, the capitalist class and the working class, that form the two fundamental classes in society. Classes become political entities when they are conscious of their class positions, and it is the class consciousness that leads to class struggle. The existence of classes does not directly lead to class struggle, as ideology plays an important role in inculcating class consciousness. Class consciousness depends on a variety of factors, many of them are historical. If dominant classes form the basis of the state, class struggle in society constantly threatens that social base. This is because Marxian theory views the state as a political organization of the dominant classes in society. Thus, the state is a means of maintaining class hegemony. At the same time, there exists a relative autonomy thesis reflected in the writings of Marx and Engels as well as by Marxists such as Ralph Miliband and Nikos Poulantzas, among others. In the Communist Manifesto and Capital Volume 1, Marx and Engels refer to the state as an executive committee of the bourgeoisie. In other historical political writings such as the 18th Brumaire, the Peasants' War in Germany, the class struggle in France, the constitutional question in Germany, the Prussian Constitution, they argue that coercive and ideological apparatuses of the state attain relative autonomy from the dominant classes under certain circumstances. When contending propertied classes balance each other's power in a particular social formation, or when the generation of social classes is weak as a result of the characteristic development of a particular mode of production, or because of the military conquest. Thus, in Marxian theory, what forms the state will take its subservience to the dominant social class or its relative autonomy in relation to the social classes does not follow a unilinear path as is commonly accepted. The Marxian analysis of the state and its relationship with social classes is multidimensional and dialectical. It is based on a concrete study of a social formation and the social classes that originate from it, their strengths and weaknesses, and their struggle to capture the state and its apparatuses for their own class interests. This aspect is reflected in the later Marxist and neo-Marxist theorizations that have come up, especially those dealing with the historically and economically distinct post-colonial societies. We will examine this in the following sections. 129. State in 9.3 Historical specificities of post-contemporary colonial societies. Perspective. All states are products of historical trajectories. The political domain is historically constituted, and therefore a historical inquiry is a theoretical prerequisite for a deeper analysis of the nature of the state. For Marx and Engels, the advanced capitalist societies like Britain and Germany provided the actual empirical material that they sifted for their theorization of the nature of the state. The concept of relative autonomy elaborated by subsequent Marxists also mainly refers to the nature and role of the state in the advanced capitalist societies situated in the West. The natural question that emerges is whether the classical formulation about the nature of state in capitalist societies as articulated in the writings of Marx and Engels and developed further by the Marxists can be applicable or relevant for historically different states of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The question becomes relevant as the social structure as well as economies of these states were distorted by colonial capitalist exploitation. As is well known, the actual process of class formation and restructuring in Asia, Africa, and Latin America as a consequence of the impact of long-term colonial domination has been historically distinct from the capitalist countries of the West. There is a broad agreement among state theorists that the theorization of the nature of the post-colonial state has to be adapted to the very different circumstances that prevail in the Latin American, Asian, and African society. There is a broad agreement among state theorists that the theorization of the nature of the post-colonial state has to be adapted to the very different circumstances that prevail in the Latin American, Asian, and African societies. In the words of Ralph Miliband, 1978, Marxism primarily fashioned in and for a bourgeois/capitalist context has, to say the least, to be adapted to the very different circumstances subsumed under the notion of underdevelopment. The historical specificity of the post-colonial state has also been underlined by the neo-Marxists as they argue that the colonial domination for centuries impacted the social, economic, and political structure of the society, imparting them with uniqueness. Colonialism signified the exploitation of the entire society with its complexities, class divisions, internal relations of power, domination, cultural ambiguities by another society spatially rooted elsewhere. Thus, differences related to the nature of pre-capitalist social formations, mode of capitalist intervention, and experience of colonization have been among the factors which make the transposition of the categories of analysis used for the state in the Western societies by the Marxist theorists to these different economic, Social, political post-colonial formations problematic. 9.4 Post-colonial state, liberal and neo-Marxist theory. At the time of decolonization, few doubts were expressed about the capacity of the state, the intentions of the state elites, or the prearranged knowledge of the state in knowing what it meant to do or the direction in which it meant to go. The ability of the nationalist elites, which had led the nationalist movements to rise over and above the narrow sectarian interests, was well accepted. These elite also enjoyed wider legitimacy and acceptance among the masses due to their role in 130. The nationalist movement. Bringing about the social and economic changes was post-colonial state. The main political agenda of the nascent democracies in post-colonial societies. This notion of the activist states in line with the colonial status tradition allowed the post-colonial state to enjoy enormous power over the personal and collective lives of its social classes. Anti-colonial struggles were defined as aspiring for state power. The mass struggle in most of the colonies was political in nature. This fact alone gave the post-colonial state a certain degree of legitimacy and authority. Moreover, any discussion of the limits of state power was precluded as the need was widely felt for a strong post-colonial state to reverse the colonial legacy, bring about nation-building, resist ethnic fragmentation, and carry out industrialization. There was a strong belief among the elites who came to power after the departure of colonial rulers that post-colonial societies needed to be guided in the channels of reforms as they were incapable of regulating themselves. This belief gave the post-colonial state a certain degree of legitimacy in its attempt to bring in social and economic reforms. As Hamza Alavi has observed, the post-colonial state is thought of an entity that stands outside and above society, an autonomous agency that is invested potentially with an independent source of rationality, and the capability to initiate and pursue programs of development for the benefit of the whole society. 9.5 The modernization perspective, developing states. In the liberal tradition, rich and diverse formulations about political development and modernization began to take shape in the American universities in the 1950s and 1960s. According to these theories, the political elites in post-colonial states had the enormous task of achieving modernization by using state as an instrument of change. They believed that the political elite in post-colonial states were capable of rising over and above the sectional interest. The political elite, it was believed, were endowed with a prescience about what was for the general good and that their actions would be ultimately in the national interest. Such a view of the state by modernization/political development theorists was certainly simplistic, grouping together a whole range of possible and actual arrangements. It was also teleological in the sense of assuming a certain endpoint for development, namely a pluralistic, liberal democratic state. For the modernization/political development theorists, the post-colonial state was clearly to be liberal and democratic in nature. However, for the purpose of bringing about modernization, the post-colonial state must take sides in favor of the modern sector and against the traditional, even if this meant favoring a minority. Thus, those people dependent upon the traditional sectors or whose culture and society were traditional were not to be supported by the post-colonial state by this set of argument. The claim that this was in the national interest was highly questionable as there was considerable evidence that those who run the state 131 apparatus, the elites, derived a great deal of personal gains from that state in contemporary involvement, often in ways that could not be seen as to the general interest. Perspective 9.6 The dependency perspective, underdeveloped states. In the 1960s and 1970s, a strong critique of the modernization/political development perspective emerged with the onset of Third World nationalism, on the one hand, and the rise of neo-Marxism. On the other, the criticism was both on methodological and ideological ground. It led to a paradigm shift in thinking about the nature of post-colonial state. The shift was visible in the writings of the Marxist theorists from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. One factor that led to the shift was the failure of the post-colonial state to deliver even the most fundamentals at a time when the state was the focal point of hopes and aspirations of the people. For the dependency theorists, the underdevelopment of the post-colonial states was a product of the encounter between the capitalist West and the colonized people of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Colonialism gave birth to underdevelopment, and even after the grant of independence, continuing ties of economic dependency served to maintain neocolonialism in the form of development of underdevelopment. As Atul Kohli and Vivian Xu, 1994, have pointed out, the dependency theorists differed from the modernization/political development theorists and found them ahistorical and excessively formal. They contested the modernization perspective that the states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America were in the early stages of development. They also criticized the modernization/political development theorists for having an ethnocentric bias in the sense that they sought to provide intellectual cloaks to cover the continued Western agenda for continuing to dominate and exploit the post-colonial states covertly. In any case, by the 60s, the post-colonial state as an agent of either social transformation or economic reforms or political change was greatly delegitimized. The delegitimation was very much a product of the people's dismal experiences of the role of the state and state elite. In the neo-Marxist theorization on the post-colonial state, external determinants were given much more importance, and one aspect was particularly stressed, namely, the history of the relationship of the post-colonial state to colonialism and imperialism. The dependency theorists, by highlighting neo-colonialism, chose to advocate resistance against both capitalism and imperialism. Arguments for external determinants were derived from underdevelopment and dependency theorists led by André Gunder Frank, a Latin American political economist, and the subsequent revisions by Samir Amin, Emmanuel Wallerstein, Arguyri Emanuel, and Cardoso, among others. They believed that the world was an integrated world economic system in which advanced capitalist countries constituted the core and developing countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America constituted peripheries. Subsequently, the world economic systems theorists added another category of semi-periphery consisting of the newly industrialized countries, NICs, of Asia known as Asian tigers, i.e., Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Taiwan, among others. These dependency theorists, 132, argued that capitalism is an international system characterized by the exchange between technically advanced developed states and primary product producing post-colonial state underdeveloped states through an integrated world market. The technical and military superiority of developed states, also referred to as metropolitan states, results in the domination, exploitation, and distortion of post-colonial states, also referred to peripheral states. Through the process of unequal exchange, the economic surplus is extracted from the periphery through plunder, repatriation of super profits, deteriorating terms of trade, and monopoly rents for the utilization of the metropolis technologies, as well as trade and traffic policies that deny the periphery control over internal markets. The most significant aspect of this dominance in the world economic systems is surplus extraction by the metropolitan countries. Unequal exchange denies the economic surplus to peripheral states which is necessary for their autonomous national development. The economic surplus is appropriated by and invested in the advanced capitalist state. According to the underdevelopment/dependency, the rapid economic development of the metropolitan states has happened at the cost of the underdevelopment of the dependent states of Asia and Africa. For the neo-Marxists, decolonization brought no substantive change to the economy of post-colonial states, and the indirect political dominance of the metropolitan bourgeoisie from the former imperial countries has continued unabated. Thus, the post-colonial state, according to the neo-Marxist theorists, was simply a new form. Political freedom for the local classes was merely a new cloak under which the basic mechanisms of imperialist hegemony continued to sustain. The post-colonial state remained a dependent political apparatus. The governing class/bureaucracy in the post-colonial dependent state formulated policies that coincide with the long-term interests of the metropolitan/neo-imperialist states. Governing class in the dependency theory literature is regarded as a comprador class, a client group, an auxiliary bourgeoisie. In the words of A.G. Frank, the exigencies of the process of capital accumulation and the international division of labor, worldwide and in the underdeveloped countries themselves thus become the principal determinants of the role and the form of the state in the Third World. Dependency theorists further argue that the post-colonial state may be strong and autonomous in relation to its local bourgeoisie, but it remains largely an instrument of the metropolitan bourgeoisie. Thus, the dependency theorists were of the view that the dominant class alliance in the post-colonial states remained the same as they were in the colonial period. The only difference was that the peripheral bourgeoisie now replaced the old feudal and comprador elements as the subordinate ally. This class, according to Samir Amin, remains in collusion with imperialist forces. In due course, dependency theorists' argument about the nature of post-colonial state was subjected to the following criticism leading to its decline. First, independence, as many neo-Marxists conceded, did constitute a significant change in power relations in the sense that it made possible the diversion of policy away from the immediate interests of metropolitan capital. Second, even when metropolitan capital was assumed to retain economic dominance, independence allowed some leverage to the indigenous classes in the post-colonial states, arguably within limits placed by the overwhelming presence of 133. Metropolitan capital on the free choice of policy. The actions of the state were state in contemporary, taken independently. Third, as the post-colonial states were located in the context, perspective, of indigenous class struggles, they could not be mere agents for transfer of surplus. It would be too simplistic to argue that. Fourth, with the dependency theorists' emphasis on unequal exchange relations between the core and the periphery, social classes become synonymous with geographical entities and problems of inequality and deprivation become confined to these entities. It thus makes the prospect of any practical class analysis in a general way extremely unlikely. Fifth, it was pointed out by later dependency theorists that contrary to the early dependency theorists' position that integration into the world capitalist economic system always produced negative development of the post-colonial state, dependent development was possible within the constraints of a world economy, as in case of the Southeast Asian states. Sixth, of late, there was a greater understanding that the political regimes in the post-colonial states also were culpable for the underdevelopment due to their faulty policies. Despite these criticisms, the dependency theorists have advanced our understanding of the nature of the post-colonial state and the cause for their lack of development. They drew out attention to the important historical distinctions between the developed states in the West and the post-colonial states of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Second, the world economic theorists underlined how the prevailing world economic conditions place constraints on the newly liberated developing states. Third, the dependency theorists highlighted the importance of analyzing the interaction of political and economic variables in the study of development. As the preceding discussion shows, if the post-colonial state was endowed with extraordinary autonomy by modernization analysts, it was kept on a tight leash by the dependency/underdevelopment theorists. If the class was conspicuous by its absence in writings on modernization, control by an external class was taken for granted in the dependency perspective. Thus, with the demise of the development theory model of the state and the eclipse of earlier dependency theory as a paradigm of explanation, an adequate opportunity emerged for examining the relationship between class and state in post-colonial societies. 9.7 The state and class in the post-colonial societies. Relative autonomy thesis. The concept of the post-colonial state that emerged in the 70s was epitomized in the seminal work of Hamza Alavi, 1972. Alavi provided an early starting point for the analysis of the state in post-colonial societies. He premised his arguments on the historical specificity of post-colonial societies. This specificity, he argued, arose from structural changes brought about by 1. The colonial experiences and alignment of classes, and by the superstructure of political and administrative institutions which were established in that context, and 2. The realignment of class forces which have been brought about in the context of post-colonial situation. 134. Alavi argued that the post-colonial state dispenses with the mediation of politics. Post-colonial state. Because the state is overdeveloped, a superstructure capable of dominating all indigenous social forces. This allows aspects of the state itself, the military and bureaucracy, to play the dominant part in the state and among social classes. Alavi ascribed the genesis of the overdeveloped superstructure or state apparatus to the colonial past of the post-colonial societies, where the task of carrying out the bourgeois revolution was exercised by the metropolitan capital in the process of imposition of colonial rule. In that process, it was necessary for the colonial regime to create a state apparatus that was sufficiently powerful to subordinate the indigenous social classes. It was this overdeveloped state apparatus that the post-colonial state inherited after decolonization. Alavi refers to this syndrome thus: the excessive enlargement of powers of control and regulation that the state acquires extends far beyond the logic of what is necessary in the interests of the orderly functioning of the peripheral capitalist economies over which the state presides and specific needs of each of the dominant classes. The centrality of the state in the post-colonial society can be explained with the help of the following 3 factors. First, the continued dominance of the state apparatus in the post-colonial societies was due to the matrix of class society. At the time of independence, no single class had exclusive command over the state. Alavi argued that the special role of the military bureaucratic oligarchy has become all too common a phenomenon in post-colonial societies. This role now needs to be interpreted in terms of a new alignment of the respective interests of the 3 propertied exploiting classes, namely the indigenous bourgeoisie, the metropolitan neocolonialist bourgeoisie, and the landed classes under metropolitan patronage. If a colony had a weak and underdeveloped indigenous bourgeoisie, it would be unable to subordinate the relatively highly developed colonial state apparatus through which the metropolitan power had exercised domination over it. However, a new convergence of interests of the 3 competing property classes under metropolitan patronage allows a bureaucratic military oligarchy to mediate their competing but no longer contradictory interests and demands. It follows that in the writings of the underdevelopment/dependency theorists, the state managers, politicians constituting overdeveloped state apparatus mediate into the interests of the propertied classes. For this purpose, the state needs relative autonomy because competing interests have to be reconciled within the peripheral structure. The post-colonial state is thus not an instrument of a single class. It is relatively autonomous and mediates between the competing interests of 3 dominant propertied classes and preserves the social order based on peripheral capitalist order. Second, a complementary point that can be drawn from the writings of Alavi is that the state in post-colonial societies directly appropriates a very large part of the economic surplus and deploys it in bureaucratically directed economic activities, under peripheral capitalism. Third, according to Alavi and John Saul, yet another factor that underlines the crucial significance of the state in post-colonial societies is the particular ideological function of the state. In the words of Saul, state's function of 135. Providing ideological cement for the capitalist system is one which has gradually State and contemporary. Evolved in the core countries in step with their economic transformation. Perspective. However, in post-colonial societies, this hegemonic position has to be created and created within territorial boundaries, which often appears quite artificial once the powerful force of direct colonial fiat has been removed. Like advanced capitalism, even peripheral capitalism requires territorial unity and legitimacy, which has to be created by the post-colonial state. The above three factors taken together illuminate the centrality of the state to the post-colonial social formations, as the neo-Marxists have argued. In such a situation of high relative autonomy, the bureaucracy figures as an essential component in its own right to determine the state policies. The focus of the neo-Marxist theorizations on the post-colonial state has been on the special role of the bureaucracy/bureaucratic oligarchy in post-colonial societies, as state power belongs to the bureaucratic class. This segment was an extension of the colonial state's military bureaucratic apparatus as it maintained and even extended its dominant power. This segment was an extension of the colonial state's military bureaucratic apparatus as it maintained and even extended its dominant power in society. Jean Saul has argued that due to the weak character of the indigenous bourgeoisie, it finds itself enmeshed in bureaucratic control. In fact, in some countries like East Africa, the indigenous bourgeoisie is not even fully developed and cannot formulate its class interests. Thus, given the apparent inability of indigenous capital to constitute a dominant class, state bureaucracy plays a dominant role. Zeman and Lanzendorfer refer to the central role of bureaucracy in the determination of policy in the post-colonial states. State bureaucracy is all the more likely to govern as a class when formal political institutions are suppressed, as it then plays the role of an intermediary between transnational capital and interest groups. The very extent of post-colonial state intervention in a peripheral economy thrusts the state personnel to center stage. Moreover, being linked to the distributive mechanisms of a state surplus, they appear to have a particular facility for ensuring their relative advantage. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of this unit. 1. Briefly describe Hamza Alavi's views on the post-colonial state. 9.8 The post-colonial state in India. Having established some general theoretical premises with reference to the nature and dynamics of state in the post-colonial societies, let us move to the nature of the state in India to see how the above formulation about relatively autonomy thesis applies in Indian context. 136. One of the most significant efforts in this direction has been undertaken by post-colonial state. Pranab Bardhan. Bardhan argues that the post-colonial Indian state is an autonomous actor playing a far more important role in shaping and molding class power than vice versa. In the early decades after political independence, the personnel of the state elite in India enjoyed an independent authority and prestige that made them the main actors in the process of the socio-economic development of India. It redirected and restructured the economy and in the process exerted great pressure on the proprietary classes on the pretext of using state intervention to promote national economic development. With the gradual strengthening of the main proprietary classes, i.e., the industrial capitalist class and the rich peasantry, the autonomous behavior of the post-colonial state in India has been confined more and more to its regulatory rather than its developmental functions. Also, in comparison to African and Latin American countries, foreign capital has far lesser importance. The indigenous industrial capitalist class in India is far more autonomous and sheltered from foreign capital in the domestic market, even after implementing the policies of pro-market economic reforms in 1991. Interestingly, Bardhan refers to the third proprietary class in India, namely the professionals in public sectors, which comprises the public bureaucracy and white-collar employees in the state sectors. The three proprietary classes belonging roughly to the top 20% of the Indian population have a significant conflict of interest, though they all have been beneficiaries of state economic policies under the development planning model. As none of the three proprietary classes dominates the others, it increases the autonomous power of the post-colonial state in India, which performs the vital task of mediation among the three competing classes under a democratic system. One finds a similar argument in favor of the state enjoying a relatively autonomous role due to the presence of more than one dominant class and the role of state bureaucracy under the development planning model. See for instance, Sudipta Kaviraj, 1986. 9.9 Post-colonial states in the era of globalization. The accelerated pace of globalization since the early 1990s has raised question about the state's continued centrality. The argument is that state is no longer the prime economic actor, as neoliberal economic reforms have minimized the state's role and the market economy has become self-governing. Also, the concept of good governance being imposed by the World Bank and International Monetary Fund call for the rolling back of the state from the social and economic sectors. Also, in the political arena, decentralization is recommended at the local level, and the range and significance of decisions made at intergovernmental or supranational levels has increased in the post-Soviet world. The economic transitions that have happened from the centralized planned economy model to market economy across the states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America has brought the global corporate sector to the fore as relatively autonomous of the nation-states and has crucial impact world economic system. Since these transnational companies are based and owned by the capitalist class in the advanced capitalist 137 countries, so the influence of these states over the developing states remains. State in contemporary. Unmistakable, Haywood 2013. Perspective. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the one given at the end of this unit. 1. What do you mean by relative autonomy thesis? 9.10 Let us sum up. The states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America were lacking in terms of political cohesion and economic dynamism, which enabled the imperial states of the West to colonize them. While colonial exploitation did explain the lack of development in these states, as the dependency theorists argue, it was also historically rooted in their distinctive social and political traits. Brittle state structures that were over-centralized or fragmented, and control of economic resources by non-productive groups. Coley 1986. During colonial dominance, states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America witnessed the consolidation of non-productive dominant classes and a centralized state structure to appropriate economic surplus and maintain order. The surplus was used by the imperial states for non-developmental purposes to maintain law and order, further their imperial interests, and direct appropriation. All these factors contributed to the economic underdevelopment of the colonies. As Coley observes, colonialism bequeathed a twin historical legacy: the absence of socio-structural dynamism on the one hand, and on the other hand the consequent emergence of political forces aimed not only at the creation of sovereign states but also at remedying the absence of this dynamism. Coley 1986. Asian, African, and Latin American countries inherited the overdeveloped colonial state apparatus and its institutionalized practices, through which the operations of the indigenous social classes in these dependent/peripheral states were regulated and controlled by the imperial states. This allowed aspects of the state itself to play the dominant role in the state. Arguably, no indigenous propertied class in the post-colonial society, i.e., the indigenous capitalist class or the landed rich peasantry, was sufficiently strong to assume political dominance within the post-colonial societies. As for the metropolitan bourgeoisie based in the imperialist states, it enjoyed relative economic dominance within the peripheral states. However, the fact of independence precluded it from occupying the role of ruling class, as it was formally excluded from party politics. In such a situation, weak social classes found themselves trapped in bureaucratic controls. The running argument in the neo-Marxist literature on the nature of the post-colonial state has been that the state enjoys autonomy mainly due to the weak 138 indigenous property classes. The need felt in civil society to bring about social and economic change and post-colonial state achieve modernization or development allows the authorities in the post-colonial state to play a central role in all spheres of society. The liberal perspective, as discussed at the outset, also viewed the post-colonial state as playing a central role as modernizing state. Being led by the Western educated, modern political elite, they were entrusted with the task of following the growth trajectory of the developed Western countries. However, the processes of globalization have led to qualitative changes in the role and significance of the post-colonial state, bringing them under the influence of the transnational capital once again in an incremental manner. 9.11 References. Alavi Hamza. 1972. The State in Post-Colonial Societies, Pakistan and Bangladesh. New Left Review. 174, 59-81, July-August. Bardhan Pranab. 1984. The Political Economy of Development in India. Oxford and New York, Basil Blackwell. Berry, N. P. 1989. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Carmani, Daniele. 2014. Comparative Politics. New Delhi, Oxford University Press. Carnoy Martin. 1984. The State and Political Theory. Princeton, Princeton University Press. Chandhok, Neera. 1992. Expanding the Marxian Notion of Post-Colonial State. Social Scientist. 10, 9-10. Frank Andre Gunder. 1967. Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, Historical Studies of Chile and Brazil. Monthly Review Press. Held, David. 1990. Political Theory and the Modern State, Essays on State, Power and Democracy. Cambridge, Polity Press. Haywood, Andrew. 2013. Politics. London, Palgrave Macmillan. Kaviraj, Sudipta. 1986. Indira Gandhi and Indian Politics, Economic and Political Weekly, 21, 38-39. Kaviraj, Sudipta. 1986. Indira Gandhi and Indian Politics. Economic and Political Weekly, Volume 21, number 38 of 39, September. Migdal, Joel Samuel, Atul Kohli, Vivian Shu. 1994. eds. State Power and Social Forces, Domination and Transformation in the Third World. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Miliband, Ralph, 1978, Marxism and Politics. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Saul, John, 1974, The State in Post-Colonial Societies, Tanzania, The Journal of Modern African Studies. Point 17, 4, 531-52. 139. State in. 9.12 Answers to check your progress. Contemporary. Exercises. Perspective. Check your progress exercise 1. 1. In his path-breaking work, The State in a Post-Colonial Societies, Hamza Alavi explains that the base of the post-colonial state apparatus lies in the classes existing in the colonial era. The colonial state machinery was to subordinate all the original classes like an indigenous bourgeois, the metropolitan neo-colonist bourgeoisie, and the landed class. It did not rest on any of these classes, and on the contrary, the colonial power established a sophisticated, powerful system with strong armed forces and a robust bureaucratic system. He argues that bureaucracy plays a significant role in addressing the day-to-day issues of society. Check your progress exercise 2. 1. The relative autonomy theory of the state is based on the Marxist understanding of the state. It believes that the state plays a limited autonomous role in maintaining and stabilizing capitalist society. Nikos Poulantzas argued that the state, though relatively autonomous from the capitalist class, nevertheless functions to protect the interests of the capitalist class. Poulantzas explains that the capitalist state directly serves the interests of the capitalist class and the conditions of domination and exploitation. Based on Gramsci's concept of cultural hegemony, Poulantzas argues that suppression and domination are not the only functions of the state, it also obtains the consent of the oppressed. 140. Unit 10 Pluralism, Nation and State *. Structure. 10.0 Objectives 10.1 Introduction 10.2 Nation, Nationalism and State 10.3 Ethnicity and the State 10.4 Upsurge in Secessionist Movements 10.5 Approaches to Nationalism 10.6 Why does a nation-state need pluralism? 10.7 Minorities and Nation-State 10.8 Mechanisms of Operationalizing Pluralism 10.9 Challenges in Operationalizing Pluralism 10.10 Pluralism in India 10.11 Let us sum up 10.12 Keywords 10.13 References 10.14 Answers to check your progress exercises. 10.0 Objectives. With almost all modern states being multi-ethnic, regulating ethnic conflict has become a challenge to ensure the integrity of the state. After going through this unit, you should be able to explain the concepts of nation, nationalism, and state, identify the relationship between ethnicity, nation, and state, describe the significance of pluralism in dealing with ethnic diversity within a state, and analyze the mechanisms and challenges of operationalizing pluralism. Dr. Neha Kishore, Guest Faculty, University of Delhi, Delhi. State in. 10.1 Introduction. Comparative Perspective. Most of the states are heterogeneous today. The neat coincidence between ethnic groups and territories is hardly ever the reality, and hence demarcating a nation is a difficult task. The ethnic diversity in Western liberal democracies such as Canada, the United States, and Europe is a combined result of colonization, settlement, immigration, slavery, and the presence of indigenous peoples. In the post-colonial states of Africa and Asia, a major cause of ethnic diversity is the drawing of their territorial boundaries by the colonial powers arbitrarily by taking into consideration colonial geopolitics rather than the actual distribution of ethnic groups. How much ethnic heterogeneity a nation-state can accommodate without destabilizing its unity is a long-standing question. Ethnic diversity sometimes results in interethnic violence due to factors such as domination of one ethnic group over others and can result in political instability. Regulating ethnic conflict becomes essential for states to ensure that multi-ethnic reality does not grow into a multinational scenario. Recent decades have seen the emergence of a new nationalism in the older, well-established nation-states in the purportedly modern West. Some notable examples are Scotland, Wales, and anti-immigrant sentiments epitomized by the Brexit in the United Kingdom, Catalonia and Basque Country in Spain, and Quebec in Canada. Underlying these upsurges is uneven regional economic development. These developments reflect rising regionalism rather than true nationalism. However, they can also be seen as outcomes of defensive reaction to political, economic, and cultural changes associated with globalization. Nonetheless, such upsurges draw on cultural, linguistic, and religious identities, thereby blending the ethnic component of national identity with their political agenda. 10.2 Nation, Nationalism, and State. Nation is a deeply contested term. Some scholars define it based on objectives elements such as common history, religion, language, territory, and ethnicity. A nation is a historically constituted, stable community of people, Joseph Stalin wrote, formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture as cited in Franklin. 1973, page 57. Another group of scholars defines it based on subjective elements such as feelings, emotions, self-awareness, common will, loyalty, and solidarity. According to Max Weber, a nation is a community of sentiment which could adequately manifest itself in a state of its own, 1994, page 25. Still others, like James Kellis and Yael Tamir, believe that a group of people to become a nation must have both objective and subjective elements. As Kellis has pointed out, nations have objective characteristics that may include a territory, a language, a religion, or common descent, and subjective characteristics, especially a people's awareness of their nationality and affection for it. 1998, page 3. From these objective and subjective definitions, it is evident that there is no consensus in scholarly debates about defining a nation. As a conceptual tool, we define a nation as a group of people who share some features which are bound to 142. Distinguish them from others and who share a common belief in some form of pluralism, nation and state, political autonomy or self-determination on sovereign territory. To some extent, this definition resembles Anthony Smith's conception of a nation as a named human population sharing a historic territory, common myths and historical memories, a mass public culture, a common economy and common legal rights and duties for all members as cited in Hearn, 2006, page 37. Like the concept of nation, nationalism is also a contested term. One group of scholars, such as Gellner, Hector, Brewley, and Margaret Moore, argue that nationalism is a purely political phenomenon, while others, like Tamir, Connor, Kinlicka, Parek, and Taylor, define it as a cultural entity. To avoid the confusion created by the politics/culture dichotomy, we define nationalism as the conscious identification and solidarity with a national group aspiring to political self-determination or maximum autonomy within an existing state. As Montserrat Giberneau has maintained that by nationalism I mean the sentiment of belonging to a community whose members identify with a set of symbols, beliefs, and ways of life and have the will to decide upon their common political destiny. 1996, page 47. The term nation is often used as synonymous with the state. However, the two are different concepts. The state is a legal concept describing the presence of a recognized authority within a legally recognized territorial boundary over which it exercises sovereignty through legally recognized institutions. Stephen Grosby, 2005, has defined a state as a structure that, through institutions, exercises sovereignty over a territory using laws that relate the individuals within that territory to one another as members of the state. Page 22. A nation is not a state in the sense that it lacks the institutional prerequisites of a state, such as a government, sovereignty, and a polity. Furthermore, states represent a legal and political relationship, meaning that they are more impersonal legal structures with membership specified by law. Nations, on the other hand, represent a sentimental form of social relationship, implying that they are more personal, emotive, culturally oriented, and expressive. This difference between a nation and a state signifies that there can be many different nations within a single state. This difference between a nation and a state signifies that there can be many different nations within a single state, and nations can exist even in the absence of a state. Although the state and the nation are distinct from each other, there exists a complex relationship between the two. Through the exercise of its sovereignty, the state creates a nation, implying that a national community arises from a state. But the state, to gain legitimacy and ensure stability, needs to appeal to the cultural elements of the national community or communities and give legal recognition to it or them. The state, in this case, arises from the national community. The determination as to whether the nation forms the state or the state forms the nation, S. Grosby, 2005 writes, is depending upon the nation in question. Both complicated processes are involved, page 26. In multinational states, a certain degree of tension between culture and politics becomes inevitable when the majority cultural group sees the state as the state of their particular ethnic group, and the state remains biased against minority cultural groups. In this situation, minority cultural groups feel alienated, generating the emergence of nationalist movements with differing political goals, ranging from devolution and autonomy to secession and separate statehood. To avert the problem of 143, state in political instability and partition of the state, states should strike a balance. Comparative. Between recognition for cultural groups, while maintaining an overarching liberal perspective. Political framework to maintain unity and stability in the state. 10.3 Ethnicity and the state. Ethnicity is a bounded identity based on the notion of common descent and sustained through the practice of endogamy. It is based on common social characteristics such as language, religion, customs, and race. According to Andrew Vincent, 2010, ethnicity usually refers to inborn factors such as kinship, which are understood mostly in biological or genetic terms. Ethnic groups are usually considered to be smaller, more pervasive, exclusive in their membership, and older than nations, page 228. A nation, conceptually, is not an ethnic group, but it is more than that in that an ethnic group is defined by a collective cultural identity rather than a political one. In other words, an ethnic community usually does not seek separate statehood, but rather is normally content to accept recognition and protection of minority rights within an existing state. When it develops political aspirations for independence, separate statehood, or maximum autonomy within an existing state, it can be categorized as a nation and becomes the basis for the emergence of nationalism. The demand of the Sri Lankan ethnic group, the Tamils, for a separate state of Tamil Eelam is one of the examples of the transformation of an ethnic group into an ethno-national movement or nationalism. In the years after World War II, it was widely believed that ethnic identity will lose its significance with the process of modernization in favor of identification with the state. However, since the 1960s, states at all levels of modernization and economic development have witnessed a rise in ethnic consciousness and conflicts. According to Walker Connor, 2000, the increase in communication and transportation has tended to increase cultural awareness about the differences between one group and others, and awareness about those with the same ethnic identity. In other words, intraethnic and interethnic communications have created ethnic consciousness and exacerbated the ethnic conflict. The rise of ethnic consciousness as a political force poses a challenge to state borders. Thomas Erickson categorizes the presence of ethnic groups within a state in the following ways. Urban ethnic minorities, whereby immigration for better economic opportunities brings people of different ethnic groups in the same urban space. B. Ethnic groups in post-colonial states in which the state boundaries drawn by colonial powers have created an ethnically divided citizenry. C. Indigenous peoples, the identities of whom have been embedded and maintained within nation-states. And D. Proto-nations which are politically mobilized and organized in the active pursuit of nation-statehood. As cited in Hearn, 2006, page 8. There is interethnic competition and cooperation among these groups which varies on the basis of their relative size and strength. The competition between groups for recognition of their cultural specificity in state structures and their resistance either to the state or to the dominant ethnic group sharpens ethnic identity. Such ethnic politics burgeons into nationalism when the demands of ethnic groups extend to gaining some degree of self-government in a 144. Territory or claims to jurisdiction, Hearn, 2006, page 9. For Hearn, 2006, page 11. Pluralism, nation and state. Nationalism is the making of combined claims, on behalf of a population, to identity, to jurisdiction and to territory. The claim to identity could include demands of recognition of cultural factors such as religious beliefs, language, common history or common descent. The claim to jurisdiction demands the power to make laws. The claim to territory demands rights over the land that the national group has historically occupied. Ethnic and political borders often do not coincide. Writing in 1972, Connor points out the following statistics. Of the then existing 132 states, only 12 could be described as homogeneous in terms of ethnicity, 2000, page 26. In 29.5% of all states, the largest ethnic group did not even constitute half of the state's population. The number of ethnic groups within a state can run into hundreds, making ethnic diversity even more vivid. Ethnic diversity poses a challenge for nation building as evinced by the experience of multi-ethnic states such as Canada, former Yugoslavia, African states such as Ethiopia, Guyana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Sudan. Ethnic consciousness can become a barrier to political integration in multi-ethnic states if the different cultural groups in a state are not legally recognized. 10.4 Upsurge in secessionist movements. Since the end of the Cold War, the world has witnessed multiple ethnic conflicts within states, with instances of ethnic cleansing. Ethnic genocide in countries such as Bosnia and Rwanda show the degree of violence that can be perpetuated in the name of ethnicity. Genocide in Rwanda. The Hutus and Tutsis are two ethnic groups in Rwanda. When Rwanda gained independence in 1962 from the colonial power, power was supposed to be handed over to the government composed of Hutus, which comprises the majority of the population. However, this was opposed by the minority Tutsi group who wanted to remain in powerful positions which they had attained due to favorable treatment by the colonial administration. In 1994, the Hutu people murdered 800,000 people from the Tutsi community and moderate Hutus over 3 months. The doctrine of the self-determination of nations holds that any self-differentiating group has the right, if it so desires, to rule itself. This doctrine has acted as a catalyst for ethnic movements. Another element that contributes to the upsurge in ethnic secessionism is the change in the global political environment in which it is very unlikely that a small state will be annexed by a larger state. Independence appears as an attractive option even for small units. It is difficult to dissuade the separatists to abandon their demand for separate statehood on the grounds that the envisaged nation-state being too small may not be economically viable. This is well demonstrated by examples such as Kashmir and Wales. The 145 stayed in. Emotional appeal of ethnic nationalism can override such economic, comparative considerations. Perspective. The demand for secession is often attributed to uneven economic development. However, economic prosperity in real terms and relative to other sections of the state's population does not necessarily stop an ethnic minority from demanding secession. The cases of Basque and Catalans in Spain show that economically more advanced groups may also launch a separatist movement. Further, the upsurge of Scottish and Welsh nationalism since the 1960s shows that centuries of acculturation and assimilation can undergo a reversal, and the demand for secessionism can emerge at any point of time in a state's history. Scottish nationalism. Scotland is a country within the United Kingdom. After decades of pressure for a greater degree of self-government in Scotland, in 1997, Scottish people voted in a referendum by a strong majority for establishing a Scottish Parliament to legislate over domestic affairs of Scotland. The Scottish Parliament was opened in 1999. While some sections want the self-governing powers of Scotland to increase, others want Scotland to become an independent nation-state. The Scottish Parliament passed the Scottish Independence Referendum Act in 2013. A referendum on Scottish independence from the United Kingdom took place in 2014. 55.3% of voters voted against independence, while 44.7% voted in favor of independence. Check your progress exercise 1. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of this unit. 1. The basic difference between the state and nation is. 2. What according Walker-Connor has led to ethnic consciousness and conflicts. 10.5 Approaches to nationalism. There are 3 dominant approaches to nation and nationalism. The primordialist approach sees nation and nationalism as having existed since time immemorial. In other words, it believes that nations and nationalism have deep roots in human associational life. It takes ethnicity as an immemorial feature of 146 groups and regards the categories of religion, ethnicity, race, language, and pluralism, nation and state, territory as given and primordial organizing principles and bonds of human association. On the basis of this assumption, the primordialists argue that nations and nationalism, which are the extension of these primordial ties, are perennial, given and natural, not modern. Pierre van den Berg, Edward Shills, and Clifford Geertz are the main advocates of the primordialist approach. The modernist approach has emerged as a critique of primordialism. The modernists, unlike the primordialism, maintain that nation and nationalism are the direct results of the processes of modernization, such as industrialization or capitalism, rationalization of administration, the secularization of culture, social mobility, and modern state, and that they are purely modern phenomena. Against the primordialist assumption that nations and nationalism are given and natural, the modernists, such as Ernest Gellner, Benedict Anderson, Eric Hobsbawm, Tom Nairn, Michael Hector, John Bruley, and Paul Brass, argue that nations and nationalism are constructed phenomena and therefore they must be distinguished, both historically and conceptually, from all manifestations of ethnicity. Finally, we have ethnosymbolism, an approach that has emerged as a critique of primordialism and modernism. Its central focus is on the independent role of symbols, memories, values, and myths in the formation of nations and nationalism. The ethnosymbolists, such as Anthony Smith and John Armstrong, acknowledge the transformative impact of modernization on pre-modern ethnic elements and their political implications for statehood. However, they, unlike the modernists, argue that the pre-modern ethnic elements profoundly shape the nation and state building. Like the primordialists, the ethnosymbolists believe that pre-modern ethnic identities play an important role in the formation of nations and nationalism. Unlike the primordialists, however, they argue that ethnic identities, nations, and nationalism are not given and natural but social and historical, and the pre-modern ethnic identities shape modernization as much as they are shaped by modernization. Ethnosymbolism, thus, holds a middle ground between primordialism and modernism, claiming that while nations and nationalism are modern phenomena, they develop on the basis of pre-modern ethnic identities and elements. 10.6 Why does a nation-state need pluralism? While nationalism is necessary for ensuring the unity and stability of the modern state, nationalism by its nature is homogenizing and hence may be problematic in ensuring this. Michael Ignatieff argues that nationalism is a type of collective identity that necessarily overvalues itself and devalues other such identities, as cited in Hearn, 2006, page 238. Judith Lichtenberg, 1997, argues that the partiality towards fellow nationals and their shared way of life may result in clashes of values and interests between ethnic groups that the common political framework of the state fails to resolve. Charles Taylor, 1999, argues that nationalism provides a modern identity to 147 individuals which helps them to realize their self-worth and dignity as equal state citizens, as there is systemic marginalization of the ethnic or nationalistic comparative identities of minorities in the public sphere. This results in the exclusion of such perspective communities from the entitlements that the modern identity of nationalism promises. The resultant frustrated nationalistic identity of the minorities can result in illiberal forms of ethnic nationalism, such as in former Yugoslavia. The factors that influence whether ethnic groups coexist peacefully are, firstly, the degree of cultural awareness of the minorities, and secondly, the minority's perception of the magnitude of the threat to its group identity posed by the majority. Connor, 2000, page 49. The essence of national identity is psychological and involves self-identification. It cannot be imposed on the minorities but has to be made acceptable and appealing. Assimilation is a slow process and can take centuries. Hence, accommodation of diversity is an important way to ensure stability, and as Indian policymakers euphemistically called, unity in diversity. People can learn tolerance by seeing others as individuals rather than as carriers of hated group characteristics. Maurizio Veroli, 1995, holds that patriotism understood as love of the political institutions and the way of life as opposed to nationalism understood as homogeneity of a people can be a cure of malign nationalism. The legitimacy of the modern state lies in ensuring the common good of all citizens and meeting socially diverse needs. It is by accommodating rather than suppressing heterogeneity that the modern state gains wider support. Many states have built a narrative about their diversity to be their strength. For example, Canada has made pluralism an essential component of its nationhood. It has created a unique national identity based on giving recognition to its heterogeneity. It has adopted pluralist policies. Many nation-states have reframed their national identity as one that accommodates the interests of different groups. This pluralist approach has two benefits. Firstly, it unites the elites and the masses of different groups. Secondly, it depoliticizes the ethnic minority groups. The minority groups feel that they are a part of the pluralist nation-state. Winter, 2007. This is how Switzerland has been able to attain a sense of united nationhood among its linguistically divided population. On the other hand, there are states where the state elites practice ethnic, religious, or regional discrimination by favoring the members of their ethnic group. This results in the politicization of ethnic differences and the creation of ethnic democracy or ethnicization of bureaucracy. Wimmer, 2002, page 66. Wimmer suggests two reasons for this ethnicized politics. Firstly, there may be a scarcity of resources, which prevents the state elites from an inclusive integration of all sections of society. Secondly, the state formation may precede the establishment of a democratic civil society. Thus, the state elites function on the basis of political networks often structured along ethnic lines. We often see such ethnicization of national politics in post-colonial states such as Rwanda, Ethiopia, Sudan, and other states such as Israel. The politicization of ethnic identities does not necessarily lead to violent conflict. In democratic states, negotiations between ethnic groups can result in redefining national identity. In democratic states, negotiations between ethnic groups can result in redefining national identity in pluralist terms. Here, the dominant group realizes that it is just one among other ethnic groups that share the state. In other words, the majority does not adopt pluralism on its own. A majority of its own volition rarely grants 148 equal status to the minorities. The minorities must claim and advance their rights. Pluralism, nation, and state. The minorities demanding pluralism must have sufficient leverage to stake their claims. Thus, a pluralistic state is not free from power relations. Winter, 2007. It keeps on balancing between containing the demands of the minorities and granting concessions to the minorities. There is an ongoing negotiation and renegotiation of defining the national identity. Winter, 2007, page 503. Pluralism provides the space for such negotiations. Pluralism believes that there are different ways of leading a good life and hence, there is potential for different cultures to learn from one another. Pluralism cherishes diversity. It attempts to redress the ethnic exclusions that are an inherent byproduct of modern nationalist discourse. The mechanism through which pluralism is implemented depends on power relations and negotiations between the majority and minority groups. 10.7 Minorities and nation-state. There are different types of minorities within a nation-state. The difference in their history as members of the nation-state gives rise to different claims and demands. Kimlicka categorizes minorities into two broad groups. First are the national minorities who have occupied territory within the country since the inception of the nation-state. These are historic communities that are self-governing and have a distinct language and culture. Kimlicka, 1995. They want to live as distinct societies alongside the mainstream culture and wish to have autonomy and self-government. In such cases, there is the coexistence of more than one nation within a state. Such states are multi-nation states, not a nation-state. The presence of different nations within a state may be involuntary, that is through invasion, or voluntary when they form a federation through mutual agreement. The national minorities claim rights over land, regional autonomy, political representation, and national symbols. The second category of minorities is that of immigrants who have recently migrated to the nation-state. They aspire to integrate into the state and be acknowledged as full members of society. They demand recognition of their ethnic identity and modification of the laws and institutions of mainstream society. While they seek accommodation for their cultural differences, they do not aim to be a separate or self-governing nation. The immigrant groups are not nations and do not have a homeland in the state. They participate in the mainstream social activities of the dominant culture. They also speak the dominant language. In general, the immigrant community's demands center around themes like education curriculum and cultural practices. Kimlicka argues that for accommodating differences, one mechanism is the provision of civil and political rights for all individuals. However, for the accommodation of national minorities, Kimlicka highlights the need to go beyond common citizenship rights and individual rights. It requires group-specific rights or community rights. He proposes group-specific rights such as the right of self-government and the right of special representation. Kimlicka, 1995. National minorities demand and deserve political autonomy and territorial jurisdiction to ensure the free development of their culture. To avoid secessionist. 149. State in. Demands from small nationalistic groups, the national minorities have to be comparative. Provided self-governance rights. One of the mechanisms to provide self-perspective governance rights is federalism, which separates the powers of central government and regional subunits. It protects the national minority from getting outvoted by the majority. However, a major challenge is to find an acceptable form of asymmetrical federalism. 10.8 Mechanisms of operationalizing pluralism. Nation-states must recognize group-specific rights of ethnocultural minorities, that is, respect and protect their way of life. Accommodating diversity and ensuring the survival of marginalized cultures of minorities pose several difficulties as there are differences and disagreements between the minority and majority communities. Finding moral and political answers to these questions has proved testing for nation-states. The states need to define what the range of permissible diversity is and evolve a mechanism to ensure fair treatment of the minority communities. Perec, 1994. The minorities' demands of equality and desire to preserve their identity sometimes pose difficulties to the state in preserving national unity. Maintaining a balance between the minorities' demands and the need for national unity is essential for the stability and legitimacy of the modern democratic nation-state. Various scholars have explored ways of satisfying ethno-national aspirations within a multi-ethnic state and effective management of ethnic conflicts by the state. John McGarry and Brendan O'Leary, 1993, suggest ways of ameliorating the problem of ethnic conflict. A. Self-government in cases of territorial segregation. B. The majority group being secure and not fearing the minorities. C. Demographic stability where a group is not outgrowing another one. And D. History of cooperation among ethnic political elites. McGarry and O'Leary argue that in cases of extreme ethnic violence, secession may be the solution as it is consistent with the democratic principle of self-determination. Gaining sovereignty may be, in these cases, the only way to safeguard the well-being of a group. This is particularly relevant for what Sami Smuha, 2002, calls ethnic democracy or deficient democracy, such as Israel where the majority group dominates society through the political regime. Arend Lijphart, 1991, has given examples of power-sharing arrangements in the Netherlands, Belgium, Austria, and Switzerland as successful models in which ethnic/national groups share the power of the state, have autonomy, veto power on important issues, representation in parliament, and access to social goods. Michael Hector, 2000, suggests a federal system that can balance between centripetal and centrifugal tendencies as a solution to the nationalist conflict. However, ethno-federal systems such as that in Yugoslavia could entrench and politicize ethnic identity. Such policies have been criticized for being prone to reinforce factionalism and misuse by political elites of various ethnic groups. On the other hand, political suppression of the minorities by the state in the name of stability and unity is not justified either. 150. Pluralism, nation. 10.9 Challenges in operationalizing and state pluralism. The capacity of the nation-state to ensure equal treatment for all its communities is limited. Parekh, 1997. A nation-state has a specific identity acquired over a long period of time that constitutes its way of life. Hence, a nation-state is inherently partial to a particular way of life and it has a cultural bias. Parekh, 1997. For example, Muslims are disadvantaged in Western societies because Fridays are working days. Christians in Muslim countries face disadvantages because Sundays are working days. Moreover, a culturally heterogeneous nation-state has a wide range of deep differences. It is incapable of being equally tolerant and sympathetic to all the differences. Its understanding of minority cultures is limited and hence it is not willing to constantly change its beliefs and practices to accommodate all the differences. It can be said, therefore, that no nation-state can guarantee complete equality for all its cultural communities. But this does not imply that a nation-state should not attempt to achieve this ideal. Equal treatment may not be possible, but fair treatment is. A nation-state should be sensitive not only to its past but also its present, to the needs of both its majority and minority communities, and to reconcile claims of equality with its historical continuity. Parekh, 1997. A nation-state should be sensitive not only to its past but also its present, to the needs of both its majority and minority communities, and to reconcile claims of equality with its historical continuity. Parekh, 1997. Operationalizing and institutionalizing pluralism pose certain challenges. Parekh asserts that equality requires recognition of relevant differences by the nation-state, while irrelevant differences can be rejected. This is a problematic assertion as the decision of what is relevant and what is irrelevant tends to have a majoritarian bias. Parekh argues that a liberal nation-state does not need to tolerate those cultural practices of minorities that violate the fundamental values that a liberal society upholds and stands for. At the same time, the minority community should be allowed to depart from those values and practices of the liberal society which does not have a morally superior status. The essential practices of a minority community should be allowed to continue. This requires a culturally sensitive and objective test of what constitutes an essential practice. It requires asking questions such as what a group needs to function effectually, how significant a particular cultural tradition is, and whether it can be modified without destructing the identity of the community. Parekh suggests a contextualized and historically sensitive approach to equality and the creation of public platforms representing different communities to discuss such complex issues. Some of the practices which have sparked debate in liberal nation-states are polygamy, the practice of talaq, arranged marriages, marriages between prohibited relationships such as first cousins and uncle and niece, the Muslim girls' demand to wear headdresses, the Hindu practice of putting ashes of the dead in water bodies, the Sikh demand of wearing turbans and carrying ceremonial swords, the withdrawing of Muslims girls from sports that require short clothes, and the Jewish demand to trade on Sundays rather than Saturdays. 151. State in 10.10 Pluralism in India. Comparative perspective. Indian society is very diverse in terms of religion, culture, and ways of living. To maintain stability and unity in a nascent state, the political leaders of India promoted the maxim of unity in diversity, which means that an underlying unity exists in Indian society that transcends the differences of religion, culture, race, and language. While instances of peaceful coexistence can be found in the history of India, there have also been instances of conflict, hostility, and violence. The national movement with the common goal of overthrowing the colonial rule brought people from different communities and regions together. However, this unity was fragile and centrifugal tendencies emerged in Indian society. The two-nation theory, the demand for a separate homeland for Muslims, and the partition of the country showed that unity in the context of a diverse society cannot be taken for granted. Unity has to be continuously nurtured and worked for. Mahajan, 2019. To instill unity and fraternity in the people, leaders such as Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda, and Sri Aurobindo emphasized spiritual unity in India. Mahajan, 2019. For example, Mahatma Gandhi emphasized that different religions are different paths to arrive at the same truth. The leaders made arguments for mutual respect, tolerance of differences, living peacefully, and the free exchange of ideas. These values have been incorporated in the Constitution of India in the form of various fundamental rights. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the model answer given at the end of this unit. 1. What are the two types of minorities identified by Kamlika? 2. The two widely accepted ways to operationalize pluralism are. 10.11 Let us sum up. The assumption that the processes of modernization and secularization in modern nation-states will result in sweeping aside the salience of ethnic identity has not proven to be correct. Ethnic communities have not only survived but have evolved, leading to changing nature of identity politics in the post-Cold War era. While some multi-ethnic states are relatively more integrated, some are struggling with separatist movements and secessionist demands. Numerous factors could transform ethnic groups into nationalist separatist groups, which render making generalizations difficult. Each state has its own experience of constructing national consciousness. Pluralism and nationalism in operation are 152. Contingent upon its context. Some scholars raise the question of whether pluralism, nation and state policies pose a threat to the idea of nation-state. However, the growth of pluralist discourses and policies in states such as Canada, the US, and Australia should be seen as a new phase of nation-building in which national identity is redefined to respond to social changes, rather than viewing it as a threat to their national identity. 10.12 Keywords. Nation. A nation is a named human population sharing a historic territory, common myths and historical memories, a mass public culture, a common economy, and common legal rights and duties for all members. Anthony Smith. A nation is a combination of social solidarity built out of historical contingencies with a voluntary collective will in the present to continue to build on that solidarity. Ernest Renan. State. State is a legal concept describing a social group that occupies a defined territory and is organized under common political institutions and customs and a sense of homogeneity. Minority. A minority is a culturally, ethnically, or racially distinct group that coexists with but is subordinate to a more dominant group. Parek. A minority is a group numerically inferior to the rest of the population of the state in a non-dominant position whose members, being nationals of the state, possess ethnic, religious, or linguistic characteristics differing from those of the rest of the population and show, if only implicitly, a sense of solidarity directed towards preserving their culture, tradition, religion, or language. Capitority. 10.13 References. Connor, W. 2000. Nation Building or Nation Destroying. In J. Hutchinson and A. Smith, eds. Nationalism, Critical Concepts in Political Science. London, Routledge. Franklin, B. 1973. Marxism and the National Question. In B. Franklin, ed. The Essential Stalin, Major Theoretical Writings 1905 to 1952. London, Croomhelm. Grosby, S. 2005. Nationalism, A Very Short Introduction. Oxford, Oxford University Press. Gibbernaw, M. 1996. Nationalisms, the Nation-State and Nationalism in the 20th Century. Cambridge, Polity Press. Hearn, J. 2006. Rethinking Nationalism, A Critical Introduction. New York, Palgrave Macmillan. Kellis, J. G. 1998. The Politics of Nationalism and Ethnicity, 2nd edition. Basingstoke, Macmillan. Kymlicka, W. 1995. Multicultural Citizenship. Oxford, Oxford University Press. 153. State in. Lichtenberg, J. 1997. Nationalism for and mainly against. In R. McKim and J. Comparative. McMahon, eds. The Morality of Nationalism. New York, Oxford University. Perspective. Press. Parek, B. 1994. Equality, Fairness and Limits of Diversity. Innovation, 7-3. Parek, B. 1997. Equality in a Multicultural Society. In J. Franklin, ed. Equality. London, Institute for Public Policy Research. Taylor, C. 1999. Democratic Exclusion and Its Remedies. In A. C. Cairns and E. Al, eds. Citizenship, Diversity, and Pluralism. McGill Queen's University Press. Vincent, A. 2010. Modern Political Ideologies, 3rd edition. Oxford, Blackwell. Wimmer, A. 2002. Nationalist Exclusion and Ethnic Conflict, Shadows of Modernity. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Winter, E. 2007. How Does the Nation Become Pluralist? Ethnicities, 483 to 515. Weber, M. 1994. The Nation. In J. Hutchinson and A. D. Smith, eds. Nationalism. Oxford and New York, Oxford University Press. 10.14 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise I. 1. State is a legal concept describing a social group that occupies a defined territory and is organized under common political institutions. Nation, on the other hand, represents a sentimental or culturally oriented relationship. 2. Intra-ethnic and inter-ethnic interactions facilitated by improvements in transport and communication have created ethnic consciousness and conflicts. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Kimlicka identified minorities who have occupied territory within the country and desire to live as distinct societies alongside the mainstream, and those who have recently migrated to the nation and have modest demands from the host state. 1. Kimlicka identified minorities who have occupied territory within the country and desire to live as distinct societies alongside the mainstream, and those who have recently migrated to the nation and have modest demands from the host state. 2. Power sharing arrangements and adoption of federal system. 154. 155. Pluralism, nation and state. Block 4. Democratization. State in. Democratization. Comparative perspective. Democratization is a process leading to the introduction, institutionalization and consolidation of democracy in non-democratic societies. Democracy signifies rule of people and is a way to reconcile interests of various groups in politics through negotiation rather than violence. It is not only a form of government but also a social condition or a way of life. In a true democracy, there is a two-way communication between the government or state and the citizens. The government is elected by the citizens based on their performance, while the government is accountable to the people for its actions. Active participation from the citizens acts as a limitation on government's power and keeps authoritarian tendencies in check. As a process, democratization does not have a single defined path. It is a gradual process which takes time to consolidate. The idea of democracy has played an important role in taking forward the world's civilization. It has helped in transforming the world from power structures of monarchy, empire and conquest to rule by the people, self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Democracy ultimately leads to establishment of values like liberty, equality and justice, leading to social cohesion through cooperation among citizens. At the international level, democracy plays an important role as reflected in democratic peace theory propounded by German philosopher Immanuel Kant. This theory believes that democratic states do not wage a war against each other and hence ensure world peace. In comparative politics, it is important to analyze the process of democratization as it helps in drawing conclusions regarding different countries and the reasons which lead to this process. Such analysis helps us in understanding questions like, can a country become a democracy irrespective of its history, level of economic development or political culture? Are there some preconditions for democracy to take roots in a country and flourish? Why the process of democratization failed in some states while it succeeded in others? In the 2 units of this block, we examine the challenges to the process of democratization in the newly emergent countries of the Global South and in states that transitioned from authoritarian structures during the third wave of democratization that began in the 1970s. 156. Unit 11. Process of democratization in post-colonial countries *. Structure. 11.0 Objectives. 11.1 Introduction. 11.2 Conceptualizing democracy. Procedural and substantive democracy. 11.3 Post-colonial countries. Checkered democratic process. 1.3.1 Explaining democratic process in post-colonial countries. 11.4 Democratic transition in post-colonial countries. 11.5 Let us sum up. 11.6 References. 11.7 Answers to check your progress exercises. 11.0 Objectives. This unit will discuss the process of democratization in post-colonial countries. After going through this unit, you should be able to distinguish the procedural and substantive aspects of democracy, describe the process of democratization in post-colonial countries, identify the reasons for the checkered democratic process in post-colonial countries. 11.1 Introduction. While the world has witnessed crumbling of most of the old certitudes of politics, the idea of democracy has survived and endured. The global acceptance of democracy both as an idea and as practice has been very much evident in the last 3 decades. Countries which for long were under the authoritarian regime have been undergoing the process of democratic transition/transformation over the last 3 decades. As a result, what had once been a small and homogeneous group of democratic regimes until some decades ago, confined mostly to the West, has now become large and heterogeneous in the new millennium. Samuel Huntington, 1991, in one of his very influential work, has surveyed democratic transitions happening over the past 2 centuries and has identified 3 distinctive waves of democratization. The first wave, a long one, lasted. Professor Ashutosh Kumar, Professor and Chairperson, Department of Political Science, Punjab University, Chandigarh, India. Democratization from the American and French Revolution through World War I. As he observes, from 1826 to 1926 there was a gradual and an uneven spread of democracy through most of industrializing West European countries. However, the process got disrupted with the rise of authoritarian and totalitarian regimes cropping up in the interwar period all over the world, including in the West. The second wave of democratic transition happened after the ousting of authoritarian regimes in countries like Germany, Italy, Japan, among others. It lasted from World War II until the mid-1960s. Beginning 1943, it brought democracy to most of the Western Europe. The end of the Second World War also witnessed the liberation of the colonial countries and subsequent setting up of democratic regimes in these newly independent post-colonial countries such as India, Pakistan, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, among others. While a majority of post-colonial countries formally adopted democratic political systems, quite a number of them lapsed into authoritarianism in the first decade of their democratic career itself. There was the reversal in the democratization process as most of Asia, Africa, and Latin America quickly turned authoritarian in the reverse wave, Roskin et al., 2003, page 87. Even older post-colonial democracies like Chile and Uruguay were swept away in the reverse wave, Amend et al., 2004, page 28. The third wave of democratization was ushered in the mid-1970s with the overthrow of dictators and formation of democratic regimes in Portugal, Greece, and Spain. Despite this, only 1/4 of the independent states could be characterized as being under democratic rule. Diamond, 1999. Amend et al., 2004. In 1973, only 45 out of 151 countries qualified as political/electoral democracies. It was with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of communist regimes in East European countries that democratization again became a global trend. Since the end of the 20th century, democratization process has continued unabated. The third wave of democracy swept not only the post-communist countries but also the post-colonial countries of Africa, Latin America, and Asia, for whom it was once again going back to democratic institutions after experiencing authoritarian/despotic rule for a considerable period of time. In fact, by the end of the 20th century, 3/4 of the countries in the world had already become democratic. Mayer, 2013, page 86. In one informed estimate, by the year 2003, 63% of states accounting for close to 70% of the global population were under liberal democratic regimes. Haywood, 2013, page 75. Thus, the last 3 decades have witnessed transitions to democracy all over the world at large scale, not being confined to any particular geographical political region. With the political, economic, and cultural processes of globalization overwhelming the world in the new millennium, democracy as a form of good governance received wider acceptance as the best form of governance for the countries across the world. As democratic transitions have continued unabated, democratization along with modernization has come to be regarded as a natural and inevitable process, and that all systems of rule are destined, sooner or later, to collapse and be remodeled on liberal democratic lines. Thoreau, 2013:276. Modernization in a gradual manner eroded the legitimacy of the non-democratic ideologies promoted by authoritarian regimes, while the development of citizens. 158. Skills and political resources made their claim to equal participation in policy. Process of democratization in Making More Plausible, Amend et al., 2004, p. 59, Przeworski, 19. Making More Plausible, Amend et al., 2004, p. 59, Przeworski, 1991, has post-colonial argued that democratization all over the world have generally involved either of countries. The 3 processes which sometime may be unfolding simultaneously also. These are namely, A, the breakdown of the old regime, B, construction of new liberal democratic structures and processes in the form of democratic transition, C, the overall acceptance of newly established democratic structures and processes in the minds of the political elites and the masses. Democracy being globally accepted as the only game in the town can be attributed to the emergent world capitalist economic system led by liberal developed democracies. The lending global institutions, namely the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF, dominated by the cash-rich developed countries, have put the adoption of democratic form of government as one of the conditions on the loan-seeking poorer countries of Asia and Africa. The collapse of erstwhile Soviet Union discredited the socialist system of economy and governance, so there was also an ideological push towards democratization in the post-communist countries. After the demise of communism, as Linz 2000 observed way back, there was no alternative to democracy as a principle of legitimacy. Thus, global and transnational influences led to the transplantation of democratic institutions in the various countries almost as much by coercive economic diplomacy as by ready acceptance of the idea of liberal democracy. At the same time, the democratic transitions in such a vast number of countries over the last 3 decades have differed from each other in significant ways, drawing the scholarly focus on the quality of democracies in these countries. Of late, there has been a newer concern with explaining why some democracies seem better than others as the scholars undertake informed studies to assess the degree of democracy in different countries. Mayer, 2011, page 99. In order to measure the quality of democracy, the Democracy Barometer studies have been undertaken in comparative mode. Geisel, Bridget, Marianne Neuer, and Hans Joachim Loth, 2016. 11.2 Conceptualizing Democracy. Democracy as a form of government works with a set of rules/procedures and the representative institutions by which citizens can elect their representatives to govern and hold them accountable in free and fair elections periodically. The principle of taking a collective decision by a group of persons organized as a polity lies at the core of the concept of a representative democracy. It has been argued by the political theorists that in a democratic polity, the most plausible procedure for arriving at a commonly agreed upon decision is the principle of majority rule, which is considered as the most practical and morally acceptable. The essential value of democracy thus lies in its being an ethical way of taking a collective decision that supposedly take everybody's interests into account and is equally binding on everyone. Taking a collective decision on unanimous basis is always impossible in any society, howsoever homogeneous it might be. Also, due to the large population in the modern states, it is not possible for the citizens to gather together to make decisions by majority on every issue as was possible in Athenian democracy, hence the need to bring in the concept of representative. 159. Democratization democracy. Taking decisions by majority in a representative democracy enjoys a moral superiority over any other procedure to arrive at a collective decision, like on the basis of a minority or alternatively according to the wishes of an individual or a small group of people. Majority, however, is a fluid concept in a democratic polity in the sense that an individual or a group of people can be in majority or in minority on different occasions depending on their stand on any particular issue or set of issues. Majority in a democracy is never constituted/constructed on the basis of any fixed primordial identity like religion or caste. The minimum sets of basic principles that underpin and justify a liberal democracy are the following. First, the acceptance of the idea of individual autonomy. It is assumed that individuals as autonomous beings are capable of rational thought and therefore capable of deciding what is good for them. Second, all individuals have equal say in the determination of collective decisions, which affects them all equally. To sum up this part of discussion, in political theory, there are two distinct ways of conceptualizing democracy. The procedural definition of democracy refers to it primarily as a set of institutions and procedures that helps in arriving at collective decisions which are to be executed through the elected representatives that represent the majority. In this view, a modern state can be viewed as having a successful democratic regime if it has the following institutions and procedures therein: rule of law, independent election commission, electoral rules, free and fair elections, legislative assemblies, independent judiciary, autonomous non-elected offices, rational legal bureaucracy, free press, rights, and constitutional governments. However, for many thinkers who invoke substantive definition of democracy, these institutions and procedures are essential but not sufficient for making a democratic polity successful. In their view, one can have a democracy in a real sense only if it is being peopled by truly equal citizens who are politically engaged, tolerant of different opinions and ways of life, and have an equal voice in electing their rulers and holding them accountable. In the limited procedural definition of democracy, as mentioned above, it is the electoral aspect of democracy which gets emphasized the most. The high level of electoral participation, frequency of elections, contestation, and periodic change in political power are taken as indicators of the health of democracy. The ones prioritizing the substantive notion of democracy would, however, raise the question mark about the narrowness in making electoral democracy as synonymous of true democracy. Their argument would be that if a particular political society has deep social and economic inequalities involving the ethnocultural communities, including the minorities and women, then how these groups would be able to participate effectively in the electoral process. Their social and economic marginality would not allow them to act in an autonomous manner. Proponents of the substantive definition of democracy would thus argue that the democratic project remains incomplete until the equal rights of citizenship have been guaranteed to all in a political society. On this account, allowing political freedoms and equality to all the citizens are necessary but by no means sufficient conditions for a democracy to be successful. The project of democracy is not accomplished merely by putting in place and securing legal constitutional order. The argument by the proponents of substantive notion of democracy is that 160. Freedom to exercise the democratic choices gets severely restricted by social and process of democratization in economic inequalities, as they deny people to have a truly equal opportunity to post-colonial influence government decisions. Countries. The above discussion about the two notions of democracy, namely procedural and substantive, leads us to a pertinent question. Do we have a perfectly substantive democracy anywhere in the world? Are there any democracies where one does not find inequalities of class, race, and gender? Also, there has been presence of varying degrees of social and economic marginalities in almost all democracies, more so in the post-colonial societies. The inference one can draw is that no democracy is a perfect one, nor was even Athenian democracy. At the same time, however, there have been qualitative differences among all polities which claim to be democratic. The excessive concern with the procedural and not the substantive aspect of democracy in the present globalized world raises uncomfortable questions about the tendency to undertake quantitative and not the qualitative assessment of democracies by comparative theorists. Globally, particular attention is being given to the procedural aspects like mere presence of the democratic institutions, mainly elections, when it comes to certify a country having a democratic regime. Not much attention is being paid on assessing the level of responsiveness or accountability factor involving various elected and non-elected institutions. Electoral participation and mere presence of more than one party in the fray is considered sufficient to consider/certify a country as a democratic one. The question whether the regime is rights-based or not no longer seems that important while classifying a regime as a democratic one. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What is meant by procedural democracy? 11.3 Post-colonial countries, checkered democratic process. It is remarkable that very few post-colonial states in the world were able to remain democratic despite starting as democratic ones after decolonization. In a very short period, democratic regimes were overthrown and authoritarianism set in. Decolonization had witnessed the transfer of the political power to the local political elites by the imperial regimes in these former colonies. The post-colonial state elites had led the nationalist struggle in these states while holding out democratic promises to the masses. The state elites enjoyed a very high level. 161. Democratization of people's confidence and legitimacy due to their role in leading the anti-colonial resistance. They were also viewed as being capable of rising over and above the sectional interests. There was also wider acceptance of their key role even in the economic sector, mainly because of the absence of any developed class which could mobilize resources for the developmental purposes, and also because the state was also endowed with the prescience to know what was the best for the people. However, very soon the disenchantment set in as the state elites started dismantling the nascent democratic structure, subverting the democratic procedures, and undermining the democratic institutions. Most of these democratic regimes turned into authoritarian ones by the same political elites under the pretext of bringing about radical social and economic changes swiftly without allowing themselves to be constrained by the democratic procedures and institutions. These leaders often credited to lead the anti-colonial movements in their respective countries like Yoweri Museveni, Uganda; Milton Obote, Uganda; Julius Nyerere, Tanzania; Jomo Kenyatta, Kenya; Robert Mugabe, Uganda, among many others, all turned into authoritarian figures. In India's neighborhood, Pakistan also witnessed the bungling of the political elite which allowed the military to take over. In Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, revered as the Bangabandhu, took over as the prime minister of the country after secession from Pakistan. However, he also soon turned authoritarian, resulting in his assassination and military takeover. Other Asian countries also like Pakistan, Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, Taiwan, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and Afghanistan have had checkered democratic careers, and even when they have had elected governments, there has been a question mark over their credentials as the governments have been dominated by authoritarian populist leaders. As Ashutosh Varshney, 2013, page 10, points out, the post-colonial experiences show that the deepening of democracy and the presence of democracy are analytically separable. Democracy in any case has not been a constant variable in these countries. There have been times when these countries have been under democratic regimes, and in other times it would be authoritarian regime in power. And even when they pass on as electoral democracies, they exhibit major flaws. As has been pointed out, among the post-colonial countries, very few countries like India, Mauritius, Belize, Jamaica, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu have managed to remain actually existing democracies all these years. Varshney, 2013, page 12. Even India, considered the signpost of liberal democracy among the post-colonial countries, experienced democratic backsliding during 2 years of emergency, 1975 to 77, when the democratic freedoms were curtailed and the elected and non-elected institutions were subverted. 11.3.1 Explaining democratic process in post-colonial countries. How can one explain the failure of the post-colonial countries to remain democratic consistently over the last 7 decades? Shifting through the relevant academic literature, one comes across several factors that can be attributed to the checkered nature of the democratic career of these countries. While embarking upon their democratic journey, the post-colonial countries almost lacked all the ingredients that have been accepted as essential to make a liberal democracy success in a country. Long colonial rule had distorted the 162 social, economic, and political structures of the Third World countries. With Hardly any exception, these post-colonial countries suffered from near absence or process of democratization in very low levels of literacy and industrialization considered essential for the post-colonial success of democracy. Long period of colonial dominance also did not allow the country's civil society to develop. Many of these countries did not experience even the anti-colonial movement, as political power was handed over by the outgoing imperial countries to their former collaborating local elite. Even the countries which experienced anti-colonial movement, there were many countries where the nature of the movement was not democratic and democratization was not on the agenda of the political leadership. There were other obstacles in the form of traditional hierarchical social order which resisted the idea of political equality, an essential prerequisite of a liberal polity. The continued dominance of traditional values and institutions blocked the rise of a vibrant civil society. For instance, the East Asian post-colonial countries have justified their notions of guided democracy on the basis of Asian values which are supposed to reflect the history, culture, and religious backgrounds of these countries. Respect for authority, avoiding public conflict, and accepting the primacy of the group are considered part of Asian values which legitimizes the limited/illiberal democracies in the countries like South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, among others. In these countries, state receives primacy over the civil society. Haig, Harrop, Breslin, 1998, page 27. Influenced by Confucian ideas and values, it is the family and society that receive greater emphasis than the individuals. Even in Malaysia, which is an Islamic country, despite having a paramount ruler serving as both religious leader and head of state, a form of guided democracy existed within a multi-party framework reflecting some form of political pluralism. The claim to adhere to Asian values has allowed these guided democratic regimes in the East and Southeast Asian newly industrialized countries like South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand to focus on achieving faster economic growth and achieving general prosperity for the masses rather than being concerned with protecting individual rights and freedom, like in the case of the liberal democracies of the West. Thoreau, 2013, 278. Haig, Harrop, and Breslin, 1998, have characterized these democracies as semi-democracies, blending democratic and authoritarian elements. Critiquing the model of Asian democracy, Putzel, 1997, page 253, has argued that the claims for indigenous forms of democracy appear to be no more than justifications for authoritarian rule. Transfer of political power to the newly independent post-colonial countries also flared up pre-existing cultural and religious distinctions, as there was competitive politics for greater share for political power. These distinctions were already accentuated greatly by the colonial regimes which without exceptions pursued the politics of divide and rule. Social cleavages became the basis of intractable political divisions, leading to political instabilities and struggle for power on ethnic lines. Language, region, tribe, and religion became the basis for political mobilization and collective claim-making processes, and thus acted as divisive factors, bringing conflicts and instability. One can refer to the conflicts involving different ethnic communities in different countries of Asia and Africa. Thus, conflicts involving Malay Chinese, Malaysia, Sinhala Tamil, Sri Lanka, Sindhi Pashto, Pakistan, Yoruba House Igbo, Nigeria, Tutsi Hutu, Rwandan. 163. Democratization, to name a few, have proven detrimental to the democratic stability. Most recently, Ethiopia has witnessed civil war in Tigray region, raising question mark over the stability of its democratic regime. Centrally focused ethnic structures creating all-state divides along with dispersed and cross-cutting ethnic divides in most of these countries have consistently posed challenge to the long-term survival of the new democracies. Inherited weak institutional structure of the colonial state created problem of stability in the nascent post-colonial democracies. The politicization and mobilization of the masses in the aftermath of independence resulted into an upsurge of social and economic demands and aspirations among them. The lack of development and also weak institutional capacity of the newly independent state to fulfill these demands and aspiration resulted in crisis of governance. The resultant instability, protests, and even violence provided an opportunity for the armed forces to either capture power or rule by proxy by putting up puppet civilian government, like in case of post-1945 Brazil. The subversion of the democratic institutions and procedures by elected civilian government, which result in the challenge to the legitimacy of the existing institutions and the ruling elite, also provided opportunity to the military to intervene, like in the case of Uganda or Nigeria. The military has often intervened in Latin American countries in the past with covert support and encouragement received from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, like in case of Chile. The widespread poverty, both income and human, prevalent in these newly independent countries of Asia, Africa, and Americas has also been a major obstacle to the long-term survival of democracy. It has remained so even in the present times, making them improbable democracies. Income is the best predictor of democracy, as has been argued by Przeworski et al. 2000. These theorists of democracy find the probability of democracy dying decreases with income as wealth does make democracies more stable independently of education. They tend to reiterate what Lipset 1960 had earlier argued: the more well-to-do a nation, the greater the chances that it will sustain democracy. The argument shared by other comparative theorists also is that democracies tend to collapse in poorer countries, whereas in the wealthier countries they tend to survive. Economic underdevelopment has been identified as one of the factors that has led to military coups. As Thoreau, 2013, page 282, has observed, growing prosperity appears to be an antidote to military intervention, as demonstrated by the tendency in Latin America since the 1970s for the military to return to the barracks. As Varshney, 2013, has argued, democratic transitions in the Western European countries took place only after they had achieved a certain degree of prosperity due to the Industrial Revolution, well as due to their exploitation of the natural resources and cheap labor of the colonies. Also, the newfound prosperity allows them to adopt distributive policies. Of welfare. The countries of Asia, Africa, and Americas which have managed to remain consistently democratic are the ones which have all been middle-income countries, with the exception of India, which until recently was considered a low-income country and even now is a lower middle-income country as per the World Bank estimate. 164. Check your progress exercise 2. Process of democratization in post-colonial. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. Countries. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the reasons behind checkered democratic process in post-colonial countries? 11.4 Democratic transitions in post-colonial countries. Most of Asia, Africa, and Latin American countries have remained democratic in the new millennium. How to explain the relative success of the second wave of democratization for the post-colonial countries? Roskinet. Al. 2003, page 89, refers to 4 causal factors. First, the relative economic growth based on commerce/industries in urban sectors led to the emergence and expansion of the middle class in these countries. These newly emergent middle classes have remained strong votaries of liberal democratic system of governance in their respective countries. Second, spread of modern education among wider masses, especially the youth, has also contributed to the longevity of the new democracies. Third, there has been greater awareness among the wider masses that their interests would be better served under a pluralist competitive political system rather than by cruel, corrupt, or inefficient governments led by populist authoritarian parties and their leaders who treated them like small children. Roskinet Al. 2003, page 89. Fourth, the spread of market economy and the related liberal values has gradually led the authoritarian regimes to gradually open up the democratic spaces, permit a critical press and formation of political parties, and finally free elections. Apart from the post-colonial countries, one can also refer to the post-communist countries where there has been greater mass involvement in favor of democratization. Here, a fifth factor can be additionally mentioned which has contributed to governments in post-colonial countries staying democratic, at least in electoral terms, namely the coercive economic diplomacy. As mentioned in the preceding segments, the indebted poorer countries face enormous pressure from the money-lending international institutions like the World Bank to introduce structural reforms as part of the deal. Reforms include the introduction of transparent and accountable democratic governance. Likewise, economic assistance-seeking countries are asked to democratize their systems, respect citizens' rights, allow the opposition to contest, and hold free elections. Democratization has indeed been closely related to marketization, which leads to acceptance of market laws to govern the economy and questioning the stranglehold of the political regimes over the economy, which gave them undue control over the people's lives. 165. Democratization can give the example of the Asian tigers like Singapore in this regard, where there has of late been great popular urge and demand to further democratize their political regimes. However, there is still a question mark about the long-term success of democratization process. Whether the onset of new wave of democratization has brought in what Amund and Verba 1963 referred to the participant/civic culture in the new democracies that came up after the Second World War remains a debatable question. The answer in the 60s, when the post-colonial countries experienced their first wave of democratic transformation, was in negative, as most of them still had subject culture, a mix of parochial and participant culture. Amund and Verba, 1963. What they argued remains true even now for the second wave of democratic transition. The difference, however, is that now most of the post-colonial countries have a mix of subject and participant culture, that is, they feel that they consider political participation as both valuable and desirable, and they feel that through their participation they can influence politics of their countries. Also, the political awareness has increased tremendously due to the technology which has brought in what is being called the information age. A fair assessment of the level of democracy in post-colonial countries reveals that most of these democracies would qualify as electoral democracies, though with many flaws. Many of these democracies remain highly restrictive for their citizens when it comes to their civil liberties, and efforts are made to stifle the dissenting voices. Draconian laws, the legacies of the colonial era, remain in force in most of these democracies in the name of national security and integrity. Also, the parties in power not only try to cultivate a committed bureaucracy but also even undermine the independence of the judiciary. The global money-lending institutions and also self-proclaimed champions of the free democratic world, like the US, have remained happy to certify any regime as democratic if that country fulfills the minimum criteria, like having multi-party system and periodically held reasonably free elections. Many of these states remain democratic only on paper and use democracy as a facade. The reality is that an oligarchy or a strong leader heading a monopolistic party rules over the country. Of late, some shaky democratic regimes, as in Peru, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe, have slid back towards authoritarianism. Earlier, the democratic electoral regime was established in Nigeria in 1979. It was overthrown by a military coup in 1983. Then again in 1999, a democratic-leaning civilian regime was re-established. These experiences of post-colonial countries show that democratic transition can move in either direction, towards or away from democracy. Ahmed et al. 2004, pages 28-30. So even now, despite the presence of many parties on paper, many countries have remained under single-party dominance and an authoritarian ruler. Bangladesh and Pakistan are two pertinent examples of such post-colonial countries. These two countries have transitioned from civilian to military rule more than once. Even now, despite the presence of many parties on paper, many countries have remained under single-party dominance. In Bangladesh, for instance, the Awami League has won 3 consecutive elections in a row with massive majority, thus establishing virtually one-party rule under its leader, Sheikh Hasina waged. The leaders of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the main 166 opposition party, have been either in jail or in exile, and the fairness of the process of democratization in electoral process has been vitiated. There are many other post-colonial countries, post-colonial, where there has always been a lurking danger about the survival of democratic countries. Regime. The recent rise of strident nationalism and anti-globalization forces have resulted in the rise of strong leaders. This poses a grave challenge to the future of post-colonial democracies. The global pandemic crisis in 2020 to 2021 has strengthened the authoritarian forces, as even the democratic governments acquired centralizing overriding powers on the pretext of combating the pandemic. 11.5 Let us sum up. This unit refers to the 3 phases of democratization that have taken place in the world, with focus on the 2 phases of democratic transformations/transitions that took place in the post-colonial countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It argues that democracy is a form of government to which most people in the post-colonial states sincerely aspire. Most of post-colonial political regimes more or less avowedly favor greater democratization and protection of democratic rights and liberties. Elections, competitive political parties, independent judiciary, free mass media, and representative lawmaking bodies have allowed effective people's participation to some extent. However, there has been too much emphasis on the procedural aspect of democracy, whereas the substantive aspects have been neglected, like the prevalent social, spatial, and economic inequalities that have increased with the dominance of the neoliberal market economy. Thus, the democratic upsurge is visible more in terms of the widening and not the deepening of post-colonial democracies. 11.6 References. Amand Gabriel and Sidney Verba, 1963. The Civic Culture, Political Attitudes and Democracy in 5 Nations. Princeton University Press. Amand Gabriel et al., 2004. Comparative Politics Today, A Worldview. New Delhi, Pearson Education. Geisel, Bridget, Marianne Neuer, and Hans Joachim Loff. 2016. Measuring the Quality of Democracy, Introduction, International Political Science Review/Revue Internationale de Science Politique, 37, 571-579, November. Hague, Rod, Martin Harrop, and Sean Breslin. 1998. Comparative Government and Politics, an Introduction. London, Macmillan. Huntington, P. Samuel. 1991. The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century. Norman, University of Oklahoma Press. Linz, Juan, 2000. Totalitarian and Authoritarian Regimes. Boulder, Lynn Rayner. Lipset, Seymour. 1960. Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics. New York, Doubleday. 167. Democratization Mayor, Peter. Democratization Mayor, Peter. 2011. Democracies. In Daniele Carmani, ed. Comparative Politics. Oxford. Oxford University Press. Przeworski, Adam, et al., 2000. Democracy and Development. Political Institution and Well-Being in the World, 1950 to 1990. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Putzel, J. 1997. Why has democratization been a weaker impulse in Indonesia and Malaysia than in Philippines? In D. Potter et al. ed. Democratization. Cambridge Polity Press. Roskin, Michael G. et al. 2002. Political Science. An Introduction. New Jersey. Prentice Hall. Varshney, Ashutosh. 2013. Battles Half Won. India's Improbable Democracy. New Delhi. Penguin Viking. 11.7 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I focuses more on procedures instead of outcomes, and 2. Procedures and institutions include rule of law, independent election commission, independent judiciary, free press, etc. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. I. Lack of vibrant civil society, 2. Weak institutions, and 3. Widespread poverty. 168. Unit 12 Democratization in Post-Authoritarian and Post-Communist Countries * Structure. 12.0 Objectives 12.1 Introduction 12.2 Democratization. Meaning and Concept 12.2.1 Minimalist and Maximalist Democratization 12.3 Trends in Democratization 12.4 Approaches to Democratization 12.4.1 Modernization Approach 12.4.2 Structuralism 12.4.3 Transition Approach 12.4.4 Multivariate Model 12.4.5 International Factors 12.5 Factors Hampering Democratization Process 12.6 Let us sum up 12.7 References 12.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. 12.0 Objectives. The aim of this unit is to familiarize you with the concept of democratization, trends and approaches in democratization, and some of the shortcomings of this concept. After studying this unit, you should be able to know the meaning of democratization, understand causes of democratization, discuss various approaches to democratization. Know the reasons behind democratization in post-authoritarian and post-communist countries. Dr. Raj Kumar Sharma, Assistant Professor, Rashtriya Raksha University, Gujarat. 12.1 Introduction. Democratization. From being called as a perversion by Greek philosopher Aristotle to being described as the final form of human government by Francis Fukuyama, democracy has come a long way. Aristotle believed that self-serving of many democracy would be the result when the majority in a constitutional government substituted its particular interest for the general interest of the community. He even specified processes that promote a majority's pursuit of its narrow interest in a democracy, like the rise of demagogues who garner popular support by appealing to desires and prejudices of ordinary people at the cost of rationality. On the other hand, Fukuyama argued that free market liberal democracy had defeated communism and that democracy would become a universal value aided by globalization. As this has not happened since he made this prediction, Fukuyama has updated his thesis and has argued that democracy can even go backwards in what is called democratic backsliding. In Identity, the Demand for Dignity and the Politics of Resentment, 2018, Fukuyama has said that demand for recognition and identity, like Brexit and rising tide of nationalism, is the master concept that explains contemporary dissatisfaction with liberal democracies around the world. He even sees the recent spurt in the emergence of populist leaders, what Aristotle would call demagogues, as a threat to democracy and its institutions. This signals that history has come full circle since Aristotle gave his views on democracy and its side effects. The world has already entered a stage where the US and China would be slogging it out for supremacy, and the US has been framing it as a battle between democracies and the largest authoritarian system, China, in the world. During the COVID-19 pandemic, some democracies seem to have fared better than authoritarian systems in tackling the coronavirus due to a number of factors: more transparency, rule-abiding citizens, and accountability towards the electorate. Generations to come would not forget the fact that the COVID-19 was an epidemic that began in China's Wuhan province, but it turned into a pandemic due to Chinese authoritarian government's muddled response to its initial outbreak. In coming years, academic research is likely to focus on how democracies and authoritarian governments have dealt with epidemic outbreaks. China's behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic could be a shot in the arm for supporters of democracy, and new ideological alliances to check China's aggression may come up. It is, therefore, important to study the concept of democratization, its approaches, and its current trajectories. 12.2 Democratization. Meaning and Concept. Modern political philosophy has been trying to find out the finest form of government to rule human communities. Rousseau argued that popular sovereignty would not be a reality without participation. James Madison argued for institutional limits on popular sovereignty so that minority rights could be safeguarded against the collective will of the majority. De Tocqueville and Montesquieu suggested about the connection between political culture and 170. Political regime of a country. Democracy is widely accepted as the best form of democratization in post-authoritarian government in the West. Democracy leads to institutionalization of peoples and post-communist power, and thus, democratization is the process through which this happens. In countries, simple words, democratization is the process through which a political regime transforms from non-democratic into a democratic one. Former Secretary General of the United Nations, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, in his speech to UN General Assembly on December 20, 1996, defined democratization as a process which leads to more open, more participatory, and less authoritarian society. A closer look at Ghali's definition highlights that democracy is not only a form of government and state, but it is also a social condition or a way of life. It must be mentioned that democratization is a multidimensional and multifaceted concept. As an idea, it does not belong to any particular discipline of academics and includes areas like political science, sociology, economics, international relations, cultural studies, and political economy. This would also indicate that there may be more than one way to understand democratization. As a process, democratization could be understood in three phases: introduction, transition, and consolidation of democracy in a non-democratic regime. In the first phase, democracy is introduced in a non-democratic regime due to breakdown of the non-democratic government, which could be linked to loss of legitimacy. This loss of legitimacy may be a result of an economic crisis or lack of loyalty of coercive arms of a state police and the army. Second, in the transition phase, the democratic features of the given state deepen as new structures and institutions come up. Existing authoritarian structures and agencies are abolished and negotiations over a new constitution, rules and regulations for establishing competitive politics are taken up during this phase. A transition happens when the opposition desirous of democracy becomes strong enough to challenge the authoritarian regime, which is divided or weak, to either co-opt for democracy or use force against the opposition. There are three general types of democratic transitions. First, there is a transition based on a pact or agreement between the moderate members of an authoritarian regime and moderate faction in the pro-democracy opposition. As there is power sharing between both the factions, the new arrangement contains the elements of both the old and the new government. Chile in 1990 and Spain in 1977 are illustrative of this type of transition. Second, we have the bottom-up transition in societies where the authoritarian regime is weakened by popular movements and loses complete legitimacy. Democratic transitions in countries like Hungary and Poland after the fall of Soviet Union are examples of bottom-up transition. Finally, there's the top-down transition. Here the authoritarian regime initiates democratic reforms since it sees them as a necessary tool for survival of its rule. The ruling elite may favor democracy over other forms of government due to adverse historical experience, example, post-Second World War Germany, Japan, and Italy, pressures from external powers on whom they have come to depend, as in Afghanistan and Iraq, or to gain international recognition and financial assistance. Former Soviet Republic, Tajikistan in Central Asia could be cited as one such example of opportunistic democratization. 171. Third, in the consolidation phase, democratic values become firmly embedded in democratization. The state and their reversal becomes unthinkable. Democracy is fully institutionalized when there is dissemination of democratic values in the system. It, however, should be remembered that there is no guarantee of a democratic transition leading to democratic consolidation. There is no way to measure democratic consolidation. Huntington, in his 1991 book, The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century, had set the benchmark of two turnover test where democracy is consolidated if it sees through two turnovers of power. Consolidation leads to shift in political culture of a society as democracy becomes a common and routine affair. 2.2.1 Minimalist and maximalist democratization. Democratization has two facets: procedural, minimalist, and substantive, maximalist. The procedural dimension merely focuses on procedures or means in place to attain democracy. It argues that measures like regular competitive elections on the basis of universal adult franchise and plural political participation would produce a democratically elected government. In his 1942 book, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, Joseph Schumpeter has said that democracy is institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for the people's vote. Samuel P. Huntington has also echoed similar views, saying the central procedure of democracy is the selection of leaders through competitive elections by the people they govern. However, people are perceived as passive in this view, which only take part in regular elections and are governed by their representatives. In the absence of checks and balances in a political system, the elected leaders could manipulate procedures and power for their own benefit, leading to concealed authoritarianism. The government could work for the elites who hold power instead of the people who hold ultimate authority in a democratic setup. Such instances have existed in Argentina and Brazil between 1980s and 1990s. Terry Carl has pointed that minimalist view could also lead to fallacy of electoralism, a situation where electoral process is given priority over other dimensions of democracy. Fareed Zakaria calls it illiberal democracy, a case where governments are democratically elected but ignore constitutional limits on their power and deprive their citizens of basic rights and freedoms. Substantive democratization, on the other hand, focuses on the social and economic aspects that hamper people's participation in the democratic process. It focuses on outcomes like social equality and, in a sense, calls for common good rather than benefit of limited individuals. Substantive democracy focuses on the creation of conditions for the participation of all sections of the society in the democratic processes. It therefore emphasizes on the rights, especially those of the marginalized sections like women and the poor. This perspective can be seen in the writings of political thinkers like John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Immanuel Kant, and John Stuart Mill. Rousseau argued that a formal democracy is equivalent to slavery and it is only egalitarian democracies which have political legitimacy. 172. Check your progress exercise 1. Democratization in post-authoritarian and post-communist. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. Countries. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Describe the 3 phases in the process of democratization. 12.3 Trends in democratization. Aristotle gave 2 reasons why democracy replaces an authoritarian regime in a city-state. First, the people can revolt against the ruler citing injustice, and second, internal divisions may arise among the governing oligarchies and one of the factions may ally with the masses to bring on the government. Democratization throughout its history has not been a uniform process, having varied across time and space. For instance, in Great Britain there has been a gradual and slow change from absolute monarchy to democracy over centuries. It is also an example of bottom-up approach to democratization where lower classes and the non-governing elites demanded rights and voting power. In contrast, the American and French revolutions produced democracy through force and a sharp break from the past. There are other examples of governing elites favoring democratic change, as was the case in South America. Such top-down process of democratization generally produces unstable democracies. Colonization, especially by Great Britain, also sowed the seeds of democracy in a number of countries like India, Australia, and Canada. External powers have also contributed to democratic institutions. For instance, the US took the help of pro-democracy Japanese intellectuals and politicians to reconstruct government of Japan and write its constitution, sometimes also called MacArthur Constitution, after the Second World War. Thus, while there is no single defined process leading to democratization, there exist certain conditions for creation and success of democracy, and many paths to democracy may exist at the same time. Transition towards democracy and away from it tends to occur in waves throughout the globe. A democratization wave covers a group of countries making transition from non-democratic to democratic regime within a specified time period. These transitions outnumber transitions in other direction, i.e., from democratic to non-democratic regime. A reverse wave is one in which number of democratic countries collapsing is more than countries experiencing transition towards democracy. Samuel P. Huntington, The Third Wave, 1991, has identified the global trend towards democratization since the 1970s as the third wave of democratization. We have discussed the 3 waves of democracy in some detail in Unit 11. Huntington's model has been criticized for its narrow understanding of democracy, electoral democracy, and for giving more importance to international dimension of democratization. Although Huntington has not said 173 anything about a third reverse wave, a number of scholars have noted the decline. Democratization in democratic attributes in regimes like Brazil, Turkey, Hungary, Russia, and Serbia. Anna Lerman and Staffan I. Lindberg 2019 have argued that the world is witnessing a third wave of autocratization. Political leaders are using legal and gradual strategies to undermine democracy to strengthen their grip over power. In such cases, a decline in quality of democracy may be noticed, also called democratic backsliding or de-democratization by elected leaders who incrementally degrade the essential character of a democracy instead of doing it through a revolution. 12.4 Approaches to democratization. The various approaches dealing with democratization are explained as below. 12.4.1 Modernization approach. Seymour Martin Lipset, inspired by the modernization theory that gained prominence in the late 1950s, agreed with German sociologist Max Weber that capitalism helps growth of a modern democracy. Some social requisites of democracy. 1959. Lipset claimed that a wealthy nation has better chances to sustain democracy. He has drawn attention to mechanisms like education level, which increases with prosperity. Social and political tolerance is promoted by access to higher education, and it also reduces myths and misinformation. Socioeconomic development also strengthens civil society and middle class, who generally are promoters of democratic values. Presence of a large middle class is often seen as a stabilizing force, as it is assumed that large economic inequality leads to class conflict. Lipset had quoted Alexis de Tocqueville saying, "Only those who have nothing to lose ever revolt." Middle-class pressures have been an important factor for democratization in different places like the UK, South Korea, the US, the Philippines, and Latin America. However, middle class can also support authoritarianism if it suits their interests, like in countries such as China, Germany in 1930s, and Chile in 1970s. Another argument is that experience with capitalism creates space for democratization, as economic freedom creates pressure on state for political freedom. Capitalism gives rise to a business class who want more say in areas like taxation and property rights and would push for an accountable government. On the other hand, absence of economic freedom would reduce the scope of political freedom, making authoritarianism more likely. In countries like the US and the UK, democratization was the result of industrialization. However, it led to authoritarian regimes in countries like Russia, Japan, and Germany. A hybrid regime model also emerged in countries like China, Singapore, Mexico, Chile, Argentina, and the Philippines, where the business class threw its weight behind authoritarian leaders. A hybrid regime model also emerged in countries like China, Singapore, Mexico, Chile, Argentina, and the Philippines, where the business class threw its weight behind authoritarian leaders who supported private enterprise. During the Cold War, democracy could not survive and collapsed in Latin American countries like Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay, even though these countries had high levels of development. China has raced on to become world's second largest economy by allowing private enterprise and economic freedom, even while retaining strict control and regulation of political freedom. Opening up of economy has not been followed up with political 174. Liberalization in China. In Singapore, the ruling party, People's Action Party, has democratization in post-authoritarian been governing the country since independence in 1965, largely due to impressive and post-communist economic growth experienced by Singapore. However, in the last decade, their countries have been some gains for the opposition, and in the July 2020 general election, the Workers' Party secured 10 seats, the best result for any opposition party in the country. The achievement of high levels of economic growth without political freedoms in prominent Southeast Asian nations has been explained by the Asian values argument. According to this argument, in Asian cultural tradition, community is valued over the individual and stable leadership over political pluralism. However, as Amartya Sen has pointed out, there is a general agreement on policies that help economic growth, competitive market, high literacy and school education level, successful land reforms, state support for investment and industrialization. None of these factors requires presence of an authoritarian government, and they are not incompatible with democracy and human rights. Sun has further argued that the so-called Asian values often invoked to justify authoritarianism are not Asian in any sense, as Asia is culturally diverse. He has highlighted that to achieve universal freedom of choice, capabilities like education are necessary. 12.4.2 Structuralism. The main proponent of structuralism, also called historical sociology or social forces approach, was Barrington Moore, who in 1966 wrote Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy. He was writing at a time when modernization theory and the idea of unilinear path of development were still popular. Moore argued that there are many paths to modernization, and that the path taken by an individual nation was influenced by the nature of relationships between different classes that existed. Since this approach gives importance to structures, it is also called structuralism. Structuralists see democracy as state transformation, and they analyze state through conflict between different classes over a period of time. It also contains features of political economy, as it highlights how economic evolution affects class or social conflict. Moore analyzed 8 big countries in comparative perspective: India, China, Japan, Russia, Germany, the US, France, and the UK through the 19th century into the 20th century. The outcome, whether a country became a democracy or not, depended on relationship between 3 classes: the bourgeoisie, the peasantry, and the landed upper class. Democracy was the result when the peasant question was solved by gradually eliminating peasant agriculture, accompanied by transformation of peasants into urban workers by expanding towns and employment in industrial sector. The rising bourgeoisie defeats the landed class and transforms it in its struggles for state control. Structuralism has a good understanding of grassroots level and is explanatory, but it has its share of shortcomings. Postmodernists, for instance, argue that power is too diffused a concept to be understood in a static way. Structuralism gives importance to historical change in the long term, but it has been unable to explain the onset of sudden democratization in former communist countries in East and 175. Central Europe and the former Soviet republics where there was little evidence of democratization, class struggle, or agitation for democracy. External factors have played an important role in these regions. Under Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet Union changed its regional policy and abandoned the Brezhnev doctrine of limited sovereignty, under which Soviet Union had claimed veto power over policies of states that were allied with it. The economic perestroika and political reforms glasnost introduced by Gorbachev opened space for autonomous policies and acted as a catalyst for democratization in Central and Eastern Europe. Soviet Union lost the desire to maintain socialist system in Central and Eastern Europe, and the regional governments were helpless against domestic demands for democratization. Juan Linz and Alfred Stepan, 1996, have argued that there was domino-like collapse of communism in Central and Eastern Europe and in some countries like Bulgaria, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. The transition towards democratization was simply driven by regional effect. Civil society also played a crucial role in democratization in Central and Eastern Europe. After being suppressed during the communist period, civil society reappeared in the region during the 1980s and played an important role in the democratization process. Here, it is important to mention that not all civil societies promote democratic values. Organizations like Ku Klux Klan have shown that citizen groups do not always organize people around harmless pursuits. Civil society can also as easily destabilize a democratic government as an authoritarian one. Hitler had come to power in Germany in 1920s through support and mobilization of civil society of that time. Role of social media has also come under scanner for promoting democratization. The role of information technology and social media in igniting and sustaining anti-government movements was very much evident during the Arab Spring in early 2010s, when a series of anti-government protests, uprisings, and armed rebellions spread across much of the Arab world. It is too early to say anything definite about the contribution of social media networks towards consolidation of democracy, as longitudinal research is needed. 12.4.3 Transition Approach. Transition approach, also called transitology or agency approach, means study of process of change from a non-democratic to democratic regime. The transition approach argues that democracy is a creation of committed and conscious actors, provided that they have some degree of luck and are willing to compromise. The advocates of transition approach say that both modernization and structuralists give more than due importance to economic, historic, and developmental factors in determining political outcomes. According to agency perspective, democracy can be created irrespective of structural context. It believes that if elites can learn right way to proceed, there can be successful outcome of democracy. D. A. Rusto's 1970 article, Transitions to Democracy Toward a Dynamic Model, could be treated as the starting point of this approach. In opposition to structuralist conditions for democracy, Rusto narrowly focused on the process of transition itself. He has argued that a unified nation-state is the only condition for democracy, where the citizens should not have any mental reservations about their belonging to their political community. He further argues that democracy creation is a dynamic process which has three stages: a preparatory phase, a 176. Decision phase, negotiation between small number of important leaders is decisive, and a habituation phase where the leaders and the citizens come to democratization in post-authoritarian terms with the new system and adapt to its working. Towards the end of 1970s and post-communist, Juan Linz and Alfred Stepan, 1978, published their 4-volume work, The Countries: Breakdown of Democratic Regimes. Contrary to prevailing consensus at that time, they did not agree that democratic collapse in Europe between the two world wars and in Latin America after the Second World War was unavoidable. Linz and Stepan argued that more than the structural circumstances, it was the choices that the main players or leaders made which determined the result of tussle between democracy and autocracy. O'Donnell, Schmitter, and Whitehead edited a seminal work, Transitions from Authoritarian Rule, 1986, in which they examined interactions, pacts, and bargains struck between democratic opposition and authoritarian leaders. Successful transition would depend on agreements between elites from both sides. It concluded that efficient leadership, supported by luck, was important for establishment of democracy. This approach has been criticized for being overly elitist. There is an attempt by transition approach advocates to apply theories born out of experiences and instances from South Europe and Latin America to regions which are diverse in terms of culture, politics, and economy, like Central Europe, Africa, and countries that were part of the former Soviet Union. 12.4.4 Multivariate Model. As the name itself suggests, this approach argues that there are many factors contributing towards democratization in a country. In his later works, Lipset has himself argued in favor of this approach. In his 1994 paper, The Social Requisites of Democracy Revisited, Lipset refers to economic prosperity, de Tocqueville's concept of social equality, centrality of political culture, Weber's idea of legitimacy and significance of strong civil society as the multiple factors helping democratization. Robert Dahl in his 1998 book on democracy has given 3 essential factors for democracy. They are civilian control of police and military forces, political culture and democratic beliefs, and no strong foreign control hostile to democracy. Larry Diamond and others have done an extensive study of politics in developing countries, and according to them, the factors which lead to democratization include performance and legitimacy, political culture and leadership, socioeconomic development and social structure, civil society, state and society, regional and ethnic conflict, political institutions, the military and international factors. He has also highlighted role of political culture as being the key to democratic consolidation, since democracy requires a number of values from its citizens like civility, tolerance, efficacy, and participation. Diamond was not enthusiastic about the 4th wave of democratization, as he argued that all the countries which had suitable conditions for democracy had already undergone democratization. The problem with this model is that, on the basis of undefined factors, it is not possible to test a hypothesis. It is very difficult to pinpoint a common factor that plays an important role in democratization process in countries with so much diversity in their political, social, cultural, and economic conditions. 177. 2.4.5 International factors. Democratization. It is difficult to argue that domestic factors leading to democratization exist in isolation from the international factors. There are linkages between domestic and international factors which ultimately lead to democratization. George Sorensen in his 1993 book, Democracy and Democratization, Processes and Prospects in a Changing World, has argued that external factors can help or hinder democracy and the process of democratization in specific countries. He identified 3 domestic conditions that determine success of democracy promotion from outside. Vibrant civil society that can hold rulers accountable, political leaders committed to democratization, merit-based and autonomous bureaucracy. Christian Welzel, 2009, has asserted that domestic elites would truly respect all aspects of liberal democracy only when there is pressure from below, from society. Hence, external factors interact with domestic factors and lead to democratization. Lawrence Whitehead has given 3 types of international factors. Contagion. Regimes are changed in a contagion in neighboring clusters through transfer of information about the developments in the neighboring nations with which the people and often the elites relate to. Contagion was seen during the 3rd wave of democratization, first in South Europe, followed by Latin America, former communist countries in Central and East Europe, and finally in Sub-Saharan Africa. Control. Here, the external powers can engineer a regime change by relying on power politics. It was evident in case of Germany and Japan after the Second World War, and recently in Iraq and Afghanistan, where democracy is facing many problems. Consent. When consent operates, there is understanding between domestic and external actors, which contributes to democratization. The American influence in Latin America offers a good example in role of external factors in democratization process. During the Cold War, the U.S. intervened directly or indirectly in Latin American countries if its economic or political interests were threatened by the Cold War politics. Washington even supported authoritarian regimes to protect its own interests, as in cases of Guatemala, 1954, El Salvador, 1960, Chile, 1973, and Uruguay, 1973. After the Cold War, the U.S. practice shifted towards promotion of liberal democracy. Western donors attach strings to their aid and promote democracy and human rights through their developmental model in countries ranging from Asia, Africa to Latin America. The U.S., during the Cold War, used its democratic values as soft power to undermine the influence of Soviet Union. It has successfully used soft power in democracy promotion in post-communist states in Eastern Europe. Democratization has been a sore point in the US-Russia geopolitical rivalry starting with the 21st century. There have been various civil society-inspired movements in some former Soviet republics to overthrow authoritarian and 178 corrupt leaders. Also called color revolutions, these movements aspired for democratization in post-authoritarian democracy in countries like Ukraine, Orange Revolution 2004, Georgia, Rose, and post-communist revolution 2003, and Kyrgyzstan, Tulip Revolution 2005. Russia has accused countries, the Americans, of using the civil society as a tool to topple pro-Russian leaders and increase their influence in former Soviet republics. Democratization in post-Soviet countries is seen with suspicion by Russia due to American and European Union's influence. For example, in Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan. Democratic institutions exist, but opposition is largely marginalized and single leaders dominate their political scene. It is for this reason that some describe the regimes in Central Asian countries as facade democracies. The ruling elites in the region know that their survival would be at stake if they loosen their grip over power. They very well remember failure of Gorbachev's political and economic reforms, which were an important factor in disintegration of Soviet Union. The ruling elites are supported by Russia and China, who are against any West-inspired attempts to install democracy in the region. Check your progress exercise 2. Note: I. Use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Which factors led to democratization in former communist countries in East and Central Europe and the former Soviet republics? 12.5 factors hampering democratization process. There are a number of factors that impede the process of democratization. First, there may be problems of nationality, substate nationalism, that would challenge democracy. Violence is against democratic value of negotiation and peace. Second is diminished sovereignty. For example, in many countries of Africa, the state is new and fragile. Many states are recognized as independent states but cannot perform their basic duties like raising revenue and administering public goods. Their fragility makes them vulnerable to challenges from within. Liberia, Rwanda, Somalia, and Sierra Leone are well-known fragile states. Third, authoritarian legacy also acts as a hindrance towards democratization. The past continues to play an important part in culture and ideology of a state. Latin America offers a good example in this regard. Despite democratization, there is undemocratic executive and low level of popular participation in Latin American. 179. Democracies. The region also has the tradition of a strongman, which means the democratization, promotion of personality cult, and the rise of populist presidents. Now, it seems very tough to change the culture of governance and political tradition that gives importance to populism, clientelism, and macho depiction of leaders. Former authoritarian and military-ruled states like Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Paraguay are facing issues in consolidation of democracy due to issues like income inequality, corruption, weak rule of law, and high levels of violence and crime. Earlier, the authoritarian and military rule in Latin American countries lost its legitimacy due to economic failure, disaffection of military's business allies and factions, and loss of professionalism in the military. And finally, democratization also gets affected by the political impact of economic reforms and globalization. Economic reforms can weaken the legitimacy of ruling elites, especially in those cases where these reforms are monitored by international agencies. They can also lead to loss of faith in state and resurgence in private solutions to economic and social problems. Economic reforms may end up weakening democratization as governments may try to bypass opposition by avoiding discussion in parliaments and use methods like presidential. Economic reforms may end up weakening democratization as governments may try to bypass opposition by avoiding discussion in parliaments and use methods like presidential decree to govern. 12.6 Let us sum up. Democratization is the process through which a political regime transforms from non-democratic into a democratic one within a sovereign state. Democratization is a multidimensional concept that covers areas like political science, sociology, economics, international relations, political economy, and cultural studies. This indicates that there may be more than just one way to understand the process of democratization. It is also reflected in various approaches to study democratization, modernization, structuralism, transition, multivariate model, and the international factors. Democratization has never been a uniform process throughout history and has varied across time and space. In the former Soviet states, a number of factors led to democratization, like Soviet Union's disinterest in maintaining control over its republics, Gorbachev's reforms which hastened the process of democratization, and also presence of civil society which helped democratization. In Latin American countries like Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Ecuador, military-ruled authoritarian regimes lost their legitimacy due to economic failures opening avenues for democratization. However, democratic consolidation in many Latin American countries has suffered due to income inequality, corruption, and weak rule of law. 12.7 References. Bernal P. 2013. Democratization Through the Looking Glass. Manchester, Manchester University Press. Dahl R. A. 1998. On Democracy. New Haven, Connecticut. Yale University Press. Diamond, L. 2009. The Spirit of Democracy, The Struggle to Build Free Societies Throughout the World. New York, St. Martin's Griffin. 180. Dix, Robert H. 1994. Military coups and military rule in Latin America. Democratization in post-authoritarian. Armed Forces and Society. Volume 20. Issue 3. And Post-Communist Countries. Fukuyama, F. 1992. The End of History and the Last Man. New York, Penguin. Grugel, J. 2002. Democratization, A Critical Introduction. New York, Palgrave Macmillan. Huntington, S.P. 1968. Political Order in Changing Societies. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University Press. Huntington, S.P. 1991. The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century. Norman, University, Oklahoma. Linz, J.J. and Stepan, A. 1996. Problems of Democratic Transition and Consolidation. Baltimore, Maryland, Johns Hopkins University Press. 1978. The Breakdown of Democratic Regimes. Baltimore, Maryland, Johns Hopkins University Press. Lipset, S. M. 1959. Some Social Requisites of Democracy, Economic Development and Political Legitimacy. American Political Science Review 53, 169-105. Lipset, S. M. 1960. Political Man, The Social Basis of Politics. New York, Doubleday. Moore, B. Jr., 1966. Social Origins of Dictatorship and Democracy, Lord and Peasant in the Making of the Modern World. Boston Beacon. Mahler, Jorgen and Skaaning, S. E. 2013. Democracy and Democratization in Comparative Perspective. Concepts, Conjectures, Causes and Consequences. Oxon Routledge. Welzel, C. 2009. Theories of Democratization in Christian W. H. E. T. Al eds. Democratization. Oxford. Oxford University Press. 12.8 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. 3 phases. In the first phase, democracy is introduced in a non-democratic regime due to its breakdown, which could be linked to loss of legitimacy. Second, in the transition phase, the democratic qualities of the given state deepen as new structures and institutions come up. In third phase, there is democratic consolidation as democratic values become firmly embedded in the state and their reversal becomes unthinkable. 181. 182. Democratization. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. Your answer should highlight following points. External factors have played an important role in these regions. USSR abandoned the Brezhnev doctrine of limited sovereignty. Gorbachev's reforms opened space for autonomous policies and acted as a catalyst for democratization in Central and Eastern Europe. Civil society also played a crucial role in democratization in Central and Eastern Europe. 183. Democratization in post-authoritarian and post-communist countries. Bloch v. Federalism and Decentralization. Democratization, federalism and decentralization. In the last few decades, two apparently contradictory trends, integration and localization, have become at work in global politics. There has been a growing integration of national economies, with states reaching out to international partners at bilateral and multilateral levels. At the same time, there has been a growing assertion of ethnic, caste, class, gender, tribal and ecological groups within the states. Such assertions are actually manifestations of the growing desire of the people for a greater voice in the government. It is in this context that federalism and decentralization have gained significance since the beginning of the 21st century. Many countries with multicultural and diverse geographical areas like Australia, Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Germany, Russia, Switzerland, the USA, India, Brazil, Mexico, Canada, the United Arab Emirates, etc., adopted the federal system. Many countries are incorporating some elements of federal structure or decentralized local governments with devolution of powers in response to increasing demands for regional autonomy and independence. Decentralization is the devolution of powers, functions, and responsibilities from national and state/provincial governments to the local governments. It is widely accepted that many problems and issues are best settled and dealt with at the local level. This block consists of units on decentralization and federalism. Both the units are detailed with a particular focus on both theories and the historical experiences of the developing countries and the advanced industrialized countries in a comparative perspective. The first unit deals with the concept of decentralization, taking the experiences of Brazil, India, and Britain for comparative analysis. The second unit on federalism deals with the conceptual framework and historical circumstances that have shaped the federations. It takes the Canadian, Australian, and Indian federations for comparative analysis. 184. Unit 13 Decentralization. Brazil, India, and Britain *. Structure. 13.0 Objectives 13.1 Introduction 13.2 Decentralization 3.2.1 Types of Decentralization 13.3 Brazil 13.4 India 13.5 Britain 13.6 Comparative Perspective on Decentralization in Brazil, India, Britain 13.7 Let us sum up 13.8 References 13.9 Answers to check your progress exercises. 13.0 Objectives. This unit introduces you to the decentralization processes by taking up 3 cases: 2 federal, India and Brazil, and a unitary state, Britain. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the nature and characteristics of decentralization, explain and differentiate between various types of decentralization, discuss the decentralization in Brazil, India, and Britain, analyze the decentralization in Britain, India, and Brazil. Identify and compare the major issues and challenges related to decentralization. 13.1 Introduction. The term decentralization is made up of 2 words: removal or negative, and centralization, the process of centralizing or concentrating power, authority, and resources. In political science, decentralization refers to the distribution of power, authority, resources to all levels, starting from central to provincial. To Dr. Priyangvada Mishra, Assistant Professor, Symbiosis Law School, Noida. District and lower levels. Distribution of power becomes necessary because many. Federalism and decentralization. Countries are simply too large and complex to be governed from a single central location. Most large countries have therefore adopted a federal system that provides for a formal division of powers between the national government and the states/provinces. In unitary systems, too, decentralization has become necessary because of the enormous increase in the variety, number, and complexity of functions of the modern state. Therefore, almost all governments, whether democratic or non-democratic, have at least 2 levels, the central and the local. As a general rule, subjects of national importance such as foreign policy, defense, economic development, distribution of national resources are handled by the central government, while the affairs of municipalities and rural areas are left to the administration of local government. In federal systems, in which the Constitution divides the powers between the central and the state/provincial/regional governments, the local government may be said to constitute the 3rd level of government. In other words, in a federal setup, the state/provincial/regional governments form the intermediate tier between the central and the local governments. A large number of countries have been experimenting with decentralization initiatives to devolve powers and responsibilities to elected bodies at the lower tiers of the political and administrative system. In several countries, decentralization as a means of achieving socio-economic goals has got the constitutional mandate. In this unit, we examine the decentralization process by studying 2 federal states, India and Brazil, and a unitary state, Britain. The case of Brazil is referred to as fiscal decentralization, which refers to a structure where resources are allocated to subsidiary units by giving authority to collect local taxes and spend them without much scrutiny by the central government. India is a special case. It has both unitary and federal structures where power and authority to get the work done are decentralized, but the financial allocation is largely centralized. On the other hand, Britain is an example of devolution, which refers to the system when quasi-autonomous local governments exercise absolute control over transferred subjects. 13.2 Decentralization. Decentralization means the transfer or delegation of powers and functions from the higher-level government to lower-level governments. Generally, decentralization is understood to involve transferring power and responsibility from national or central government to subsidiary levels that may be regional, municipal, or local. Decentralization, in other words, means a multi-level structure of government that functions based on how powers are delegated. Decentralization is widely seen as an essential element of participatory democracy, as it allows citizens to have an opportunity to communicate their preferences and views to elected officials who are subsequently rendered accountable for their performance to citizens. The political and philosophic arguments for decentralized government emerged along with the evolution of modern democracies in America and Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. 186. The idea of decentralization is derived from the principle of subsidiary, the decentralization Brazil, India, and principle that decisions should be taken at the lowest possible level. In the West, Britain. The political philosophy of Protestants in the early 17th century and Catholics of the 19th century defended the priority of smaller communities against large societies and a centralized state. In the mid-19th century, the British thinker John Stuart Mill, 1860–73, who is associated with the development of liberal values, also argued that local self-government was important because political decisions, as far as possible, should not be imposed from above but developed and accepted from below. He believed that the local government as compared to the central government gives more people a first-hand experience of public affairs. He believed that this experience is valuable for educating the people into their civic duties. Pluralist ideas that evolved with the setting up of democratic institutions in America and Europe also encourage political opinion and participation diversity. Modern pluralists believe that democracies should not have a single, monolithic center of power. Instead, democracies should have many centers of power so that many people and groups can influence different issues differently and in different political arenas. It is primarily because of the influence of these ideas that all democracies divide power vertically between the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, and horizontally between the different layers of territorial government, the center, and the local government, in order to create a variety of political arenas. In contemporary times, the principle of subsidiarity has turned into a legal principle stipulating a prerogative for decentralization. In case of dispute, i.e. in case of conflict among the decision-making of center and state, the subsidiary units are bound to follow the decision of hierarchically superior. In India, the British colonial rulers needed a rule of law and official machinery to enforce contractual obligations to meet the expanding commerce. They carried out political and administrative reforms from time to time, including the establishment of local self-governing institutions on lines of British theory and practice. After the Second World War, growth-centered model of development was the choice of newly independent countries as well as the war-ravaged countries of Europe. With growth failing to trickle down, this top-down model of development came into question. Several field-based studies on development projects conducted in the 1970s found that the problems associated with this model of development, such as unequal distribution of development benefits, increased dependency of people on external resources, and depletion of natural resources, originated mainly due to the exclusion of people from the development process. These findings, along with other political developments at that time, such as the women's movement, environmental movements, and greater involvement of NGOs, called for alternative approaches to the development approach. In the 1980s, these ideas got crystallized into a participatory development approach. The participatory approach to the development sought to involve citizens in the decision-making process by giving greater autonomy to local authorities and 187 vulnerable sections of the society. In the subsequent years, the participatory federalism and decentralization approach gained prominence due to two contrasting phenomena, globalization and localization, both traceable to the growing economic interlinkages between nations. The first represented progressive integration of the world's economies, requiring national governments to reach out to international partners bilaterally and multilaterally. The second, localization, reflected the growing desire of people for a greater voice in their government. It compelled central governments to reach down to regions, cities, and localities, generating in the process political pluralism and self-governance around the world. In other words, by the end of the 20th century, there was a general trend towards decentralization across the globe. The trend towards decentralization is no doubt because of the benefits that decentralization offered when the government functions and obligations had increased enormously. G. Shabir Chima and Dennis A. Rondinelli, in their book Decentralization and Development, 2007, have enumerated the following advantages of decentralization. Tailor-made plans as per the needs of heterogeneous regions and groups are possible. It can curtail red tapeism and bureaucratic delay. Closer contact between government officials and the local population is possible. It can allow better penetration of national policies to areas remote from the national capital. It ensures greater representation of political, religious, ethnic, and tribal groups in development decision-making that could lead to greater equity in the allocation of resources. It will develop the capacity of local institutions and their managerial and technical skills. It will institutionalize the participation of the citizens and exchange of information. It will offset the influence of the elite people. It will lead to a more flexible, innovative, and creative administration. Local people can execute, monitor, and evaluate better than the central agencies. Increased political stability will be ensured by increasing the participation of the local people in decision-making. It will also reduce the cost of planning and increase the number of public goods. In sum, decentralization leads to the empowerment of the local people through deconcentration and devolution. Decentralized governance seeks to tap local initiatives and practices by involving grassroots organizations such as self. 188. Help groups. Representative democracy and participatory democracy both. Decentralization. Brazil, India, and become possible through decentralized governance. Britain. Another important feature of decentralized governance is interactive policy making, which leads to decentralized decision-making. The interactive policy is a process where government and non-governmental sectors such as the private sector, non-governmental organizations, communities, grassroots organizations, and pressure groups participate in decision-making to influence issues and suggest alternatives. Therefore, decentralized governance is an alternative development strategy, a people-centered, participatory, and bottom-up development mechanism. 13.2.1 Types of decentralization. The term decentralization has a wide variety of meanings that must be carefully examined in a particular space and context. Administrative decentralization seeks to redistribute authority to lower levels of government. It is the transfer of responsibility for planning, financing, and managing certain public functions from the central government to subordinate units or lower levels of government, semi-autonomous public authorities or corporations, or area-wide, regional, or functional authorities. Rondinelli, 1999, page 2. Administrative decentralization has three major forms: deconcentration, delegation, and devolution, each with different characteristics. In a political system, administrative power transfer is called administrative decentralization or deconcentration. It is a process by which the agents of central government control are relocated and geographically dispersed. In deconcentration, the central government, for the sake of convenience, devolves some functions to the administration on the spot. As the officials at the local level are appointed and responsible for administration, the center retains authority and discretion. Delegation is a more extensive form of decentralization. It transfers political responsibility to local governments or to semi-autonomous organizations that are not controlled by the central government but are accountable to it. Schneider, 2003, 38. Through delegation, central governments transfer responsibility for decision-making and administration of public functions to semi-autonomous organizations accountable to it. Governments delegate responsibilities when they create public enterprises or corporations, housing authorities, transportation authorities, special service districts, semi-autonomous school districts, regional development corporations, or special project implementation units. These organizations usually have wide discretion in decision-making. Devolution is the transfer of authority for decision-making, finance, and management to quasi-autonomous units of local government. Devolution usually transfers responsibilities and decision-making powers for services to local government bodies that elect their representatives, raise their revenues, and have the autonomy to spend revenues. In this system, local governments have clear and legally recognized geographical boundaries over which they exercise authority and within which they perform public functions. Compared with the 189 other two types of administrative decentralization, devolution provides the most. Federalism and decentralization. Significant degree of autonomy for the local unit. Check your progress. 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is deconcentration? 13.3 Brazil. Brazil is one of the largest federal states in the world and one of the oldest, dating from 1889. The country started with a unitary central authority as a colony. It retained the unitary structure after becoming independent from Portugal in 1824 and emerged as a constitutional monarchy. With the adoption of the Republican Constitution in 1889, Brazil became a federation. Since then, Brazil has oscillated between centralizing military dictators and authoritarian regimes and decentralizing liberal governments. When democracy was restored in 1985 after 2 decades of military dictatorship, Brazil became a federal republic under the Constitution of 1988. Brazilian federalism is unique since it has recognized and included municipalities as integral entities of the federal structure. The municipalities are invested with some of the traditional powers usually granted to states in the federation. Brazil's municipalities enjoy independent and co-equal status along with the provinces, unlike in other federal countries where the federal units, that is, the provinces/states, control the local bodies. Brazil is a federation of 26 states and 5,564 municipalities plus the Federal District of Brasilia. The states have their constitution while the municipalities have organic laws mentioned in a nation's constitution. Brazil is an example of a more robust federation compared to other federal countries of the world in decentralization. Few federal countries have given such a large share of the total tax revenue to the states and municipalities. The state governors have a lot of influence and power. After having suffered from the centralized military dictatorship in the past, the framers of the Constitution 1988 seem to have opted for decentralization, creating more powerful local leaders to balance any strong and ruthless president. Governors and mayors of wealthy states and cities compete with the federal president for power and resources. The Brazilian structure is often described as cooperative federalism since the distribution of powers and responsibilities is based on cooperation between the 3 federal entities, central, state, and municipal authorities. 190. The bicameral national legislature, the federal Senate, the upper house, and the decentralization. Brazil, India, and Chamber of Deputies, the lower house, reflects the federal spirit of the Britain Constitution. Each state, big or small, is represented equally in the federal Senate by 3 senators elected by popular ballot for 8 years directly from the states. The number of seats in the Chamber of Deputies is distributed according to the population in each state. The Constitution of 1988 focused more on decentralization and not just the deconcentration of finance and revenue. States and municipalities were granted autonomy for controlling debt and managing finances. The federal government has very limited jurisdiction over managing the expenditure at the state and municipal levels. While these arrangements have caused problems in fiscal adjustments at all levels, it has enabled municipal governments to experiment with a variety of ways to mobilize revenue and deliver services in the social service sector. A good example here is the participatory budgeting that was implemented in Porto Alegre in the 1980s. In this city, the Brazilian Workers' Party encouraged the people in the neighborhoods to analyze the previous year's budget and decide the allocations for the next year. The success of this model in improving local amenities, such as access to sewers, road building, etc., and improving the conditions of the poor gave a boost to participatory democracy. Over 100 municipalities in Brazil and several cities in Africa, Europe, Latin America, and Asia have experimented with some forms of participatory budgeting. Thus, even though policymaking is concentrated at the federal level in Brazil, which ignores differential preferences and needs of various regions, the local level governments enjoy much autonomy in designing the policy or the program and then implementing it. The prosperous states do not support the central level spending more on poorer states because that is a share that everyone commonly owns. The development programs are designed regionally and not as per national standards to benefit the least advantaged. Fiscal responsibility law was passed in May 2000, which restricted expenditure levels of all governments and prohibited refinancing of the debt of the provinces and municipalities. Check your progress too. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What is participatory budgeting? 13.4 India. India had a history of colonial subjugation and the long national movement for independence. Independent India's Constituent Assembly was keen on adopting a 191 federal system with decentralized authority to lower levels. However, because of federalism and decentralization, internal turmoil, demands for the reorganization of provinces, and the external threats that came in the wake of independence, it drafted a constitution that provided for a federal system with a strong central/union government. The constitution, however, directed the state to take necessary measures to organize village panchayats and endow them with such powers and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as units of self-government. Article 40. In the early years after independence, Indian planners had emphasized community and rural development programs. In 1957, the Balwantrai Mehta Committee, which went into the working of the community development programs, recommended the establishment of the scheme of democratic decentralization, which finally came to be known as Panchayati Raj. The committee recommended the setting of three-tier local democratic institutions at districts, block, and village levels, namely Zila Parishad, Panchayat Samiti, and Village Panchayat, respectively. There was to be a Panchayat Samiti at the block level, which was to be indirectly elected by the village panchayats. At the district level, there was a coordinating body called the Zila Parishad consisting of the presidents of the Panchayat Samitis, members of state legislatures and parliament, and all district-level officers of the development departments, with the collector as the chairman. While the introduction of Panchayati Raj institutions (PRI) in the late 1950s was hailed as one of the most important political innovations in independent India, it was in the late 1980s that the first constitutional efforts to transfer power to the grassroots people took shape. The 64 and 65 amendments to the Constitution, which later became the 73 and 74 amendments, formally recognized the three-tier local governance system. The 73 Amendment Act of 1992 strengthened people's participation at the local level by giving constitutional status to rural local governments. The Act added the 11th Schedule to the Constitution of India. It deals with the provisions that specify the powers, authority, and responsibilities of the panchayats. Panchayats have a wide range of comprehensive 29 subjects like agriculture, rural housing, drinking water, health and sanitation, small-scale industries, poverty alleviation programs, maintenance of community assets, etc. All states governments enacted new acts or incorporated changes in their existing acts in conformity with the 73 Amendment Act. As a result, they now have a uniform three-tier structure of local governments. At the village level, the Gram Panchayat covers a village or group of small villages. At the intermediate level of Taluka or Mandal or block panchayats, Panchayat Samiti, and the district level, Zila Panchayat, Zila Parishad, covers the entire rural area of the district. The Constitution's 74 Amendment Act 1992 defined the powers and functions of the municipalities. The urban local governments, municipalities, were to work within limits prescribed by the State Municipal Act, which creates and governs them. The powers and responsibilities of over 18 subject matters such as urban planning, water supply, public health and sanitation, roads and bridges, etc., are given to the urban local bodies in India. 192. With a wide variety of functions assigned to local government institutions, India. Decentralization. Brazil, India, and has moved towards strengthening participatory democracy at the grassroots level. Britain. However, democratic decentralization remains an ongoing project. The devolution of powers and functional strengthening of different tiers of the Panchayat Raj system has progressed at a slow pace in most of the states. The financial devolution from the center to the states and then to the PRIs remains a major challenge in realizing effective decentralization. Nevertheless, efforts to strengthen democratic politics in a hierarchical society have been a major challenge. Even as they empower a vast majority of the marginalized and the weak, they are strengthening ethnic identities, often resulting in ethnic conflicts. 13.5 Britain. The United Kingdom of Great Britain consists of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. The United Kingdom, UK, is a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentary system. The Crown is the head of the state, and the Prime Minister is the head of the government. The UK does not have a written constitution. That is, there is no single formal document. Laws followed are statute laws, case laws made by judges, and various international treaties. The unwritten sources include parliamentary conventions and prerogatives exercised by the royals. The powers which were under the domain of monarch initially have now been devolved to the ministers. In exceptional circumstances, monarch has the power to appoint the prime minister or dissolve the parliament. The UK exists as a unitary structure, although powers are devolved to Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. In a unitary state like the UK, political authority is centralized in all aspects. Decisions taken by the central government have binding authority on all agencies through Acts of Parliament and regulations prepared in the Whitehall. Within England, the local government comes under the central government. Local governments are generally divided into two tiers of county and district councils, each having its jurisdiction. The grants from the central level are the highest source of revenue for the local government. There is no concept of income tax at the local level, and this power resides with the central authority. Major constitutional changes were initiated in the late 1990s, leading to the devolution of power. Following the referendums in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in 1998 and Scotland and Wales in 1997, the UK Parliament transferred a range of powers to national parliaments or assemblies. The Scottish Government is accountable to Parliament and can enact legislation on education, health, and roads. The Welsh Assembly enjoys administrative discretion but does not have any legislative or taxing powers. The exception is that of Northern Ireland, where police and security are under the British Minister. The UK government remains responsible for the national policy on all matters that have not been devolved, including foreign affairs, defense, social security, macroeconomic management, and trade. It is also responsible for government policy in England on all the matters devolved to Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland. Within the UK government, the Secretaries of State for Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are responsible for the Scotland Office, the Wales Office, and the Northern Ireland Office. 193. A state's economic role is to provide public goods that private players cannot. Federalism and decentralization. Provide. Each local area or local government provides welfare services to their citizens as per the local needs. Residents of each province might not want the same services. Therefore, it is perfectly fine to have different locally known services. The multiple government levels in Britain are very confusing for voters: the European Union, UK Parliament, County Council, District Council, Parish, or Town Council. In many parts, some of the other levels are missing. Furthermore, in many places, it does not include the whole population too. 13.6 Comparative perspective on decentralization. Brazil's decentralization, despite a complicated system of transfers, it has not addressed regional inequalities, and the expected improvement of service delivery has not made up for the net decrease in spending in the area, and the ambiguities in the system help account for the way that local, particularly state-level, elites have used the decentralized resources in patronage schemes. India has made progress in decentralization through three different channels: political, administrative, and fiscal, but a lot more needs to be done. Economic and social progress continues to be uneven across population groups, gender groups, and geographic areas. Much more needs to be done to address long-term concerns of uneven development. The story of devolution is different in each part of the UK. Scotland benefited from more than a decade of deliberation about which powers should be devolved and how the new institutions should work. By 1997, a detailed blueprint was backed by almost 3/4 of Scottish voters in a referendum. Support for devolution was far weaker in Wales, with only 50.3% of voters supporting the change in 1997. In Northern Ireland, devolution resulted from the peace process that had concluded with the signing of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in April 1998. The deal was overwhelmingly endorsed in referendums in both parts of Ireland, and elections to the new Northern Ireland Assembly were held in June 1998. England was left largely untouched by devolution, except for London, where the government created a mayor and assembly. Whitehall and Westminster were also barely affected initially, and the UK and the devolved government created few formal mechanisms for joint working between them. Brexit, that is, the withdrawal of Britain from the European Union, has had a huge and disruptive impact on devolution, creating tensions between the different parts of the UK about the future relationships between the UK and EU, and between central and devolved governments. The two federal systems we have studied, Brazil and India, share a common feature concerning local participation. In both these countries, local governance has been a major contributing factor in nation building and strengthened the democratic participation of the stakeholders at the local level. Brazil and India have had overlapping and diversions in their political paths in the 20th century. Both the countries erected a centralized developmental state in the late 30s, Brazil. Both the countries erected a centralized developmental state in the late 30s, Brazil, and late 40s, India. Both the countries had an economic structure dominated by state-run enterprises. However, the result was in stark 194. Contrast where Brazil passed through 36 years of authoritarianism and India. Decentralization Brazil, India and remained a democracy with a very short emergency episode. Britain. Democratization in Brazil and in India changed the relationship between the national and local governments in both countries. Devolution has brought about a democratic shift by bringing decision-making closer to people across the UK. The people of Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland and those represented by metropolitan mayors can have an increasingly greater say in the policies that affect them. Devolution has also resulted in more effective and tailored policy-making. Policies can be produced and delivered that better account for the needs and priorities of the individual parts of the UK. The Welsh Government can deliver agriculture policy that reflects the unique importance of livestock farming to the Welsh economy, and the Scottish Government can run an education system that responds to the socio-economic landscape of Scotland. Devolution has encouraged innovation in policy-making. The devolution of powers to the four legislatures in the UK also enabled them to learn from each other's policies and practices. An example of this is the Scottish Government's decision to ban smoking in enclosed public spaces in 2006, and a success replicated in Wales, Northern Ireland, and England. In all the three cases we have examined, there has been a strong commitment to decentralization and devolution of powers that is reflected in the constitutional changes in Brazil and India and the devolution of power in the UK in the 1990s. However, local governments in all the three countries we have examined have undergone and are going through significant restructuring. This is largely because both the national and local governments have had to adapt to powerful social, economic, and technological changes. These include huge population movements, growth of huge metropolitan areas, increased interdependence of rural and urban areas, as well as national and global economies. Technological changes, especially in transportation, communications, and computer technologies, are also impinging on centralization and decentralization processes. They are making decentralization and devolution of local government easier, just as they have helped centralize other public services such as health and educational records, to name a few. Centralization responds to the need for national unity, whereas decentralization is in response to demands for diversity. Both forms of administration coexist in different political systems. There seems to be a consensus since the 1980s that too much centralization or absolute local autonomy is both harmful and that it is necessary to put in place a better system of collaboration between the national, regional, and local centers of decision-making. The renewed interest in this type of structure of the state that decentralization comes from recognizing that less centralized decision-making would make national public institutions more effective and make local governments and civil society more competent in managing their affairs. Recent research, World Bank, decentralization, fiscal systems, and rural development by different international organizations confirm this point of view. 195. Check your progress. 3. Federalism and decentralization. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. Check your answer with the answer given at the end of the unit. 1. What benefits have devolution of powers brought in the UK? 13.7. Let us sum up. The idea of decentralization evolved with the development of democratic institutions in America and Europe. Decentralization processes have led to the emergence of multi-level governments, national, state, and local governments in large countries with adopted federal systems. In others, the variety, number, and complexity of functions of the modern state have compelled the central governments to devolve significant powers to the local governments. As we saw in all three cases, we have examined Brazil, India, and United Kingdom. Decentralization as a means of achieving socio-economic goals has got the constitutional mandate. The case of Brazil is unique in terms of the high level of decentralization built into the federal constitution of 1988. Here, decentralization subsidiary or municipal units have been given authority to collect local taxes and spend them without much scrutiny by the central government. As a result, subnational governments, especially the states, are now at the center of the political and financial scene. On the other hand, India is a special case, a centralized federal system, introducing electoral politics and allotting a wider variety of functions to the local governments. The 73 and 74 constitutional amendments made India into a multi-level government. Significant devolution of powers in the UK occurred in the late 1990s. In 1997, voters chose to create a Scottish Parliament and a National Assembly for Wales. In Northern Ireland, devolution was a key element of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and was supported in a referendum in 1998. The UK government has also developed decentralization in England. This is through the transfer of powers, budgets, and responsibilities to mayors and city deals. The specific case studies of the three countries show how different political systems have tried to unite the state-center dichotomy. It is clear that too much centralization or absolute local autonomy is both harmful and that it is necessary to put in place a better system of collaboration between the national, regional, and local centers of decision-making. 196. Decentralization. 13.8 references. Brazil, India, and Britain. Anderson, K.S., 1998. The Reforming States Groups and the Promotion of Federalism. Milbank Quarterly 76, 103-20. Deacon, Russell. 2006. Devolution in Britain Today. London, Manchester University Press. Fernandez A. L. Santana P. 2018. Reforms of Fiscal Relations in Brazil, Main Issues, Challenges, and Reform. OECD Background Paper. Jile N. G. Metabi Pratap. ed. 2010. The Oxford Companion to Politics in India. Delhi, Oxford University Press. Leoch S. Stewart, J. Jones, G. 2017. Centralization, Devolution, and the Future of Local Government in England. London, Routledge. Michael, Gardiner, 2004. The Cultural Roots of British Devolution. Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press. Sousa Salina. 2008. Political and Financial Decentralization in Democratic Brazil. Local Government Studies, Volume 20, Number 4. Tillon, Louise, 2019. Indian Federalism. Oxford, India Short Introduction Series, Delhi. 13.9 Answers to check your progress. Check your progress 1. 1. Deconcentration refers to the system where functions and responsibilities of the central governments are dispersed to lower-level governments. Power remains vested in the central government, which administers through officials appointed by and responsible to it. Check your progress 2. 1. It is a process by which governments empower the citizens to take part in deciding the budget allocations. Initially implemented in the Porto Alegre city, it has become a model for involving citizens in managing municipal affairs. Check your progress 3. 1. It has encouraged innovation in policymaking. Also, enabled the 4 legislatures in the UK to learn from each other's policies and practices. 197. Unit 14 Federalism, Canada, Australia, and India *. Structure. 14.0 Objectives 14.1 Introduction 14.2 Federalism, Meaning and Origin 14.3 Federalism. Defining Characteristics 14.4 Federalism in Australia 14.5 Federalism in Canada 14.6 Federalism in India 14.7 Functioning of Federalism in Australia, Canada and India 14.8 Let us sum up 14.9 References 14.10 Answers to check your progress exercises. 14.0 Objectives. This unit introduces you to conceptual and analytical frameworks which capture and explain federalism. The unit also takes 3 federations, Canadian, Australian, and Indian, for a comparative analysis. After reading this unit, you should be able to explain the process involved in the evolution of federal systems, identify the characteristics of federalism, describe the nature and features of federalism in India, Australia, and Canada, identify the centralizing and decentralizing trends in federal processes. 14.1 Introduction. A state can be classified as federal or unitary based on the division of powers or absence of division of powers between the national and provincial governments. Dr. Vikas Chandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Kashi Naresh Government Postgraduate College, Gyanpur, Bhadohi, UP. In a federal system, the Constitution formally divides the powers between the Federalism Canada, Australia, Canada. Center/. center/national and states/provinces, whereas in a unitary system, power is. And India. Concentrated in the central/national government, though it may devolve certain powers to the local governments. Federalism is an essential concept of comparative politics. Some scholars have also used federalism to study regionalization and regionalism in international politics and area studies. The usefulness of federalism has been a debated issue. In the first half of the 20th century, Harold J. Lasky had opined that the days of federalism are gone. In contrast, while writing in the second half of the 20th century, William H. Riker, a noted scholar of federalism, asserted about coming of the age of federalism. Notwithstanding competing claims, 25 states have recently been identified as federal states. These include Australia, Argentina, Austria, Belgium, Germany, Russia, Switzerland, the USA, India, Brazil, Mexico, Canada, Nigeria, Pakistan, Malaysia, Ethiopia, Venezuela, the United Arab Emirates. However, about 40% of the world population lives in federal states. Out of the 8 largest states of the world, 7 are federal. China is an exception. Therefore, it would be appropriate to decipher that federalism is popular among larger states but not very popular among small states. 14.2 Federalism, meaning and origin. The word federation is derived from the Latin word foedus, which means treaty, contract, or compact. Thus, a federal state is seen as a compact or association of states/provinces due to an agreement or treaty. It is an arrangement by which many relatively autonomous parts come together to make a whole. It refers to a structurally and functionally divided government into national governments and its constituent parts, called provinces or states. The political institutions, their compositions, and the functioning of federal states necessarily reflect this associational relationship. Robert Garand has defined federalism as a form of government in which sovereignty or political power is divided between the central and provincial governments so that each of them within its sphere is independent of the other. William S. Livingstone defines federalism as a form of political and constitutional organization that unites into a single polity a number of diversified groups or component politics so that the personality and individuality of component parts are largely preserved while creating, in the new totality, a separate and distinct political and constitutional unit. According to William H. Riker, federalism is a political organization in which government activities are divided between regional governments and a central government in such a way that each kind of government has some activities on which it makes final decisions. Most often, federalism comes into being through either of the two processes, centripetal and centrifugal. In the centripetal process, the constituent units take the initiative in the formation of the federation. The motive behind federation making may diverge from case to case. However, security concerns of the constituent units and desire for economic prosperity are two main pull and push factors in the centripetal origin of federalism. Independent states come together to form a federation if they think they can maximize their security and achieve a 199 higher level of economic prosperity by forming a federation than doing it alone. Federalism and the U.S. federalism is an excellent example of the centripetal origin of federalism. Decentralization. In the early federation-making process, the U.S. Federation was formed when 13 independent states expressed their consent to create a federation. Since the provinces have made U.S. federalism, the national government cannot bring territorial changes in provinces against their will. In Australia, some states, then British colonies, had actively advocated for establishing a federation since the mid-19th century. Federations also come into being through a centrifugal process when the national government initiates and gives designated powers to the provinces. In this process, the national/central government divides its territory into various provinces for administrative convenience or meets people's aspirations for a separate identity. India is an excellent example of this kind of federation. The present structure of the Indian Federation is primarily a function of centrifugal tendencies working in the Indian political system. In the Indian constitutional scheme, the central or union government and parliament have the authority to redraw state borders and create new states, by adding new territory in the Indian Federation, for example. The integration of Sikkim into the Indian Union in 1975, by dividing a state into 2 or more states, for example, the states like Bombay and Punjab were divided into Maharashtra and Gujarat and Punjab and Haryana, respectively. 3. By extracting territories from 2 or more states, for instance, the states of Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand were formed by extracting territories from Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. The national government can also unite 2 provinces together. 14.3 Federalism, defining characteristics. Federation is identified by some common characteristics shared by different forms of federal states. Cumulatively, the defining characteristics of the federation are division of powers, dual government and citizenship, supremacy of the constitution, written and rigid constitution, dispute settlement mechanisms and bicameral legislature. Let us examine these defining features. Division of powers. Division of powers is a defining feature of federal states. Power is divided on two bases, territory and functions. Territorially, the power to govern is divided into central/national and various constituent units, popularly known as state/province or regional governments. Every province is made of its fixed territory, population, and government. Functionally, power is divided between national and provincial governments. The division of power is done in three ways. First, in the list system, the Constitution enumerates the powers of the national and provincial governments, listing subjects of national concern such as defense and taxation in the Union or national list and subjects or matters of regional concern in the state list. The national and provincial governments have exclusive jurisdiction over subjects listed for them. In addition to national and provincial lists, a concurrent list falls under the jurisdiction of both provinces and the national government. Second, listing the powers of the central government and giving the residual powers to the provinces/states, the USA, Australia, and Swiss follow this method. The third scheme lists the powers of 200. Both governments and gives residuary powers to the center, Canada. The Federalism Canada, Australia, Canada. Concurrent list remains open to both national and provincial governments. And India. Australia, Germany, Switzerland, and the US follow the scheme. Dual government and citizenship as a result of territorial division of power and creation or coming together of many constituent units. There are two government levels in federal states, the provincial and national. Coexisting side by side, both the levels of government have their legislature, executive, and judiciary. Both levels of government exercise exclusive power over their citizens in their respective jurisdictions. Some federal states, such as the USA, provide double citizenship, first of national government and another of the provincial government. In this regard, Switzerland is a special case as it provides three citizenships: the citizenship of federal government, communal and cantonal, district citizenship. Supremacy of the Constitution. The Constitution is the cornerstone of a federal state. It is the supreme law of the land that stipulates the territorial and functional division of powers. The Constitution is the source of powers and functions of both provincial and national governments. It regulates the relations among provinces and between provinces and the national government. It informs provinces and national government about where their limits start and where the jurisdiction of others begin. The supremacy of the Constitution prevents national and provincial governments from encroaching on each other's jurisdiction. Since the Constitution is supreme, an independent judiciary is the arbiter of the Constitution, interpreting the Constitution to resolve disputes between the national and provincial governments. Constitutional supremacy provides the foundation for and guarantees the smooth functioning of federal states. Written and rigid Constitution. The rigidity of the Constitution is a defining feature of federal states. A rigid constitution is a constitution that cannot be changed unilaterally either by states or the center. In other words, the powers and roles of either constituents or the national government cannot be reduced or increased by either of them alone. The rigid constitution guarantees autonomy and prevents encroachment and infringement of rights by one level of government against another level of government. Dispute settlement mechanism. If many provinces live in proximity and share natural resources and culture, conflicts of interests or dispute are likely to emerge. These disputes usually take four forms: between two provinces, among three or more provinces, one province and national government, and provinces and the national government. In such a situation, the dispute settlement mechanism plays a pivotal role in sustaining and strengthening federalism. This role can be played by any institution or a set of institutions. Most often, this is played by the apex courts. In Canada, India, and the USA, the Supreme Court plays this role. There may also exist councils or other intergovernmental bodies which bring provinces and national governments together. By facilitating debates, such mechanisms help to solve interprovincial and national-provincial conflicts at the early stage. Bicameral legislature. The bicameral legislature is another defining feature of a federal state. The two chambers of the national legislature are named differently. 201. In different states. For instance, they are called the Chamber of Deputies and the Federalism and Federal Senate in Brazil, the House of Representatives and Senate in the USA. Decentralization. And Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha in India. The people directly elect the first chamber or the lower house. In federal states, the upper house necessarily represents the provinces. However, the election process of the second chamber or the upper house varies from country to country. Some states follow the direct election while others prefer the indirect election. In some states, the provinces are represented equally, i.e. an equal number of seats to every province in the upper chamber. The provinces are given representation based on their share of the population, with states having more population having greater representation in the upper house than the smaller states. Federation and confederation. Sometimes the terms federation and confederation are used synonymously. This is because a few countries which started their journey as confederations retained the word in their titles even after officially becoming federations. For example, Switzerland's Constitution of 1874 was titled as Swiss Confederation. The United States of America (USA) was a confederation before it became a federation with the ratification of the U.S. Constitution in 1788. Hence, the distinction between federation and confederation is significant. A confederation is a voluntary association of sovereign independent states formed for specific objectives, which is less binding in its character. A central authority is established for achieving common objectives and interests. However, the joining states would not lose their sovereignty, independence, and retain the right of secession. The member states of the Confederation maintain their respective military and diplomatic representation also. Contrary to that, states entering into a federation lose their sovereignty and separate entity on the global political map. A federation creates a single sovereign state. Federation is permanent and states lose the right of secession, and any such attempts are considered illegal and unconstitutional. In a federation, both the center and states derive powers from the Constitution, and the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Any change in federal powers and functions in a federation requires a constitutional amendment, and both the center and states cannot modify federal structure unilaterally. Check your progress exercise 1. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. What are the defining characteristics of federalism? 14.4 Federalism in Australia. Australian federalism came into existence on January 1, 1901, with 6 British colonies as its constituents. However, deliberations about the establishment of a federation in Australia started in the mid-19th century. Economic considerations were leading factors. New South Wales had passed legislation. 202. Establishing free trade between itself and New Zealand and Van Diemen's Land. Federalism Canada, Australia, Canada. Goods from elsewhere were subject to a tariff or import duty, Brodie, 2012, 7. And India. 8. The province of Victoria was against free trade to protect its manufacturing sector. Security concerns had a minor role in the making of the Australian federalism, perhaps because states were colonies under the mighty British Empire and separated by large water bodies from other countries. In Australian federalism, the province is called state, while the national government is known as the Commonwealth of Australia. Following are the noticeable features of Australian federalism. Written and rigid constitution. The Constitution of the Australian is the source of authority of both the Commonwealth and states' powers. That is, both the Commonwealth and states derive their powers directly from the Constitution. Australian Constitution is also a rigid constitution. The constitutional amendment requires the majority of voters' support at the national level in a referendum and the majority of voters' support at least 4 out of the 6 states. As a consequence of the complex amendment procedure, only 8 out of 36 proposed constitutional amendments could be passed in the referendum till now. The rigidity of the Constitution provides a de facto guarantee to states and the Commonwealth that their respective rights cannot be violated unilaterally. Division of power. The division of powers in Australian federalism is explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. Section 51 of the Australian Constitution states that the jurisdiction to make law on the listed issues rests with the Australian Commonwealth. 40 subjects have been listed or reserved for the Commonwealth. These include defense and external affairs, overseas trade and commerce, immigration, trade, currency, and social functions such as marriage and matrimonial causes. The rest or unlisted subjects, formerly known as residual powers, are with the states. The states have exclusive rights to make laws on the residual subjects. In addition to the listed and residual powers, the concurrent list identifies subjects over which both the Commonwealth and states can legislate. However, in case of inconsistency between the Commonwealth and state laws, the Commonwealth laws will prevail over the state laws. Bicameral legislature. Australian Parliament is made of the Crown and 2 chambers, namely the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate is made of 76 senators, while the House of Representatives has 151 members. The states are represented in the Senate. For representation in the Senate, the principle of equality is followed. Each state, irrespective of its population and territory size, has been allotted equal 12 seats in the Senate. The mainland territory, the Australian Capital Territory, and the Northern Territory send 2 senators each. Of the 12 members elected from every state through the proportional representation system for 6 years. The 151 members of the House of Representatives are elected for 3-year terms by the preferential voting system. Dispute settlement mechanism. In the Australian federal system, the courts and intergovernmental bodies play significant roles in resolving disputes between the states and national government or between states. The High Court is the highest court in Australia. It has played an essential role in sustaining federalism for over 203 a century. According to Section 77 of the Australian Constitution, the final court Federalism and of appeal is in dispute between federal and state jurisdiction. It has the authority. Decentralization. To interpret the Constitution. The intergovernmental councils and committees representing national and state governments such as Loan Councils, Premiers Conference, Special Premiers Conference, and Council of Australian Governments manage federal relations. 14.5 Federalism in Canada. The British North America Act, 1867, passed by the British Parliament, established a Dominion of Canada as a self-governing part of the British Empire. It introduced federalism in Canada by bringing together the provinces of Upper and Lower Canada, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick together in one federal union. Other provinces joined the Dominion later. The Canadian Federation comprises 4 regions: Ontario, Western Provinces, Quebec, and the Maritime Provinces. In addition to regions, Northwest Territories and Yukon are also parts of Canadian federalism. The Canada Act 1982 has further strengthened federalism in Canada. Following federal characteristics can be found in the Canadian Constitution. Written and rigid Constitution. The Constitution Act, 1867, also known as British North America Act, 1867, passed by the British Parliament, introduced a parliamentary form of government with a federal system in Canada. The amendment process of the Canadian Constitution has evolved over a period. The 1867 Act had no formula to amend the Constitution. The Canadian Parliament used to request the British Parliament to decide whether the amendment was to be done. In 1949, the Canadian Parliament was given the power to amend some parts of the Constitution. According to the Canada Act, 1982, the Canadian Constitution can be amended in 5 ways. Pelletier 2017, 258 to 259. First, provisions affecting the federal government can be amended by the federal parliament. Second, provinces have exclusive power to amend the constitution of the province. Third, few amendments also require the approval of 2/3 of provinces containing the majority of the population. It is also referred to as the 7/50ths procedure. Fourth, other amendments require the federal consent and the approval of all states, Section 41. Fifth, Parliament's amendment affecting only one or more, but not all states, requires approval from the concerned state only. The amendment process of the Canadian Constitution affecting federal structure can be regarded as rigid. Bicameral legislature. Canada's federal legislature, called Parliament, is bicameral. It consists of the Queen and 2 chambers. Namely the Senate, the upper chamber, and the House of Commons, the lower chamber. The Senate represents the provinces. Initially, the Senate had 71 members. However, presently it has 104 members. The membership can be expanded up to 118. Out of 104, 4 regions of the Canadian Federation, namely Ontario, Western Provinces, Quebec, and the Maritime Provinces, send 24 representatives each to the Senate. Kapoor and Mishra 2018, 441. 2 senators represent each of the Northwest Territories and Yukon. As per the Constitution of 1867, the 204 House of Commons had 181 members. Nevertheless, now the membership of the Federalism Canada, Australia, Canada House has been extended up to 282. And India. Division of powers. There is an explicit system of division of power in Canada. The Constitution Act, 1867, is the primary source of division of powers in Canadian Federation. Under Sections 91 and 92(10) of the Constitution, the federal government has the power to make laws on items of national interest such as national defense, foreign affairs, employment insurance, banking, federal taxes, the post offices, fisheries, shipping, railways, telephones and pipelines, indigenous lands and rights, and criminal law. Similarly, under Sections 92, 92A, and 93, the provincial governments can make laws on local items like direct taxes, hospitals, prisons, education, marriage, property, and civil rights. In the concurrent list, the Canadian Constitution enumerates items like agriculture, old age pensions, and immigration. In case of inconsistency, under Section 95, the federal law will prevail on agriculture and immigration, while under Section 94A, provincial laws will prevail in the case of the old age pension. The residual powers rest with the federal parliament. It implies that powers not listed in the province list will go to the federal parliament. Dispute settlement mechanism. Before 1949, the power to interpret the Constitution was vested with the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. Since then, the interpretive power has been handed over to the Supreme Court of Canada. Contrary to the centralist intentions of many constitution makers, in its constitutional interpretation, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council favored provincial autonomy between the 1880s and 1930. However, the situation changed after 1949 when the Supreme Court of Canada became the highest judiciary of Canada. The Supreme Court seems to favor the strong federal government. 2 tiers of government. Like other federal states, Canada has 2 levels of government called federal and provincial. The Lieutenant Governor acts as Crown's representative. If Prime Minister functions as the head of the government at the federal level, the premiers exercise the executive powers at the province level. In provinces, there also exists a cabinet and ministers. Like the federal government, states have their legislature, executive, and judiciary. Initially, the legislature of the 4 provinces was bicameral. At present, they are single-chambered and elected by people. The size of the provincial legislature varies as Prince Edward Island has only 27-member legislature while Quebec has 125-member legislature. 14.6 Federalism in India. India adopted its constitution on January 26, 1950. Although the Indian constitution states that India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states, Article 1, and nowhere mentions the word federation or federalism, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar asserted in 1948 that the draft constitution could be both unitary as well as federal according to the requirements of time and circumstances. In normal times, it is framed to work as a federal system. However, in times of war, it is designed to make it work as a unitary system, quoted in Tillin, 2019. The following characteristics of federalism can be identified in Indian Constitution. 205. Written and rigid constitution. The Indian Constitution adopted in 1950 had federalism and 22 chapters, 395 articles and 8 schedules. It is the source of states, decentralization, and central government's powers and authorities. The Indian Constitution is a blend of rigidity and flexibility. In comparison to the constitutions of the USA and Australia, the Indian Constitution is flexible. However, on issues related to center-state relations, the Constitution is rigid. Any constitutional amendment affecting center-state relations, such as the division of powers and states' representation in the Parliament, requires a majority of the total membership of the House and a majority of not less than 2/3 of the members of the House present and voting. The amendment also requires to be ratified by 50% of state legislatures. Division of powers. The scheme of division of powers in the Indian Federation is presented in the 7th schedule of the Constitution of India. The Constitution has 3 lists for dividing the powers between the center and states, union, state, and concurrent lists. The union list has 100 subjects over which the central government has exclusive jurisdiction. The state list has 61 subjects. The concurrent list initially had 47 subjects over which both the central and state can legislate. The concurrent list has been enlarged to 52 subjects, with the 42 Amendment of 1976 transferring 5 subjects from the state list to the concurrent list. As in most constitutions, when there is a conflict between central and state governments' laws, the center's law prevails over the state laws. The residual powers rest with the center. Dispute settlement mechanism. The judiciary and intergovernmental bodies are 2 mechanisms in Indian Federation to manage and resolve disputes between the center and state or between the 2 states amicably. The Supreme Court is the ultimate arbitrator in matters on center versus state and state versus state. The matters related to I, the center and 1 or more states, 2, center and state or states versus a state or states, 3, 1 or more state versus 1 or more states fall under the primary jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. These issues can be directly taken to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also has the right to interpret the Constitution. Its power of judicial review functions as a guarantee against the possible encroachment of powers and authorities of states by the center. The intergovernmental bodies prevent the conflict escalation and try to manage before letting them explore or become disputes. Interstate Council, Article 263, and National Development Council bring central and state governments to a single platform to discuss their problems and issues. Bicameral legislature. Indian legislature known as Parliament is bicameral. The 2 chambers are Rajya Sabha, the upper chamber, and Lok Sabha, the lower chamber. In a bicameral legislature, the Lok Sabha People's Council represents the people across the country. In contrast, the Rajya Sabha Council of States represents the states in the national legislature. Contrary to the Lok Sabha, whose members are directly elected by the people, the members of the Rajya Sabha are elected by the state legislatures. The president nominates 12 members to Rajya Sabha for their contributions towards arts, literature, sciences, and social services. Unlike the US, where all provinces, irrespective of their size and population, are given equal seats in the Senate, in India states are allotted seats in the upper chamber according to their population. This is why the most populated 206 states of the Indian Union, Uttar Pradesh, have 31 seats in the Rajya. Federalism. Canada, Australia, Canada Sabha, while the 7 small states have only 1 seat each. And India. Dual government. In India, a central government and state governments exist, each having its political institutions and processes. They have a separate legislature, executive, and judiciary. The president is head of the Union of India, while the governor is the constitutional head of states. If the Supreme Court is India's highest judiciary, the high courts are the state's highest judiciary. Establishing a distinct set of political institutions for central and state governments has resulted in establishing two tiers of government in Indian Federation, but unlike the US and Switzerland, there is only one citizenship. That is the citizenship of India. Check your progress exercise 2. Note, I use the space given below for your answer. 2. See the end of the unit for tips for your answer. 1. Despite persisting centralizing tendencies, Australia is a federation. Explain. 2. What is the role of courts in Canadian federalism? 14.7 Functioning of federalism in Australia, Canada, and India. In over 100 years of its existence, the Australian Federation has witnessed a clash between forces of centralization and decentralization. Australia's founding fathers had envisioned a weak Commonwealth and strong states. However, there has been a tendency towards centralization of powers in the Commonwealth. Over the period, factors like political parties, decisions, and constitutional interpretation by the High Court, wars and emergencies, and the financial weakness of states have contributed to this trend. More or less, political parties are supportive of the Commonwealth. Labour Party was less favorable towards federalism because it perceived federalism as conservative and inclined towards the market, while the party was committed to redistribution. Labour Party was less favorable towards federalism because it perceived federalism as conservative and inclined towards the market, while the party was committed to redistribution, majoritarianism, and unitary government. Hollander and Patapan, 2007. Wars and emergencies demand quick decision-making and resource mobilization. History shows that centralization was done and justified by centralist leaders in the name of war in Australian federalism. Economically, key sources of revenue like income tax rest with the Commonwealth. The states are dependent on the Commonwealth for 207. Their share. Conditional financial assistance to states by the Commonwealth has federalism and made the Commonwealth's intervention in the state powers possible. Decentralization. Nevertheless, several steps have been taken to address this issue and minimize the state's dependence on the Commonwealth. In the 1960s, the Labour Party tilted towards federalism as it accepted the practical need to work with state governments. In 1992, Prime Minister Keating from the Labour Party created the Council of Australian Government comprising the federal government, the governments of the 6 states and 2 mainland territories. During the 3 decades of its existence, the Council managed governmental relations within Australia's federal system within the scope of matters of national importance. In particular, economic integration and structural reforms. More recently, Labour Party's Kevin Rudd has recognized the need of the day and argued that a properly functioning federation was central to Australia's future and to the policies of a future Labour government. Fenna and Anderson, 2012, 396. However, it is still believed that more steps need to be taken to address this problem. To strengthen the federalism, constitutional reform in recognizing the local government, cooperative federalism, and reallocation and adjustment of powers between 2 levels of government have become the need of the day. In over 150 years of the functioning of Canadian federalism, 3 dominant patterns have been identified: colonial, classical, and interdependence federalism. In the colonial federalism phase, the federal government dominated the provinces. Canada's federal map was redrawn, and new provinces were added to the federal structure. Moreover, prioritization of shared rule over self-rule, unity over diversity, and autonomy can be observed. The federal government was given the power to regulate trade, impose taxes, and disallow any provincial legislation if it was likely to contradict the federal law. Linguistic tension between English and French, the economic crisis caused by declining imports from colonies, the judicial function of the Privy Council, and the threat of attack from the South rendered centralizing tendency. Canada's first Prime Minister, John Macdonald, 1867-73 and 1878-1891, used the power of reservation and disallowance, which strengthened the federal government. The federal government abandoned policies like disallowance, which strengthened the federal government, and provinces stepped into new areas like income tax, minimum wage, highway construction, and schooling. The interdependence federalism phase marked a greater degree of coherence and interdependence between federal and provincial governments. The interdependence of federalism has been managed through increased federal spending and intergovernmental relations. The federal government offered conditional grants to provinces to expand social programs like hospital insurance, mother's allowance, and financial aid to disadvantaged groups. Provinces like Quebec contested the conditional grant initiative for being interventionists. The legalization of cannabis and international trade are 2 areas that witnessed interdependence. Although jurisdiction to decide on international trade falls under federal jurisdiction, federal and provincial negotiators sat side by side to negotiate trade deals with the European Union. Provinces were also consulted on the negotiation of the United States-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement. 208. In more than 7 decades of its journey, Indian federalism has also been. Federalism Canada, Australia, Canada. Marked by cooperation and competition between union and states. Various. And India. Factors such as the role of the Supreme Courts, functioning of political parties, regional and national leadership, emergence of new issues, and emergencies like wars and pandemics have significantly affected the functioning of federalism. Indian federalism has passed through many phases, which is presented in models like cooperative federalism, bargaining federalism, and competitive federalism. The initial phase of Indian federalism is called cooperative federalism by Granville Austin. In this phase, given the single-party dominance at the center and states called Congress system by Rajni Kothari and charismatic leaders like Nehru and Shastri, center and states worked cooperatively. However, with the end of one-party dominance, there began a new phase in Indian federalism called bargaining federalism by Morris Jones. In this phase, although Congress maintained dominance at the center, it lost power in many states. With different parties coming to power at the center and states started bargaining with the central government for financial aid, grants, and special status. The competitive federalism phase primarily started in the 1990s. In states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Tripura, regional political parties and leaders emerged as key players. The regional leaders entered into bargaining with the central government on issues ranging from government formation to policy-related issues. This is undoubtedly because of the rise of coalition politics, as no single party could form a majority government at the center. Since the end of coalition politics and the rise of the Bharatiya Janata Party at the center as the single largest party has led to the return of quasi-federalism, though in a competitive federal setting. India has been described as federal because although there is a federal constitutional structure and constitutional scheme, it is a centralized federal system. It is competitive because states are accusing the central government of not disbursing their share of funds and using federal agencies like the Central Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate against the leaders of ruling regional political parties. It is competitive also because, in the age of power diplomacy, states are competing among themselves to acquire foreign direct investment and offering facilities to multinational corporations to start a business. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has introduced discord in Indian federalism. As one observer of Indian federalism noted, in responding to the two waves of COVID-19 pandemic, the first in 2020 and the second in 2021, India has moved from unilateral centralized decision-making in the first wave to something that approximates unilateral decentralized decision-making, by default in the second wave, Louise Till-Lin, 2021. Even though health is a state list item during the first wave, the central government has made rules, under the provisions of Disaster Management Act 2005, to tackle it through initiatives like imposing lockdown and procuring vaccines. The central leadership was missing as there was the decentralization of key areas of pandemic response, such as vaccine procurement and distribution. In both the stages of the pandemic, effective center-state coordination was missing. 209. 14.8 Let us sum up. Federalism and decentralization. Federalism has proved a valuable mechanism for power sharing and conflict management in diverse, plural, and large societies. The origin, type, and functioning of federalism have taken distinct forms and paths in different states depending on situations. All defining characteristics are not found in every federation studied in this unit. However, a written and rigid constitution, division of power, bicameral legislature, the existence of dispute settlement mechanism, and two tiers of government have been found in every state. Although these characteristics are found in every state, the degree of rigidity of the constitution, distribution of powers between national and provinces, the principles of the representation of states in the federal legislature, and functioning of the dispute settlement mechanism varies from state to state in discussed cases. The functioning of federalism has changed over a period. Different factors like ruling parties and ideology have affected the functioning of federalism. As a consequence of changing role of ruling parties, decisions of the courts, and ideology, the functioning of the national and provincial governments, federalism has taken distinct forms and patterns such as quasi-federalism, cooperative federalism, bargaining federalism, and competitive federalism. The forces of centralization and decentralization have been competing for overall federal states. Canadian federalism has evolved from conflictual to interdependence phase via cooperation and constructive engagement phase. Indian federalism has evolved from cooperative federalism to competitive federalism via bargaining federalism. 14.9 References. Bayer, Gerald. 2020. The Courts, the Division of Powers and Dispute Resolution. In Herman Bachvies and Gray Skogstad, eds, Canadian Federalism, Performance, Effectiveness, and Legitimacy, Toronto, University of Toronto Press. Brody Scott. 14.10 Answers to Check Your Progress Exercises. Check Your Progress Exercise 1. 1. Hint. Division of Power, Bicameral Legislature, Supremacy of the Constitution, Dispute Settlement Mechanism, Written Constitution, and Dual Government. Check Your Progress Exercise 2. 1. A. Briefly discuss the centralizing tendencies, and B. Highlight the federal features of Australian federalism. 2. A. Explain the role of the Privy Council, and B. Discuss the role of the Supreme Court of Canada. Federalism and decentralization suggested readings. Block 1. Data Procesto studying comparative politics. Alvin Y. So. 1990. Social Change and Development, Modernization, Dependency, and World System Theories. New Delhi, Sage Publications India Private Ltd. Gilman, Nils. 2003. Mandarins of the Future, Modernization Theory in Cold War America. Baltimore and London, The Johns Hopkins University Press. Huntington S., 1968. Political Order in Changing Societies. New Haven, Connecticut, Yale University. Global Politic. Expert Committee. Professor D. Gopal, Chairman, Faculty of Political Science. Head. Contents.